The rest of the beast meat carcasses were put away into the space by Lin Xiaojin. This is pure natural meat. After Lin Xiaojin ate it last time, she couldn't forget it, especially when it was roasted. The meat was up and taut. Xiaojin, hug me tightly, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Before Lin Xiaojin could react, Xiao Nuo grabbed her hand away. Purple lightning then filled the motorbike, and instantly the speed of the motorbike soared. This speed exceeded that of a motorbike and also a car, instantly reaching a high-speed train-like speed. But it could only be maintained for 3 minutes. Only after 3 minutes had passed did the speed slowly drop. Lucky Star was rushed too fast by the speed, and the toy he was holding in his hand was long gone. If it was other children who suddenly increased such a fast speed, I am afraid that they would have already cried in fear. But Lucky Star did not. Instead, he was staring with big eyes and an excited look. Lin Xiaojin pinched Lucky Star's tender little face and brought her small gadgets from space. Her space mother and baby toys were plentiful, and the ones she threw weren't too bad. A newly upgraded ability. For a short period of time, you can use lightning to boost your speed, Xiao Nuo explained. Very fast. Xiao Nuo's could boost speed with lightning, but only if there was a medium, such as a car motorbike. Lin Xiaojin remembered that Green Star wanted cars and motorbikes of all kinds of parts, and recently Green Star had been researching these. There is no way to find these things for him now, so he can only wait for the opportunity later. Green Star was cool with electronic modifications, so he might be able to modify a super motorbike in the future. With Xiao Nuo's lightning boost, this scene must be very cool. Pretending to be X doesn't necessarily have strength, but having strength will definitely be cool as hell. Lin Xiaojin also told Xiao Nuo about her promotion, but omitted the part where she was injured. 2 simultaneous promotions to enhance their strength. Everyone is very happy about this matter. After all, the future is full of dangers. To be able to upgrade, isn't this a good thing? Another service area ahead, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lucky Star. She was already shaking her fingers. She should be hungry. The little one is hungry. Let's go inside and rest, Lin Xiaojin said. They couldn't go into the space to rest even with Lucky Star. Good. There were no parked cars outside this service area. Lin Xiaojin easily pushed open the service area, and although there was no one inside, the food in the shelves had long been empty. It seemed like the people who escaped in front had long since finished loading up on food. For food, Lin Xiaojin was not lacking. She also just wanted to find a place to rest. After all, she still had a Lucky Star with her. At night, Lin Xiaojin also put the little bun out of space to play with Lucky Star. In this way, they had been driving on the motorbike for more than 10 whole days, and there were still a few dozen kilometers to go before they arrived at Starry Glory City. Finally, we're almost at Starry Glory City, Lin Xiaojin said excitedly. After rushing for so long, she was getting a tan. The road also encountered quite a few wild beasts, but there was Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin, who didn't encounter any danger. There was only one encounter with a mega herd of thousands of beasts, and that time she almost had to give up on Lucky Star. But it had to be said that the little one was a bit of a lucky body in her body. Lin Xiaojin hid her under a rock block while they entered space. Lin Xiaojin's mood was too tormented. After all, after raising her for a while, she would be sad if something happened. Xiao Nuo could see how upset she was, so they went into space and ran out again within 2 minutes. But Lucky Star did not have anything at all. The passing beasts stepped on all the surrounding stones, just did not step on hers. Immediately after, Lin Xiaojin picked up Lucky Star, and at the same time startled the other beasts. Lin Xiaojin only remembered that day she and Xiao Nuo didn't know how many beasts they killed. In short, that day's points hit an all-time high, increasing 2,000 points. Lin Xiaojin's injured wounds healed in a short time, but Xiao Nuo couldn't. So Xiao Nuo's arms and back still suffered some minor injuries. It took a few days of spatial spring water treatment to fully recover. There are still a few dozen kilometers left from Starry Glory City, and it will take at most 2 hours to get there. There were more and more cars encountered as they neared Starry Glory City. There were quite a few cars parked on both sides of the highway. All of them had defected to Stargaze City from other places. Don't go to Starburst City. The animals in Starry Glory City have also mutated. Lin Xiaojin heard the chatter of the cars on the side of the road as he rode by on his motorbike. Really? My mobile phone still has power to connect to Starry City's network. See for yourselves. Although Stargaze City didn't have a major power outage like Xiaoyao City, it did encounter mutated animals. It's not like there's a blackout in Starry Glory City. If we don't go to Starry Glory City, we'll wait outside for the beasts to attack. Moreover, they still needed to go to Starry Yao City to replenish their supplies. Although the mutated animals had occurred in Starburst City, it was under control for the time being. After all, Starburst City was the main city of the 7 major cities of Earthstar. It was even connected to the galaxy and had a galactic network. And it was the most well-stocked urban area in terms of weapons. And it even had flying saucers that could go to other planets. However, nowadays, the prices in Starburst City have skyrocketed, and various materials are in very short supply. Lin Xiaojin listened to all the discussions along the way about whether or not to enter Starry Night City. But not entering Starburst City would be dangerous at any time outside. I heard that Starburst City is able to enter the galaxy. I wonder how we can enter, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. We'll figure it out when we go into Starburst City, Xiao Nua said. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaojin could see a huge city wall in the distance. This one was much taller than Xiao City's. The road tunnel in front of Starry Yao City had a light curtain, so as long as one could enter the tunnel it was safe. But there was also a star coin charge to enter the tunnel. 50,000 star coins a person. Most people could afford 50,000 star coins. But most people came as a family. A family is hundreds of thousands of star coins which no one can afford. And enter the light curtain tunnel inside. The supplies are required to buy high price. Only spending no income early million will be driven out. So there are a lot of people are outside the light curtain tunnel. But outside the tunnel without the protection of the light curtain, may encounter the attack of wild beasts. Even so, outside there are more and more people distanced outside the city. Because they leave here more do not know to go there to live. Right now Earthstar had serious animal mutations in all urban areas except Starburst City. Lin Xiaojin, in order to save 50,000 star coins, temporarily let Xiao Nuo stay in the space and not come out, while she held Lucky Star and entered the light curtain. If she didn't have Lucky Star, she might have directly instantly moved in. But she couldn't with her. She paid 100,000 star coins to enter the light screen. And if she wanted to enter the city, she needed to pay 200,000 star coins. Such a small baby actually had to be charged the same price. She didn't have that much money right now. Luckily, she had brought her backpack with her when she came in. And there were all sorts of chocolate lollipops in her backpack. So she hugged Lucky Star and directly sold all the supplies in her backpack. The whole thing was sold out almost to make up 100,000 star coins. She then entered Starry Glory City. Lin Xiaojin spent 200,000 star coins to enter Starry Glory City, and found a place where no one was before letting Xiao Nua out. The layout of Starburst City was too much bigger than Xiaoyao City. Most of Xiaoyao City was filled with tall buildings. But here there wasn't a single high rise to be seen. Not even one with more than 3 floors. The highest was only 2 floors. Because the people who lived here lived underground. There could be dozens of floors underground. The Starshine competition was a total of 5 years. Now 4 months had passed, and there were still 8 months left. If the points didn't reach 100,000 points during this period, they would be eliminated. The glasses representing the contestants would automatically be unbound. Right now Lin Xiaojin already had almost 5,000 points for his achievement, and was still far away from 100,000 points. They had come to Starburst City because they wanted to find a way out of here, and didn't want to stay here all the time. The layout of Starburst City only had one cave entrance. There were very few pedestrians on the streets, and the large group lived underground, taking lifts. Xiao Nua, look at that, Lin Xiaojin said, as she pointed to a sign not far away. Xiao Nua's eyesight wasn't as good as Lin Xiaojin's. The location she pointed to was over 2,000 meters away. There? Xiao Nua looked aggrieved. The two walked over towards the direction Lin Xiaojin was pointing. And it wasn't until they got closer that Xiao Nua could see what was written on the sign. Internet Cafe. Connected to the Star Network. There was actually an internet cafe here. Although Starburst City was able to connect to the Star Network, not everyone could connect because Earthstar was also on a planet outside of the galaxy. Star Network is only within the entire galaxy as so people can connect. But outside the galaxy want to connect to the Star Network wireless, will need to pay a certain fee. I'll go in and take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. The two entered the internet cafe. It was on the ground floor, where there was also a normal network to play virtual games. At the front desk was the young lady in a short lace dress. The young lady looked at Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua. The attitude of the young lady was still a bit better, when she saw a beautiful handsome man. But after seeing the baby in Lin Xiaojin's arms, she didn't expect to bring a baby to come to an internet cafe to surf the internet. Go online, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Connecting to the Star Network 150 star coins an hour. Not connecting to the Star Network 10 star coins an hour. The front desk lady said with a smile. Connect to the Star Network. Okay. The 5th floor exclusive room connects to the Star Network. The front desk young lady said. Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin nodded. The processing was quick, just pay the star coins. Lin Xiaojin opened to pay 600 star coins. Open to Star Network. 2 hours. Connection Star Network has exclusive room. Exclusive room. 5th floor lift is the same to the ground floor. Is a separate small room. There are 2 sets of connecting Star Network instrument. Lin Xiaojin originally thought it was just 2 computers, but did not expect the instrument connecting the Star Network actually a seat. One needed to sit on the seat and then put on the virtual helmet. Lin Xiaojin closed the door of the room. The general Star Network connection room is no one to come in to disturb. After all, connecting the Star Network is the whole spiritual consciousness will enter a virtual world. Lin Xiaojin took out a baby chair from space. Fortunately, Lucky Star had already fallen asleep sleepily. There are instructions on it. Just put on the helmet directly. If you connect to the Star Network for the first time, you need to create an account. Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the instructions written on the instrument. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo sat on the chair at the same time and took off their glasses and put on the virtual helmet. Hello, welcome to the world of StarNet. I am your virtual assistant Xiao Q, said an electronic cute pet. 360 degrees of space with no dead angle. Lin Xiaojin felt like he had come to another space. More like virtual VR technology. But this kind of technology was obviously a bit more mature. Newcomers needed to bind an account to enter the Star Network. But Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo had their accounts open by default when the 2 of them participated in the Star Shine competition. The StarNet area was very large. And here she also finally knew what the galaxy really was. Not only did this make Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo feel very surprised. They even found out that they were so small. The entire galaxy is like a layer of huge circles. The closer to the center of the galaxy, the longer the life expectancy, the stronger the strength. As for the center of the galaxy, no one has ever been there. There are tens of millions of planets in the entire galaxy. And each planet is so far away that you need to take a flying saucer. Or if you have a teleportation point, you can also use a teleportation channel. The galaxy is simply too big and too populated. There are millions of planets just outside the galaxy, which is the circle of the outer galaxies. This Starshine competition is the competition that these outer galaxy planets participate in. And as long as they win, the planet will be able to enter the galaxy, even if it is an outer galaxy. And the genetics of the entire planet will be upgraded. Entering the outer galaxy to enhance one layer is the equivalent of 1.200 lifespan. All technology is becoming more and more developed. All kinds of games galaxies to explore. Human 100 years of life expectancy may not even be able to get out of their own planet. Lin Xiaojin's identity level is also only 1 level. So entering the Star Network is only an ordinary level. Some of them require permissions to enter. Same planet friend found. Is it added? Little Q said. Add. Lin Xiaojin thought to add is Xiao Nuo, and did not think much about it. Until after adding found actually is 2 people. One of them is Xiao Nuo. The other is actually Zhu Jingjing. Anna! Lin Xiaojin was so surprised that she couldn't speak and almost jumped out of her chair. It's Zhu Jingjing. On the other side, Xiao Nuo naturally had received a friend invitation. Lin Xiaojin immediately added Xiao Nuo and Zhu Jingjing as friends. But unfortunately Zhu Jingjing was not online at this moment. The same as the planet of Chenlanxing. Now Chenlanxing connects to the Star Network, only the 3 of them. Lin Xiaojin left a dozen messages for Zhu Jingjing. She felt that in all probability, it was Zhu Jingjing. However, at this moment, Zhu Jingjing did not recover. So she could only wait for the message. The rest of the time, Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin were checking what else was on the Star Network that they could access. And the Star Network could also allow them to find other people. Her brother, Xianli, Zhang Wan, Xiao and the others. This gave Lin Xiaojin hope as well. 2 hours came quickly. And they were also roughly in the galaxy. And they were now living on the Earth star just outside of it. Lin Xiaojin came out of the virtual net. The lucky star on the side had already woken up and was starting to shrink her fingers again. Lin Xiaojin knew it was because she was hungry. So she made milk for Lucky Star. The two of them walked outside the internet cafe somewhat unfulfilled. Although they still wanted to connect to the Star network, they couldn't get addicted to the internet. The StarNet was just too big, and they weren't on it to be addicted to it, but to learn about the entire galaxy. Apparently they got their answer in the middle of the Star network. If you want to enter the galaxy, you have to get your home planet into the galaxy. Otherwise, even if one is strong enough to reach ordinary citizens of the galaxy, they will be deemed to have entered illegally. The healing system alien ability had a high status among the galaxy, and Zhu Jingjing was a healing system, which was why she was able to break the rules to enter the galaxy and become a citizen of the galaxy. The Starshine competition was hosted by the galaxy, and countless planets outside this galaxy wanted to squeeze their heads to enter the galaxy. This competition is much more brutal than we thought, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Now we have exposed our entire planet. Xiao Nu sighed. It didn't really matter if the storm was exposed or not, because Chilan planet had been discovered long ago. And now even if it was exposed in front of everyone, there were no longer any humans on their planet, and all that was left were probably mutated zombies. It was also unknown if the zombies of Chilan Star had already mutated to what kind, or if they had all been harvested by the Atlan group. If they were strong enough, it would be possible for Qinlanqing to enter the galaxy, and at the same time, they could get their genetic levels raised. Although I don't know what principle this is, but as long as they enter the galaxy, they can raise their genetic level. Lin Xiaojin thought of this, and a big question mark came out in his heart. So what would it be like at the center layer planet? Unfortunately, the authority on the Star network is not enough. Only by entering the galaxy level up can you know what are the center layer planets of the galaxy, and who has such energy. It was possible to move planets. Lin Xiaojin really didn't dare to imagine all. The two people went out of the internet cafe and probably understood the galaxy. Wanting to go deeper with their permissions was not enough. Unfortunately, there was no way to buy such a device. Every time they entered the galaxy, they needed to connect to the network like this. Unfortunately, the people who are really in the galaxy are not like this. Zhu Jingjing had just finished her work when she received Lin Xiaojin's add friend message. It was Lin Xiaojin. Zhu Jingjing was mentally excited. Their galaxy network only needed a tiny piece of watch. The watch could put in a light screen and enter the galactic network as if it was a 3D picture. Zhu Jingjing looked at the 10 or so messages sent by Lin Xiaojin in a row, all greeting her. They knew each other. They know each other. Seeing this, Zhu Jingjing got excited. Her eyes reddened with excitement, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had desperately cultivated in order to retrieve her previous memories, and she had tried everything she could to find herself. Today she finally knew that someone knew her. Anna, has your child been born yet? Is it safe? Did Wang Han find you? Right now it's just me and Xiao Nua together. The two of us accidentally participated in the Starshine competition. Zhu Jingjing looked at one message after another. She finally calmed down and found a few names from it. The name Wang Han caught her attention even more. Was he the child's father? Zhu Jingjing trembled expression, making her mood very complicated. Her mouth silently read the name a few times. Every time she read it as if her heart was loosening once. After thinking for a long time, she finally stabilized her mood and replied a message to Lin Xiaojin. It was a pity that Lin Xiaojin had long gone offline when time was up. On the other hand, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua found a fast food restaurant. Casually ordering something to eat was thousands of star coins. I found out on the internet that every Starburst competition will fight with other planets against each other in the later stages, Xiao Nua said heavily. I also saw that, although the activities of each competition change slightly, what is certain is that the other participants eliminate others at the same time. That is to say, all the contestants from other planets besides their own were enemies. Earth planet might be hiding other contestants, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. This competition didn't just need the planet's points. It needed more than just themselves. After all, there were only so many of these entry devices in total. The more you get, the more your own planet participates. The more points you will get accordingly. A lot of other people's planets will be plundered, used to give their own planets people. After all, the number of people on each planet is limited to 50 people. But when one of them dies, and the equipment is damaged or lost, there will be vacancies. This is when they will loot other people's equipment and bind it to their own planet. So it is also important to protect their own equipment. Once the equipment is gone is also lost qualification. It didn't take long for the waiter to bring up the food ordered. Just 2 steaks and 2 cups of coffee in total. The steak tasted good, but the texture was average. That's how it was still so expensive. But who let this be Starlight City? If they encountered other people exposing their identities, they would probably be killed to take the participating equipment. We're staying in the city now. Although it's temporarily safe. It means no points. Without points, there was no way to enter the next level. And it was likely that they wouldn't be able to leave this planet. I don't think this is that simple. Lin Xiaojin said out of a girl's sixth sense of intuition. The two discussed with each other what to do to face this Starshine competition. Wanting to exit the binding, no problem. There is only one way then, to die and be automatically unbound. Or wait for a year, after the points are not enough to automatically eliminate. While the two people were hesitating, the Starburst competition system glasses sent a message. Starburst competition participants. Due to the special circumstances that occurred in this competition, the Starburst competition has been shortened to 3 years. With an additional feature, you can obtain points from other planets. This rule came out and caused a huge uproar in the entire outer galaxy. There had never been a shortened time in the past. The time had always been 5 years. This time, the time was actually shortened to 3 years. The key is the last rule. You can get points from other planets. What does this mean? After all, you don't have to hunt the beasts. Just kill the same participant can get other people's points. This rule came out the whole on the hot search. The residents within the star network does not matter, but rather hold the attitude of excitement. Even this rule came out. Began to open a betting game. Who will win to the end? For the residents within the galaxy, this is like watching a game. In the past it was just hunting ferocious beasts, or other to get points. The residents within the galaxy have long seen more. But this year, this rule was suddenly added. And instead, the citizens within the galaxy were boiling over. Killing each other. Killing each other. That would be fun for them. At the same time, the Starshine contest also sent out a message that there were still only 100 planets within the promotion galaxy this year. But the top 3 planets would enter the inner galaxy. At the same time, the top 3 participants will get higher rewards. This reward so that the residents of the galaxy have a lot of heart, and even already have a galaxy of citizens, want to give up to go to the outer galaxy to get the identity of the participants. The genetic level within the galaxy is not a little bit higher. The countless planets in the outer galaxies that had learned of this news had gone crazy, while the pressure on the participating players had become incredibly heavy. If they failed, they would face the scorn of countless people from their own planets. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua weren't afraid of this. Their planet was now full of zombies, and the network was gone. So who could say anything about them? She is still thinking that if her planet is really promoted, then by then their planet will become a zombie planet with a long lifespan. Some people were happy and some people were sad. Those who were happy were the first few, and those who were sad were the last few. It's very likely that they'll plunder the points of the people behind them, which will need to be hidden. Don't fall off the horse's armor. The equipment for these entries were glasses, which made it hard not to be prepared for discovery, although the glasses have a hiding function. But if refracted reflections can still be seen, it just depends on whether the person is careful or not. There's no need for us to hesitate now. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Yes. Xiao Nua also responded with some heaviness. There was no way back now. Only forward. Lin Xiaojin had some regrets in her heart for bringing on these glasses. But she didn't know at the time that this was a device for participating in the Starshine competition. Then let's put up a fight. The barefoot is not afraid of the shoe wearer. Anyway, we've got the planet left with zombies. Lin Xiaojin encouraged herself and said, yeah, maybe we can enter the galaxy too. That's an increased lifespan. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? But Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua's eyes met at the moment. Their gazes were firm. Their eyes were full of hope and light. In the future they walked hand in hand. In that case, there wasn't much point in them staying in Starburst City, or going out to prepare to brush up their scores to improve their strength, but collecting a wave of Starburst City's supplies before they left. There was no telling how much supplies they could buy with the star coins in their hands. After eating, the two went straight to the mall here. The tens of thousands of star coins Lin Xiaojin had left couldn't even fill a shopping frame. So they had no choice but to give up and spend the rest of their money staying in Starburst City for the night. After all, with Lucky Star, it wasn't safe to go out of the city in the middle of the night. They were out of Starry Glory City by early morning the next day. Look at that family. This is the first one to leave the city in the past few months. Others begged to enter the city. This is them leaving the city. And with a child. Going out is a death sentence. Lin Xiaojin's family was said by a few gatekeepers. But she didn't care. Are you guys sure you want to leave the city? The clerk at the gate frowned and said. Yes. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Going out if you're coming in is to pay 100,000 star coins. You'd better think it over. The man thought Lin Xiaojin was being impulsive and said. I've thought it over. Please open the door for us. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. The man who guarded the gate shook his head and saw Lin Xiaojin's firm tone, so he didn't try to persuade her. He had good intentions to persuade her twice, and that was good enough. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo smoothly out of the city gates. Because the two of them were the only ones who came out, so it was very fast. After Lin Xiaojin left, the gatekeeper thought that he wouldn't come across anyone going out today. But when he waited until the afternoon, there were actually two men going out. You guys are also going out of the city? The gatekeeper said incredulously. Yes. Out of the city. Open the door quickly. The men going out of the city didn't seem to have a good tone either. It's really strange. There are people leaving the city in the morning. And there are also people leaving the city in the afternoon. All in a hurry to die. The city guard said breathlessly. The two men who were just about to leave. When they heard the city watchman's words, the two men looked at each other and immediately turned back. Did you just say that there are people leaving the city gates in the morning as well? Did you bring any glasses? The man hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. Glasses? No. I don't think so. The city guard shook his head and said. Glasses can be hidden. It's normal for them not to see it. The slightly fatter man next to him at this time said. Did they say what they went for when they left the city? How many people? The other man continued to ask. The city guard frowned and said, a man and a woman with a child. Where are they going to this? How can I know? The two men heard that it was a man and a woman with a child. Instantly dispelled most of their doubts. No participant of the Starshine competition would be stupid enough to bring a child to participate. Right? Wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? They were participants of the Starburst competition of the Earth planet. And a large portion of their planet didn't know about it. Only those who had been on the Star Network knew about it. So the two didn't care too much about it. Probably because they really wanted to go out and die. Who would go out of the city at this time? The two of them also had to go out of the city. The only way to get points was to go out of the city and hunt beasts and mutated animals. But the latest rules came out. You can get points from others, implying that you can kill other contestants to take points. So they had just assumed that the ones who went out of the city were the same contestants as them. Right now, except for Starburst City, several other major urban areas were infested with mutated animals. Just some early and some late. The two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, exited the city and headed out of the tunnel. The time was shortened to 3 years, which meant that there were still 2 months left for the first stage of 100,000 points. There wasn't much time left for Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. The glasses screen had entered the countdown, and the planets that didn't come up with enough 100,000 points would be eliminated. Most of the planets already have enough points. After all, a planet are several groups, which is like Lin Xiaojin, just the two of them, wanting to have 100,000 points after points in 2 months. These 2 months were not quiet. Lin Xiaojin looked at the lucky star, and even she wanted to send the lucky star to the middle of Starburst City for adoption. But Lin Xiaojin actually did not give up. Lucky Star grew more and more cute. Others might not necessarily adopt her, but Lin Xiaojin would definitely protect her. After leaving the city, the two people went straight out of the tunnel. Now the time was all tight. Luckily Xiao Nuo's alien ability level was raised to level 5. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to make such a decision. Level 5 was already considered top tier in Earth Star except for those alien Starburst competition participants. The two of them ended up hunting a large number of wild beasts almost every day. The points of wild beasts were much higher than the points of the mutated animals in the city. In just half a month their points had reached 10,000 points. Among them, they had encountered a 500 points large monster beast. However, no matter how dangerous every day was, Lin Xiaojin did not give up on Lucky Star. She even breastfed Lucky Star in the midst of the beast. It was true that strength came out of life and death combat. Their points had risen quickly over the past few days, but they were still far from 100,000 points. 1 month before the final month, the Starshine contest gave out another hint. That was that the location of the participants from the same planet was exposed. This Starburst competition was trying to make everyone kill each other. For a time, the Galaxy Network blew up once again in one go. Zhu Jingjing was checking the messages Lin Xiaojin replied to every day. But it had been a month since Lin Xiaojin hadn't replied to her in the slightest. And her live broadcast hadn't been turned on either. But the points of Chang'an Star, where they were located, were rising rapidly. Zhu Jingjing guessed that there might have been some changes in the rules of the Star Shine competition. So Lin Xiaojin was frantically brushing up her points. Zhu Jingjing's guess was good. At this moment, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo had discovered a beast cave. The two were frantically hunting these beasts. So many bison. The taste of shabu-shabu beef is simply delicious, Lin Xiaojin said. Earth Star was twice as big as Chang'an Star, but 93% of their territory was owned by wild beasts. The remaining 7% were the 7 major cities of Earth Star. There were mountain ranges and lush everywhere. And there were also underground rivers that flowed in caves and mountain ranges. Lucky Star was following Lin Xiaojin to survive in such an environment. And even though she would apply sunscreen to Lucky Star every day, it still tanned his tender skin. At night, they would find a cave to rest in. And when it was safe to do so, they would let the little bun out, and the two would play for a while. From the beginning, the little bun disliked Lucky Star, to later wanting to play with Lucky Star every day. Lin Xiaojin would also use space water to brew milk powder for Lucky Star every day. Lucky Star's head had grown very quickly in the past half a month, and she looked like a 1-year-old girl. It's just that her skin has become a little darker, but she can get it back in the future. According to reason, the little bun should run with them in the sun and wind. I did not expect actually as a little girl Lucky Star every day with them to kill. Feelings are also cultivated, especially like Lucky Star's so well-behaved daughter. The first time the little Lucky Star opened his mouth was not to call his mother, but also the little bun who played with him every day. Surprisingly, it would be Gale. After all, Lin Xiaojin thought Lucky Star was a little mute. Wind. Although Lucky Star couldn't scream too clearly, however, it was already great. Gale had a very good relationship with Lucky Star. All participants' locations will be revealed in the last month. Lin Xiaojin was surprised. Isn't this encouraging the contestants to kill each other? Earth Star actually has 7 groups in, Lin Xiaojin said. The other 6 of the 7 groups were still relatively far away from them, and only 1 group was close to them. This group is from Earth Star, showing that there are only 2 people with over 20,000 points, Lin Xiaojin said. Both ranks are level 4, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nuo was level 5, and Lin Xiaojin was also level 4. They wouldn't want to come over and snatch their points. There were still the rest of the 6 groups on the planet Earth. Everyone else's alien ability level was level 4.5. 2 people who are both level 4 want to come and snatch their points? What if they are not just 4? Xiao Nuo said with a slight frown. Lin Xiaojin did not understand what Xiao Nuo meant for a moment. Xiao Nuo then gave an explanation. Although there were only 2 people in this group participating, this was the Earth Star. How could they be the only ones who could make the entire planet advance? There would definitely be helpers from the Earth Star. It could be said that everyone on the Earth Star would help them. After listening to Xiao Nuo's words, Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, which meant that he was facing not only these 2, but also the people on the entire Earth Star. It wasn't just the 2 of them, there were also 5 other groups on the planet Earth. Another group that was farther away was also from Earth Star. Should we take off our glasses first? Lin Xiaojin said. Taking them off unless the contact is bound and responsible for still being able to locate their position. There, Lin Xiaojin said with a flash of light. The 2 of them removed the device and put it in space, so there would be no way to locate them. Lin Xiaojin tried it first, putting her own device into space, and the location shown on Xiao Nuo's device was the same place. Lin Xiaojin went somewhere else, and the location shown on that device was also in the same place. This method can work. Confuse the others. Lin Xiaojin was a little excited. At least she wouldn't be besieged, and she would be able to other people's locations. Lin Xiaojin was instantly motivated. If someone really wanted to come and mess with their points, then don't blame them for being ruthless. Even though Lin Xiaojin's points for them were only 10,000 points, their points are 20,000 points. Lin Xiaojin was heartbroken looking at this amount of points. Even she saw that the highest one in Earth Star had more than 80,000 points, and the points were still rising. So she didn't know that this group had barreled up the beast's nest there. The rest of the time is only 1 month. In addition to the first rank can be stable and steady. In the next time to charge 10 plate points. The rest want to grow their points quickly. Then there is a fast track. People were more willing to choose hard work over getting something for nothing. After all, there was also a risk every time you hunted a beast. The other group of people who had left the city were the same two people from Earthstar. And at the moment, they were not just the two of them. Just as Xiao Nua guessed well. The Starshine competition is about the interests of the entire planet. The competition to brush points of the venue, and in their own planet, will certainly provide their own people with all sorts of convenience and help. The two people participating in the competition were accompanied by several special police officers. Not only their group, but also another group is also. After all, the planet's interests were at stake. And the planet's headquarters, Starry City, was still very concerned. These SWAT officers were all at the 3rd or 4th level. And their strength was carefully cultivated. Earthstar's resources were strained. So this was why they gave up on the ordinary residents, and only selected the talented ones for cultivation. Lin Xiaojin put the device into space. And sure enough, their geographic location was just chosen to be in the same place. And there was no choice to be eliminated. This was also considered a big bug. These two people from Earthstar noticed that Lin Xiaojin's group's geographic location had actually remained unchanged. It seemed like they were waiting for them to arrive. Why aren't those two moving waiting for us? One of the men said with a frown. One level 4 and one level 5. The levels are indeed higher than us. Wang Long said. Let's not go either. Call a team of SWAT to go. Li Gang said. Let the SWAT go to consume them, and we'll go for the rest. This way we can easily gain their points. Good. Wang Long nodded approvingly. The leadership of Earthstar had already told them that they could deploy all the personnel on Earthstar. These groups in Earthstar would all receive their attacks, and would end up concentrating all the points in their hands. On the other hand, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were hiding in a cave 1,000 meters away. This position Lin Xiaojin was also able to see them. If it was really those two who came, Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous distance was also able to reach them. And at that time, he would be able to surprise them and kill them with a single blow. Lucky Star and Little Bun's too small has fallen asleep. Lin Xiaojin specially in the ground made a small bed. Gale was crawling next to it. Lin Xiaojin was afraid that it would be dangerous to fight in a while. So she put the little bun into the space to sleep. Lin Xiaojin climbed in the cave entrance, always observing the outside of the cave. Not long after the helicopter that fell from the sky buzzed out towards Lin Xiaojin, just to the position crazy strafing general. Why are there so many of them? Not just two people, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. At this time Lin Xiaojin thought of Xiao Nua's words. This is simply cheating. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Not only is it cheating or cheating openly and honestly. Who let Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both be in their territory? There were a total of 7 groups in Earthstar. And apart from Lin Xiaojin's group, 2 of them were from Earthstar. Then the other 4 groups would definitely get a crazy attack. After all, 2 people couldn't take on the crowded Earthstar people. But luckily, the other cities of Earthstar had more or less undergone animal mutations. Especially Shayao City and Shuyao City. The situation of animal mutation in Earthyao City was more serious. There was still a month of time left. And there was no way to safely eliminate them with such rules of the competition. Even if you can't gather 100,000 points. Mixing up the elimination in a month. The big deal is to go back and be scolded to death by your home planet with spit stars. But now that this last month everyone's position is exposed, there will be others to plunder. After all, after releasing such a good opportunity, anyone would want to put up a fight. Those few SWAT officers had a burst of machine gun fire, and then came down towards their position. It was found that there were no human corpses dead. Only the corpses of a few wild beasts. And these few beasts had long been dried up by Lin Xiaojin in advance. Even if they were used as cover, she wouldn't leave them points for nothing. There's no one? How can there be no one? Wang Long frowned when he received the news from the first team of special police. There's really no one. Only a few corpses of beasts were found. The voice of the head of the SWAT team came from the other side of the phone. Were they eaten by the wild beasts? The SWAT officer on the phone said speculatively. The interface showed that the realm could not be wrong. Those 2 people's level was higher than even his. How could they have been eaten by wild beasts? Besides, if they died, they would be eliminated by the system setting to turn gray. Impossible. Wang Long frowned. But there's really no one here. I'll show you the video. The SWAT captain said helplessly. Wang Gang and Wang Long both looked like the video, but there was no one. Is it possible that they have special psychic ability to hide their figure? Wang Long said, as he thought of something. These two people are Chenlanqing's people also do not know what kind of special ability. Like other planets have enough information. Most of the planets because they are all the same gene. So a large part of the alien ability born is the same. Like their Earth star. Most of the ones awakened were Earth. And most of the ones awakened in Aquamarine star were water. Of course, there were also a small portion that had awakened other supernormal abilities. The Fire Mist star, on the other hand, was mostly fire and mist. And one of the groups was from the Fire Mist star. Finish this wave of sweat first? Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin had taken a fancy to their helicopter. Having this guy to walk around would be much more convenient. After all, there wasn't much time left. So it was only fair to grab the points. Xiao Nua answered. The two people were very tacitly in agreement, with the same mental thoughts. A distance of 1,000 meters was enough for Lin Xiaojin to instantly move over, while Blast Wind stayed behind to watch Lucky Star. Xiao Nua released lightning from a distance. Lin Xiaojin took out the dagger in his hand and directly arrived behind the SWAT officer, who was holding a mobile phone to open the video with an instantaneous movement. A dagger directly stabbed into the man's heart. The man didn't even make a sound and fell straight down. White knife in. Red knife out. Blood gushed out. And the rest of the men rushed up when they saw this. There were those who took machine gun fire. And there were those who directly attacked with Earth-based supernatural abilities. Instantly an Earth-based four-sided wall surrounded Lin Xiaojin. And just when they thought they had trapped Lin Xiaojin, a lightning net descended from the sky. The machine guns of several people's mobile phones were instantly scorched by electricity, gurgling out black smoke. However, Lin Xiaojin had long since appeared behind them and touched his neck with a knife. And his speed was so fast that he didn't even touch Lin Xiaojin's body. This was not Lin Xiaojin's speed at all. And Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous movement, instantly moving back and forth in front of several people. This was also after Lin Xiaojin's body's supernatural quality was improved. The side effects of transit were getting lower and lower, and his control was getting higher and higher. After resolving a few people, Lin Xiaojin stomped on the mobile phone on the ground. After instantly moving 5 times within a few seconds, Lin Xiaojin had almost reached her limit. In fact, Lin Xiaojin had another bold attempt in his psyche, which was to instantly move with someone. Space covered his own body. Then also space covered the others. But this required extremely precise control. Lin Xiaojin wanted to pull Xiao Nua to try when she had this idea. In the past, Lin Xiaojin had always put Xiao Nua into space, in an instantaneous transfer, then released him. Because Lin Xiaojin's physical qualities became stronger, the transit was much lighter and faster. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nua to transit for only a few dozen meters. The good news was that Lin Xiaojin could bring 1 to 2 people to transit nowadays. How does it feel? Lin Xiaojin asked Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua would have a momentary sense of discomfort when the space he entered covered and then wrapped up. Like he couldn't breathe. There was some dizziness coming out of the first instantaneous movement. But Xiao Nua's physical quality was better. Not to mention the reason why he often drank space wellspring water. In fact, what Lin Xiaojin didn't know was that her spatial wellspring water had the efficacy of enhancing the genetic quality of the body. But the efficacy was very slow. This was also the reason why Lin Xiaojin's strength-based supernatural ability increased so quickly in all directions. A little dizzy, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. However, this sudden instantaneous movement was still a little less adaptable. You'll slowly get used to it later, Lin Xiaojin comforted. She didn't have any reaction when she first started to instantly move to the point where she didn't react because the entire space was hers. The two people got into the helicopter, while Lin Xiaojin carried Lucky Star and Gale up as well. Whichever 2 people are left will have to be taken care of as well, Lin Xiaojin said. They were definitely nearby as well. So in order not to reveal their location, Lin Xiaojin didn't take out the equipment. Xiao Nua drove the helicopter. Lin Xiaojin held Lucky Star and sat on the co-pilot. The helicopters here were all electrical energy. And it was reasonable to say that with such a wide land as the planet Earth, there should be an abundance of energy underground. However, no one had bothered to exploit the energy underneath the planet Earth, because the beasts on the planet Earth were too strong and too many. After flying for 5 minutes, Lin Xiaojin noticed a few cars parked underground by the rocks. That should be them, Lin Xiaojin said as she pointed down. For the sake of concealment, Xiao Nua parked the helicopter behind the mountain. Gale, stay here and watch Lucky Star, Lin Xiaojin said. Ao who? The 2 of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, then slowly walked over towards the opposite mountain. In order to avoid accidental killings, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo took out equipment from space. The moment Xiao Nuo turned it on, Xiao Nuo would instantly move over. The skill of instantaneous movement was really an advanced means of assassination. Almost no one could avoid Lin Xiaojin's assassination. Unless it's like there's a gold system that can cover the whole body. Otherwise, for normal aberrations, Lin Xiaojin would just raid behind him and kill him with a single stab. It's them. Lin Xiaojin obtained the location of the glasses at the first opportunity. Wang Gang and Wang Long were both still wondering how Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo disappeared out of thin air, and had just killed their people one after another. Look at the map. How come it's just us? Nearby. Before Wang Gang could finish his words, Lin Xiaojin had already brought Xiao Nuo to instantly move in front of their car. Xiao Nuo's power grid directly hit the car, instantly electrocuting it. ZZZ. Wang Gang was killed on the spot. And if he wanted to gain points, he had to kill with the equipment as well. Wang Gang's points were directly transferred into Xiao Nuo's points. The other person, Wang Long, reacted quickly, as Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin instantly moved out. His whole body coalesced out of the earth to isolate the power source. But his legs didn't make it in time, and were still scorched by the electricity. The smell of charred meat filled the air. Wang Long endured the pain in his legs, and wanted to open the door to escape. But that would give him that chance. Killing was to quickly resolve the fight when he couldn't react in time. Lin Xiaojin directly threw out the dagger, and stuck it under the tree behind the car. The force she threw was too great. The dagger directly penetrated the man's head and the car. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to the front of the tree and pulled the dagger off. Instantaneous movement was too good to use, using it more and more accustomed to it, which caused Lin Xiaojin to be lazy to walk. The remaining two cars down the SWAT were dumbfounded. In this short minute, Wang Gang Wang Long was instantly killed. Even they hadn't reacted anymore. By the time they reacted, the two were already dead. Someone wanted to go forward but was stopped. Run! Run! One of the SWAT cars didn't even get out of the car and drove straight away. The two remaining SWAT officers glanced at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin glanced at them with a dagger in her hand. We're passing by. The two men immediately returned to the car to escape. Both Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo didn't stop them either. Killing these two was enough. Their points went from 10,000 to 20,000. Since there were two groups of stars, the remaining 10,000 or so points should have been from the other group that fought them off. It's still this kind of getting points much faster. Lin Xiaojin laughed helplessly. A month of hard work was not as fast as this. Lin Xiaojin realized that not only did he get their points, he gained a point reward of 5,000 points. This kind will also have rewards. Isn't this encouraging killing each other? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. What exactly was the Star Shine competition? For longevity. Not just for yourself, but for your family. The entire planet. If you won, you were the hero of the entire planet. Not only you but your family. Relatives would all be treated with quality, and would all be proud of you. Just the increase in lifespan alone would be too much to ask for. How is it that galaxies are able to modify the genetic level to increase a person's lifespan? And who was the controller behind the Star Shine competition? All of this Lin Xiaojin didn't know. And to find out, he needed to enter the galaxy. 25,000 points. One day was good. There's still a month to go. The next time will be crazier than we thought. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded seriously. After gaining points, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo threw the equipment into space. That way others who wanted to kill them to gain points should come here. I see that there are two groups in Moyao City. The Fire Mist Star and the Blue Scorpion Star. Fire Mist Star was in the Earth Star. This group had the highest points score, 90,000. And they would be able to enter the next level without any problems if they stayed until the end. But anyone knows the more points the better. The remaining two mists and then the beast area. There is also a group in Xiayao City, Lin Xiaojin said. One of the 7 groups had died, and there were 6 groups left. The group in Xiayao City. Lin Xiaojin had met with Xiao Nuo and the two of them. The two of them had seen those two people, who were from Yinchuan Star. Yinchuan Star total points is 70,000. I do not know how many groups in Yinchuan Star. It was also possible that Yinchuan's other groups were not in the Earth Star. The points were combined. One only had to kill the other groups to know how many points their group had. Let's go to the beast area to kill the beasts first, Xiao Nuo said. The others were all too far away. Even though there were helicopters to drive there, it would take a day or two. For the next week, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were in the middle of desperately brushing their points again. Lin Xiaojin's points had already reached 40,000. And the space had also piled up a lot of beast meat. For the other 6 groups, 2 of them had brushed enough points. There were just 4 groups left that hadn't brushed enough points. Brushing so fast this week. There must be more than just the group from Star, Lin Xiaojin said. Only Chenlan Star only had such a group of them. At night, a fire was built inside a cave. Next to the people, Blizzard was gnawing on a bone. Xiao Nua was roasting meat. And there was a floor mat on the ground that Little Buzzy was playing on with Lucky Star. There were also various fruits on top. Lin Xiaojin took over Xiao Nua's roasted beast leg. The outside was charred, and the inside was very tasty. Xiao Nua, do you think I remembered wrong? I clearly remembered that Yinchuan Star isn't in Xiao City. How come it's so close to us nowadays? Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the map location. Xiao Nua also saw it, and didn't know what kind of transport they were traveling on. In just 2 days, they had actually arrived here from Xiao City. Lin Xiaojin remembered that she had driven for nearly half a month on a motorbike plus a car. These 2 people were actually so fast. It's coming at us, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Soldiers come to block water to cover earth. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, said calmly. Lin Xiaojin still wanted to go looking for them. But it turned out that they had sent them to the door. At this speed, they were expected to arrive by night. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lucky Star and Xiaobazi. It was better to put Xiaobazi into the space first. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua hadn't hidden their position for the time being. So it wasn't too late to wait until they were closer. But Lin Xiaojin remembered that one of the man is can whole body let their body metallized. That woman can also let their own liquid and have a strong poison. Both of them were not too easy to deal with though. With one level 5 and one level 4 in alien ability. The same level as them. In fact, the level of the ability is one thing. But if the level of the ability is the same, then it is a matter of the ability attributes and skills. Of course, there are also some skills against the heavens. Like Xiao Nua's control of time. Even now only level 2 can still pause time for 2 seconds. 2 seconds can sometimes be able to solve a lot of things. Because Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous movement with Xiao Nua's time pause. Basically do instant kill. What's going on? How come there's another group rushing towards us as well? Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. They were joining forces. This time Lin Xiaojin got a little nervous. The other group was also from Star. Could it be that because they were the bottom of the list they naturally assumed that they weren't strong? So they wanted to take care of them first? These 2 groups were clearly positioned in their direction. The other group was officially the Blue Scorpion Star. And the Silver River Star was with the Blue Scorpion Star. The Blue Scorpion Star was farther away. But it could still be seen that the position was heading in their direction. Then we'll take the initiative to settle the Silver River Star first, Lin Xiaojin said. Instead of being passive, we should take the initiative. Lin Xiaojin's thoughts coincided with Xiao Nua. So Lin Xiaojin hurriedly received the equipment into space, so that the signal they left behind was in place. The cot and cushion Lin Xiaojin also received in the space. And he himself hugged Lucky Star and Xiao Nua to leave here. Before leaving, Xiao Nua also set up a petrol trap here. These 2 people are not easy to deal with. So Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were very cautious. They first left this place and went in the direction of the road. It was only after finding a place to put Lucky Star first. Although it was inconvenient to move around with the little one. But Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua didn't complain about living like this. After all, from the time Lin Xiaojin had adopted her, she had already made her decision. She had always been like this. If she made a decision, then she would keep doing it. Besides, she didn't adopt all the children. Nor did she have to adopt a child just because she felt sorry for him. The timing of the Lucky Star's appearance was just right. If there was such a scene again, Lin Xiaojin would not necessarily be making the same decision. Lin Xiaojin put the device into the space. Others could only see where she was in the same place. And likewise Lin Xiaojin could only see where the others were before the device was put in. The location she found wasn't too far away. After all, it was to keep watch. There wasn't even a tree on Star. There were plenty of caves. Lin Xiaojin put a locator bracelet on little Lucky Star. So that if anything happened, she would be able to know little Lucky Star's exact location. Luckily it was night. Usually the little guy can sleep all night. The beasts around Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua have cleaned up a bit. But because there is no equipment with it, so it cannot be carried out points. But she does not care, as long as it does not expose the position on the line. However, Lin Xiaojin was still not quite at ease, and instructed Gale to guard Lucky Star's side. Next to it, there were also open small biscuits, as well as brewed milk powder. There was no problem for Star to drink something cool in this weather. The only good thing about Star is that there are no mosquitoes, and all kinds of strange bugs. Probably because Terra is a plantless planet. There are only wild beasts here. Beasts of the food is meat. Eat each other beasts. Large beasts eat small beasts. Small beasts eat old disabled beasts. There is still a water source, namely the underground river. That stone is very wet. If you move it to sea, there may be water underneath. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua left, ready to go squatting those two people. Lucky Star, who had stayed behind, was sleeping in a daze, next to the tiger doll that she particularly liked. Mummy. The confused little Lucky Star called out to her mum. It was a pity that Lin Xiaojin didn't hear it. Otherwise she would have been happy to hear Lucky Star's little milky voice. Gale heard the movement, slightly raised his ears, red pupils staring straight at Lucky Star. After half a day, Lucky Star did not have any other movement. Only then did Gale slowly lower his ears, and continue to lie down on the stone. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both wore black trousers or tops, so that it was easier to hide in the darkness of the night. But the two of them seemed to have underestimated the power of high technology. The two of them waited for half a day, and did not see anyone come. So Lin Xiaojin wanted to take out the equipment from the space. Want to see where the two people location in the end. Suddenly from not far away flashed out a stream of light, quickly falling, like a round ball object. And so on the thing quite stable after the two people from inside came out. It is Lin Xiaojin in Shayao City to see that a man and a woman. There are people around. The woman looked at the screen thermal imaging display and said, "Strange. There's no one at the location. But there are two people near us." The woman said with a slight frown, then figured it out. "Looks like they want to assassinate us. Think we're stupid?" The woman laughed shamefully. Sure enough, it was a rubbish star. Not even technologically advanced. What can the penultimate Shin Blue Star have? Grab the solution. The Blue Scorpion Star's people are coming in a while. The man frowned and said, they didn't put the Shin Blue Star in their eyes. But the Blue Scorpion Star they were still more afraid of. Although the Blue Scorpion Star's psychic abilities were after all chicken ribs. But their technology was a bit more developed. Lin Xiaojin didn't know that her and Xiao Nua's behavior was petty in their eyes. And that was because of the assassination of the Earth Star at that time. And the Earth Star wasn't too far removed from the Shinlan Star's technological advancement. But in other planets will not be enough to see. After all, Shin launching in the direction of science and technology is considered to be very bottom of the barrel. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua's two people's horizons have not been particularly aware of the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin took out the device from space and found that those two people had arrived near them. And in the twinkling of an eye, they were in front of them, not where they had been in their original position before. Lin Xiaojin watched as a spherical object rolled over in the direction of where they were now. And out of it came a man and a woman. "It's you guys." The woman who came down frowned slightly when she saw Lin Xiaojin. This woman, she was deeply impressed because she was on a live broadcast at the time, and the screen full of pop-ups all said that the woman in front of her was better looking than her. "You guys are actually from Chenlanxing. Is there some means to hide the equipment?" The woman asked curiously, although she was also curious about how they found her and Xiao Nua. But nowadays wasn't it just to finish each other off? They didn't see eye to eye in the first place. But now they are still here with this nonsense? And the Blue Scorpion Star in the device was also coming over in this direction. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua didn't even pick up their words. What's the use of so much nonsense? Lin Xiaojin directly instantly took Xiao Nua and disappeared in place. And when he reappeared, he was behind the woman. Poof! Both people did not give the woman time to react. Lin Xiaojin a knife into the woman's neck. Xiao Nua this is a lightning ball into the woman's body. The woman who hadn't reacted yet instantly lost her life. At this time, the man next to her reacted. His whole body metallized and immediately turned into a metal man and doubled in size. "You guys! Damn it!" the man roared. Lin Xiaojin was not afraid then she stepped forward to fight hard. She wasn't afraid to enter the battle. Fighting is sparks. Because the man is full body metallized. Lin Xiaojin's dagger scratched on the top of the splash of sparks. She a circle draped over the man's metal. But also the man hit the dent in it. You're the first one to hurt me, Lin Xiaojin said breathlessly, but did not talk nonsense to him. She put away her dagger and made a fist shape with both hands. Bump! Lin Xiaojin used all 7 points of force. The man realized that Hard Kong simply couldn't stand up to Lin Xiaojin. His chest had been draped with several large sunken craters, and blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth. The metal in the man's hand suddenly turned into thin steel needles, and directly flung them towards Lin Xiaojin. Plop plop plop. The distance was too close. Xiao Nu immediately used time pause. Although the time was only 2 seconds, it was enough for Lin Xiaojin to dodge most of them. But there was still a needle that cut along Lin Xiaojin's arm. Blood seeped out immediately, but such a tiny wound healed instantly again. Lin Xiaojin's level 5 physical quality was not something that ordinary people possessed. When the man saw that Lin Xiaojin had actually dodged his golden needles and wanted to continue releasing them, Lin Xiaojin instantly moved directly behind the man, violently kicked the man down, and then pressed down on the man with one leg. Punch after punch pounded on his body. His head was buried on the ground, and the metal on his chest was deformed. The corners of the man's mouth, nose, and ears were all oozing blood outwards. Lin Xiaojin saw their devices prompting for points to arrive. And these two men also had 20,000 points. Now they had 60,000 points. 20,000 points plus a 10,000 point reward. Should this points be so much? Seeing the points arrive, Lin Xiaojin then put away her fists. But although she had just had a pretty good fight, her hands were red from fighting. But in time like this, she was also very happy. But to have a weapon that was a boxing glove seemed good too. It was more trial for her. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nu. She suddenly felt that Xiao Nu also lacked a hammer. Got 60,000 points. Not much more than 100,000 points away. Mainly so many came to give them points. After the men died, the metallization of their bodies also slowly degraded. Lin Xiaojin didn't care about the two corpses, but removed the equipment of the two men. The two men from the Blue Scorpion Star were rushing this way. That group from Silver River Star is really trash. They couldn't even manage a bottom-feeding Chen Blue Star, the man said with a snort. They knew what was going on when Chen Blue Star's points surged up and Silver River Star's points went down by 20,000 points. It's better not to be careless, the other man said with a slight frown. The two of them didn't have high levels of alien abilities, but they had high equipment. Alien ability and high are no more than level 5. A single shot in our laser cannon's firing range will blast it into crumbs, the man said without caring. Speed up. They've just finished fighting now. They must have consumed a lot of their alien energy. Let's take the opportunity to finish them off. This way we'll get up to 100,000 points. That was 60,000 points. Their overall team only had 80,000 points. So if the two of them could get 60,000 points at once, then they would be on fire in Blue Scorpion Star. There were only 16 teams in total that competed in their Blue Scorpion planet, and some of them were assigned to planets where they couldn't score any points that would only be considered unlucky. Because there was a note in the opening of the Starshine competition that luck was also a form of strength. Why are they all going to kill the penultimate Chen Blue Star? That's because most of the penultimate 100 planets are 1 to 2 groups of people. Because they can't afford to put out that many people. Participating in the Starshine competition also required people with talent. So even if it wasn't 60,000 points, then it was at least 30,000 or 40,000 points because they had just solved the people from Blue River Planet. And the points went up to 60,000 all of a sudden. Then the Silver River group had at least 20,000 points. That was also quite high. After Lin Xiaojin packed up the loot, the most excited was this orb-shaped vehicle. Once again, before she thought that there were only cars. The fastest would be planes. Right? But I didn't think that this thing was actually a transport that required fingerprint identification. So Xiao Nu cut the hand into the line fingerprint identification, and then remodified fingerprints. Or this is called Land Traveler. Speed than high-speed rail is also fast. No wonder they so quickly rushed here. Inside can only sit 2 seats. Holographic autopilot. And can also thermal imaging probe around the distance of 1,000 meters. Seeing that the surrounding 1,000 meters of beasts, rocks, and terrain could all be marked out almost perfectly. It was only at this time that Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu realized how ridiculous it was that the two of them had just squatted. It seems that alien technology is even better than we thought, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nu also nodded. They also realized that there might be even more high-tech equipment in the future. These were things they had to keep an eye out for. It wasn't just alien strength, but also these high-tech items. That blue scorpion planet's people are rapidly coming towards us, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Returning to space first, Lin Xiaojin directly put the landwalker into space. Green Star's eyes glowed when he saw the landwalker. His favorite thing was to study all kinds of electronic products. But the ones Lin Xiaojin had given him had been studied long ago. And now that he had seen the more advanced and newer ones, he liked them even more. Lin Xiaojin saw the Green Star's gaze. She knew. Agreed to let the Green Star research. Green Star not only research will also carry out a variety of transformation. The space of the various instruments are after the transformation of the Green Star has become much more advanced. Blue Scorpion Star's people found that the two of them stayed put and seemed to be waiting for them. In fact, it was Lin Xiaojin who had already entered the space. Chin Blue Stars thought that they could take care of us after taking care of Silver River Star? Hee hee. Not running. Saving us from chasing after them. Even if they run, they can outrun our flying machine? The two men looked at each other and had to laugh, as if they had already won. Among these groups from Earth Star, only those two from Fire Mist Star were a threat to them. In the past, the first season of the Starshine competition would not put together those whose strengths were too far apart. Only the last season would. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo stayed in space for a while before coming out, mainly because Lucky Star was still outside. Lin Xiaojin was a bit relieved. Lin Xiaojin looked at Green Star's modified positioning instrument still with monitoring bracelet. Lucky Star had already woken up, but didn't cry, and Blast was lying in front of her. Lucky Star picked up the bottle and gurgled milk. Looking around as he drank, a small frown furrowed her brow together, seemingly because she didn't see anyone, and stood up as she sipped her milk. He also walked towards the entrance of the cave, and Gale got up and could only follow Lucky Star's lead. Lin Xiaojin was a bit anxious to see this scene, fearing that Lucky Star would meet with an accident after leaving the cave. However, with Gale here, at least he could guarantee Lucky Star's safety. They were just about to head to Lucky Star's location when they realized that Blue Scorpion Star's group was right behind them. But when Lin Xiaojin turned to look over, there was nothing around them. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, thinking that it was hard to believe that this group also had stealth techniques. Watch out! Xiao Nuo sensed the flow of lightning in the air. Immediately, he used time pause and quickly pulled Lin Xiaojin over. The 2 seconds of the time pause ended, and the stone block just behind Lin Xiaojin standing was blasted into pieces. Something. The man was surprised when the laser cannon he had just unleashed was actually dodged. At this time, a triangular flying saucer shape emerged from the ground. Without saying a word, it continued to burst towards the two Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Such strong firepower behind the boulders were all beaten into a sieve, stones splashing around. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, took Xiao Nuo and entered the space long ago. This is an Earth Star walker, right? It actually came out of the ground, Lin Xiaojin said with a shocked heart. Just now. If it wasn't for Xiao Nuo's time suspension, she was afraid that she would have been blasted into pieces. There was no telling if she could recover with her restorative powers. Green Star. Does the landwalker we just got have a weapon? Lin Xiaojin asked. Hot weapons against hot weapons, ah. Green Star shook her head and said, no. This landwalker only has a traveling function and is very fast. Lin Xiaojin was a little disappointed to hear that, but still had to cheer up. They couldn't stay in space all the time. Lucky Star was still outside. What's going on? It clearly shows that the location is here. But how did it suddenly disappear? The Blue Scorpion alien outside said. No one was around on the instrument. It could be some special skill. One of the Blue Scorpion astronauts said. A hidden type skill? Turn on thermal scanning. Found a 1-year-old girl from the Pink Planet. Pink Star. Both of the Blue Scorpionians were stunned. Somewhat incredulously, they looked at the scanning instrument. Pink Star was the top 10 planet in the last Starshine competition. The planet was very small, and the number of people was even only a few tens of thousands. Not even as many as a planet's rural people. There was no per capita alien ability that exceeded level 5. But this planet alien ability is just lucky. When the two groups that participated in this Starshine competition, one of them had an alien ability that was level 5. And a level 5 alien ability had a 50% chance of being lucky. This was already very high. This base was above everyone else. The people on this planet could be called a rare species. And although they made it into the top 10, but then, there was a huge disaster. A violent explosion inside the pink planet resulted in very few people left on the pink planet. And the remaining pinks were taken home by the upper echelons as a rare species. How could they not expect to meet a pink star person here nowadays? Because everyone thought the pink star people lucky. But such a lucky planet actually occurred a big explosion. Therefore, this matter than the whole star outside the system have become a joke. But this matter also alarmed the galaxy within many people to go to check. But also did not find anything. There's only one pink alien nearby. Aged 1 year and 1 month. And a level 3 metal pet beast. The pet beast had been surrounding the little pink alien again. Presumably bred by her. Pink star people don't have much combat power, but have a natural affinity for animals. Pink star balls are generally animal affinity. And there are generally lucky abilities. It's when you go to buy a lottery ticket at the same time as a pink star person. Then the probability of you winning is 1%. Then the highest possible for a pink star is 50%. Almost half the middle odds. We take it away, one of the blue scorpion star people said. Although their blue scorpion star's ability registration was level 5. Both of their skills were scorpion tail, which could manifest a scorpion tail behind their arse. The higher the level, the longer the scorpion tail, the better it looked. Scorpion tails were highly poisonous. But the longest level 5 scorpion tail was only 1 meter. That's why their special ability was rather chickenish. Wait. Those 2 Chinlan star people are nowhere to be found. Let's settle them first. Another tall blue scorpion planet man said. Good. Let's not hurt that pink star person first then. Blue Mo said. Good. The pink star man was still quite scarce. It was scarce before the explosion happened. And there were even fewer people after the discovery of the explosion. There was a pink star man. When the time came, directly sucking up hundreds of millions of fans were instantaneous. Who wouldn't want to see this strange supernatural ability? 2 people made a decision. First, do not hurt the pink star child. Only a year-old child is not a threat. On the other hand, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua came out of the space at the same time. Lin Xiaojin directly instantly moved above the blue scorpion star's flying machine, while Xiao Nua coalesced the power grid. Lin Xiaojin originally didn't want to destroy this flying machine. After all, it looked like there were still weapons in the advanced level. If the flying machine could be taken away without destroying it, then it would be perfect. However, it was impossible not to destroy the flying machine now, because the blue scorpion star flying machine attack power was too strong. Lin Xiaojin punched the flying machine. Normal steel would not be able to withstand Lin Xiaojin's blow. But the flying machine in front of her was only slightly concave udder. This is the power that she used 10 points of force. The train can be lifted off. But now on this flying machine, but only a little dent. Lin Xiaojin was somewhat incredulous. Sitting inside the flying starcraft, the blue scorpion alien, Blue Mo, and Blue Early laughed. Actually trying to directly destroy our flying machine. How stupid. Their flying machine was made of black gold that could travel through wormholes. A flying machine that could resist temporal turbulence. How could it be destroyed by hand? But soon they couldn't laugh anymore. 1% of the hull is damaged. Lon Mo looked at the display on the flying machine and flabbergasted for a few seconds. Although the flying machine was only damaged by 1%. Which wasn't much damage for the flying machine. What made them feel unbelievable was that a woman with bare hands actually damaged the flying machine. Lin Xiaojin saw that her full force strike didn't do anything to the flying machine. So she took out her dagger and tried to destroy it. But the dagger didn't even make a mark on the flying machine. It seemed that this flying machine was very hard. The button on the flying machine suddenly rotated. Lin Xiaojin saw this, and instantly moved away. PFF. There were laser sweeps on the spot where she had just stood. And the stone behind her was shattered. Instantaneous movement. The flying machine's Blue Mo and Blue Early finally captured the reason for Lin Xiaojin's sudden disappearance. It was actually an instantaneous transfer skill. This kind of spatial type of skill was rare in the galaxy again. It was said that only the moon star in the galaxy had instantaneous transfer. Could it be that their Chunlan star also abounded in instantaneous transfer skills? However, Xiao Nua soon dispelled their doubts. A huge power grid directly wrapped around the flying machine. Xiao Nua did not want to destroy. Because this hard flying machine want to destroy it is very difficult. But Xiao Nua used the power grid to absorb the electrical energy of the flying machine again. Nowadays, he could not only release electricity, but he could absorb it. Power is rapidly dropping by 60%. 50%. The flying machine issued a red alarm. He's actually absorbing our power? Blue Morning said incredulously. Power continues to drop. Switch to backup power and activate combat machines. Although Blue Mo was also surprised in his heart. He still immediately said, as he watched the power drop rapidly, if the power of the flying machine dropped, then without the flying machine weapons, they would have a hard time dealing with them. Yes. Blue Hatsuya immediately returned to his senses and activated the combat robots. Below the craft, two opened up, and two silver-colored metals, like scorpions, crawled out from it. These were the battle robots. The outer plating of the combat robots was a material that isolated electricity, water and fire. Lin Xiaojin was even more impressed when he saw these two robots. Oh my god! This is the Interstellar she imagined. The Interstellar film she watched in the past. This kind was the level of high technology. She seemed like a bumpkin. Seeing this was even more two eyes glowing. Forgive her for not having seen this kind of thing. Combat robot directly towards Lin Xiaojin, this side to launch laser. But directly by Lin Xiaojin instantaneous dodge over. After dodging several times in a row, the battle robot was actually able to calculate the location of her next instantaneous movement. Seeing that the laser cannons were about to hit her, she directly entered space. And then when she came out again, she directly took the two battle robots into space. Entering space was her territory. Everything in her space was her call. Combat robots into her space directly cannot accept the instructions. But for the safety of the child, Lin Xiaojin still opened up a separate space for it. Green Star's eyes lit up at the sight of the high technology. Green Star. Take it and study it, Lin Xiaojin said generously. Thank you, Master. The blue Scorpion Star's craft showed that the two battle robots were disconnected and had no signal. What's going on? Where did the robots go? These two are more than enough to deal with a level 5 alien. Two battle robots were lost. This one was worth millions of starstones. Losing 2 million starstones in one go. They, Blue Scorpion Planet, were also trying to be able to win. So it was all the financial power of this planet that was there to support them. But at the same time without 2 million starstones. They were also heartbroken. Kill them. Fire the particle cannon, Blumo said through gritted teeth. Inexplicably two battle robots were lost. Just like that. Actually the child couldn't solve these two bottom ones of Chenlanxing. Isn't this a joke? I forgot to tell them. After Chenlanxing's points rose to 60,000 points. They have long since got rid of the bottom one. Open! But if we open the particle cannon, our power will drop even faster, Lan Zhao said. Bring your equipment, Blumore said with a frown. Xiao Newell frantically absorbed the power of the craft. At this moment, the grid cluster was getting bigger and brighter. Suddenly a dazzling beam of light emerged from the flying machine force, and directly broke through Xiao Nua's power grid. The two items converged together, and emitted a huge curtain of light. Bright as day. Lin Xiaojin subconsciously blocked her eyes. It was just too bright. If one were to watch it directly, it was likely that their eyes would be burnt. The light curtain came down. The power of the flying machine instantly dropped to 1%. At this time, they still had the option to escape. Should we use the backup power to escape? Blue Morning said. If they didn't escape, it was likely that they would be countered. Want to escape? How could that be possible? Xiao Nua can let him escape. How can he let him run away from such a big flying machine? The light curtain just now dissipated. And Xiao Nua continued to absorb the electrical energy of the flying machine. How is this possible? How can it still absorb? How can it absorb our electrical energy? Is Chen launching a thunder system planet? He has absorbed so much and still hasn't reached saturation? The flying machine wanted to start, but it was still locked by Xiao Nua's power grid. If it was just above 50% of electricity, Xiao Nua's power grid could not be locked. After all, it could be broken through. But the Blue Scorpion Star, these two people on their own too confident. Thought the technology is enough to deal with them. Did not expect actually these two people's skills actually so strong. The flying machine was completely absorbed by Xiao Nua without electricity. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to Xiao Nua's side. And before he could touch her, he was electrocuted by the electric current from his body. Although there was no substantial damage, it still hurt a little. What's with this electricity all over your body? Lin Xiaojin wanted to be touching Xiao Nua. Ah! Lin Xiaojin touched Xiao Nua's armpit, was even more electric current scorched hand. But her repair ability is strong. Soon recovered as before. Absorbed too much, Xiao Nua said with some embarrassment. He just wanted to go up and look at Lin Xiaojin's fingers. but they recovered with the naked eye. Don't come over yet. Lin Xiaojin was afraid of the electric current on Xiao Nua's body. Although it didn't cause damage, it really hurt. The Blue Scorpion planet's craft completely ran out of momentum, and the craft opened automatically. And out of it came the heavily armed Blue Scorpion planet people. The scorpion tail behind them was a sight to behold. A blue scorpion tail. No wonder they were called Blue Scorpion Star People. Blue Mo launched an attack, the cylindrical weapon in his hand emitting laser shots. Lin Xiaojin directly brought Xiao Nua to instantly move behind Blue Mo. It hurts? It hurts. Lin Xiaojin's right hand was scorched by electricity. She could smell a smell of burnt flesh. Then her hand recovered with the eyes. But the scorched smell had not dissipated yet. Xiaojin. Xiao Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin with heartache. He absorbed too much electricity. The Lan Mo in front of him reacted and was about to shoot towards the two of them. Xiao Nua's directly released lightning. Xiao Nua's whole body's lightning was released. Lan Mo was electrocuted on the outside. Blue Mo was electrocuted to death on the spot. Of course, the other blue activated the separation early. His whole body rose up in the air. His equipment came with a flying machine. Dabbing. He flew into the sky. Only saw the Blue Scorpion Stars people. Points can only get rewarded 10,000 points. Now Lin Xiaojin and the others also had 70,000 points. But it wasn't a loss, there was also an extra flying machine. Lin Xiaojin collected all the flying machines, as well as the equipment on the Blue Scorpion Star people. However, the equipment on their bodies were all damaged by Xiao Nua's thunderbolt. But Lin Xiaojin didn't want to throw them all away and threw them into space for Green Star to study. That person escaped really fast, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin looked at the sky. Fly away, they have no way. After all, she can't fly yet. Xiao Nua came over and wanted to come over and look at Lin Xiaojin's hand, but scared Lin Xiaojin back 2 steps. You're still coming, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. She had just touched Xiao Nua twice, and her hands were scorched by electricity. I'm releasing electricity now, Xiao Nua said helplessly, as he looked at the already electrocuted Blue Scorpion alien on the ground. He also didn't expect the electrical energy to absorb too much, causing his body to be unable to absorb it and control it. It seemed that in the future, absorbing too full would hurt even his own people. Lin Xiaojin looked at the Blue Scorpion Star man on the ground and used his hand to first try beside Xiao Nua. It was fine, then quickly touched it with his finger. There was no electricity. Lin Xiaojin was relieved. I can look at your hand now, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded and generously handed her hand over. Xiao Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin's bare hand. There was no trace of injury, which reassured him. Just now, he could smell a smell of electrically burnt meat. That is, Lin Xiaojin recovered quickly. If others are afraid that the positive only be telegraph waste, Xiao Nua hanging heart only then put down. They solved 3 planets in a row, which let the rest know that the Chenlangsing is not to be messed with. Lin Xiaojin looked at the position now all acted individually. Their positions were all far away. Among the remaining groups, the scores were all pretty much the same. And as long as they scored points quickly in the next, they were also able to reach 100,000 points. Now it seems to have reached a certain balance. After finishing all this, Lin Xiaojin found Lucky Star. The cave she was in had collapsed, and she was sleeping on a big rock outside, probably tired of walking. Blizzard was squatting next to her, like a guardian god. Seeing Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua come, he immediately got up and ran over to greet them, his tail happily sweeping arcs on the ground. Lin Xiaojin looked at the cave that had collapsed not far away. That was the cave where Lin Xiaojin had placed Lucky Star before. It was probably the laser cannon sweeping that caused the collapse. Lin Xiaojin picked up Lucky Star. The milk in the bottle was already finished. The little face and also the body was covered in dirt. Dirty. Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said. The flying machine was only drained of electricity by Xiao Nua, could still continue to be used. Only they didn't have the authority. Now they could only wait for Green Star to study the crack. The Blue Scorpion alien who escaped on the other side only had one piece of equipment, and the device that just allowed him to take off quickly was disposable. This is also his life preservation device. He blew early now, do not dare to put the news back big. The loss of a flying machine worth 10 million stones, and the lives of his companions. But this kind of thing certainly can't be avoided. He can escape home to avoid the points being taken away is already the misfortune of all. Only now that he was the only one left in Earth Star, he needed to get enough points together as soon as possible to make it work. Lin Xiaojin now had 70,000 points, and was still 30,000 points short of 100,000 points to enter the next stage. Although there were still 30,000 points, but time was also very tight, as it was already less than a month. The remaining groups definitely wouldn't fight anymore because everyone's points were pretty much the same. Some of the Star Network, who had initially focused on Chen Blue Star, as the bottom one, didn't expect the points to actually escalate so quickly. And now they were already out of the bottom one. Zhu Jingjing had been observing Chen Lanqing's dynamics, including Lin Xiaojin, who had sent her messages. But then she hadn't received any messages from Lin Xiaojin since she had gone back. The main reason was that Lin Xiaojin was too busy recently. Busy brushing up her points and bringing up her baby. Usually she spent more time with Lucky Star than Little Bun. A week later, Green Star finished researching the Land Walker, and the permissions were changed by him for Lin Xiaojin to use with Xiao Nuo. Having a land traveler was much more convenient, and it was not a bit faster than a car. Moreover, this kind of land traveler had a shrinking function, and could shrink to the size of a backpack. In the next period of time, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo frantically killed wild beasts. However, with this kind of killing, the points of the beasts grew by up to 1,000 points per day. But there wasn't enough time, and they were still short of 30,000 points. Now that there were more than 20 days left, they were still more than 20,000 points short, unless they kept killing the beasts every day. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo's daily hunts also tested their stamina. But Lucky Star was very tired. Lin Xiaojin looked at the injury on Lucky Star's head a little heartbroken. Because often follow them running around, so inevitably will suffer some light injuries. Should we take care of the blue scorpion alien who escaped, so we save a lot of effort? Lin Xiaojin said. This would see the location on the equipment display. The blue scorpion alien hadn't run far. They could catch up with him in a day, at the most in a Land Rover. Looks like we're not the only ones with this idea, Xiao Nuo said, as he looked at the location monitor. Lin Xiaojin then noticed that one group seemed to be moving towards the blue scorpion alien's position. Yet the blue scorpion alien wasn't running away non-stop. That can't be taken, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Every day, apart from sleeping time, was spent hunting wild beasts. This kind of high-intensity hunting sharpened their hands, but it was really too boring. Moreover, there was no telling what would be behind the Star Shine competition, and Lin Xiaojin wanted to take advantage of the remaining time to collect supplies. So, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo started to move quickly towards the blue scorpion alien in the land vehicle. Of course, they didn't want to expose their identities, so their identity devices were directly put away in her space. The land vehicle was in autopilot mode, moving quickly in the approximate direction of the blue scorpion aliens. Although the speed outside was fast, the inside was still very smooth. The space of the land walker wasn't big. There were only 2 seats, and there was also a place to put things in the back. Lin Xiaojin packed up all the things and put soft cushions on them. Little Bun and Lucky Star are in the back to play. Her space a variety of toys quite a lot. The 2 children are playing blocks. Little Bun set blocks. Lucky Star demolition blocks. 2 people play happily. The wind is in the space, because it is a little big. Put on the back is a little too crowded. Land vehicles are all autopilot. So Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin, 2 people, are very relaxed. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was eating fruits and holding a tablet in her hand as she swiped through the dramas, which were still all Chen Lanqing's dramas. Such a leisurely time soon passed. During the night, the land vehicle was also able to view a certain range of creatures. And in order to be more certain of the location, Lin Xiaojin took out the equipment from the Star Shine competition. It's very close, Lin Xiaojin said, looking at the back. The 2 little ones had long since fallen asleep from playing. Lin Xiaojin put the Little Bun into the space and replaced it with Blast Wind. Sizzling Wind could protect Lucky Star when it was there. Not only was Lin Xiaojin's group close to the Blue Scorpion Star, but the other group was as well. This place was very close to Shiryao City, almost right outside the city, and the tunnels outside Shiryao City also had quite a few gathered residents. They've already gathered, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the location screen. Seeing the exact location, Lin Xiaojin put the device away in space. A huge roar was emitted from the front, and it seemed that they had already engaged the blue scorpion aliens. Lin Xiaojin said, "Let's teleport over to see if we can pick up a fight." "Yes," Xiao Nuo answered. Lin Xiaojin looked at the Lucky Star that had fallen asleep behind him, set the land traveler into hidden mode, and after stopping at a safe place, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua came out. There was still a distance to the place where they fought. So the two of them rode their motorbikes through Shiryao City's road tunnel, which had been completely destroyed. It looked like it had just been destroyed. And there were electric sparks. And sparks sprouting everywhere. Help! Help! Some of the injured people on the highway were lying on the ground moaning in pain. They were not attacked by wild animals, but they were shot and electrocuted by the iron mesh on the highway. They didn't go to fight in the open place next to them, but chose this place in preference, causing the people who originally hid here to be innocently implicated. This is also the world of the weak and the strong. Right. The weak is not the right to choose. Blue Morning knew that he was being watched, so he frantically fled. Fortunately, the equipment on his body was still very advanced, so he could only flee places where there were many people in order to survive and hide himself. He had wanted to take off his Star Shine competition equipment, but that would have set him up to forfeit the competition. Fleeing to a crowded place so that there were more people, they couldn't tell them apart for a while. But he didn't realize that the Terrans chasing their group had gone mad. Even the inhabitants of their own planet were mercilessly hunted down. You guys are really ruthless. To think that you wouldn't even spare your own kind, Blue Morning said in a cold voice. At this moment, most of the equipment on Blue Morning's body was broken, and his right hand was still shot by a gun. And at this moment, blood was gurgling out. Blue Scorpion Star's technology was indeed superior. But Star's group didn't just have two of them. There was a whole team of elites. Going into the next session, they didn't know if they would still get enough points. So they were going to hunt down everyone who was on all the other planets on their planet. After all, there were more than just the two of them on Terra. The interests of the whole are greater than the interests of the individual, Zhang Yao said in a deep voice. Blue Morning was surrounded by people at the moment, but those around him didn't make a move. Only the ones that Zhang Yao and Li Feng personally resolved counted. Hee. I don't have many points on me, so it's useless if you kill me. Lan Zhao still wanted to fight for it. What we want is your equipment. Zhang Yao looked at Blue Morning's equipment and said, No way. Lan Zhao directly refused. He could go to his death, but he absolutely could not voluntarily give up his equipment. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by the entire Blue Scorpion planet. Even if he could bear it, but could his family bear it? Sometimes public opinion is more terrifying than death. Public opinion will make your life worse than death. Star had already been taken care of for a group, so they wanted to get a group of equipment in. I won't give it to you guys even if I die. You guys don't want my equipment either. Blue Morning wanted to detonate the bomb after saying that, but Lin Xiaojin, who was hiding not far away, would not give him this chance. Directly instantly moved behind Lan Zhao. And immediately after that, he took Lan Zhao and instantly moved behind a big rock. Blue Morning dizziness. He suffered serious injuries, but also by Lin Xiaojin with instantaneous transfer. The spirit cannot withstand directly fainted. Lin Xiaojin directly slashed and killed Blue Morning, gaining points and taking his equipment in the process. Blue Scorpion Planet's entire 25,000 points plus 10,000 bonus points. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua's points directly reached 100,000 points. They became the first participants on Star to reach 100,000 points. When the group from Star saw the people disappearing into thin air and saw the equipment, they were near them. Zhang Yao was directly furious. Shit! Robbing us! Kill them! Must kill them! Zhang Yao gritted his teeth and said, Come with me! Kill them! Li Feng was also furious. They had gone out of their way to kill the residents of their Star, and found Blue Morning. And after losing so much, they actually let others pick up the slack for nothing. How was this possible? How could it be? So they quickly moved towards the location shown by Lin Xiaojin. But unfortunately, there was only Lan Zhao's corpse on the ground. Nothing around. Where is everyone? Obviously the location shown by the device is right here. Li Feng frowned, looking at the empty surroundings. Could it be some special skill? Zhang Yao guessed. Or did they remove the device? The two people had dug up the surrounding area almost to the ground, still not finding Lin Xiaojin's figure. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua had long escaped. After they gained the points, they put the equipment into the space, and then directly instantly moved away from that place. This entry device still has bugs, Lin Xiaojin said. Perhaps it wasn't just the two of them who had found the bug. There would be others. Being able to find a bug and utilize it was also part of strength. After all, not everyone could use this bug. Lin Xiaojin's space was special. belonging to another iteration of the space in this world. Which was why he was able to do so. If it was someone else who removed the device and hid it, it would have been recognized as a direct elimination. The device showed that they had the prompt to enter the second level now, and that the second level would open in 3 days. So hopefully they would have plenty of time to prepare. Lin Xiaojin was confused. Because wasn't the deal almost a month away? How could it be 3 days later? Only then did Lin Xiaojin realize that 1 month was the deadline. And if you completed it early then, you would enter the next level early. Lin Xiaojin also do not know what the next level is. And will be transported to where? Do not know if you can bring the lucky star. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaojin suddenly got a little flustered. What can we do about lucky star? We can't just leave her on the Earth star. Right? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly and fretted a little. Xiao Nuo pondered for a moment and said, how about letting her contestant as well? This was a good idea. Now that they wanted to bring Lucky Star, there was no other way. I'll try. So Lin Xiaojin brought the helmet to Lucky Star's head and linked it for Lucky Star. But she was just too young. Lin Xiaojin could only guide it slowly. And she remembered that there seemed to be an age limit for participation. Lin Xiaojin tried to guide it. And in the end it didn't work. And Lucky Star wasn't from the same planet as them. Genetically different and unable to team up. Moreover, Lucky Star is still small. Lin Xiaojin guided into. Lin Xiaojin could only hope to teleport with Lucky Star when the time came. The remaining 3 days quickly passed. These 3 days Lin Xiaojin was quite apprehensive every day, because of the fear that Lucky Star would be left behind. But Lin Xiaojin thought too much. About to enter the second level. Please choose a card. The card decks represented then the mission planets. There were various colored decks. And Lin Xiaojin didn't know which one to choose for a while. So he clicked on random extraction. Random selection successful. We'll open the teleportation point, said Lin Xiaojin with Xiao Nuo's equipment glasses on the ground to release a burst of light curtains. Starting from 1% up. Detecting you brought a pink alien. Age 1. This is a charge item. Will cost 5,000 points. Is it confirmed? Confirmed. Lin Xiaojin said without hesitation. They also have this extra 5,000 points. Looking at the points of 0, but able to take away the Lucky Star. She is also very happy ground. Lucky Star was really lucky. Really 1 point less. Lin Xiaojin could not take her away. Although she didn't know whether it was good or bad for Lucky Star to follow them. Because there were more dangers in the future. Or to leave her behind to find a family to adopt? She had once had this thought. But it was vetoed. In the end, Lin Xiaojin still made the decision to take her with her. Otherwise, what would she have chosen to adopt her for in the first place? Whether it was a drag or a danger. She had made her decision from the moment she chose to carry her. As the curtain of light grew brighter, they were transported into the middle of a primitive forest, surrounded by lush green trees. Only 4 words could be used to describe the sky-scraping trees. The second level drawn is the green plant star, obtaining the heart of grass and trees for a period of 6 months. The interface will be upgraded. Upgrade time 60 seconds. Lin Xiaojin only felt his glasses start to upgrade. And there was a time displayed on it, counting down the time. After the upgrade was complete, Lin Xiaojin realized that after the upgrade, as soon as they were removed, they would be forced out and remain on this planet permanently. Of course, if you have a bullish background. The parent planet is rich and powerful, and can send a spaceship to pick you up. But Lin Xiaojin's Chenlan planet had no one. If they once removed their glasses, it was the equivalent of staying here permanently. It also meant that they couldn't enter space. If they didn't get the heart of grass, they would also be eliminated. So 5% of the humans in the green plant star are humans that were once left behind by elimination. After upgrading, Lin Xiaojin found that so the live broadcast function was closed. And then in the green plant star 6 months will be opened with a live broadcast. Random live broadcast for an hour. May randomly fall on the head of each person. Or take turns. It's awkward. If you do something personal, you'll be live streamed in with it as well. The locations are all closed, only showing that there are 1,000 planets in green plant star. Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The contestants of 1,000 planets were all on this planet. But it was unknown if the people in the same group were also here again. There were at least 2 people in a group. The display screen didn't show anything. It only said obtaining the heart of grass and wood. Heart of grass? What is this? Forgive Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo for not having been on the planet and not understanding what this is. Now can only take a step and see what happens. The environment of the green plant planet is very beautiful. More beautiful than the dinosaur planet when they first arrived at the alien planet. The environment is beautiful, like entering a fairy tale world. But this green plant star is not just the surface of such a beautiful environment. Although everywhere green plants, see, the eye is very comfortable. If living here, I am afraid that people will not have myopia trouble in their lifetime. But here is the paradise of mutant plants. The seemingly beautiful and bewitching flowers may release poisonous gases, and the vines clinging to the big trees will absorb human flesh and blood as nutrition. In Greenery Star, plants are the masters of this place. Of course, the green plants here are not ordinary green plants. The survivors of humans here are also very rare. Only 5%. And this is 2% of the indigenous humans here have never been in contact with the outside. Not to mention what high-tech. They are a group of indigenous equivalent to the chin-launching primitive savage. The remaining 3% of the human race is once eliminated to stay here. They cannot leave here. The result will always stay here. It can be said that the environment here is equivalent to chin-launching savage period. This planet was even more very huge. This was filled with mutated plants. And of course, there were also animals. However, the animals here are also very rare, because some plants even absorb blood and also nutrients. So you can often see dry corpses hanging in the forest. All in all, on top of this planet, plants ruled. This point was not stated in any way by the Starburst competition. And even the Heart of Grass, and with Lin Xiaojin, didn't know what it was. The beautiful surroundings, all green plants, made Lin Xiaojin feel relaxed and happy. But Xiao knew it didn't. They slowly walked into this primitive forest. All kinds of thousands of ancient and strange trees came into view. The two of them were dazzled, towering into the clouds of the sky. Some trunks, branches issued from the aerial roots from the mid-air rooted into the ground, gradually become thicker, to become a pillar to support the crown of the tree roots, forming a single tree into a forest of peculiar landscape. Lin Xiaojin, or the first time to see such a big tree. Each big tree, as if it had survived for hundreds of years in general. There were vines that twined around other trees, growing thicker and wider, and finally connecting. The vines clinging to the big trees. In addition, there are more than 20 kinds of plants such as ferns, lichens, mosses, and various kinds of flowers, which are crisscrossed like dragons coiled around the ground roots, which is breathtaking, hidden and silent. Be careful, Xiao Nu reminded. Lin Xiaojin collected his mind. Although looking at the beautiful surroundings seemed harmless. But after all, he had teleported to another planet. It was absolutely right to be careful. The main thing is that in the Earth planet, looking at rocks everywhere, hadn't seen such a large expanse of green plants for a long time. Seeing more green plants will make one's mood better. But it doesn't last more than 2 minutes. Suddenly a vine sliding directly wrapped Lin Xiaojin's feet. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin reacted quickly. The other foot directly stepped on the vine wrapped around himself. Hand from the waist drew out the dagger Ode directly cut off the vine. At once, the vines flowed out bright green liquid. Another stream of vines also from behind Xiao Nu quietly groping over. Xiao Nu early defense. A lightning strike on the vines. Directly shrink back. Something's not right here. Let's get out of here first, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Xiao Nu also noticed that something was not right. Almost every big tree here had vines attached to it. Looking at these vines that were as thick as an arm. Just now it was only 2 of them that had attacked them. I'm afraid that it would be dangerous if so many of them attacked them together. The trunks of the surrounding trees are thicker than their waists. The grass on the ground is green. And there are also vines hidden underneath the tree trunks and leaves. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu walked for nearly an hour before they realized that something was wrong. Supposedly there would be a lot of animals in the forest. But there were no animals here. Not even a single snake. Bugs, mosquitoes. This green plant planet is a pure plant planet, Lin Xiaojin guessed. And she didn't know if anyone else survived here. Lin Xiaojin took out the landwalker. And this was the time to reflect the benefits of having equipment. The 2 people directly sat on the land traveler. The flying saucer technology was relatively high from the blue scorpion star's hands. And recently Green Star had been researching it the whole day. Lin Xiaojin somewhat regretted giving Green Star a whole small body. Always felt less convenient. The 2 sat in the land traveler, then put Lucky Star in the back. Scan the surroundings, Lin Xiaojin said. The land walker received instructions and started scanning the surroundings. There were no animals or any living creatures found around. Lin Xiaojin found that there were actually just plants here. The land walker was able to scan the surrounding terrain. Most of the forest here can only drive the road walker to continue to drive forward, probably after nearly an hour. Still did not fly out of the range of the forest. The speed of the land walker is considered very fast. Told to travel for an hour are not out of the forest. How big was this place? And they traveled through such a treacherous and incomparable jungle. There is no road at all in the forest. There is no sun. The sunlight shines through the leaves dappled. Moreover, there is no clearing. There are green plants everywhere. Most of the names of the plants that Lin Xiaojin can't recognize at all. The forest is quite beautiful. A variety of plants and natural ecology. So that the primitive, nature presents the greatness of life. Green plant star. Not a whole planet is plants. Right? Lin Xiaojin suddenly had a not-so-good premonition. Everywhere was sky-high trees. There was a sense of forest depression. It wasn't like they had a way to enter space to rest. They could only live outside for these half a year. It's very likely. Look at the vines clinging to almost every large tree here, Xiao Duo said with a slight frown. Lin Xiaojin followed Xiao Duo's gaze to look at the display screen of the land walker. And sure enough, there were vines on almost every large tree. Why were these vines actively attacking them? Plants could also attack people? Lin Xiaojin hadn't seen plants that had mutated as well, so she didn't think in that direction. My God! Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but sound louder when she saw this image. Lucky Star, who was playing at the back, and Little Bun, both looked over in surprise. And Lin Xiaojin, fearing that Lucky Star would be bored when she got on the car, released Little Bun out of the space as well. Mummy? Lucky Star and Little Bozy frowned almost simultaneously and said, "It's fine. You guys keep playing." Lin Xiaojin ignored the shock brought about by the image just now and immediately smiled and said. The two little ones looked at Lin Xiaojin to see that she was fine. Only then did the two of them play with the blocks again. Although there were a lot of elves in the space, their IQs were all very high nowadays. And having someone who was actually of the same age to accompany Little Bozy, this was also considered to be a very good playmate. Wasn't it? The landwalker displayed an image of a body hanging, drained, underneath a huge tree up ahead. Underneath the vines that Panton had attached to the trunk of the tree. The vines could still clearly see that what had been green had turned bright red, as if absorbing blood from the head into the vines. These vines are sucking human blood, Lin Xiaojin said incredulously. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xiaojin was sitting in the land traveler, the vines didn't choose to attack them. If they were walking, I'm afraid they would have been attacked by the vines along the way. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu, who saw this image, finally knew that the plants of this green plant planet were different from the plants of other planets. They didn't dare to get off the land vehicle and continue traveling in it. Only this land vehicle is not relying on electricity, not relying on oil energy storage, and absorbs solar energy into kinetic energy. Nowadays, most of the sunlight is blocked by the leaves of the big trees. There is still 30% of energy left. After traveling for about 5 hours, the trees on both sides of the road gradually reduced, and the sunlight tilted down without the blockage of the towering trees. Surrounded by green hillsides, there were also several kinds of unknown flowers. Watching the surrounding large trees and vines become less, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo decided to come down to check it out. In the landwalker, Lin Xiaojin put the sleeping little bun into space and changed into blast wind. Only then did the two of them get off the land traveler. Stepping on the ground is all soft green grass. The sunlight like a wisp of golden fine sand. Through the heavy overlapping branches and leaves shine in. Dappled sprinkled on the grass. The grass is glittering with crystal dewdrops and smells of grass, flowers and moist earth. The ground is also a variety of countless small flowers. Looking at this beautiful flowers, Lin Xiaojin resisted the urge to touch. Just fine, that scene is still filled in Lin Xiaojin's ears. I also don't know what the heart of grass and trees actually is. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, maybe it has something to do with the greenery here. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. It was called the heart of grass and trees after all. Lin Xiaojin also thought so. But this level was half a year long. This heart of grass and wood was definitely not a good thing to get. And most of all, they didn't know anything about the heart of grass and wood. The two looked around and didn't find anyone else. And there was a small stream next to them. The stream was clearly visible. What made Lin Xiaojin excited was that he finally saw something alive. It was the fish in the stream. Probably because no one had hunted them. Every fish was big, fat and large. It was just that I didn't know if they could be eaten. Xiao Nu easily caught a big fish using his grid ability. I'll put it away in space, and let little Cloudy and the others test it, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. There were not only fish but also water plants in the creek. And there were also some pretty various pebbles underneath. Lin Xiaojin picked up a lime green pebble that was smooth and clear. Put in the hand also with a hint of coolness. This green plant star air is fresh. The temperature is also hee. Lin Xiaojin picked up a few beautiful smooth pebbles. Ready to take to the lucky star to play. Or making a small bracelet sometime wouldn't be a problem. After about 30 minutes, the results of Little Cloud's test came out. The fish in the water of this creek was not only non-toxic, but also extremely high in nutritional value. The fish tasted even more delicious. And Lan Zhan was already stewing fish soup for Lin Xiaojin in the space. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she heard little Yunwa's words. And she caught a lot of fish in the creek with Xiao Nuo. In order to ensure the freshness of the fish, Lin Xiaojin deliberately opened up a location in space, and even collected quite a bit of water from the creek here. The wellspring water in her space was going to be thick, and have a healing effect. She couldn't afford to use it to raise fish. Collecting this stream water to raise fish that was just right. Not changing the fish's living environment. Half of the water in this stream was collected by Lin Xiaojin into her space. Dropping 20 centimeters. Raising fish will only have a constant flow of fish later. Right. Why didn't she think of that before? Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo had been traveling in the green plant star for 3 days. Apart from the first day, when they encountered blood-sucking vines, and collected a large wave of fish. The next 2 days were fairly calm. On the 4th day, they finally found information about the green plant star. This was also thanks to the fact that Green Star had finally cracked the Blue Scorpion Star's equipment. Although the flying disc was still being cracked, some information was still accessed through the Blue Scorpion Star's electronic equipment. Blue Scorpion Star lives outside the galaxy, but it is also considered very close to the galaxy. They do not have a large population, but the technology is quite advanced. Almost everyone can connect to the galaxy network, and even collected information on extragalactic planets. Probably the planets that can be found in the Blue Scorpion Star can be checked. So Lin Xiaojin brought the Blue Scorpion Star's wrist equipment on his hand, and found out about the Green Plant Star's information. Although it is not comprehensive either, but it's much better than if they didn't know anything. Green Plant Star. 80% of the area covered by plants. There is only one city that covers 20% of the area, named Green City. This Green City is once eliminated to stay here to build the people who live here since the various planets. Even they get married and have children. Stay here. The pedigree of Green City was very mixed. There are still some natives of Green Planet left. They all almost have with system supernatural ability. Those who didn't stimulate with system supernatural ability will be directly executed. They are very tough. Because in Green Planet plants are their helpers. They are not only very to themselves, but even tougher to their enemies. Although the population is only 2/5 of the population, it is still a great enemy of the humans here. And they regard those who live in the Green City as aggressors, including those of them who appear on their planet, the Heart of Grass, which comes from the fact that any tree over 100 years old here may gain the Heart of Grass. The Heart of Grass and wood was a very pure wood energy. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin then thought of the one he had once obtained on the highway on the Chenon planet, which was the Heart of Grass and Wood. Of course, that Heart of Grass and Wood at that time had only just coalesced. It was no wonder that the natives on this planet viewed them as enemies, because outsiders snatched people's hearts of grass and trees. However, this was something that could not be helped. The rules were such that this world was a world of the weak and the strong. If they Qinlanxing were strong, they wouldn't have fallen into a zombie base. The information only showed so much, but it was already good enough to get 3 very useful information. 1. The Heart of Grass and Trees was what the 100-year-old tree had birthed. 2. The natives here were not friendly to outsiders. 3. There were cities here that were safe to inhabit. Although they had obtained the information about the Heart of Grass and Trees, how to take it was still unknown. Trees over 100 years old. Lin Xiaojin looked at the sky-high trees around her. She felt that every one of them was hundreds of years old. Right? But the Green Plant Star looks at the age of the tree is not at all like what you see with the naked eye. Unless one by one, you cut down the giant trees. But the chances of this are so small that it's lower than winning the lottery. Because what you see may be a thick giant tree, like 100 years or more. But it may be just a few years, or even a year, in the Green Plant Star. To get the Heart of Grass and with luck accounted for 99% of the time. That was why the second level of the star shine competition, the green plant star that they drew only needed a heart of grass, and would to clear the level. But in the past, there were still so many people who were left behind. Lin Xiaojin discussed with Xiao Nua and decided to go to Green City first. They were only a few hundred kilometers away from Green City, and it was only a day or two's journey with the speed of the landwalker. Lin Xiaojin also learned that if you're in a land traveler, these mutated vines won't attack you, because these greenery will only attack 50 meters around, or even further away. If you have a seat in the green plant star, that's still very safe, because these plants can't penetrate to feel people. They are sent through the human body's exhaled gases, and of course some heat. Those human beings who were drained of human blood are just arrived here, do not have a car, also do not understand the green plant star, so they were wrapped in vines and drained of blood. These plants are most afraid of is the fire alien energy. But there are also some very strong restorative plants have fire resistance. The lighting attribute has a certain amount of thunder and fire, so it also has a certain restraining effect on with type psychic abilities. Setting up the location to go to Green City, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua stayed in the land traveler completely when suddenly the screen had a prompt that the random live broadcast was about to start. With a countdown, the random live broadcast began. Choose to watch or not. Then of course to watch. Through other people's live broadcast can also understand the information of Green City. Almost everyone in Green City chose to watch. Not only did they have a random live broadcast, the other planets drawn by the other participants in the Starshine competition would also be randomly switched on live. The entire screen was filled with screen feeds in all 4 quadrants. Probably hundreds of them. One of the big screens was the planet they were on, and the rest were all other planets that could also watch other live broadcasts of the Starburst competition. But almost all of them watched the live broadcast of their own planet's location, so that it was conducive to knowing more about the intelligence. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua also directly chose the live broadcast of the green plant planet. This time, the random live broadcast landed on a woman from the light departure star, a planet whose psychic ability could absorb all kinds of light elements, can be called a walking light source sun. Light away from the star's hair color are white. The girl's hair a head of pure white hair. At the moment she whole with her teammates walking in the forest. The vines here actually did not attack them. Quite a few people had hit the pop-up. Why didn't the vines attack them? There were most of the people who were curious because people who went to Green Plant Star had more or less been attacked by vines. There were even some careless people who lost their lives and were drained of blood by the horrible vines. I encountered a cannibal flower. That's what's fucking terrifying. The brighter the flower is, the more you are advised to take a detour. Still a part of the honest people said. The plants here are in a beautiful environment. So there are cannibal flowers, as you said? There were those who said it was dangerous, and those who said it wasn't in the pop-up screen. Only they themselves knew whether this green plant star was dangerous or not. And those who said it wasn't dangerous feared that they were also trying to make people others fall into the pit. After all, they could all be competitors nowadays. There is no need to be so voluminous, right? This level is to get the heart of grass and trees on it. It's not like we're all killing each other. That's just it. It's not like there's more than one heart of grass and wood in such a large green plant star. Heh. Lin Xiaojin looked at the scrolling pop-ups. She didn't join in but suddenly thought of a question. If you found the heart of grass and wood, and this time the random live broadcast went to your head, then wouldn't you be discovered? This random live broadcast is not closed. That is to say, in this half a year it is likely that that person randomly several times. And the broadcast of one time is only 1 hour. Then it is a competition of luck. Bad luck you find the heart of grass and trees when random to you. Then will be discovered by the crowd. But even if it was found, it was nothing. At least there was no geographical location. Right? But Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but curse when he saw that there was an indication on the live broadcast that it was 45 kilometers from your current live broadcast location. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. This meant that if you were randomly live streamed to you, your location would be seen by everyone. I have to say that this Starshine contest will play. You have the luck to be able to find the heart of grass, would also need to have the strength to protect it. After half a year, if you don't have the heart of grasswood in your hand, then you'll be eliminated and left here. Of course, it is possible that one person found the heart of the grass and wood. If unfortunate to be followed by a live broadcast out of the position, then others are likely to grab. Perhaps there was no need to even think about it. That would definitely come and grab it all. Who wouldn't want to stay on such a planet full of mutated plants? Right? Lin Xiaojing continued to look at the live broadcast. There were a total of 2 people on Light Leading Planet. 2 girls. One of them was the first viewpoint of this accompanying broadcast. The girl's voice was sweet, and her silver hair was even very bright. Why aren't the vines of Green Plant Star attacking you guys? Yeah. Don't vines attack indiscriminately. Unless one is sitting in a seat. The mutated vines won't notice. Baiyu, the girl from Light Leading Star, looked at the pop-up screen that kept scrolling and said, if you guys want to know the reason why these vines don't attack us, but you need to put up a reward, likes and rewards up to 20,000 starstones. I can tell you guys, Baiyu said smugly. 20,000 starstones? Why don't you go grab it? There was some indignation in the pop-up screen. The common currency in the Re system was starstone, so it was highly valued. Unlike the kind of star coins in the Earth Star, which were printed and made by the Earth Star itself. Starstone is a kind of energy stone that needs to be mined, which is also known as alien energy crystal. But the energy of Starstone, any alien energy is used. The average resident in the middle of the galaxy only had a few hundred starstones a month. However, Baiyu actually asked for 10,000 starstones in the live broadcast. Lin Xiaojing didn't have much of a concept of starstones, and she didn't have any starstones anyway. In fact, although 10,000 starstones is quite a lot, but there are also many people watching the live broadcast. Everyone rewarded a little, less into more. 10,000 starstones also came together. In the live broadcast room, there were really a few people who rewarded, but the amount of reward was very small. The pop-up screen suddenly scrolled at this time, and one of the eye-catching messages attracted everyone's attention. Most of the people from the Light Leading Star's powers are light attributes, and plants love light. So of course those vines won't hurt her. This pop-up was instantly topped as a hot search. And this time also popped up many sharp-eyed and attentive people saw that Baiyu's hands were releasing a soft light. This light they initially thought was a torch, or some kind of power source, or something, so they didn't think in that direction. The people of the Light Departure Star are affinity for plants. No wonder those vines didn't attack them. The people of the Light Leading Planet were able to absorb light elements. So these mutated plants treated the people of the Light Leading Planet as walking sunlight sources. When Baiyu saw that someone had answered her question, she snorted coldly and didn't explain. The pop-up screen had people constantly asking her questions, and she didn't say anything. And soon an hour had passed. The second person who followed the live broadcast was sitting on a flying machine. Those who are able to teleport with a flying machine are all big brothers with points. As long as you have enough points, the equipment can also be teleported over with one handle. Bringing a flying star device was also 10,000 points. To 10 points ranging, which required the size of the flying machine. Of course, it was also possible to take someone away. That would require more points. If some people were eliminated and wanted to leave the place, they could also follow those winning pots and teleport. But that would require a person to agree or not. I'm afraid it would have to require a large enough payout. And it's not clear where to go to enter the next level planet. If there wasn't a large enough payout, no one would be foolish enough to bring others along. Lin Xiaojing had thought about this matter. If she wanted to continue bringing Lucky Star, then what she might need would always be double that of others. For example, right now, in the case of the Green Plant Star, which required the heart of grass and wood, and obtaining one would require a pass. If she wanted to bring the Lucky Star, she would most likely need 2. The second man who was subsequently live-streamed was more than 300 kilometers away from Lin Xiaojing's location. And the man was sitting in his pilot completely unaware that the live stream was going to his head. Only when his teammates reminded him did he react. But the 2 men man to no reaction. Just piloted the flying saucer weaving above the large trees and flying low. Live to the big guy. Top 100 Planet Nolan. This flying disc they're driving is worth millions of star stones. The flying disc is the latest ST model, worth 2 million star stones. Lin Xiaojing looked at the pop-up screen that said that the flying disc from Planet Nolan was actually worth 2 million star stones. She thought of her own space that the flying disc that Green Star was cracking was also worth more than 1 million star stones. This flying disc she was looking at actually made her heart flutter a bit again. Planet Nolan's big men. Ah! They're all muscle big guys. Planet Nolan could be said to be the planet with the most extreme power. 88% of the planet's awakened psychic abilities were strength-based psychic abilities. There was no one in Nolan Star who was less than 2 meters tall. Everyone is equipped with 8-pack abs and a standard body line. Nolan Planet's strength system psychic ability has more than 6 levels of super strength person. Planet Nolan was also called the Muscle Planet, because the strength of both men and women here was several times that of normal people. It is said that the houses on Planet Nolan are all made of heavy steel. Like the normal house in our house. The 5-year-olds in our house can even lift it up. The men of Planet Nolan didn't seem to be very talkative. But that still didn't stop the pop-ups from scrolling. It seemed that most of the people on Planet Greenery were safe these days. Looking down from the other craft. The sky-high trees stretched out below. Is everyone heading to Greensward? Going in pairs? Lin Xiaojin looked at the pop-up screen for a while, and turned it off when she felt it wasn't interesting. However, it was possible to see everyone's meaning most people chose to go to Green City first. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were also planning to go to Green City first. And it wasn't too late to go looking for the heart of grass and trees after they had first learnt the information and stabilized it. After all, there was nearly half a year's time. Lin Xiaojin looked at the images in the monitor. There were all kinds of beautiful flowers. And all kinds of wild fruits. Lin Xiaojin saw a super large mango, which grew bigger and better than any in her space. Lin Xiaojin wanted to go down and transplant this super mango tree into her space. Immediately doing whatever she thought of. Lin Xiaojin made the road walker stop. Although she wanted to immediately go out and transplant the large mango, Lin Xiaojin was still cautious and first observed the surroundings for vines. Usually big trees would have vines wrapped around them. Lin Xiaojin also found them. But the number was not large, only 1 or 2 big trees had them. So Lin Xiaojin parked the land walker in the clearing. Mom. Usually Lin Xiaojin would leave Lucky Star alone, and she behaved very well. But today Lucky Star seemed a bit sticky to Lin Xiaojin. Lucky Star lunged towards Lin Xiaojin. And she could only pick her up. Thinking that the surroundings should be fairly safe. She couldn't just leave Lucky Star in the Land Rover all the time. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua came out of the land vehicle. And by the way, they also released blast wind. Lin Xiaojin was afraid of an accident with the land vehicle, or it would be safer to put it in space. So she received the land vehicle in space. Only after coming down did she see that there were rows and rows of huge mango trees all around her. And there were even dragon fruit trees next to her. One of the white fruit trees bore very nice and attractive pink fruits. Gale, on the other hand, was sniffing around the land and walking around. But the walking range was only about a few dozen meters around. Go. Lucky Star seemed a little happy to see the pink fruit, and waved his 2 little hands towards the pink fruit. Lin Xiaojin could see that Lucky Star wanted the pink fruit. But this kind of small pink fruit Lin Xiaojin hadn't seen yet. And she didn't know if she could eat it. So she didn't dare to give it to Lucky Star easily. So she picked a fruit, and received it in space for Little Cloudy to have them tested. There is only a set of basic testing equipment in the space, which was still drummed up by Green Star. Detecting whether there is poison or not is still very simple. Not long after the test results came out. This pink fruit is not only not poisonous, but also rich in energy is very sufficient. Lin Xiaojin first picked one and put it in his mouth. The texture is tender and smooth with the feeling of eating peach. Sweet but not greasy. The taste is very good. Lin Xiaojin also do not know what to call the name. Just call the pink peach good. Lin Xiaojin ate well, and did feel a surge of energy, which gave Lucky Star a pink fruit. Lucky Star was overjoyed. A bite on the pink peach. Tender to eat out of the water. Looking at how much Lucky Star liked the pink fruit, Lin Xiaojin transplanted the entire fruit tree into her space. Unfortunately, there are a lot of fruit trees around here. Just this one pink fruit. Lin Xiaojin thought that anyway. It was also in the green plant star. This kind of pink fruit should be a lot. But then Lin Xiaojin never came across this pink fruit tree again. Lin Xiaojin looked at the side of the large mango tree, which certainly will not let go. So digging around a lot of fruit trees, look good, are all transplanted into the space. For this Lin Xiaojin also deliberately opened up a space in the space. And even dug around a lot of soil. She Earth system psychic crystal has been used up. The land is not enough to use. So Lin Xiaojin can only even soil with trees together dug into the space. I don't know if I can get the Earth system psychic crystals from Green City. After all, the Earth alien energy crystals contained energy in the Earth that she transformed into. In fact, the soil on Greentown wasn't bad. Otherwise would there be more than 80% of the planet's green area. After digging up a large area of soil and fruit trees, the area behind her had become pitted. But soon these would be restored. Never underestimate the recovery ability of nature, especially the recovery ability of the green plant planet. Lin Xiaojin finished collecting the fruit trees and was just about to take out the land traveler from space when Blizzard was alerted to the north. Lin Xiaojin looked along the place where Blast Wind was on guard. A green color. If it was an outsider, I'm afraid I couldn't see anything. But Lin Xiaojin could still see that there was a pair of eyes hidden behind the vines. Lin Xiaojin and he looked at each other and found her. Instantly 7 or 8 vines drilled out from behind that person and attacked in Lin Xiaojin's direction. The speed was very fast. But Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous transfer was even faster. Nothing could be faster than instantaneous transfer. The vines swooped, but wrapped around Blast Wind. But Blast Wind's claws were very sharp. Puff! The vines were instantly broken open by Blast Wind's claws. Xiaonua, on the other hand, directly condensed an electric grid, and those vines that lunged over were instantly withered by the electricity. Xiaonua's electric grid captured all the way. But the surrounding trees suddenly looked like they had been doused with a growth liquid, and their leaves instantly thickened. The forest was already obstructed in sight, and there were thick trees, as well as dense branches and leaves everywhere. With type supernatural ability, catalyzing, Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but marvel. This was also the first time Lin Xiaojin had seen a person with such hypnosis ability, hypnotizing so many leaves almost instantly. If she had this ability, I'm afraid that her space would have been planted with things long ago. By the time Xiaonua electrified these leaves until they withered and drifted off, the person's form had long since disappeared. The information is right. The indigenous humans of the green plant planet hate outsiders, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. This Lin Xiaojin could also understand. They counted should these indigenous invaders. These indigenous humans can't be just one person. Let's be careful. Xiaonua frowned slightly and reminded. Xiaonua's words had just finished when the leaves of the surrounding trees suddenly flourished again. Countless vines suddenly surged out from all directions, and Blizzard was instantly wrapped up in the vines. Ow! A whimpering sound came from Gale's mouth. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to go help Gale, but there were too many vines suddenly pouring out. He also had to protect Lucky Star himself, and was somewhat self-conscious. Lin Xiaojin released Red String from space. He had been taught by Xiaonua, and his learning ability was very strong. Space elf hands were equally good. Red String, go save Gale, Lin Xiaojin commanded. Red String didn't say much. This was the first time he had ever been out of space, and the first time he had ever fought. It was a good thing that Red String's hands were much better than the others in space. In Red String's hand was a watermelon knife. She didn't have any handy weapons in space either, and she herself was only a black gold dagger. Lin Xiaojin was holding the Lucky Star, daggers drawn out in her hands, and the vines that dared to come closer were all dealt with one by one. Xiaonua's hand of lightning incarnation of a whip is also crazy whip these vines. As long as the lightning whip hit will instantly wither. Xiaonua was actually able to release a big move, but once he did, his energy would be rapidly depleted. It was necessary to find the natives hiding behind these vines, and only after resolving them could these mutated plants be completely resolved. Otherwise, the recovery ability of these mutant plants was very strong, and with the addition of the indigenous humans with system supernatural ability, it was even more of a blessing. Lucky Star will be given to you. I'll go and finish off those natives hiding behind the trees, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin finished holding Lucky Star and instantly moved in front of Xiaonua. Xiaonua tacitly took Lucky Star. "Ah, Dad." Lucky Star's milky voice screamed. Xiaonua looked at Lucky Star's tender little face. His eyes were soft, but as he looked at the vines that were spread out, his eyes instantly turned cold. Xiaonua holding the baby was not like Lin Xiaojin holding it very steadily. If Lin Xiaojin was a smooth seat, then Xiaonua holding the baby was like riding a roller coaster. It was shaky, but it looked like Lucky Star was enjoying herself and giggling non-stop. It was such a dangerous environment around here, with vines attacking. But all of this was unnoticeable to Lucky Star's eyes. Instead, she thought Xiaonua was playing with her. Blizzard was rescued by Red String. Blizzard looked like she was half anxious and lit up her golden claws, jumping up and down on the trees. Even her claws scratched on the thick tree trunks, leaving deep marks. Gale also seemed to have spotted the natives hiding in the tree, and tried to rush over. But the vines and leaves that sprang up blocked his view. Blast Wind belonged to the grassland, or the extremely cold ice field, which in the middle of such a primitive forest, undoubtedly hindered Blast Wind's true strength. Red String's physical strength was still okay, at least blocking some of the vine attacks. One person and one wolf tacitly cooperating with each other. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was looking for the right moment, directly behind the natives, with an instantaneous movement. However, Lin Xiaojin's entire expression was meaningful, and his face was more or less embarrassed when he saw the natives hiding behind the big trees. It was because these natives of the Green Plant Planet had no clothes on. Their lower bodies were just surrounded by a circle of leaves to cover them, and the upper half of their bodies were even more devoid of anything. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved in front of this, was a female indigenous. So the female indigenous upper body was half naked. Green Plant Star's natives look black. Some like their Chinlans black Africans. But their glasses are also clear and bright. In fact, for these natives of Green Plant Star, Lin Xiaojin didn't move to kill anything. After all, this was their planet, giving Lin Xiaojin the feeling of invading someone else's planet. We have no malicious intent, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. The savage's expression was a little shocked when she saw Lin Xiaojin, who had violently appeared behind her. But this still made Lin Xiaojin's kindness feed the dogs, because such hostility wasn't just personal to her, but also to the people who had once arrived here in a steady stream. This was a legacy of hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, which made it impossible to crack the hostile relationship. The legacy of so many years of history was not something that could be solved by Lin Xiaojin's sentence of no malice. But of course Lin Xiaojin only expressed it with her mouth, and her hands did not have an ounce of softness. The savage didn't talk nonsense. Instead, she spawned vines to attack Lin Xiaojin. But the next second Lin Xiaojin suddenly messaged in place again, and when she reappeared, her neck had already been cut by Lin Xiaojin. Zippy blood spurted out directly, as she isolated the aorta in the savage's neck with a single slash. As if someone had seen that their man had been instantly killed. There were even more vines towards Lin Xiaojin. However, Lin Xiaojin had instantaneous transfer. These vines of theirs couldn't catch her. But looking at more and more vines all looking to be attacking towards her, it seemed like she had just solved their people. So now they were all retaliating and attacking her. Lin Xiaojin is not a vegetarian. Once again locked onto a savage. This time a male savage. Poof! Several savages in a row were touched by Lin Xiaojin's neck with a slash. Those dead bodies were wrapped in vines. A vine instantly inserted amongst the corpse's head, and then that body was sucked into a dry corpse. The savages died without supernatural powers, and these vines attacked indiscriminately. The speed of the vine attacks became less and less. Xiao Nua's thunder whipped suddenly and violently became longer and directly bound a savage. Xiao Nua purposely controlled the current, did not directly electrocute him, but controlled the current to paralyze him. A few people died. Another person was captured alive. The remaining 1 or 2 people hiding behind the trees immediately withdrew. Lin Xiaojin sneered. She thought these natives would fight them to the end. Caught a live one, Xiao Nua said with a slight frown as he saw that the leaves on the lower half of the savage's body had been withered by his electricity, directly covering Lucky Star's eyes. Children and teenagers are not suitable. Xiao Nua released the ball of lightning to blow out a large crater in the loose earth as he kicked the savage down. The surrounding soil loosened and collapsed, directly burying the savage's upper body to where it was. Lin Xiaojin finished resolving a few of the indigenous savages that attacked them before he instantly moved to Xiao Nua's side. On the other side, the savage and Red String also combined their efforts to kill a savage that attacked them. The two people, Red String and Gale, were covered in red and green liquid. So Lin Xiaojin directly took them into space and let them clean up at Red Arrow. Lin Xiaojin took Lucky Star from Xiao Nua's hand and looked at the little guy's face was red and still had an unfulfilled look on his face. "Daddy!" The little guy called out again, his 2 little hands still waving toward Xiao Nua's. "Call Mummy!" Lin Xiaojin seemed a little jealous. The little milky voice called out was too sweet and adorable. Every sound seemed to be able to melt glaciers. "Mummy!" Lucky Star sweetly called out to Lin Xiaojin. Listening to the soft voice, she couldn't help but go forward and kiss the milk ball. Lucky Star was growing more and more adorable, and his hair was soft and smooth, but it was also a bit long. Lin Xiaojin thought that she would tie a small whip for the soft donut when she had time. The surrounding savages died and fled, and those mutated vines were all destroyed by Xiao Nua's lightning, and without the Wood System's supernatural ability to catalyze their growth. They simply withered away into the past. Xiao Nua is deliberately catch a living person up. Probably after a few minutes, Was Xiao Nuo's stunned wild man awake? But his half of the body is all buried in the mud. Xiao Nuo is afraid of him to perform supernormal ability. So deliberately with lightning into the grid. This current will only make him feel pain, but temporarily no danger to his life. The wild man is very excited after clear. See them hate to kill them. However, the wild man was wrapped tightly by Xiao Nuo's electric grid. Nuisance sparks. Suddenly a burning smell came from the wild man. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo just watched him silently. After about a few minutes, the man's upper body flesh was charred by electricity. A trail of blood, which seemed to make him eat pain. You let me go, or the great Gumaala won't let you go. You outsiders, Savage said indignantly, although the language of each planet would be different. This glasses they were carrying had real-time translation. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. What did Gumwara mean? It sounded like a person's name, but one could hear that they hated outsiders very much. Won't let us go. But I can let you die right now, Lin Xiaojin said in cold blood. I'll sacrifice you to Gumwara. You won't have a good ending. After the savage finished speaking indignantly, suddenly his head exploded violently, and a small hole burst out from the top of his head, from which a small black grass grew. This ton of operation gave Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both a confused look. This green planet's people's heads would still grow grass after death? Lin Xiaojin tried to remember the people from Green Plant Star that she just killed. After those people had their throats slit by her knife, she instantly moved away, and didn't really pay attention to whether or not the grass grew after those people's deaths. So Lin Xiaojin went to look at the other corpses, and found that all the other corpses had turned into dried corpses, and a wrist-thick vine was stuck in the corpses' heads, sucking out their flesh and blood. Lin Xiaojin saw this scene and inexplicably felt that it was a little weird. But the universe is 1,000 billion. It seems normal to encounter something strange. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin did not pay too much attention. The savage died, but also know a few key information. It is still rewarding. Lin Xiaojin took out the land traveler from space. It was better to hurry and leave this place. On the land vehicle, Lin Xiaojin put Lucky Star into the back row. Gave her a good milk. Lucky Star obediently picked up the pink bottle, leaning on the soft cushion, while the big eyes are looking out the window. The little one drinking milk looks very leisurely. However, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were not so leisurely. But there was no delay for Lin Xiaojin to replenish her energy. Both of them washed their hands with water, opened the autopilot function of the land traveler, and Lin Xiaojin took out the meal that Lan Zhan had prepared from space. A big stewed fish. This was a big fish that had been caught from the Green Planet, and it tasted delicious. Lin Xiaojin also ate and praised Lan Zhan's cooking is more and more exquisite. But see Xiao Nuo some black face. She immediately praised back to Xiao Nuo. Looking at his face slowly returned to normal. Lin Xiaojin in the offer a kiss, which stabilized Xiao Nuo's mood. In fact, Xiao Nuo does not care about Lan Zhan. Several in the space are also essentially space elves. What does Gumu era mean? Lin Xiaojin also deliberately looked up the information, but unfortunately it didn't show up. Xiao Nuo frowned slightly, recalling the words of that savage just now. This Gumaala might be a personal name, or perhaps it was a certain faith. Xiao Nuo felt that the latter had a higher chance, especially since the man's head was blown up with a small black flower after he died. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still nothing going on, Lin Xiaojin opened the live broadcast, and perhaps saw some useful information. This time the live broadcast was a man, and it was a high-value man, with looks comparable to the first-tier top-stream stars of Chunlan Xing. So the number of people watching this live broadcast was the largest. But right after Lin Xiaojin just opened not 2 minutes ago, he directly went offline and randomly went to another group. The other group instantly aroused everyone's interest because at this moment, they were fighting with the savages. This group was the two from Pegasus. Both boys. Pegasus Star was a very strange planet, and the humans of this planet could bestialize into horses. Once the level exceeded 3, they could evolve wings. That's why it was known as the Pegasus planet. Once beastified into a horse, then their speed would become very fast. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but be moved when she looked up the information on the celestial horse star. She had always dreamed of having a seat that could fly. Isn't this the Pegasus Star? But that's not good. It's easy to be enslaved by bad people. In fact, the Pegasus, every year, were also abducted and sold over by other galaxies. There's a bigger reason why the lifespan of Pegasosians is shorter than other planets, like Shinlanching, and other planets are 100 years old. But the Pegasus people are only 50 years old. But the Pegasus star reproduces fast. The whole Pegasus star also has billions of people. This is why the Pegasus people want to become stronger and want to enter the galaxy through the star shine competition. This is also the only way to increase their per capita life expectancy even more. Lin Xiaojin also didn't know who actually organized the star shine competition. It could actually move a planet? This was not only Lin Xiaojin curious. This was also a mysterious thing that everyone wanted to know. The crowd only knew that the star shine competition was organized by the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin saw that in the middle of the live broadcast screen. They had likewise encountered a few savages, both of them holding hot weapons in their hands. This weapon looked like a pistol, more like a ray gun. This kind of ray gun was also known as a high-temperature ray gun, where the rays were penetrated by high temperatures through a hole. The rays struck through large trees and could penetrate right through them. But in the forest, there were too many vines, and it was hard to beat them with 2 fists. One of the Mustang aliens had its feet bound by vines, and was directly dragged walking. Quickly transform. The other Mustang alien warned loudly. The Pegasus alien that was dragged away immediately animalized into a large white horse. Lin Xiaojin saw the pop-up screen scrolling all over the screen. Finally, I've seen the scene of a Pegasus alien transforming with my own eyes. I heard that they'll be completely naked after they bestialize into a human. Will it be embarrassing? The Pegasus instantly transformed into a horse. And with it, their strength grew, even possessing wings. And the other Pegasus randomly transformed as well. Breaking free from the vines, it instantly took off and flew to the heavenly mountain. And the live broadcast viewpoint went to the sky, with countless more vines reaching upwards on the ground, trying to bind them. It's too cool to be able to fly. If you have a flying machine, you can fly too. Outside of the galaxy, there was a set of equipment that was a wing traveling equipment. Ordinary people could also experience a feeling of flying when they mounted it on their body. But the price was very expensive because this wing traveling equipment needed to be purchased within the galaxy. Although the Tian Ma Xingren can fly, but flying is a waste of stamina, and double the stamina. So most of the Tian Ma Xingren will not fly even if they are transformed. They will all shrink their wings. Nowadays there was really no way out. If they didn't fly, they would soon be bound by the mutated vines. Lin Xiaojin looked at the reviews that said wing traveling equipment. It looked as if it was inexpensive, and people could fly while wearing it. When she had money, she wanted to buy one too. The landwalker continued to set off. Live streaming, Lin Xiaojin watched a few more. The next 2 looked very tame, because the equipment was all good. Some even had flying machines. However, there are also unlucky planet participants. By the green value of the star people slowly sucked dry and died. But Lin Xiaojin also found. The roadside has a meter big looks very beautiful flowers. Not only look good, but also want to people's lives. One of the contestants was swallowed on the spot by this flower, and lost his arm. Lin Xiaojin felt pain even through the screen. The color of the flower is like a blue goblin, completely open to see the inside of the fine thorns. Lin Xiaojin looks more like teeth, densely packed. Devouring the man's arm, it automatically closed up. The rest of Lin Xiaojin was not looking at it, because it was also dark, and they could not enter the space. So they could only sleep in the landwalker. And at night when they slept, Lin Xiaojin would release the blizzard. Although there is an alarm device in the landwalker. But after all, it is a machine. It is a machine may malfunction. Although Lin Xiaojin cautiously still let Blast Wind come out to keep watch. Lin Xiaojin found that Lucky Star especially likes to eat pink fruits. Other fruits Lin Xiaojin has also given Lucky Star to eat. But all of them eat 1 or 2 bites and don't eat. But this pink fruit, Lucky Star can eat a whole one. Lin Xiaojin also gave the little bun to eat. Little bun liked to eat anything. This was probably something that came with him. Lin Xiaojin also didn't know if little Bozy would inspire skills. In the Earth planet, children over 6 years old will slowly stimulate their skills. And if they haven't stimulated them by the age of 10, then they won't be able to stimulate them. I also don't know how old the little buns can be inspired. What kind of supernormal ability will have. Lin Xiaojin hoped that it would be a powerful attack, so that he could protect himself. As for the Lucky Star, Lin Xiaojin even more do not know. But as long as the children are safe and healthy, she is satisfied. The landwalker continued to travel. But the middle section actually had a row of huge and incomparable trees growing, which blocked the path. There wouldn't be much of a road in such a primitive forest. There were big thick trees everywhere, sheltering the sun all day long. Lin Xiaojin had already stayed here for a few days, looking at green things like this every day. His eyes were probably not bothered by myopia. If one wanted to go to Green City, one could only go in this direction as well. But when one encountered an obstruction, the landwalker's autopilot function would make an avoidance detour to walk around the road. After about an hour or so of walking, the sky-high trees were actually slowly becoming fewer and thinner. And then a piece of green bamboo came into view. Here each bamboo almost all have more than 2 meters long. The landwalker can only from the middle through and through. In time the landwalker shell hard. Can also hear the bamboo scrape in the landwalker body sound. However, it seems that only here can only continue to move forward. From the land traveler display screen can see our big green bamboo. Finally there was an open area. A bamboo was collapsed road. It looks like someone walked through here, so it collapsed the big bamboo. Vital signs detected. Vital signs detected. The landwalker beeped. Vital signs? Could it be which green planet's indigenous humans? Thinking about this, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both got serious. Lucky Star had already laid down in the back and slept. Blast Wind was also supposed to be in a sleeping state. After all, it was on alert at night. And during the day it needed to catch up on its sleep. The land traveler slowly stopped. Lin Xiaojin looked at the monitor showing the vital signs of the place just ahead of the distance of about 50 meters. But in front of it was a large area pressed to the green bamboo. Lin Xiaojin hesitated, but still got off the land traveler. And Xiao Nuo followed. I'll go in and take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nuo nodded and didn't object. Lin Xiaojin had the instantaneous transfer skill even if she found out what the situation was. She could also instantly come over at the first time. There was still Lucky Star in the Land Rover. So Xiao Nuo stayed behind to watch the Land Rover. And the two of them flew away to take action in tacit agreement. Lin Xiaojin was directly instantaneous transfer to the inside, still holding a dagger in her hand. The quality of this dagger that Xiao Nuo had sent Lin Xiaojin in the beginning was still very good. After all, it was made of meteorite iron. Instantly moving inside, what met his eyes was a black and white one with fur as black as ink. Giant panda? This body type looks clearly like a giant panda. Lin Xiao wouldn't be mistaken this year. After all, in Qinlan Xing this animal was a national treasure. A treasured animal. But here, on this other planet, there was actually a giant panda. No! It was the corpse of a giant panda. The giant panda's glasses were already closed. Its body was motionless. And Lin Xiaojin saw that there was actually a hole in the giant panda's head, with a green vine wrapped around it. It looked like the mutant vine had killed the giant panda. But it didn't die directly but escaped all the way here. Lin Xiaojin sighed softly. She still liked it very much when she saw the giant panda. There was probably a natural familiarity. However, Lin Xiaojin could be mistaken. Although this appearance looks like a giant panda. But this guy is a metal eater. This green value star on the metal is pitifully little. Not even. So the strength of the giant panda compressed, which left the root mutant vine screwed up. Just as Lin Xiaojin was considering whether to bury this giant panda's body, suddenly a furry thing drilled out from under the giant panda's body. Little panda? Holy shit. These 3 words flashed through Lin Xiaojin's mind. It was actually a baby panda. But this panda was also too small. It was bare, and hadn't even grown all of its fur yet. Lin Xiaojin watched as the little panda slowly climbed out, and crawled towards Lin Xiaojin's feet. Lin Xiaojin squatted down to take a closer look at the little panda, and did not directly pick her up. She didn't know if this little panda had any aggressiveness yet, but it didn't look as big as his shoes. The little panda climbed all the way up to her shoes, then towards Lin Xiaojin's shoelace buckle, actually biting down. Lin Xiaojin grabbed up the little panda and tried to pull it out of her mouth. This guy won't die. Right? Won't die from choking on metal? Lin Xiaojin was about to snap it with her hand when her Starshine competition device sent out a prompt. The next ensuing live broadcast would be her. And with a countdown of 10 seconds, the live broadcast viewpoint switched directly to her. My god. What am I seeing? It's an Iron Eater. Iron Eater's cub. What kind of shit luck did this Qinlan guy step into? How could an Iron Eater beast be on the green plant star? Lin Xiaojin thought that this was just an ordinary baby panda. How did it become an iron-eating beast? Lin Xiaojin, then opened her mouth to ask the others on the live broadcast. Are there any kind viewers who can tell me what the iron-eating beasts you guys are talking about are? Lin Xiaojin then saw a screen full of scrolling pop-ups. Chen Lanqing actually doesn't even know about iron-eating beasts. There were quite a few people who were mocking, envious, ridiculing, in short, all kinds of tones. But there were also kind-hearted people. Although only a minority also told Lin Xiaojin about the iron-eater beast. Lin Xiaojin looked at the scrolling pop-up screen. And only then did she learn about this iron-eating beast's information. Although this guy's surface looked similar to Chen Lanqing's Earth, it wasn't the same species at all. Iron-eating beasts were a very rare race in the galaxy, including the galaxy N, because it was too difficult for them to reproduce. Whether it was the ability to reproduce, or the fact that they all survived independently, unlike other races that all survived in groups. Iron-eating beasts were very capable. The lifespan was also long. And the Iron Eaters possessed the ability to become bigger and smaller. Becoming bigger will increase their strength. Becoming smaller will increase their speed. And not only that, the Iron Beast is extremely strong in defense. Of course, Iron Beasts need to eat metal to grow up. The better the metal they eat, the stronger their defense ability. And there are galaxies of powerful people also want to take iron-eating beasts. But their character is very difficult. Will not yield to humans. Want to capture them is also very difficult. Only this kind of newborn is possible to take in. But iron-eating beasts are very protective of their pups. The main number was too small. And the universe was too big. So if you wanted to come across an iron eater, it was possible that you wouldn't be able to do so for several lifetimes. After Lin Xiaojin finished reading the pop-ups, he realized that the little panda in front of him was actually an iron eater. It seems very good. So Lin Xiaojin was ready to adopt this little iron-eating beast. I'll offer 200,000 star stones for your iron-eating beast. I'll offer 500,000. 1 million. Lin Xiaojin saw that some people were starting to offer prices. This iron-eating beast has a price. Do you want to buy it with this amount of star coins? Raising an iron eater is more than just a costly endeavor. You guys should run. Be careful. Some of them will be heading towards you to steal your iron eater. What I can't give you all can't get. He was nearly 20,000 plus kilometers away from Lin Xiaojin's live streaming location, which was just too far. How iron-eating beasts were infested on planets that were all green plant stars. There was no food for iron-eating beasts here at all. They could only eat those scrap iron. Strength naturally declined, which is why it was cheap for Lin Xiaojin for nothing. Lin Xiaojin picked up the iron-eating beast. And at this moment, the 1-hour live broadcast time was almost over. Lin Xiaojin waited for the end of the live broadcast time, which held the little panda to go out to find Xiao Nua. What had just happened? Xiao Nua had seen it all in the live broadcast. We'll raise this little guy. It's not just eating metal. Raise it, Lin Xiaojin said with a big breath. But soon Lin Xiaojin very quickly hit his face. The little panda was put into the land walker by Lin Xiaojin. And Gale and Lucky Star had two very different attitudes. Gale was hostile at first, whispering threats. However, after Lin Xiaojin pacified it, Gale put it down. But there was still some hostility towards the little panda. Lin Xiaojin temporarily put Blizzard into the space first. The little panda was placed in the back. And Lucky Star seemed to like the little panda quite a bit. But happy for no more than 2 seconds. The little panda seemed to have smelled something, and was nibbling on the metal stool at the back. The land walker directly issued an alarm. And frightened Lin Xiaojin put the little panda into the space. This guy shouldn't have been born for more than a few days. Right? And it's already gnawing on metal. Shouldn't it be drinking milk? However, according to the information Lin Xiaojin had checked, iron-eating beasts didn't eat milk or any food. Only metal. Moreover, when it reaches adulthood, the iron eater will pull out metal essence when it has devoured a certain amount of metal. This metal essence could be said to be a very expensive metal material in the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin deliberately divided a small 10 square meter space in space for the little panda. Then she found some metal for the little panda to eat. And some of them were exactly the necklaces that she had casually collected in Chen Lanqing, etc. Now they were all taken and fed to the little panda. Now all of them were taken to feed the little panda. Lin Xiaojin, if she had known that she would raise iron-eating beasts, she should have collected more in the first place. The little panda hadn't eaten anything since it was born. And the first thing it ate was the metal buckle on Lin Xiaojin's shoelace. Lin Xiaojin looked at the alarm display of the land walker. She was a bit tearful and said, Xiao Nua, Can we afford to keep this guy? Can, Xiao Nua said dryly. Anyway, they were raising quite a lot of things right now. And they were eating everything. To think that she could raise a giant panda. This was something how many people could only dream of. And it's not like this iron-eating beast can be raised just because they want to. Let's get out of here first. Xiao Nua frowned slightly, as he thought about the words of the live broadcast. Everyone could see her position during the live broadcast. And if this iron-eating beast was really so treasured, I'm afraid there would be quite a few people who would want it. And there were quite a few people in the live broadcast who had offered a price. If there were any that were close to them, it was likely that they would come over to snatch their iron-eater beast as well. The iron-eating beast had entered Lin Xiaojin's space, so it was impossible for these people to grab it. The iron-eating beast was something she had stumbled upon. And that was her luck. Recently, Lin Xiaojin's luck seemed to be pretty good. The land traveler was autopilot to its fastest speed by Lin Xiaojin. Lucky Star grunted a little. Brother. Lucky Star's tone of voice, as she called her brother, was a bit slurred. But it was still heard by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin listened to Lucky Star's call. So it was because he was thinking about Little Bun. Lin Xiaojin spiritually entered the space, and saw that the Little Bun was touching the fish in the river. So he released the Little Bun. The Little Bun suddenly changed places again. He was used to it now. He might be in space 1 second, and not know where to go the next. Brother. Lucky Star was very happy to see the Little Bun. And sweetly called out. The Little Bun was also very happy to see it was Lucky Star. The whole little hand danced around. Lin Xiaojin took out some toys from space, and threw them behind for the two to play with. About 20 minutes after the land traveler started, a road traveler stayed where Lin Xiaojin had just been. Running pretty fast left the carcasses of the iron-eater beasts, which are also a treasure. They just ran away. The planet discovered by Chen Blue Star is a bumpkin planet. I'm afraid that they don't know the role of the iron-eater beast. Even the corpses are treasures. Picked up the pieces this time. Lin Xiaojin, who had already left, however, did not know what the iron-eating beast's body was useful for. Even if she knew she didn't want it. She had wanted to dig a pit to bury the iron-eating beast's body. Driving the land vehicle left and drove quickly in the direction of Green City. At the moment, there were still 30 to 40 kilometers from Green City, and 20 minutes time was tender to arrive. We just opened the live broadcast. I'm afraid I've already seen my appearance. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. If those who wanted the iron-eater beast, I'm afraid it would be troublesome. The piker is not guilty of harboring a crime all. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin felt that a simple disguise. Anyway, the little panda was kept in her space. No one would know. Almost to the Green City, the land traveler stopped. Lin Xiaojin took out the hair dye cream from the space. The color is a small cloud blended misty pink hair color. This color is very picky. Not white skin, this color feel very show black. But Lin Xiaojin's skin white tender. A time Rai Xiao knew it to Lin Xiaojin dye hair. She gave Lucky Star also dyed the same color. This way the mother and daughter had a parent-child hair color. Half an hour hair is dyed. A size of the skin is already good. White and tender. In combination with pink hair. As if the characters in the anime. Because Lin Xiaojin is a melee system. The big wave volume is also not suitable for her. In case of fighting up to grip her hair, solely Lin Xiaojin left some bangs in front, and tied a big ponytail. This is clean and sharp, but also very good looking. Her eye pupils are lavender. This is because of the mutation caused. So Lin Xiaojin directly with a pupil. The pupil is also pink. Today Lin Xiaojin is considered to poke the pink nest. One big and one small. After they were all done, Lin Xiaojin looked at Blast Wind again. Gale inexplicably felt a pressure tactical retreat. There was still some of the main remaining dye left. And it seemed a bit of a waste to just throw it away. Definitely can't dye Xiao Nua's pink hair. Dyeing a blue is more or less the same. With an idea comes action. Lin Xiaojin has always been a man of action. Another half an hour passed. And Blizzard's head turned into pink fur. Xiao Nua's originally short black hair was also dyed haze blue by Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nua, you look so pretty this way. Lin Xiaojin didn't tell a lie. Xiao Nua's hair dyed haze blue had more refinement. It didn't lose out compared to even a first-tier celebrity. And it also had a hint of personality. In match with Xiao Nua's lightning-based psychic ability. Absolute match. A family should be neat and tidy. Think of the space of the sun, she can't be too thick or too thin. So she pulled her son out, and gave him a father-son haircut. thinking that entering Green City should be safer. Lin Xiaojin did not continue to put the little bun into the space. As the little bun grew bigger and bigger, Lin Xiaojin couldn't keep him in the space with a strange smell. A planet is big, let alone a vast galaxy. It is always necessary to take the child out to see more. With that, the three of them as a family dyed their parent-child ditto and got ready to head to Green City. The faster they got to Green City, the environment around the woods were much less. Lin Xiaojin had observed that all the trees here had been cut down. The entire Green City is not like other planets, where the cities are built with stone, or even high-tech cities. Instead, Green City is built with wooden houses. The city walls are also all wood. This planet is not short of wood, so the houses here are all built with wood, when there is a different flavor. However, as he continued to walk towards the Green City, Lin Xiaojin realized that there were no more big trees and green values around, followed by concrete roads. But even the concrete roads had grasses growing out of them, so some of the roads were potholed. However, these roads are regularly serviced and basically have to be resurfaced every year. The management of Green City is not that strict, mainly because the people who live here are those who were once eliminated from the major planets. Of course, if you're lucky, you can still encounter the former planets here. But there really is such a thing. Very close to the Green City, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people, got off the car. Xiao Nua holding the little buns, Lin Xiaojin holding the lucky star. Although lucky star is not Lin Xiaojin's own. But at the moment the two are wearing the same couple's clothes and dyed the same hair color. So at the moment is also like a mother and daughter. With a family of 4 like this, they didn't look like they were here to participate in a competition, but to play here. Lin Xiaojin put the land walker into the space, and the family of 4 continued walking towards Green City. Green City's city walls didn't look impressive compared to Earthstar's huge city. This Green City was more or less a bit shabby. But Green City was just better at having character. Green City also has quite a few write-ups welcoming the Starshine competition's people to enter and stay in Green City. Green City's gate also stood a lot of people. Lin Xiaojin thought that he and Xiao Nua's hair color is considered to be very ostentatious. But seeing the people of Green City, not ostentatious at all. All kinds of hair colors are there, but most of them have short hair. Of course, there are also long wavy curls. Coming here is like coming to one of Chinlan Star's Grand Call towns. Of course, the population here is much larger. Hello guys. Do you want to stay? We have a friendly price here. The environment is beautiful. Come to us. We have people here who participated in the previous Starshine competition and can impart their experience like you. Lin Xiaojin just arrived at the entrance of Green City, and there were quite a few people surrounding him. How do I pay for my accommodation? Lin Xiaojin was still interested in this. 1 month is 100 starstones. 100 starstones? Lin Xiaojin didn't even have a single starstone right now. If you think it's a bit expensive, there will also be a 10% discount. The man seemed to be afraid that Lin Xiaojin wouldn't rent it, and hurriedly said, I don't have any starstones. Lin Xiaojin said calmly, No starstone? You still want to live here without starstones? Although the man despised it in his heart, he didn't show anything on the surface. It was better not to offend these Starshine competition participants, as the strength was definitely all good. Then you'll have to sleep on the street. In fact, there were also those who arrived at Green City without starstones, or would sleep on the street if the idle accommodation was too expensive, going outside to cut down a tree by themselves, building a simple house next to Green City, and so on. They were the ones who guarded the city gates, trying to bring these participants who had just arrived in Green City. And there were quite a few people who were tricked. Lin Xiaojin was also almost fooled. But she really didn't have any star stones. A few of the people surrounding her heard that Lin Xiaojin didn't have a star stone, so they all consciously got out of the way. Without a star stone, there was no point in them blocking it. Lin Xiaojin looked at the instantly smooth road, is still very satisfied. No star stone, they sleep on the main road, is also okay. Anyway, her space has a tent, cushions and so on. She space are used. Green values star temperature and not cold. More know what snakes, insects and rats. Most of the Green City is 2-story buildings. The road is paved with stone pavement. The stone pavement cracks are sprouting small grass, and all kinds of small flowers. Mummy, it's so beautiful. Lil Baozi seemed a little excited to see it for the first time. Lucky Star will appear calm more. Maybe because the Lucky Star often outside the reason and small buns. Lin Xiaojin is always afraid of small buns were heard detain him. Xiao Baozi want to go down. Xiao Nuo put him down, but still closely behind the small buns. The surrounding houses are all built of wood. All kinds of objects are also made of wood. Some of the wood is also blossomed. However, Lin Xiaojin and the others had come to Green City, and most of the other participants had also come to Green City, so at least it was safe here. There were also stalls on the road selling information about the Green Value Star, but they needed star stones. Lin Xiaojin didn't have any star stones, so she thought about that what to exchange the following. Lin Xiaojin saw that the clothing of the people of Green City and shoes were very much picked up, because none of the factories were here. Wait for me, Lin Xiaojin said to Xiao Nuo, then held a lucky star and walked up, first chatting with the woman, and then smoothly exchanged a piece of information from the woman's hand. Lin Xiaojin came over to Xiao Nuo with the information and waved it in front of him. There is no shortage of food here, but supplies are in short supply, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. So you exchanged a pair of shoes for a piece of information. Xiao Nuo saw that the woman was holding a short-sleeved shirt, or a child's, and it looked like she was exchanging it for her own child. Well, Lin Xiaojin's supplies were not lacking. At first, it was a lot of supplies that had been collected. Clothes and whatnot, a few of them would not be able to finish wearing it in a few lifetimes. It was just one piece of clothing, but it was still very worthwhile to be able to get the detailed Green Value Star information. This Green Value Star information is nearly 100 pages. Can be said to be equivalent to a book, which records the Green Value Star which plants are mutated and dangerous. That is to be able to eat. There are also some rarer fruit trees that have energy. Lin Xiaojin first book into the space. Wait until they settle down. She had a good look down. Know your enemy and know yourself to win 100 battles. Moreover, Lin Xiaojin on the green value of the star's plants is also quite curious. Looking at which can be eaten words. Are united transplanted into the space. Damn. Live in the room actually want me 200 star stone is simply robbing money. If I had known that I could go out and chop wood to build a house. What else would we live in? We've spent so many star stones in the past few days for nothing. Star stone is not ordinary currency. Star stone is containing energy is the general currency of the galaxy. Usually weak will have their own silver coins. But the star stone is the general currency of the various planets of the galaxy is naturally more precious. Do not say. Hurry back to check out. Let's go to cut down the tree. The two men huffed and puffed as they headed out of town. And Lin Xiaojin's ears were good enough to hear them. Lin Xiaojin did not intend to bother cutting down trees to build a house. Anyway, it is also to go out to find the heart of the grass and trees. It is impossible to live here all the time, which people want to go out during the day and come back at night. After all, the night in the forest is still very dangerous, and they need to sleep at night, which mutant plants on the contrary. Once at night it becomes active. The mutant vines that fought with Lin Xiaojin in the beginning that were all during the day, so they weren't very active. If it was at night, that vines were active all kinds of flying. Green City also has transport. That is the wooden car. There are wooden train. Is around the entire Green City. As long as a person 10 star coins can go to any place in Green City, but also can visit the Green City. Lucky Star and Little Bowsy both look to the wooden train. This power uses the sun power generation power, but the model is very old. This is once the power of the Landwalker was dismantled and now became the power of the wooden train. Green City is still quite fresh. Flowers everywhere. There are many people are looking for open space to build a house, or simply sit directly on the bed. Sleeping on the side of the road. At least half a year to live here. Sleeping on the road every day. The moisture is very heavy at night. The food here is cheap. A star stone is able to buy a whole lot of it. Or you can just pick it yourself from outside the forest. Most of it is picked by yourself. Cultivation was not allowed in the Green City. This was a rule that everyone had defaulted to. There were a lot of open spaces here. Probably because there were very few residents. Lin Xiaojin and the others walked for more than an hour before they finally found an open space. Right next to the city wall. The city walls here are all made of wood with the addition of mud to consolidate. Of course, there were once natives who wanted to come in. But the natives of the Green Value Planet were all able to see at a glance. And the protection of the Green City was not something to be underestimated. The protection of the Green City is not to be underestimated. Or else the Green City and the Green Value Star survive for hundreds of years? As long as the Starlight competition is held, there will be another group of people left here. Nowadays, there are less than 7. 80,000 people in Green City. And only a small half of them are the people left behind by the Starburst competition. And the rest are their children and grandchildren, who have stayed behind generation after generation. Lin Xiaojin took out the tent from the space. Still brand new. Xiao Nuo put the tent open. Lin Xiaojin took the little buns and Lucky Star to play on the side. One is less than 3 years old. One is less than 2 years old. The two little ones squatted down and tugged on the grass in the cracks of the stone slabs. At this time, a girl came over. Looking at the clothes, Lin Xiaojin knew that she was also a participant. Because Lin Xiaojin found a pattern. People living in Green City did not have such new clothes. And most of the clothes were hemp products. Hello guys. I don't have any malice. I just saw this tent of yours and wanted to ask where I bought it. We've also just arrived in Green City. And the accommodation here is too expensive. 200 starstones a day. 100 starstones for a room with just one bed. What's the difference between that and sleeping on the street? If they stayed for half a year, that starstone would be a sky-high price. 1 or 2 days would be affordable. But not many would be able to afford it for half a year. Sorry. We brought our own. Okay. The woman looked at the lucky star and left without much pestering with the little bundle. They had seen people from other outer planets who brought various pets to the competition, where the top 10 planets had a special ability to be able to control beasts. Those two small children were treated by the girls as beast pets that could be transformed. After all, who would participate in a competition and have to bring a liability? Lin Xiaojin saw that the woman did not dwell too much and left, and did not know that the woman's psyche seems to be a misunderstanding. These seemed to be a beautiful misunderstanding for her. The woman's blind kisses to the point of solving her trouble. Tent set up very quickly. One click set up. Just inside Xiao Nuo and sorted out. On the ground Lin Xiaojin laid a large mat. Lucky Star and Xiao Baozi both entered the tent. It seems that children are very fond of this. From the space to take out the food. All the way they have not eaten well. At night, Lin Xiaojin put the wind out of the wind. The wind climbed in the tent outside. This just let the woman misunderstanding deeper. Lin Xiaojin ate in the tent, but also gave Gale a large piece of meat to eat outside. Little Buns and Lucky Star, two people, also eat enough to play. A moment to play. Tired two people also sleep. Lin Xiaojin turned on a small lamp and climbed on Xiao Nuo's lap to check the thick information that was exchanged for a piece of clothing. Lin Xiaojin opened the book. The first one is the vines. Introduced the more blood red in color, the more dangerous the vines. Not only were there vines, there were also man-eating flowers. Large, beautiful-looking flowers with dense vertical thorns inside. There were also large mutant flytrap-like plants. Ahead are the dangers of mutant plants and mutant flowers that can make people hallucinate. To sum it up in one sentence, the better looking the flower is, the more dangerous it is likely to be. Lin Xiaojin continued to flip back and not only found many mutant plants, but also various fruit trees that could be used. There were many that Lin Xiaojin had already seen, and even those fruit trees that could be eaten. There were some that Lin Xiaojin had already transplanted into space. The mutant plants of the green plant star were not just mutant plants that attack humans. There were also some special plants, like a small fruit very much like a cherry. A huge tree, but only 2 small red fruits. These 2 small fruits have a very special function. After eating them, they greatly increase the body's energy, like only one level of supernormal capabilities of people. Eat this fruit is very likely to directly rise 2 levels. If the energy tired of eating this time can also instantly replenish energy. This kind of fruit tree is still relatively common, but the number of results is very small. And after picking off, the freshness function is very little. At most only a few days. Lin Xiaojin continued to look back. Also found a look like cucumber fruit of various colors. This fruit after eating. Eat what color fruit? You have to hair color will become what appearance? Lin Xiaojin saw this feel much more magical. Had known to find this, she and Xiao Nuo also do not need to spend half a day effort to dye hair. This fruit is also known as the coloring fruit, has no toxicity and no energy. Lin Xiaojin thought, the next time you meet this fruit must be transplanted into the space. So she wants to change what hair color. Just eat a fruit on the line. This stained fruit, a tree then bears fruit of various colors. The rest of Lin Xiaojin looked at many more. Did not think that the green plant star has this benefit. But at the end of seeing is the heart of grass and wood. If you want to get the information of the heart of grass and trees, you need to pay another 1,000 star stones. Lin Xiaojin see here this understand the purpose of this book. The heart of grass and trees is the main event. Want to know this information, of course, also need to buy. Here the information of the heart of grass and wood are all accumulated from the experience of the predecessors. However, Lin Xiaojin was thinking that those who stayed were the ones who didn't find the heart of grasswood and were eliminated from this place. What experience could they have? Anyway, she didn't have any crystals and couldn't afford to buy information about the heart of grasswood. Lin Xiaojin continued to look through, to the point where she did not find information on which white trunk pink fruit green plant she transplanted. What Lin Xiaojin didn't know was that writing about pink fruits wasn't a plant on the green plant planet, but a plant unique to the distant pink people. When the pink people contestants accidentally left the fruit, the result of the roots to this place grew down. This pink fruit is also called the lucky fruit. They pink star because of a planetary explosion. This fruit tree was already scarce, and now it is an explosion. Along with the pink star disappeared. Pink star growth conditions are very harsh. Perhaps it is the green plant star land to let grow out. Lucky fruit originally only pink star only have. Did not expect in the green plant star mistakenly grow out this one. This moment is almost the only one at the moment. The lucky fruit possessed a strong attraction for the pink planet. The population of the pink star was sparse, and not everyone would possess a lucky ability. It wasn't like the pink planet's lucky system abilities at levels, but rather the higher and purer the bloodline, the stronger the lucky ability would be. This lucky fruit was the one that could slowly raise a pink star's lucky rank. This could be said to be a kind of luck on the body. And it was because of this kind of luck that the pink stars would have 3 life and death passes in their lifetime. None of this was clear to Lin Xiaojin. She didn't know that the lucky star was a pink star person yet. This was also all something that could only be understood within the pink star. Lin Xiaojin couldn't find this pink fruit pattern even after flipping through half a day. But she wasn't dwelling on it. There were so many plants in this green plant star. It was impossible to understand them all. However, Lin Xiaojin was still a bit fretful. This online heart of grass information was all very one-sided. I'm afraid it's hard to get truly useful information. If it comes, then it is safe. Lin Xiaojin is not too entangled. After reading this information, she also remembered. Ready to reduce the price of Monopoly tomorrow, but also can get some crystals. Lin Xiaojin woke up. Tent has no Xiao Nua with the figure of the lucky star. The small packet is still lying on the mat, huffing and puffing. Lin Xiaojin simply wash and clean up. Also out of the tent. She looked at the tent and the little bun. So directly tent with people are collected into the space. Lucky Star woke up earlier. At the moment is playing outside. See, Lin Xiaojin woke up and wanted to run over to find her. However, Lucky Star is just over 1 year old. Less than 90 centimeters small. Walking up wobbly. The road here are not flat. Almost fell down. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin in time to help Lucky Star. They planned to continue strolling around Green City today to see if they could find any useful information. Most of the breakfasts here were fruits, vegetables, and these were very cheap. Lin Xiaojin also met the woman who had borrowed a tent like she had yesterday and today. Seeing that they were only holding a child with a pet beast all the way behind them, she decided that she had guessed. Although everyone was a player, it was impossible to check each other's level and the planet they belonged to in person. The woman greeted Lin Xiaojin very kindly, and she only responded faintly. Life in Green City was very slow-paced. If there were no mutant plants outside to stay here to retire, very good, pleasant environment. But the truth is, even if you plant a vegetable, you have to see if the vegetable has mutated, because the plants here are very easy to mutate. In the Green City seems to be the default of everyone does not fight. Maybe because the green plant star is also such a piece of peace and stability. If you want to fight so long to go out to fight. However, there will also be some accidents. No one has dared to mess with my giant power star in Green City yet. You get the hell out of this shop. A bellowing sound came from in front of Lin Xiaojin. And then a woman was thrown out of the doorway, smashing right next to Lin Xiaojin's feet. Mom. Lucky Star received a shock and hurriedly burrowed her head into Lin Xiaojin's neck. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly gently patted Lucky Star's back to appease her a few times. The woman climbed up seemingly unconvinced and said, "So what if it's a giant power star? You dare to throw me out like this? I, Wang Han, will not let you go." Wang Han. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were both flabbergasted when they heard this name. The two of them looked at each other and decided to watch the action first. The shop door came out a huge size like a small mountain. Giant Power Star and Nolan Star are both power system planet. But Nolan planet power is more strong some. And Nolan star technology is also very developed. The Mega Power Star is relatively weaker. They are the ones who were eliminated to stay here. The man frowned slightly when he heard the woman's words. As if he was a little wary of the name, the woman said. Wang Han said long ago that you have nothing to do with him. Thinking of reneging on the debt in our place is a dream. Don't stay in the hotel if you don't have money. The man didn't seem to give the woman face. The woman's face turned white. She didn't seem to believe it too much. The two giant star men directly entered the house, not allowing the woman to be in close proximity. All of the random woman's things were thrown out through and through. The woman didn't pick up the discarded things either, but ran away in a huff. And Lin Xiaojin gave Blast Wind a scowl based on the principle that she'd rather miss than let go. Blast Wind immediately chased out. Blast Wind is really getting more and more humane. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua slowly followed behind. After about 10 minutes, Blast Wind ran back. Ow! Lin Xiaojin touched the head of the wind. Now the wind seems to have grown another circle. According to the wind, this kind of wolf, at most, will grow into the size of a husky. Now actually grew another circle. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua followed behind Gale. The further they walked, the road became much narrower, probably because of the expansion of the house. Blast Wind led them to the door of a house. And before they could enter, they heard the woman's cursing just now. Wang Han! If it wasn't for the fact that I once saved you, you would have died a long time ago. Now that you built a house, you won't let me live with you. You want me to stay in a hotel. But now the crystals you won't pay me either. What do you mean? You are so ungrateful. Don't you know clearly what emotions I have for you? Wang Han, don't look for your long-dead wife. Isn't it good for you to be with me? We will still have children. The woman's voice was getting softer and softer, and she even wanted to walk over to hug the man, but was dodged by the man. I can't be with you. I admit that you saved my life to me, but I also return the favor. It's better if we don't have any more dealings. The man's voice was a bit of vicissitude, but it was exceptionally familiar. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua heard it at once. Xiao Nua seemed a bit agitated, wanting to go straight in, but was held down by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin indicated that there are still people inside. Do not rush into. Instantly calmed down. Xiao Nua footsteps stopped, and did not continue to go inside. However, it seems that they have already alarmed the people inside. Suddenly a strong wind blade blew out. The wind coalesced to materialize. Wang Han's strength is so strong. Lin Xiaojin didn't think that the person inside had already discovered her, so she dodged a little late. But it cut through her back. Immediately Lin Xiaojin's back clothes were cut through a channel. A trace of blood oozed out from inside. But before the blood flowed out, the wound was already slowly healing. Wang Han had not dealt a deadly blow. Otherwise the wound would not have been so shallow. Xiao Nua saw that Lin Xiaojin's back was injured and didn't want to care if the person inside was Wang Han or not. A thunderbolt rushed in. Xiao Nua went in and instantly fought with Wang Han. The two people's hands are more familiar. After a few moves, Wang Han recognized Xiao Nua. The main thing is that Xiao Nua's head of blue hair makes Wang Han a little afraid to recognize him. The woman who was just arguing with Wang Han suddenly saw two people fighting. The man with blue hair in front of her looks more handsome than Wang Han. For a while she didn't even speak. Her eyes fell on the handsome man's face. The two people fought a few moves, until Xiao Nua punched in the corner of Wang Han's mouth. Suddenly hair green up. Xiao Nua was still the same as before, even more spirited and temperamental than before. But on the contrary, Wang Han was bearded, and if he wasn't extremely familiar with it, I'm afraid he wouldn't really recognize it as Wang Han. Xiao Nua looked at Wang Han's left arm, which was already empty. Both men didn't say anything, just red eyes. Xiao Nua walked up to the two men who were not good at talking and hugged them tightly. The woman next to her looked dumbfounded. Just now the two men were fighting, and the next second they were directly hugging each other. Lin Xiaojin slowly walked in holding the child. Wang Han, how long has it been since I've seen you? And you just gave me a direct cut. Lin Xiaojin joked. She knew that Wang Han was also unintentional. They rashly appeared at the door. It was probably taken by Wang Han as an eavesdropping enemy. But then again, the two of her were indeed eavesdropping to make sure it wasn't Wang Han. Seeing that it was Lin Xiaojin, Wang Han thought that he had just heard the commotion and released the wind blade. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be you guys, Wang Han said guiltily. More importantly, it was a shock that reacted with elation. perhaps thinking that they would never see each other again after leaving from Shannon Star. But he didn't expect that now on such a planet. They met. Lin Xiaojin followed Wang Han's face, and saw that his left arm was empty. The psyche was more or less sad. It looked like Wang Han hadn't had a good time. Wang Han looked at Lin Xiaojin, and then at the lucky star he was holding in his hand. This is Little Bun? Wang Han seemed a bit unbelievable. He clearly remembered that Xiao Nu and Lin Xiaojin had a son. This matter is a long story. Let's talk slowly. And I have even bigger news for you, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. When she was connecting to the network in Earth Star, she had registered an account to enter the galactic network to have contact with Zhu Jingjing. The three people had indeed had a lot to say after not seeing each other for such a long time. But apparently, there was this other person here that Lin Xiaojin was not familiar with. Xiao Nuo. Wang Yang, you go first, Wang Han said in a cold voice. On what ground should I be allowed to leave? I don't even have a place to live now. You can't just forget about me when you have a friend. Right? Wang Yang didn't want to give up on Wang Han. Otherwise her life would really be hopeless. You saved me in the first place, and I return the favor. We don't owe each other anything. Please don't pester me anymore. Wang Han's words were already very polite, but his tone was very impatient. Wang Han! Don't regret it if you do this. Someone was present, and the woman seemed to not want to lose her momentum, gritting her teeth and letting out a harsh sentence before leaving. She wouldn't leave just like that. She would definitely come back. If she didn't follow Wang Han, she wouldn't be any better off in Green Plant Star. The woman's special ability is useless in the Green Plant Planet, where survival needs a strong dependence. For her, Wang Han is her dependence. Lin Xiaojin looked at the environment and the house is clean and tidy. The house also only a single wooden bed. All the other furniture here was also made by Wang Han. How did you guys get here? After pausing for half a second, Wang Han opened his mouth and asked. Wang Han's arrival at Green Plant Star was also very unexpected. When he was trying not to be a slave in order to go to find Zhu Jingjing, escaped from the spaceship, the result was floating in the universe for 3 whole days. When Wang Han escaped, he was wearing an oxygen suit, and was finally saved by the Star Pirates. But this place is even more of a nightmare. And Wang Han also met Huang Yang here. Star Pirates are all vagabonds, abandoned by various planets. Wang Han was forced to follow them to do a period of pirates. Originally thought that they could follow the interstellar pirates. Interstellar wandering can go to the various planets, so that Wang Han to find the chances of Zhu Jingjing a little more. But the sky does not meet the wishes of man. The interstellar pirate ship encountered a magnetic storm. The ship disintegrated. Wang Yang's psychic ability is said to be a chicken ribs, because the usual role really does not have any egg. But in the middle of the galaxy her role is very useful. Wang Yang's ability is to create oxygen, is in the deep sea, or to go to the galaxy can breathe freely, will not die because of lack of oxygen. But this ability is very chicken ribs in normal times. Most of the flying saucers have oxygen generators. But at that time, the flying saucer was damaged. And if humans lacked oxygen in the galaxy, they would definitely not survive long. So at that time, Wang Yang saved Wang Han. And the two of them floated around the galaxy for a long time before they finally landed on Green Plant Star. Green Plant Star crisis. They just arrived here, all kinds of environment are not familiar with. Thought it was ordinary plants, but are mutated. One of the times when Wang Han saved Wang Yang, his arm was entangled by the cannibal flower. At that time, Wang Han's ability level was not high, had not yet broken through the 4th level. In order to survive, Wang Han broke his own arm, which is how he escaped from the mouth of the cannibal flower. Then they ran all the way to Green City. And although he broke his arm, Wang Han's alien ability skyrocketed. Xiao Nu's alien ability level was level 5. Lin Xiaojin's alien ability level was level 4. But his body genes were level 4. Now Wang Han's alien ability was indeed as high as level 6. And it had a place in Green City. Especially the wind blade that Wang Han had perceived, which was extremely powerful in terms of damage. Wang Han hardly stops for a day. He just wants to get stronger so he can leave this place. Diligence plus talent. Wang Han has just broken through level 6 in this time. Xiao Nuo was different from Wang Han, because Xiao Nuo was a dual system alien ability. His second skill, special ability, upgrading not only needs to break the bottleneck, but also needs the opportunity. The three of them chatted for almost 4 hours. Lin Xiaojin also released Xiao Baozi from the space, and the two little ones played in the house. Really? Is it Anna? Wang Han was so excited that his body trembled when he heard Lin Xiaojin's words. He had worked so hard for so long just to find out the news of Zhu Jingjing. But the galaxy was too big. He knew how difficult it was to find someone. But he never had the heart to give up. Can't link to the Star Network now. You can join us in the Starshine competition, Lin Xiaojin said. Since they had recognized each other, they wouldn't be separating at all. Not to mention the news of Zhu Jingjing. Lin Xiaojin now had news of Zhu Jingjing. And Wang Han. She believed that the day of finding her brother wouldn't be too far away. They would definitely be able to meet again. Lin Xiaojin had a special and strong sixth sense. Good, Wang Han responded. He had been in the Green Planet for so long. He was aware of the Starshine competition. But to participate in the Starshine competition you needed equipment. This equipment was not easy to get. Wang Han already had a plan in his mind, and was ready to kill a participant to seize the equipment. Lin Xiaojin didn't have this opportunity with Wang Han. She and Xiao Nuo had killed a few contestants. Immediately, Lin Xiaojin took the equipment out of the space. This is the contestant equipment? Wang Han said with some uncertainty. Although Wang Han hadn't seen the equipment because it was usually in a hidden state. But at this moment, Lin Xiaojin took it out. So it must be the equipment. Wang Han saw Xiao Nuo nod and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Quickly, Bai Nan. Our planet is just the three of us nowadays, Lin Xiaojin said with a bitter smile. What kind of planet they Chalon was? They all planet. I'm afraid that there aren't many living people on the entire planet. And the ones that are left alive have been captured as slaves. So I don't know how many of them can survive. Good, Wang Han responded. Wang Han directly put on his contestant glasses. He soon received an unfamiliar electronic tone. Extragalactic race. From Chalon Star. Alien ability level 6. Body gene level 1. Body age 23. Are both participating in the Starshine competition? Wang Han listened to the electronic voice transmitted out. He did not hesitate. Participate? Already participated successfully. Is it a binding combination? There was a choice on the interface. Which was the group of Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Bind. Binding is successful. The interface adds a new function. It turned out that after 3 people became a group, there would be an additional companion information function. That is, the companion's location can be shared. And voice chat is also possible. This new function that will be open when there are more than 3 people. After all, a planet was allowed to allow 50 people to participate. And it was also allowed to allow 50 people to be in a group. But the more people in a group, until the later really into the galaxy, then the reward will also be divided a lot. Just like 100 star stone. 2 people can each share 50 star stone. But 5 people can only share 20 star stone each. But even though 50 people on a planet were divided into groups, their total points were together. Chin Blue Star is ranked 109,500,2568 with 10.5 points and 0 available points. They had long since gotten out of the bottom one, and had eliminated many planets as well. Lin Xiaojin told Wang Han the rules, and also the mission of Green Plant Star. Wang Han had lived on the Green Plant Star for a long time, and he was somewhat familiar with it. Heart of Grass. I remember hearing someone say that it appeared in the giant dark forest, and the person from the last Starshine competition got it, Wang Han said with a slight frown. The giant dark forest was out at the edge of the Green Plant Star, where the tree trunks weren't green, but iron gray, which was why it was called the giant dark forest. The giant dark forest is dangerous because of the swamps, and there are more mutated plants there, especially the man-eating flowers. Wang Han hadn't been there either, just heard from the people who had been eliminated from this place. A few chats went into the night, and the 2 kids were hungry and tired. Lin Xiaojin had already had Blue Jean Elf prepare a meal, directly from the space to take out and eat. I'll be chopping down a tree in a while, and I'll make a house for you guys tomorrow, Wang Han said. He didn't know this carpentry work before, but after coming here, he wouldn't be able to do it. It's fine. We have a tent, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin looked at Wang Han's house, and there was an empty space, where she was going to set up a tent. In the evening for dinner, Wang Han has not eaten a meal for a long time. The most that is eaten here all year round is fruit. And today, he is still eating happily, because met Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin. More happy is to know that Zhu Jingjing is still alive. Life is more hopeful. Wang Han's ability level 6 is really out of Lin Xiaojin's expectation. really did not expect him to upgrade so fast. When they were separated, Wang Han's alien ability level was not as high as Xiao Nu's. This actually has luck. I mistakenly ate a fruit food in the green plant planet, similar to the avocado in our Chinlan planet. This kind of fruit doesn't emit a fragrance like other fruits, but is stinky, with an appearance that smells like durian. At that time, there was only this fruit food around, and his arm was injured, so I could only eat this. Wang Han thought of how she was pestered by the cannibal flower after saving Huang Yang, but Huang Yang escaped, and later met in the green plant star and pestered him again. This fruit enhances my energy, and after eating the fruits around me, it makes my energy skyrocket from level 3 to level 6. What kind of fruit is this that actually has such strong energy? Lin Xiaojin was surprised. But as Lin Xiaojin was surprised, Xiao Nuo was also surprised because only Xiao Nuo was the one who grew his energy by himself on his feet one level at a time, breaking through the bottleneck to level 5. It was a big chasm for him to cross from level 4 to level 5. He knew that it was tough. But now that a few fruits could be easily upgraded, it was too easy. Although it increased energy, that taste was as stinky as eating shit. This Wang Han he didn't say, but that flavor he remembered now, and would still retch when he thought about it. Although there are benefits, but there are also difficulties. Then from which later on, when I go from level 6 and trying to move up, my bottleneck is 3 times. Wang Han sighed deeply. That meant that if he wanted to upgrade here, then the difficulty of his level 6 bottleneck was triple. I'm afraid that such hardship would have long since discouraged people from giving up. But Wang Han would not give up, no matter how hard it was, as long as he could raise his strength to find Zhu Jingjing. Because all know that in this world, the strongest is the universal rule. Aren't those rule provisions also made by the strong? Lin Xiaojin remembered this fruit that looked like an avocado on the outside but smelled like a durian with flavor. She felt that she was very suitable for it. With this energy fruit, mustn't her space be upgraded? She never seemed to have a bottleneck when she upgraded, because what others upgraded was their alien ability level, and what she upgraded was her body genes. At night, Xiao Nua and Wang Han chose to sleep in the tent outside, leaving this cabin to Lin Xiaojin and the 2 little buns. On the bed, Lin Xiaojin also repacked it, changed the sheets and covers, and added a mattress. The 2 little buns were playing on the bed, messing around from time to time, and Lin Xiaojin even took out fruits from space for the 2 to eat. Lin Xiaojin found that Lucky Star wasn't very interested in other fruits except for the pink fruits he liked to eat. Little bun, no matter what it was, he ate it with gusto. Lin Xiaojin had wanted to watch the live broadcast to see if there were any clues in the random live broadcast, but was paused by Lucky Star's crying. Lin Xiaojin didn't directly go forward, but first observed from the side. Bad. Bad. Lucky Star's little tears snapped down fearfully. Sizzling Wind, who was lying on the ground, heard the commotion and got up to check. But looking at the fact that it was 2 children, Sizzling Wind chose to lie down again. I didn't mean to. Little Bun looked at Lucky Star and cried. He was a bit at a loss for words. Lin Xiaojin looked at the bunny doll in Lucky Star's hand. It was one of Lucky Star's favorite ones. In fact, Lin Xiaojin still had it in her space. Whoa whoa. Lucky Star cried even more. Lin Xiaojin hadn't seen Lucky Star cry this much. She was thinking about not interfering in the sibling relationship. Don't you cry? The little bun was also just over 2 years old. When he encountered this kind of thing, he couldn't do anything. He could only watch Lucky Star cry with baffled eyes. The little hand seemed to want to go up and help Lucky Star wipe her tears, but the little hand hung in midair somewhat at a loss. Want rabbit. Lucky Star stumbled over a couple of words. When Little Bun heard Lucky Star's words, he took the broken rabbit in his hand and put it together with his little hand, with a difficult look on his face. Little Bun's face reddened a little as he squeezed the doll in his hand, when suddenly a faint light flashed. The little bun then had another bunny doll in his hand, exactly the same, but the little bun's face was white and his lips were purple. Here, before the doll in the little bun's hand could be given over, his little body fell backwards. Everything that had just happened Lin Xiaojin had seen in her eyes, and before she could be shocked that so many dolls had come out of the little bun's hands, she was dumbfounded by the little bun's face. Soon Lin Xiaojin calmed down. The more this situation, the more to be calm and not panic. Brother. Lucky Star was so nervous that she didn't even want the doll when she saw the little bun suddenly faint. The pale light that just emitted from the little bun's hand should have inspired a special ability. How could Lin Xiaojin evilly not think that the little bun had inspired a special ability at the age of 2? Just inspired skills. The little bun's body is small. How could there be more energy? It should be an overuse of energy. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took out the space energy water from the space and fed it to the little bun. The spring water in space contains energy and has the effect of restoring healing. After Lin Xiaojin fed the little bun a small cup of water, the little bun's face only recovered some normalcy. But for the first time to stimulate the supernormal ability. It may be in a coma. It is better not to disturb him at this time. So Lin Xiaojin put the little bun into the space, and told little Yunduo to always observe the little bun's dynamics, and to feed her a little well spring water every hour. After settling the little bun, Lin Xiaojin pacified Lucky Star again. I don't want it. Rabbit. Want brother. Lucky Star said pitifully. Lin Xiaojin touched Lucky Star's head and said, Brother is fine. It's just that he suddenly stimulated his supernormal abilities. She had also looked up some information. But there were almost no ones who inspired supernormal abilities at the age of 2. And the youngest was at the age of 3. Lin Xiaojin touched Lucky Star's head. If it was not Lucky Star's rabbit, it may not be able to stimulate the little bun's psychic ability. It looks like the little bun's special ability should be to copy things, not fully stimulate out. Lin Xiaojin also do not know. Only wait for the little buns fully stimulate out after can know. Afterwards Lin Xiaojin told this to Xiao Nuo and Wang Han, who were sleeping in the back tent. The earliest one in Green Plant Star was 6 years old before they inspired their powers. Wang Han said. He still had a certain understanding after being in Green Plant Star for a long time, which was similar to Lin Xiaojin's understanding in Earth Star. The children in Earth Star were also all 6.7 years old when they inspired their supernormal abilities. I also don't know whether stimulating alien energy so early is good or bad for little Baozi. Lin Xiaojin, who was a mother, was somewhat worried, especially when she just saw that little Baozi's face was pale due to the excessive use of her supernormal abilities. She was heartbroken. Let nature take its course. Xiao Nuo, who was the father, looked calm on the surface, but there was also tension in his heart. But things have already happened. Now we can only expect to develop in a good direction. Xiao Baozi suddenly stimulates supernormal ability. This unexpected event for Lin Xiaojin also do not know whether it is good or bad. Now only to the good direction of hope. Can copy things? For Lin Xiaojin, if it is really this kind of ability, more or less feel a little chicken ribs. What she would prefer was for little Bun to have a strong attack ability. But it wasn't like it was up to them to inspire such an ability. However, the thing that made Lin Xiaojin feel a little strange was that on other planets, such as Nolan Star, Giant Star, Tianma Star, including the Green Plant Star where they were now, most of the residents of their natives were inspired by the same kind of psychic ability, and the proportion of other psychic abilities was very small. But Chenlan Star, when Lin Xiaojin has seen many kinds of different abilities, such as a few of their acquaintances, Wang Han Wind System, Xian Li Water System, Zhu Jingjing Restoration System, Xiao Xiao is Penetration, Zhang Zhu is Fire System. There is her brother is a special embodiment. And even she has seen invisibility, spiritual system, mind reading, speed system, strength system, and so on. Strange alien ability. Almost the special system of supernormal ability in Chenlan Star accounted for a relatively large proportion. Could it be related to the planet traits? They were born in Chenlan Star naturally with Chenlan traits. So Lin Xiaojin had a guess in her heart that people's inspired psychic abilities had something to do with the planetary attributes. But how the planetary attributes came about, Lin Xiaojin wasn't sure. These are things that need to be explored a little bit. The stronger the strength, the more explored, the more one knows. Little Baozi, even if the copying alien ability is not so strong, she and Xiao Nuo will also become stronger to give their son enough protection. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lucky Star, who had fallen asleep, and wondered what alien ability Lucky Star would inspire. However, Lucky Star was a pink star. The chances of inspiring an attack ability should be smaller. The little bun in space for 3 days. These 3 days are small cloud to feed the little bun well spring water. The little bun ecological has long been stable, just has been in the middle of the sleep, which may have something to do with the stimulation of supernormal capabilities. Lin Xiaojin also just saw the little buns used to copy things. So the special ability will let the little buns sleep for so long? Lin Xiaojin was more or less a little worried. But little Baozi's energy had been on a slow upward trend. so there wasn't any problem for the time being. However, Lin Xiaojin and the others then decided that they would go to the giant dark forest to look for the heart of grass and wood. Obtaining one heart of grass and wood was the only way to enter the next level. But they needed to obtain two, or else Lucky Star would be left behind. There were also some people who brought large flying equipment just because they didn't get the extra heart of grass and were left behind. The third level wasn't known to be on that planet yet. Those current participants in the Starshine competition wouldn't stay in Green City all the time. Most of them came here to look for information. In the past 2 days, Lin Xiaojin had also seen on the street that there were various sellers of information on the heart of grass and trees. There were real ones and fake ones. So it was really hard to tell the difference. However, the heart of grass and trees was definitely grown from giant trees. Only giant trees over 100 years old were not easy to distinguish. How is Little Bun? Wang Han hadn't seen Little Bun for several days, and asked with concern. It's smooth. Probably waking up after some days. Although Lin Xiaojin was worried. There was nothing better to do at the moment. The three of them packed up and got ready to go. Green Star told Lin Xiaojin the good news that the flying disc worth millions that they had killed Blue Scorpion Star in the first place had been cracked by her. Lin Xiaojin was very happy to hear that. That flying saucer was worth millions of star stones. Just to know the value of this flying saucer. Not only has all kinds of high-tech guns, but also has advanced scanning instruments. At first, Lucky Star's life genes were scanned by the Blue Scorpion Star people. Although the flying saucer has been cracked, but the things inside still need to be studied again because of the various weapons and equipment operation. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, is not in a hurry. Has been cracked to this point is already very good. I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days to be able to continue to use it. They now also have a land traveler. Although not as advanced as the flying saucer equipment. But ordinary mobility is still no problem. Lin Xiaojin vacated some of the back of the land traveler. Because now there was one more person after all. Wang Han and Xiao Nuo were sitting in the front. Lin Xiaojin and Lucky Star sat in the back. Blast wind Lin Xiaojin in order to save space to put it into the space. Otherwise blast wind in the out of the place will be a little crowded. Land vehicles have automatic cruise driving. Can also be driven manually. Wang Han familiar with the choice of manual driving. He after all stayed in the green plant star for a long time. The environment here is still relatively familiar. And go to the giant dark forest. Not Green City without specific coordinates and location. Although Wang Han has never been to the giant dark forest. One of his friends here has been there. And is his neighbor. Before leaving, Wang Han took them to find the neighbor next to him. Has been about 40.50 years old man. The same also broke a leg. This may be Wang Han with him to chat better reason. When he almost got the heart of grass and wood. His teammates also died in the giant dark forest. When he learnt that Wang Han was going to the giant dark forest, he was still very surprised. And even more so. He dissuaded Wang Han from going to his death. The giant dark forest produces the heart of grass and trees, because the trees there can't be catalyzed by people. Unable to be catalyzed by people. Then it means that the giant trees on the giant dark forest are all growing naturally. The information said that only trees above 100 years old could possibly bear the heart of grass and wood. This heart of grass could be said to be the essence of this greenery. Everywhere is a swamp. Unless it's a flying machine. It will be plunged into the middle of the swamp. Not only the swamp, but the cannibalistic flowers are in patches. The man recalled with a hint of fear. At that time, there were many people who had their heads dazzled off by a bite of the man-eating flower. No one would have thought that the flower that looked so pretty actually had such a strong attack power. Blood dripped on the ground, making the swamp dark red. Wang Han. You have to be careful. The man looked at Wang Han and sighed lightly. I know. These things are left for you. The house next to it is also left for you. Wang Han said. He didn't have many friends. Besides, he had already found Xiao Nuo and Wang Han. They were going to leave this place in the future. So these things outside of the body would be of no use. The man didn't say anything either. He had also spent some time with Wang Han. Naturally he knew Wang Han's character. You want the location of the giant dark forest. I can tell you. But if you meet the sub-Huangqing people, don't hurt them. The man sighed. It was because he was the sub-Huangqing people. Good. Wang Han responded. In fact, the sub-Yellow Star people. The second level did not enter the green plant star. But it didn't matter if he promised. Because he would not encounter them. And participating in the Starshine competition. The second level of people who enter the green plant star would be shown. Wang Han's promise to him was just to give him a comfort in his heart. Wang Han drove the landing vehicle. Wang Han was originally better at machinery, and the landing vehicle was quick to catch on. According to the location Old Yellow gave us, the giant dark forest is at least a bit 5,500 kilometers. Wang Han said after roughly estimating the location. According to the fastest speed of the flying weapon, it will take almost a month. But there will definitely be some delays on the way, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown, because there were no roads in the green plant planet. And there were big trees everywhere. It was a bit slower to move, unless one piloted a flying machine and flew straight up, so that there were no more obstructions. Setting off in a land vehicle first. When Green Star finished researching the flying saucer, they could just take off. With Green Star's high IQ, it would be completely cracked in a day or two at most. If you want to be on the safe side, you can wait 2 more days. But time waits for no one. The time for the second level was a total of 6 months. And it was unknown if the time would be changed at a later stage. It had been changed during the first level. So make sure to hurry up. Now Lin Xiaojin, they arrived here more than half a month has passed. Because the green plant star was too big. It could be said to be as big as 5 Chelon stars. So it seemed like 6 months was a long time. But there was a lot of time spent on the road. Every level of the Starshine competition was not that easy. Otherwise, every time the Starshine competition was able to enter the galaxy, there were dozens of planets if they were less. And at most just 100 planets if they were more. There are at least millions of planets participating in the Starburst competition. So you know how high the elimination rate is. Wang Han went straight out of Green City. And at the entrance of Green City, he was also able to see other participants in the Starburst competition, as well as a few advanced land vehicles. Most of them were also just exploring some information in Green City, and they didn't dare to delay. Wang Han drove the land vehicle directly into the forest. Although Wang Han had lost his left arm, he didn't feel tired driving the land vehicle, because the land walker was an automatic cruise system even if it was on manual driving, and manual was just controlling the direction. These vines that are colored like this lime green are low-grade vines, and the darker the color, the higher the grade. The high-level vines are very tough and have poisonous thorns. Vines with poisonous thorns. As long as the body is wrapped, the poisonous thorns are instantly stuck into the body, and the body will be anesthetized and unable to move. But some, like the red poisonous thorns, being stabbed is life-threatening, and those who are not physically fit will most likely die on the spot. Regardless of these poisonous vines, there are also some 4-leaf clovers that have a healing effect, as well as flowers that have an antidote effect. There was some information that was not in the book Lin Xiaojin bought. Wang Han told Lin Xiaojin that he was afraid that the treatments in that book hadn't even recorded half of the green plant star. He can understand so much because he lived in the primitive forest of the green plant star for a few months alone. 9 deaths crawled out of the forest and crawled to the Green City. Later, after he arrived at Green City, he also often went to the primitive forest because he wanted to become stronger and also wanted to leave this place. Even he recently learned that when the participants of the Starshine competition came here, some of them brought flying machines. So he wanted to get one of these. But flying machines, land vehicles, couldn't penetrate the atmosphere. Only spaceships with stars could break through the atmosphere. But almost all the ones here are land vehicles. The better ones have flying discs. Flying machines. Airships are not seen here. Along the way, Wang Han Xiaonua told Lin Xiaojin a lot of things to pay attention to about the green plant star. Of course, Xiaonua, although living for so long, but also only relatively understands some. After all, green plant star is too big. But this is also more than Lin Xiaojin and Xiaonua, who have just arrived. No. Lin Xiaojin played with little Lucky Star in the back, occasionally spiritually entering space to see how little Bun was doing. The time spent catching up on the road was boring. And when little Lucky Star was tired of playing and sleeping, she ate and watched the live stream. The latest live broadcast of this person was looking for information in Green City, and the information was also bought at the cost of a star stone, but seemed to realize that he was live broadcasting, and did not intend to watch it. Instead, he was going to wait until after the live broadcast was over to watch it. Or else he spent star stones to buy a copy of the information for other people to see. Lin Xiaojin finished nibbling on the large mango, and was about to wipe his hands when there was a sudden lurch. "Hold on tight," Wang Han said sharply. The stabilization device of the land walker was very stable. But now the entire land walker was lurching up and down. Lin Xiaojin tightly hugged Lucky Star, her two legs stabilizing her body. Lin Xiaojin looked at the display, surrounded by large swathes of rice-like plants. All of them were more than 2 meters long. The land vehicle walking on it was more or less a bit bumpy. These were all mutated rice. The rice produced by this rice has high nutritional value and good taste. So Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but want to go down to get some seeds. And it just so happened that Lucky Star also wanted to go down to solve her physiological problems. The land traveler slowly came to a stop. Xiao Nua and Wang Han got off the land traveler first, and first cut the surrounding paddy in half, pressing out a road. Only when some open space was vacated did Lin Xiaojin come out with Lucky Star in her arms. Lin Xiaojin saw that the appearance of the land walker had been variously scratched. A mark, and a road had already been pressed out by the time they came over. Lin Xiaojin took Lucky Star and went to the rice paddy next to him. Xiao Nua and Wang Han were in the front. The two had long since quit smoking. After Lin Xiaojin wiped Lucky Star's arse, she vaguely saw a shiny thing not far away, just flashing her eyes. Lin Xiaojin called out to Xiao Nua and Wang Han. I'll go to the front with Xiao Nua to take a look. Wang Han, you drive the Land Rover and follow us. Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Wang Han returned to the Land Rover to follow the two of them. Xiao Nua walked in front picking through the rice paddies that were more than 1 meter by 2 meters. Lin Xiaojin walked behind holding Lucky Star, who had a small doll in her little hand. After walking for about 10 minutes, a dozen pieces of rice paddies in the middle had been overwhelmed, and a ruined land walker parked here was close to being scrapped. Xiao Nua went up to check it out. There is no one inside the land walker, but there are bloodstains. There are traces of overwhelm next to it. Xiao Nua went along and found a corpse. The equipment on the man's body is gone. This land walker has been destroyed. They are not much use. Ready to go when Lin Xiaojin this remembered. She raised an iron-eating beast. Don't look at this little guy, was just born not long ago. Lin Xiaojin's space metal was not much. The little guy eat a day to eat a lot. As it grows up will only eat more and more. The better the quality of the metal, the higher the quality of the iron beast will be top full. Iron-eating beasts are not always so able to eat. But there are stages. Now is the birth stage. So need to eat a lot of metal. After consuming enough metal, the Iron Eater will enter into hibernation. And after waking up from hibernation, the Iron Eater's ability will directly go from level 1 to level 4. This is also a very terrifying talent. Lin Xiaojin thought that raising a little panda was good. But the reality was that she was wrong. Now her eyes glowed at the sight of metal. Raising 2 kids hasn't been such a headache. She didn't realize that she was hoarding milk powder, hoarding all kinds of baby supplies. And now she's hoarding metal. Hoarding metal to raise a baby panda. This wasn't even an ordinary baby panda. It was a very cherished iron-eating beast. Even scrapped land vehicles as long as they are made of metal. So Lin Xiaojin put the scrapped land vehicle directly into the space, and put it in the position of the little panda. The little panda? Lin Xiaojin gave it a nice and cute name, called Tuan Tuan, because Tuan Tuan was a female panda. Tuan Tuan saw the metal. The panda eyes are not yet to open, sniffing the unique smell of the metal, and climbed up. Lin Xiaojin thought to herself that such a large land walker should also be enough for her to eat for a few days. This dead body. Xiao Nua surmised that it had been dead for a few days. It seemed that it should be other contestants. After collecting the scrapped Land Rover, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua got on the Land Rover and continued their journey. It was a calm day, but the traveling speed was much slower than they had imagined, because there were no roads in the primitive forest, and some of the trees directly blocked the land, or the gaps were too small for their land vehicles to penetrate through. The chances of wanting to meet other people in such a large green value star, such chances were too small, mainly because the green value star was so large and the population was so small. They also encountered other dangers. Intermediate level mutated vines, which were darker in color, thicker, and had poisonous thorns. But this time, with the addition of Wang Han, who was now a level 6 powerhouse, the wind blades directly cut through the attacking vines. They drove the land vehicle for 3 days. Finally, the Blue Scorpion planet's flying saucer has been cracked all the way. The more high-tech the product, the more simple it is to operate. The space of the flying saucer was much larger than the land vehicle. The front could see 2 people, the main and secondary seats, and the back was able to put down 2 beds could be used for rest. There were also storage cabinets around, which were filled with canned food, and Lin Xiaojin didn't recognize any of the writing on them. The font on the cans was somewhat like Russian. Lin Xiaojin opened a can and sniffed it. The smell was a bit strange. There was a folding spoon right on the lid of the can. She took it off and unfolded it. Then slowly scooped a spoonful of unknown canned food. Next to her, Lucky Star watched Lin Xiaojin's actions. She also wanted to try a bite. But Lin Xiaojin would let her taste it. She didn't even know what this thing tasted like. In case, it was hard to eat, giving Lucky Star a whole cry. Lin Xiaojin slowly took a bite. The smell was a little bad. But the taste was very tender. Like meat. But exactly what kind of meat is unknown. There are about 20 boxes of canned goods in the cupboard. And the cupboard below is filled with water. Lin Xiaojin also saw a button that she hadn't pressed yet. And was studying it when Lucky Star's little hands were too fast and pressed it directly. The cupboard opened, and there were actually 2 machetes inside. The machete as a whole was a dark gold color. Lin Xiaojin took it out. And there was not a single reflection. Lin Xiaojin's finger gently stroked it. And it directly scraped her finger. But it instantly healed back up. Good knife. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but praise it. In front of them, Wang Han and Xiao Nuo were studying the flying saucer on the blue scorpion planet, which contained too much information that was too much, including the information on the green plant planet. It could also perform genetic scans. As long as it was being planetary. It had records. Lin Xiaojin handed the knife to Wang Han and Xiao Nuo to look at. Both of them felt that it was a good knife. Or 2 double knives. The length of the knife was only up to the small arm, which was perfect for Lin Xiaojin. The knife was also very weighty. But this weight was nothing to Lin Xiaojin. On the contrary, the heavier the knife was, the more it felt in Lin Xiaojin's hand. Although Xiao Nuo and Wang Han were both long-distance attackers, a melee weapon was also needed. These 2 machetes were still quite suitable for the 2 of them. So they each had one. Of course, Lin Xiaojin found another small arm-length straight knife in the flying saucer's dark cabinet machine. This knife wasn't dark gold in color. And again, it wasn't reflective when shown in bright light. But what made this knife different from the 2 just now was that it was poisoned. And because this metal was poisonous, it was sheathed. Anyway, Lin Xiaojin kinda liked this knife. So collected into the space. Only when Xiao Nuo sent that dagger one inserted in Lin Xiaojin's inner thigh. Lin Xiaojin also turned over the flying saucer's various cabinets. One of the small compartments are small bottles of liquid. Lin Xiaojin, although she does not know the font, but the picture on it she also know. Should be medicine. But specifically what medicine Lin Xiaojin is not clear. Lin Xiaojin put all these medicines into space and asked Green Star to parse them. Green Star copied the information on the flying saucer and prepared a scanner that was uploading the information. In which case, it was made into an instrument that could be tested. Green Star scanned these medicines on the instrument, and soon the text on it was parsed out. It was originally from the blue scorpion planet, so it was parsed very quickly. These medicines were all antidotes, recovery medicines, and so on, as well as physical energy replenishment liquid. Special energy replenishment liquid if there was no food for a long time. You could drink a bottle of this to maintain 3 days of body function nutrition. The aircraft was flying at a low altitude, and the large trees below could be clearly seen. Lin Xiaojin's backside window opened holographic influence, and was able to see all the big, lush trees below. Signs of activity detected at 3,000 meters. The electronic voice of the flying disc sounded. The screen showed that the speed was also very fast. Should it be another craft? There are also animals on Green Plant Planet. They are all flying birds. Wang Han said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo have not seen a single animal until now. It is very strange. According to the various things in the forest should survive more. But here it is not even. Although the flying birds of the Green Plant Star are very raw, there are no signs of attacking humans. Wang Han said. These birds of prey were vegetarians, and even preferred to eat mutated plants. So the birds of prey were more like a hostile concern as far as mutated plants were concerned. Raptor attack or avoidance detected? The electronic voice of the flying disc sounded again. Avoid. Wang Han chose the avoid button. The flying disc surged up and accelerated. But it didn't seem to be avoiding. It was the raptor that continued to chase after it again. The raptor was not actively attacking humans. But it didn't mean it didn't attack the flying disc. For them to possess a strong sense of territory. The flying saucer flying in mid-air was tantamount to provoking its territory. So it naturally issued an attack. The flying saucer was too advanced. They didn't have any methods to deal with it yet. After all, There were only planes flying in the sky in Xinlingsing. Airplanes should all have bird repellent systems. Right? This flying machine should have one too. Lin Xiaojin thought of something and said. The flying disc craft was an intelligent system. It did have a bird-repelling device, and also had a stealth function. Xiao Nua chose to switch on the bird-repellent device. But this bird-repellent device was sonic, and could only drive ordinary flying birds. The ones on Green Planet Star today were not ordinary flying birds, but mutated flying birds. These flying birds were much larger in size, with an appearance more like a bird pterodactyl, and they had long pointed beaks with a strong aggressiveness. Their claws were also very sharp. Two more birds of prey came together. These birds of prey did not act independently like the other animals. These birds of prey were all moving in flocks. If we don't shoot them down, such flying birds are going to attack us. Right? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. These flying birds had a strong sense of territory. Ah! Attack! Xiao Nua chose the attack weapon to deal with the raptor's laser rays. One by one, the laser rays shot out. Some hit the flying birds and some didn't. The flying bird was shot in the wings, and its entire huge body crashed down. The remaining birds of prey seemed to feel provoked, and some of them let out screams. It seemed to be summoning their companions. And in no time, another flying bird began to fly towards them. Many red dots were displayed around the flying disc craft. And these red dots were the flying birds. There were already dozens of them. Although the flying disc craft had weapons, the various weapons also needed to replenish their energy. The last time the blue scorpion alien fought with them, the energy to use the weapons had consumed most of the energy. Not to mention that the energy had also been consumed during the first level before. Attack energy like energy cannon and energy ray can absorb the sun energy into weapons. But quantum cannon is used once less, unless you spend money on replenishing the quantum cannon. These attack energy conversion replenishment also need a certain amount of time. There were more and more of these birds of prey, and in just 20 minutes, they had gone from dozens to hundreds. It was crucial that these flying birds were fast. We can only raise the altitude and speed up the speed of the flying birds. Xiao Nua calmly said. Lin Xiaojin hugged the lucky star, and Xiao Nua and Wang Han were ready to raise the altitude of the flight and speed up, because there were already quite a few flying birds surrounding the flying machine. If they attacked directly, the flying birds also attacked towards the flying machine. One or two birds of prey attacking the flying machine didn't feel anything, but dozens of them at the same time. The flying machine received a certain amount of vibration. The flying machine quickly raised its height until it shook off those flying birds. However, after raising the altitude, there was no way to directly see the position below, and it could only fly roughly in the northwest direction. The starting energy of the craft was also solar energy, and the closer it got to the sun, the energy would be automatically absorbed and replenished. The craft flew directly to the height with the clouds. In the upper part of the craft will not be able to cross the atmosphere. White and soft. Lucky Star's eyes lit up at the large clouds she saw outside. It's white clouds. Clouds form when small water droplets and small ice crystals gradually increase and reach a level that can be recognized by the human eye. Lin Xiaojin explained to Lucky Star, and wondered if Lucky Star could understand. It's been flying at a high altitude, unable to discern its position, Wang Han said with a frown. Since they couldn't see the forest below, they didn't know the exact location. Only the general direction, and the fact that the trees in the giant dark forest had black trunks and dark leaves. Lower the altitude later, Xiao Nua said. It could only be this way. Raise the altitude to avoid the flying birds when they encountered them, and then lower the altitude back down after avoiding them. They went back and forth like this at least 7.8 times a day, and even as many as 10 times a day. It was really too much of a toss. Being on a flying machine for a long time was more or less uncomfortable. After all, this flying machine wasn't like a private airplane that had a bed and all sorts of activities. Although the inside of this flying machine was bigger than a land traveler, it wasn't much bigger. The main focus of these flying machines was practicality and combat performance. It wasn't like Xinliang's private aircraft that was all about comfort, with beds and kitchens, and the ability to take a bath. In the end, unable to discern the direction, they chose the land vehicle again. However, when they first came down, they encountered a wave of large vines. But they were all very smoothly solved by both Xiao Nua and Wang Han. Lin Xiaojin barely even had much of a chance to make a move. Little Bozy had been sleeping for almost 7 days before he came to his senses. Lin Xiaojing purposely scanned little Baozi's bodily functions with her instrument. Chun Lang Xinjian. Age 2. Alien ability level 2. Body genetics level 2. The little bun's alien ability level reached level 2 just after it was inspired. Perhaps it was related to the fact that he was fed well spring water every day when he was inspired. Body gene level 2. Probably because Lin Xiaojing's body gene quality was high after all. As well as Xiao Nuo was also level 2. So little bun's level 2 could be imagined. The little bun only felt that he had slept a particularly comfortable sleep. Lin Xiaojing put the little bun out of the space as well. A big and 2 little ones were in the back, showing some crowding. Star, don't cry. I can change mini rabbit dolls for you. The little bun's memory was still stuck on the day he stimulated his supernatural ability. Saying that, little bun directly copied out 2 small dolls. Lin Xiaojing was so scared that he hurriedly stopped little Baozi. Last time little Baozi used too much of his supernatural ability and fainted on the spot. At the beginning of the little bun was just inspired alien energy. Now the little bun is already a level 2 alien. Copy a few dolls' energy is also enough. However, the little bun is still small. Lin Xiaojing slowly induced him. And only then did he understand. The little bun probably alien energy. It is that it can be copied. And as long as it is copied once, he can remember and can be copied at. But nowadays, the little bun can only copy out 2 at most. And the more complicated something is, the more energy is needed to copy it. Like this small doll with a single substance. It couldn't consume much energy from the little bun. Lin Xiaojing understood all this. And only then did she put her heart down. But she still properly instructed the little bun not to overuse energy. Excessive energy consumption would make even an adult feel uncomfortable, let alone a 2-year-old little bun. Lin Xiaojing also didn't know if the little bun could understand. Because right now, the little bun just felt fun. He wanted to try everything. Too small to have supernormal capabilities is also a worrying thing. Lin Xiaojing afraid of small bun's various attempts to give their own supernormal capabilities overconsumption. Day by day from time to feed the little bun space water. Space is always some more gadgets. Not only the little buns. She also did not expect the iron-eating beast as so it can eat main. A small body with a large amount of food. Tuan had already eaten half of that scrap spaceship last time. And I'm afraid it wouldn't take more than a few days to finish the rest. Lin Xiaojing got the information about the Iron Eater on the flying saucer. The first 3 years of Tuan's life is the first stage of growth. At this time Tuan only knows how to eat. The first stage is also the foundation stage of the iron-eating beast. The more solid the foundation, the stronger the iron-eating beast will be in the future. All in all, to raise the donut really need to be prepared for the mind. When those people also get the iron-eating beast, most will choose to resell out. Lin Xiaojing didn't even know that raising donuts required so much metal. But since she took it over, if she wanted to raise it, she would raise it properly. If you don't have metal, hoard it. However, Tuan's first stage was 3 years. They would be able to leave the green plant star after a few months. If they were eliminated and stayed in the green plant star all the time, then all the metal in her space fed to Tuan wouldn't even be enough for it to eat. Bump. On the way, Lin Xiaojing encountered many strange mutant plants, some of which could be eaten were taken into space by Lin Xiaojing. Of course also encountered a lot of dangers. But they were all safe and sound. A week later, the forest ahead became darker and darker. Looks like we're almost at the giant dark forest, Wang Han said. The closer they got to the giant dark forest, the darker the color of the tree trunks became, until they saw that the tree trunks were all black. That was when they reached the giant dark forest. They had already reached the edge of the giant dark forest, and it was feared that there would be swamps here, and with the greater weight of the landwalker, it was very likely that they would fall into it. So they just got off and chose to set off on foot. Lin Xiaojing gave Lucky Star a hat and mask, and held it in front of her body with a carrier. Lin Xiaojing took out the rabbit doll, and brought out a probiotic lollipop for Lucky Star. Lucky Star seemed to be eating this sweet flavor for the first time. He was so excited that his little legs kept bouncing, contrasting with the gloomy and dark surroundings. Little Baozi, on the other hand, was playing non-stop in the space. The little kid was curious and had obtained supernatural powers, and was taking things in the space and trying to see if he could replicate them. Lin Xiaojing also put out the wind. The wind belongs to the mutated animals. For some crisis sixth sense to be more accurate than them. Now walking here, everyone's attention was highly concentrated, because the closer they were to the giant dark forest, the higher the danger type was. A few of them. Except for Lucky Star. All this danger she didn't know. So also not afraid at all, as if following Lin Xiaojin to travel in general. The 1-meter-high ones in front are the cannibal flowers. During the day they all open up like this, and wait until nighttime to close. Wang Han said with a slight frown, as he looked at the row of cannibal flowers not far away. At first, his arm was devoured by the cannibal flower. Don't smell the aroma of the cannibal flowers. It will lure people over. Wang Han had covered his mouth when he finished speaking. Lin Xiaojin also held her breath in a hurry. But Lucky Star couldn't. Although she was given a mask. It's not like it was a gas mask. But Lucky Star she was holding. She couldn't get through. Lin Xiaojin lowered her head and hurriedly looked at Gale. Gale seemed to have smelled it. After all, its sense of smell is still relatively sensitive. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly put the dog into the space first to block the smell. One could only bypass these cannibal flowers. There were still some small ones less than a meter old that were still in bud form. As the three of them passed by, a strong aroma greeted them, and several people hastily held their breath. Lin Xiaojin breathed in a few times. But this aroma didn't work to confuse her now. Because her body's genetic level 5. Her body's metabolic function was almost 100 times that of an ordinary person. The toxic gas was directly metabolized by her body. But Lucky Star wasn't so lucky this time. Fragrant. Love it. Lucky Star's little hands kept drumming in the direction of the cannibalistic flowers. And Lin Xiaojin could only hold Lucky Star tightly. The three of them slowly walked over. And all of these cannibal flowers were facing towards them, following their direction, which was more or less bizarre. Although these cannibal flowers were very bewitching. Especially the color of the flowers. Very beautiful. But Lin Xiaojin saw that inside the stamens were all densely packed barbs. Like sharp teeth. And no longer had the heart to appreciate them. Lucky Star's body trembled. Her small hands kept moving in the direction of the cannibal flower. And Lin Xiaojin could only hold her tightly. The three people continued to walk forward. But the cannibal flowers in front of them were getting denser and denser. And if they didn't tackle the cannibal flowers, they simply couldn't get through. I didn't expect so many dense cannibal flowers to appear here, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. The smell of so many cannibal flowers was even more intense. And the two of them, Wang Han and Xiao Nuo, could only try to hold their breath. But that wasn't a solution. The scent of the flowers was too strong. Lucky Star had begun to cry, writhing all over her body. The scent of this cannibal flower was not dangerous. Only an illusion to lure people over. Wang Han only had his right hand left, instantly condensing hundreds of wind blades and releasing them directly towards the blade-eating flower. Peef. The buds of the cannibal flowers were instantly shattered. But the scent was even stronger. It turned out that after these cannibal flowers were destroyed, the scent in the buds would become doubled. The scent of so many flower buds was so strong that even an alien could not resist it. Not to mention ordinary people, who would lose their minds almost instantly once they smelled it. Wang Han and Xiao Nuo were holding their breath. But the scent would still penetrate their skin. Wang Han and Xiao Nuo's faces were already a bit abnormal. Almost all of them were looking at the willpower to resist. Lin Xiaojin looked at the two people, as well as Lucky Star's loss of crying. She knew that she could not continue like this. Lin Xiaojin took out the wellspring water from the space, gave Lin Xiaojin and Wang Han a cup each. She didn't know if the wellspring water would work. Now she could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. After giving them both a drink of wellspring water, Lin Xiaojin took out a small can of petrol from space and directly poured it on these cannibalistic flowers. Xiao Nuo saw this and directly released the lightning ball. The lightning flower collided with the petrol and instantly caught fire. The cannibal flowers that were doused with petrol instantly caught fire. There were also many fire system psychics on the green plant planet that had natural restraints on mutated plants. But they never caused a fire because these trees, most of these green plants were mutated to have some resistance to fire. There is also no wind in the forest. Even if there is a fire, it is a small fire, and the humidity here is relatively humid. Also has something to do with the characteristics of this place. Even if there is a fire in the forest, there is never a large area that burns. And the trees that have been burned will soon grow again. The greenery in the forest had a strong vitality, and wildfires could not be eliminated, but would grow again in the spring breeze. These cannibalistic flowers were afraid of fire, and soon burned and withered. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han drank the wellspring water from the space. and the two of them felt that the attraction in their bodies was slowly disappearing. The wellspring water in space also had the effect of detoxification. Lin Xiaojin was right. However, Lin Xiaojin also knew that the wellspring water in space not only had a healing effect, but also had a certain recovery effect. After Lin Xiaojin saw the two of them recovering, she hurriedly took some and gave some to Lucky Star to drink. Lucky Star was perhaps tired of crying, and her little eyes were also red from crying. In the end, Lin Xiaojin patted Lucky Star to soothe her and fell asleep. When the cannibalistic flowers were burned, the rhizomes underneath were still intact, and these cannibalistic flowers will grow again soon after a short period of time. Lying through this piece of cannibalism, the trunk of the surrounding tree is getting darker and darker. The leaves of the trees are also getting more and more dense, and the sunlight of 10,000 feet can only spill down through the dense leaves, becoming spots of golden light. The reason the light here was a little weaker than the rest of the light was because the leaves overhead were too dense. And these leaves weren't bright green. The leaves were much darker, and had the feeling that they were dying. The temperature here was a bit cooler than outside. Lin Xiaojin took out clothes from space again to give Lucky Star more to wear. The three of them had been walking for a few hours, and the sunlight was getting darker and darker. They had to find a place to rest. For safety, Lin Xiaojin took out the Landwalker directly from space. At night, they all slept in the Landwalker. The Landwalker has a danger alarm device. If there is danger intruding into the Landwalker, will also send out an alarm. In the forest at night is very quiet. Almost cannot hear anything. Occasionally only a slight wind blowing the sound of the leaves. There are no animals in the forest and no snakes, insects or ants. So it is very quiet. During the day, plants photosynthesize to release oxygen, and at night, they release carbon dioxide. The nutrients made during the day would then grow again at night, and the plants of the green plant star would grow faster at night, like the cannibalistic flowers that Lin Xiaojin had burned in a fire yesterday. After one night, their rhizomes had already grown. The three people's sleep was relatively shallow, especially Xiao Nua and Wang Han. Lin Xiaojin was fine if she was in a safe place. She slept peacefully, and slept relatively dead. But if it was in such an environment, she slept more shallowly. Early in the morning, the first one to wake up was actually Lucky Star. Lin Xiaojin only felt a small hand touching her face. As soon as Lin Xiaojin opened her eyes, she saw Lucky Star, who was plastered on her face, with big eyes, looking at her. Lin Xiaojin saw how the pupils of Lucky Star's eyes had turned a little pink. Lin Xiaojin pressed on Lucky Star's little face, and took a closer look. Lucky Star's eye pupils had really turned a little pink. Lin Xiaojin hadn't really looked up much information on pink aliens, and didn't know that this little guy, which she had obviously picked up on the planet Earth, was a pink alien's. Pink? Could it be that the pupils of pink aliens' eyes were all pink? Lin Xiaojin tried. And there was nothing uncomfortable about Lucky Star, and her eyes could see. Lin Xiaojin didn't care. Xiao Nua and Wang Han were already out of the Land Rover. Lin Xiaojin rinsed Lucky Star's milk and hugged her before getting off the Land Rover. She was stunned when she came down. The area around her land vehicle was suddenly full of small grass, the length of which was up to her calves. Yesterday, the small grass here was just the height of her ankles, and this day it had grown to the height of her calves in one night. Be careful. Most of those natives are with system adepts. It's likely that the natives have appeared when these grasses suddenly grew this much in one night. Wang Han commanded with a slight frown. These with system psychic powers are just too strong. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but envy. This is if one is hungry, and wants to eat whatever they want to hypnotize themselves. Some special with system powers are not only capable of catalyzing life. The body is part of the with system. Wang Han thought of something and said. Lin Xiaojin also suddenly thought that in that dinosaur planet, one of the trees they killed was a person inside. Why do these natives hate us so much? Lin Xiaojin asked. Because of the heart of grass and wood. The heart of grass and wood is the treasure of the green plant planet, and something unique. We came here for the heart of grass and wood, Wang Han said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. This route was probably about the same reason she guessed. Of course, there is another part of the reason. We are aliens and invaders to them, Wang Han said in a deep voice. These natives were used to inhabiting the forest, and no one knew exactly where they lived. Probably living in the trunks of trees. Lin Xiaojin put the Landwalker into space, surrounded by green grass. All three of them didn't act rashly. This heart of grass, do we have to go digging in each tree? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. But there seemed to be only one way to get the heart of grass and wood. There were so many giant trees here. That tree would have the heart of grass and wood. Even if they chopped here for the rest of their lives as lumberjacks for the rest of their lives? Luck, Wang Han said. If you want to get the heart of grass and wood, I'm afraid it's just luck. Lin Xiaojin actually had a thought in her psyche that the natives here, who had lived in this forest for so long and spent their whole day with the trees, how could they not be aware of it? It wasn't just Lin Xiaojin who could think of it. The other contestants had also thought of it, and even went to actively seek out the natives. All kinds of coercion and lure, which was the reason why the conflict was getting deeper and deeper. Those who had once obtained the heart of grass, and would had also hunted down quite a few of their natives. The three of them continued to walk into the forest. The tree trunks inside turned completely black, and the entire leaves were dark green. This should be the edge of the giant dark forest. Lin Xiaojin looked at the black tree trunks around him. As soon as Lin Xiaojin's words fell, vines suddenly poured out from all directions, which were black in color and had thorns on them. The vines are poisonous. Don't get hurt, Wang Han said sharply. The three people retreated backwards, back to back in a triangle to protect their figures. Xiao Nuo directly released the electric grid, and those vines that wanted to rush over could not pass through the grid. Zzz. A large number of vines fell off, and new vines attacked them in a continuous stream. Lin Xiaojin protected Lucky Star while her eyes quickly swept over the surrounding. This sudden attack of vines. There must be natives around that were attacking them. Last time as well. A sudden vine attack. These natives were hiding around. Soon Lin Xiaojin found an indigenous hiding on a black tree trunk. Lin Xiaojin gave the Lucky Star to Xiao Nuo. She, on the other hand, drew out her dagger and instantly moved directly behind the man. This time, Lin Xiaojin didn't directly cut his throat with a single slash, but instead held the dagger against his neck. Whoever is making a move, I will directly kill him. Apparently Lin Xiaojin's words had little effect. From behind the vines attacked towards Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin didn't hesitate to touch his neck this time. These natives didn't care about the lives of their companions. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, seemingly feeling that something was wrong. On the other side, Wang Han's wind blade and Xiao Nuo's thunderstorm directly rolled down all the surrounding tree trunks. The fluttering leaves almost obscured one's vision. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly instantly came back and took the Lucky Star from Xiao Nuo's hand. Hurry up, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. The three people took advantage of the chaos to run towards the front, surrounded by large trees that only 5 people could even hold. The deeper they went, the denser the trees became. Behind them, there were also mutated vines from time to time. If this goes on, the three of us will get separated. Be careful, Lin Xiaojin said. Even if they got separated, but their entry equipment had the location of the same group shared, so this wasn't scary. Even if they got separated, they could still find each other through the shared location. Lin Xiaojin held Lucky Star as she traveled through the woods. This little one bumped around and Lin Xiaojin could only hold her tightly to reduce her bumps. But it still made Lucky Star drop the bunny doll in her hand. Mummy, my rabbit. Lucky Star was aggrieved and her eyes were a little red. Lucky Star's favorite animal is the bunny, especially this little pink bunny doll. When sleeping also have to hold it in her hand in order to sleep. Although Lin Xiaojin tried her best to protect her, but the vines behind her, and Lin Xiaojin's speed and fast, popping down from time to time to avoid it. Lucky Star's little hand still didn't hold onto it. Lin Xiaojin was fully concentrated on dodging the vines behind her. And when she heard Lucky Star's voice, she subconsciously looked back at the rabbit that had fallen to the ground. So her reaction slowed down a beat, and the vines behind her wrapped around her ankles. Luckily, a lightning ball hit the vine that was wrapped around her, and Lin Xiaojin was able to quickly get away. But it was also because she was a step too slow. In front of her, Xiao Nuo and Wang Han both fell straight into a hole, and Lin Xiaojin hurriedly steadied herself. Xiao Nuo had just released the lightning ball attention on Lin Xiaojin here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen down. Xiao Nuo! Wang Han! Lin Xiaojin shouted nervously. But the big hole in the ground had no sound. Lin Xiaojin dodged the vines while opening her device to locate her teammate's position, showing that his 2 teammates were in a surviving state, which reassured her a lot. However, this has been attacking her vines is very annoying. Lin Xiaojin drew out the Bing straight knife. As long as the vines rushed over were cut off by her one by one. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin's eyes locked onto the right front position, an instant to the front of the natives. One hand covered the Lucky Star glasses, the other hand holding the knife mercilessly barrel into his heart. Blood directly gushed out. Lin Xiaojin cannot care so much. Can only dodge while looking for hidden indigenous humans. At this moment, she cannot care about Xiao Nuo and Wang Han. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to a tree trunk and let Red Dazzle come out from space. Red Dazzle's fighting skills were still good. She, on the other hand, took out a silk scarf directly from space to cover Lucky Star's eyes. She was still so small, such a bloody picture was still rare. Although the world was like this, Lin Xiaojin still wanted to protect the child as much as she could. Not only physically, but also mentally. Red Dazzle's hands were really good, but the vines around were just too much. And Lin Xiaojin just wanted Red Dazzle to pull these vines while she had more time to observe these indigenous humans hidden behind the big trees. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Xiaojin saw too more the vines around her were suddenly much less. But Red Dazzle was accidentally scratched by the vines. The vines were poisonous now. Lin Xiaojin directly let Red Dazzle return to the space. Red Hyun in the space then in the outside to recover a lot faster. And the space has wellspring water can also heal his injuries. I'm still so weak. I can't help master every time. Red Dazzle had a guilty look on his face. He still had to practice hard and diligently before he could do so. Actually, Red Dazzle was already great. He didn't have supernatural powers after all, and was born not even a year ago. Just now. If it wasn't for Red Dazzle's involvement, she wouldn't have had the chance to kill the green plant star natives. After solving a few natives, the remaining vines were not continuing to attack. The leaves of the trees in front of them shook slightly. It seemed like which natives had run away. Lin Xiaojin wanted to go back to find the place where Xiao Nuo and the others fell, but actually found that the surroundings had changed. It turned out that she had just killed the natives and was chased by the vines, and had already run a long way. This forest didn't have much of a path, and it was impossible to discern the direction. Lin Xiaojin could only open her device. Fortunately, there was still a location, and she could still send messages. Lin Xiaojin sent a message to Xiao Nuo, waited for 2 minutes, and did not return. It should be dangerous and not available to return. She was just about to walk over toward Xiao Nuo's position on the device. Mummy. Hungry. Lucky Star's pitiful Baba's voice. Lin Xiaojin this time to see the time. It has passed noon. No wonder Lucky Star is hungry. She now also feel a little hungry stomach. Lin Xiaojin took out the pastries made by Lan Zhan from the space, handed it to Lucky Star, and ate a few pieces herself to pat her stomach first. But she also ate as she walked. This will still need to meet up with Xiao Nuo, Wang Han, and the others as soon as possible. This forest is too dangerous. Lin Xiaojin looked at the shared location on the device. Obviously Lin Xiaojin was walking in the direction of the two of them. But the distance was instead getting farther and farther away. This land is a bit evil. Rabbit. Rabbit. Lucky Star suddenly got excited and pointed in the direction of the right front. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. Didn't Lucky Star's rabbit fall off? Lin Xiaojin followed Lucky Star's small hand and looked over. A pink bunny rabbit was held in a child's hand. A child? Lin Xiaojin all suspected that she had misread it. On closer inspection, it was really a child. Lin Xiaojin didn't rush forward. Could this be an indigenous child? She slowly walked over and did not want to disturb the child. When she got closer, Lin Xiaojin realized that it was a child. Or a child with wings. The wings were transparent, but the lines on them were green patterns. And if you looked more closely, there were also 2 green tentacles on top of the little boy's head. Lin Xiaojin didn't know if it was a boy or a girl, but it seemed to like Lucky Star's bunny very much. She slowly approached. The preoccupied child seemed to sense it, and then looked at Lin Xiaojin in fear. It pushed its wings and flew away. But the bunny doll fell down. The child seemed to like the rabbit doll, but was afraid of Lin Xiaojin. So it just flew at the tree trunk above, and didn't leave immediately. Rabbit. Rabbit. Lucky Star was bursting with excitement at the sight of his bunny doll. Lin Xiaojin walked over and picked up the rabbit, when suddenly the child with wings actually scattered a bunch of flower petals down. Lin Xiaojin was also afraid that the petals were poisonous, and immediately took Lucky Star away from it. But it seemed that the kid didn't seem to have any malicious intent, and his eyes only fell on the rabbit in Lucky Star's hand. Lin Xiaojin took out another doll from space. She held the doll in front of the child and waved it a few times. The child's eyes lit up. You want this one? This one can be given to you, Lin Xiaojin said tentatively. She still didn't know who this child in front of her was. It should be a native. But as far as she knew, natives didn't have wings. And almost all the natives she had seen had black skin. This child's skin was very white and tender. Lin Xiaojin threw the doll on the tree trunk. Then she slowly backed up to a certain distance. The child flapped his little wings and flew up, picking up the doll. The child was happy to hold the doll. When suddenly the child panicked, as if there was danger around. It hurriedly picked up the doll and flew off into the distance. But then she looked back at Lin Xiaojin. Releasing then its tentacles released some pink petals. And then it quickly flew away. It seemed that releasing the petals was a sign of gratitude to her. Lin Xiaojin thought it should mean that. Lin Xiaojin hugged Lucky Star and also hurriedly followed. She intuited that this child with wings must be extraordinary. Just now it obviously sensed some kind of danger, and that's why it ran away. However, the speed of the child flying is still very fast. But the surrounding trees and more. Flying for a while Lin Xiaojin is not in sight. But Lin Xiaojin saw the petals falling on the ground. She followed the petals and slowly walked forward. She wore black and dark green clothes in order to hide herself, including a change of clothes for Lucky Star. At this moment, Lucky Star had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Lin Xiaojin still tightly tied Lucky Star to her body, but also thoughtfully gave her soft cushions. Lin Xiaojin had some regrets. If she had known that she was going to be here, she would have said anything to get the whole ghillie suit. After walking for about 5 minutes, she heard a sound and hurriedly hid behind a large tree. Lin Xiaojin climbed up the big tree. The big trees here were next to the big trees, and the trunks were all interspersed. She slowly climbed forward along the trunks. She slowly lay on her side on the tree trunk. Luckily Lucky Star had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Up ahead, Lin Xiaojin saw a few natives that were surrounding the child that could only fly. Not knowing what was being said, Lin Xiaojin could only switch on her device for simultaneous translation. "It's a wood elf. Quickly capture her and offer her to the great Gu Muala." The wood elf was holding the rabbit doll and kept flying up and down on the ground. It wouldn't be strange which vines didn't attack her. So these natives could only use the most primitive method, which was to catch it with their hands. Although the wood elf had wings and could fly, the height it could fly was not very high. A wood elf? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. There were still tree elves in this green star? She quickly asked Green Star to pull out information about tree elves. It turned out that in the long-ago Green Plant Planet, there was the elf clan. That is, the era when the elves coexisted with the indigenous humans. Tree elves could only be birthed by which big trees that were more than 1,000 years old, and which big trees were their essence, because the population of the elf clan was even more sparse, and it was very difficult to breed. And then it became extinct like the dinosaurs. Unexpectedly, there were still tree elves now. The wood elf had a kind heart and could sense people's hearts. It was often hunted down. So when it first saw Lin Xiaojin it was scared. But it seemed to sense that Lin Xiaojin didn't have any malice. So when she showed people kindness, the tentacles on her head would release flower petals. The elf felt a burst of malice. There was only one place where it felt familiar. Then desperately it flew over in Lin Xiaojin's direction, its little wings poofing and flashing. Lin Xiaojin just saw the little elf actually fly over towards her, eyes full of the deep emotion of begging for help. Looking at the few black natives behind her, Lin Xiaojin didn't hesitate. For one thing, she was annoyed by this natives, often coming to mess with her. Secondly, saving the little elf didn't seem like a dangerous thing to do, either. Lin Xiaojin immediately stood up and directly took over the pouncing Pokemon. Then holding the Pokemon all ran up in the trunk of the tree. The surrounding vines instantly increased again. But strangely enough, none of the vines attacked her. Chase! The wood elf is in the hands of the aliens. Can't let it escape. Lin Xiaojin heard yelling from behind. Someone climbing a tree quickly rushed directly in front of her. Lin Xiaojin slashed the native's neck. These natives' alien abilities had become weaker. It wasn't that the natives with type psychic abilities had become weaker. It was because with type psychic abilities were immune to wood elves. Lin Xiaojin was carrying Lucky Star in front of her, as well as holding the wood elf in one hand, greatly restricting her movement. Lin Xiaojin thought to herself, I don't know if the wood elf can be put into the space by him. Lin Xiaojin simply wanted to save it, and did not have the intention of imprisoning it. The elf clan were all born pure and good, which was probably the reason why elves existed so sparsely, and were almost all extinct. The reason why elves are more cherished than iron eaters is because it is very difficult to conceive, And elves must have enough energy to survive after being conceived. Lin Xiaojin looked at the increasing number of natives chasing behind her, and wondered if the elves could understand. She explained, "I'll put you into the space. And when I get rid of those natives in a while, I'll release you." The wood elf didn't seem to understand what Lin Xiaojin meant by space. The next second, the wood elf was put into space by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin's space could be considered a small micro-world. Lin Xiaojin also purposely told Little Cloud and the others to properly appease the wood elf. She felt that the wood elf was very timid, and that was because it had only just been born a short time ago. When the wood elf came to the space and saw the large swath of greenery here, it was very happy and flew around these fruit trees, especially the strawberries. It hadn't seen these sweet-smelling plants yet. There were many other plants in space that the wood elf hadn't seen before. Some of these grew in Shinlan Star, while others were born in Ur Star. These were plants that simply had not mutated. The vast majority of plants on the green plant planet had undergone mutations. "You have wings." "Wow!" The little bun was playing with a toy, but his eyes lit up when he saw the bushy-tailed wood elf. The wood elf slowly flew down, and his eyes landed on the block toy in the little bun's hand. Not only was it a block toy, but there were all kinds of toys piled up next to it. All kinds of small toys in all kinds of colors that were shiny and bright. The wood elf couldn't take his eyes off of them at once. And there were all kinds of rabbit dolls neatly placed next to them. Those were all Lucky Star's favorites. Lucky Star liked all kinds of rabbits, so the little bun would find all kinds of rabbit dolls in the space shelf area. When his mom let him out to play, he could take them to Lucky Star. "Do you want to play? Then come in and play with me." Little Bun thought that Wood Elf was the playmate that his mom had found for him. So he went forward and pulled Wood Elf's hand. The Wood Elf didn't resist either. Only his tentacles subconsciously contracted, the attraction being on these unseen toys. "Play together," the little bundle said happily. The Wood Elf also slowly played, and the tentacles on its head even dropped petals outwards from time to time when it was happy to play. The little bun was even happier to see this magical scene and danced around. The two played happily, and before long the whole place was filled with petals sprayed out by the wood elves. The two little ones in the space were still safe, but outside Lin Xiaojin holding Lucky Star was just as dangerous. The natives chasing up outside were getting more and more. But Lin Xiaojin also had instantaneous movement. But without the wood elf in her hand, her wood system powers were not immune. Lin Xiaojin looked back at the natives chasing him, his eyes cold and intense. Lin Xiaojin took out a bucket of petrol from space and left it behind. Took out a lighter and lit it up and threw it down. At once, a big fire started behind him, blocking most of the natives who were chasing after him. Lin Xiaojin sighed. If she was a fire ability, or Jean wished to deal with these natives, that is really convenient too much. Now there is no if. Lin Xiaojin can only hold the Lucky Star to hide these natives. Successive instantaneous transfer 3 times. Only then did she get rid of those natives. At this moment, she had already unknowingly walked into the depths of the giant dark forest. The vision here was extremely bad, with only a bit of starlight coming through the leaves above. However, Lin Xiaojin's eyesight had always been very good. Even at night, it was not affected. After confirming that the natives did not continue to catch up, Lin Xiaojin turned on her device to check the position of Xiao Nuo and Wang Han. This time, the 3 of them were even further away from the location. But looking at the shared location, Xiao Nuo and Wang Han's position was together, and they also seemed to be moving slowly towards Lin Xiaojin's side. They should be coming over to find Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin looked at the location. If she wanted to go back to find Xiao Nuo and the others, she would need to return. But she had just shaken off those natives. She could only expect Xiao Nuo and Wang Han to come over and find her now. The last thing this forest lacked was food. So Lin Xiaojin wasn't worried about the 2 of them starving to death. They were also very strong. So the most she should worry about was herself. Her special ability was melee combat. Long-distance attack was her shortcoming, and she had a 1-year-old child in her hand. Lin Xiaojin then remembered that she had put the wood elf into space, and hurriedly spiritually entered the space. She had been quite worried that the wood elf thought Lin Xiaojin had locked it up, but she didn't expect it to be quite happy playing with the little bun in space. The little bun's toy area was filled with sprayed flower petals. Lin Xiaojin gave the little bun a word and released the wood elf from the space. But it seemed like it still had an unfulfilled look. "Why did those natives capture you?" Lin Xiaojin asked with a slight frown. She didn't know if the wood elf could speak. The wood elf couldn't speak, but it could send out a kind of brainwave. and could even transmit some of the images it had experienced. The wood elf felt that Lin Xiaojin wasn't the one trying to rob him, so it sent her an image. The image was more like a kind of video screen that just appeared in Lin Xiaojin's brain so easily. In the image there was a large tree that looked very old and was very dense and lush. The trunk of this tree was estimated to be too big for 10 or so people to hug. From this tree, a little elf was born, a miniature version of the wood elf. Originally, the wood elf lived happily in the forest, but was captured by a few natives and sacrificed to the ancient wood law. Lin Xiaojin seemed to see those natives through the screen towards a tree of pure darkness, with various bumps and patterns coming out of it. The screen was able to clearly see these natives worshipping this tree. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin knew that the ancient wood aura was this one tree of darkness. And the ancient tree stretched out its black branches towards everyone's head and dropped a seed. But the wood elf burst out half of the energy this ran out. The ensuing scene was of those natives variously chasing the wood elf. But the wood elf's body couldn't move, so the wood elf's range was limited to moving around. And they had always had people sent to squat on the wood elf's body. Lin Xiaojin also roughly knew what the wood elf meant after watching the scene. She frowned slightly and said, "You want me to send you back to your main body?" A weak brainwave traveled into her head, as the wood elf needed to enter his main body to regain his original energy. The wood elf's main body was surrounded by that group of indigenous humans, so the wood elf couldn't return to its main body. If it didn't return to its main body for a long period of time, its energy wouldn't be replenished. It would get weaker and weaker, and one day it would be captured by that group of indigenous humans. Lin Xiaojin also thought that before she had killed a few indigenous humans, all had black grass growing out of their heads. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly and had a bold guess in her heart. That is, was that group of natives being controlled by that big dark tree? She had just been able to feel from the wood elf's picture which dark giant tree was eerie. Lin Xiaojin was a little hesitant. After all, she came to find the heart of grass and trees. But looking at such a lovely wood elf in front of her, even her eyes were bright and round. And she also put flower petals towards Lin Xiaojin. "Do you have any other skills besides releasing flower petals?" Lin Xiaojin said, as she looked at the two green, like crystalline tentacles on the wood elf's head. The wood elf's eyes pondered for a moment. And then, the tentacles released flower petals of various different shapes and colors. "Alright. Well, I can send you back." Lin Xiaojin couldn't take the assault of so many fragrant petals raining down on him. Lucky Star woke up from his nap and started to get excited as he looked at the sudden shower of petals. Like. The wood elf flew to the same height as Lucky Star and gave Lucky Star a pink petal. Lin Xiaojin knew that there was also a benefit to bringing the wood elf with her, and that was the ability to be immune to the attacks of the wood system's supernatural powers, and which mutant vines wouldn't attack with the wood elf by her side. Lin Xiaojin did not know the way, so she could only follow the wood elves. She was also here to find the heart of grass and trees. This wood elves are also elves, living in the forest for so long, should know the news of the heart of grass and trees? Lin Xiaojin also just held the attitude of trying to ask. "Wood elf, you know about the heart of grass and wood? If you know it, I'll trade you something for it. Soon." Lin Xiaojin received a stream of information screen. It was that bunny doll. I didn't think that this wood elf actually possessed the same vision as her daughter's Lucky Star. But that bunny doll. Her daughter also likes it very much. But this wood elf is really there? Thinking about it, Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but get excited. If one could exchange a heart of grass, and would by taking the rabbit doll, is this going to be too worth it? But Lin Xiaojin wasn't sure. It's as if this son's psychic ability had finally found a useful place. Lin Xiaojin spiritually entered the space and hurriedly coaxed the little bun to replicate two rabbit dolls. Lin Xiaojin took the rabbit dolls out, and the wood elf's glasses lit up, seeming to like the rabbits very much. Lucky Star was also. His little hands were about to grab the rabbit dolls. "Lucky Star, this is for Moo Moo. Mummy will give you a lollipop," Lin Xiaojin said hurriedly. Lucky Star also very much like rabbit dolls. This time she wants to give it to someone else. She is afraid that Lucky Star will cry. Although hastily coaxed from the space and took out a strawberry children's probiotic lollipop. Lucky Star to see the lollipop, this only to stabilize the mood to cry. Wood elf saw the lollipop in Lucky Star's mouth. That kind of smell, fragrant and sweet. It has not eaten. It usually just sunshine. Rain when it showers. Lin Xiaojin could see that the wood elf also wanted it. So he also took a strawberry-flavored lollipop from space for it. But the wood elf was a bit clumsy and didn't know how to eat it yet. Its whole little face was filled with confusion. Lucky Star looked at the wooden elf, not knowing how to eat it. She was kind enough to say sweetly, "Just eat it like me." After Lucky Star finished speaking, she stuffed the entire strawberry-flavored lollipop into her mouth. Wood Elf seemed to be learning, so she boldly tried it. Lin Xiaojin saw the Wood Elf. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Eating it was sweet and sour. Very memorable. He had never eaten this before. It was as if he had opened up his taste buds for the first time. Lin Xiaojin saw a magical scene. That is, the tentacles on the Wood Elf's head actually changed color, turned pink, and it kept popping petals towards the outside. One moment it was a petal. One moment it was a bud. Not long after Lin Xiaojin, they all had a small pile of petals on the ground. Lin Xiaojin knew. This Wood Elf popped petals out when he was happy. What about when he's not happy? It wouldn't be jumping stones, would it? The Wood Elf was very happy after eating a whole lollipop, and even came to Lin Xiaojin to hug it. Close to the Wood Elf, now close. It carries a fresh breath that smells soothing. Lin Xiaojin thought to herself, which indigenous humans are so crazy to hunt Wood Elves? If they know that giving a Wood Elf lollipop can gain its goodwill, is it going to spit blood? Not really, because the Wood Elf was able to sense whether people were sincere or malicious towards it. The Wood Elf is very happy, but seems to have forgotten the matter of the heart of grass and trees. Lin Xiaojin also did not continue to ask. Presumably this Wood Elf also does not know anything. Just now is her own too excited. Lin Xiaojin continued to walk with the Wood Elf. The Wood Elf, holding the rabbit doll, suddenly flew to an inconspicuous small tree. Lin Xiaojin was afraid that she was in danger, then immediately went up to follow it, because the more you get to the place of his own body is definitely more dangerous, which indigenous humans are likely to guard there. Lin Xiaojin guessed correctly, which indigenous humans were guarding around his main body. The Wood Elf put his small hand on the inconspicuous small tree, and then a green light was slowly sucked out by the Wood Elf. After sucking out the green light, the small tree became slightly dry, but it would continue to grow again in a few days. The Wood Elf threw a round, pure green bead to Lin Xiaojin, and before she could react to what it was, the device system prompted out a message. Shen Launching has obtained a heart of grass and wood. 100,000 points. There are still 125 days to go before entering the second level. Lin Xiaojin thought that only their group knew about obtaining the heart of grass and wood, but it was the entirety of the contestants who were in the Green Plant Star. Everyone knew about it. Sure enough, this competition wasn't that simple. Lin Xiaojin even more did not think that he was so inexplicably casually asked the heart of the grass and trees found. But this information is public. Everyone knows. But only after 125 days to enter the next level. If someone snatched their heart of the grass and trees, that is also allowed. Soon Lin Xiaojin's screen showed that she had obtained a 7-day effective protector. And after 7 days her location would be made public. That is, everyone would be able to see her. Lin Xiaojin could not help but curse when she saw this. Not only did they receive the message, including Xiao Nua and Wang Han, who both similarly received the message, but at the moment, they were also heading towards Lin Xiaojin's direction. Lin Xiaojin got the heart of grass and wood. Wang Han said in surprise. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly? Or was it so easy to find in the giant dark forest? Well, let's hurry over. Xiao Nua frowned slightly, his tone carrying some worry. Good. Wang Han responded, as they continued to split the vines that were in the way. This was still just the beginning. Because of the Wood Elf. Not only did the mutated vines around her not attack her, even the cannibalistic flowers and the various mutated plants would not attack her. The Wood Elf had already found 5 hearts of grass and trees in just 1 hour, and all of them were given to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin could already imagine which of the other participants who saw this news were probably going crazy. And once the 7-day protection period was over, she was afraid that they would rush towards her to grab it. This heart of grass and trees is the essence of trees. Every 100 years of trees may be birthed, but no one, any technology has the means to detect it. That's why it's said that it's by luck. It is possible for someone to dig a tree heart to get the heart of grass and wood. Or someone may dig hundreds or thousands to get one. Or someone may dig for a lifetime and not get one. The Wood Elf was able to feel the energy of each tree, so it was like it had a positioning system. Each heart of grass and wood contains pure wood energy. Lin Xiaojin put away the heart of grass and wood. She was also quite thankful to the Wood Elf. Lin Xiaojin told the Wood Elf that she had enough. This level needed 1 heart of grass and wood to be enough. Now that she had exceeded 4 and gained 500,000 points, she would definitely be able to bring her lucky star to the next level. These 5 hearts of grass, and what could be said to have broken previous records. Chen Lanqing's ranking was also instantly raised. Lin Xiaojin opened the next live broadcasting device. And now the people who were live broadcasting were people from other planets, who were rushing at the moment. And Lin Xiaojin saw countless pop-ups were brushing the news that Chen Lanqing had obtained 5 hearts of grass and trees. In particular, Lin Xiaojin was discovered by the others as soon as she entered the live broadcast room. Looking at the overwhelming words, there were good voices asking where they got it. And some were threatening to let them run as far away as they could after the 7-day protection period. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly exited the live broadcasting room. It seemed that after 7 days was the time to avoid the snatch of the other contestants. She knew that the Starshine competition wasn't that simple. Lin Xiaojin knocked the heart of grass and wood down into the wooden box and put it into space. Then continued to set off with the wood elf. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nuo and Wang Han's position again, and found that the 2 people were getting closer to her, and mentally relaxed most of the time, and would have liked to wait for Xiao Nuo and Wang Han. But the wood elf seemed to be a little anxious to return to the body, especially since she had just used her energy to help Lin Xiaojin to take out the heart of grass and wood. The wood elf had helped her so much. She definitely wanted to send the wood elf back to the main body safely as well. Soon the wood elf felt a disliked aura. The closer it was to its main body, the branches and leaves of the surrounding plants became more and more lush. And the color was even more bright green. In this dense giant dark forest are all dark green and black leaves. Bright green leaves are what make people feel alive, which black green leaves always make people feel depressed and dead. Especially that dark giant tree. Even the picture can feel the darkness it brings. They, the natives, could also only be on the periphery of the main body. And once they entered the range of the wood elf's main body, then the wood elf's energy would be constantly supported. Because the wood elf was there. Their wood-based alien energy was almost immune. And wood-based alien energy immunity in front of Lin Xiaojin was like a tiger without claws. These indigenous humans were of average stature, and were also no match for her at all. In order to quickly resolve this group of natives, Lin Xiaojin's hand was decisive and ruthless. But the wood elves were unwilling to see the killing of life. Even if it was these natives who heard it. Lin Xiaojin's head received an image. It turned out that these indigenous humans were once friendly with the elves as well, and believed in the elves. But which dark ancient tree that fell from the sky encroached on their beliefs? There was still a portion of the indigenous humans that were friendly with them, sheltered and living in her essence. The wood elf's essence was large. Although on the surface it appeared to be a thick giant tree. Its roots were deep and extensive. Lin Xiaojin followed the wood elf and continued to walk. The further inside she walked as if she had entered another world. How could she not have thought that there was another part of the giant dark forest that was all emerald green foliage, surrounded by freshness, vitality and lushness. The giant dark forest was so extensive that it could be said to be the equivalent of covering a city the size of 2 first-tier Chen Lanqing cities. However, there was actually a piece of emerald green foliage in it. And when he entered here, Lin Xiaojin saw that the wood elf's body was actually gradually growing. Visible to the naked eye grew. Just now only a few dozen centimeters of children. Now actually slowly 7 or 8-year-old children. Continue to go deeper. The wood elf's height is getting bigger and bigger. Body shape is also more and more gentle. She actually grew out a head of green flowing curly hair. The head of the 2 tentacles, but instead narrowed up. The wood elf was a very crystal clear girl. And the pupils of her eyes were also green. Lin Xiaojin looked dumbfounded. Just now it was still a little kid, grabbing toys from each other with the little buns in Lin Xiaojin's space. But now it actually grew into a fluttering beautiful girl of about the same height as her. It turned out that when the wood elf had enough energy her form would become like this. And if she didn't have enough energy her body would shrink more and more. When Lin Xiaojin saw it, it was also tricked out of the body around. Energy cannot be replenished. The body will get smaller and smaller, shrinking to the size of a 1-year-old child. At the moment, the wood elf's feet were not touching the ground, and the crystal wings behind her were slightly vibrating to drive her. The green plants around here are all its doppelganger. After walking for about nearly half an hour, finally she saw a huge tree. Besides that dark giant tree, it is this tree. As soon as the wood elf came, the leaves all over the body of the native giant tree trembled slightly. A faint green light emitted from both the giant tree and the wood elf. At this moment, Lin Xiaojin received another message from the wood elf. It said that it was very grateful to her. The wood elf flew over and gently landed on Lin Xiaojin's brow. And a seal of green leaves landed on Lin Xiaojin's forehead. This was the wood elf's blessing. This would give her a certain wood immunity, as well as an affinity for plants. Lin Xiaojin didn't expect the wood elf to send her a seal like this. Thank you. Lin Xiaojin thanked from the bottom of her heart. This was considered an unexpected blessing. The wood elf flew into the main body. The wood elf entered the main body, which dark giant trees, and the natives wanted to hurt it, and capture it again would be difficult. But Lin Xiaojin is still a little worried, because those natives are afraid that they will not give up so easily. The wood elf entered the main body to rest, and would be dormant for a while. Lin Xiaojin was not in a hurry to leave this place. She knew that this place was much safer than the outside. Lin Xiaojin put Lucky Star down. It was safe here. The plants here were all friendly and exuded a friendly and intimate aura. Perhaps because Lin Xiaojin had been blessed by the wood elves. Lin Xiaojin rested here for a while. Then she was ready to leave the place. She had already obtained the heart of grass and wood. Now all she had to do was to block others from grabbing it after the 7 days protection period. After 7 days, her position would be exposed. Thinking about it, Lin Xiaojin's mood was more or less a bit of a headache. But now was not the time to think about these things. Lin Xiaojin opened the screen and saw Xiaonua and Wang Han stayed in a position that did not move. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. She remembered that the last time she saw their position, Xiaonua was in this position. They didn't move? Lin Xiaojin guessed that they should have encountered some kind of trouble. Lin Xiaojin wasn't resting anymore. So she had to pick up the lucky star and continue tying it to her body, heading toward Xiaonua's and Wang Han's position. As soon as she was out of the range of the wood elf's body, she couldn't feel that cozy feeling anymore. And the leaves around her became darker and darker, turning into a depressing feeling again. These black-green leaves seemed to be corroding, devouring these bright green leaves. Lin Xiaojin suddenly thought of something. Did those dark giant trees want to devour the wood elves and turn the entire place into black-green plants? What kind of species was that dark giant tree? This wood elf didn't tell her. She forgot to ask. And also check this information. But nothing. The information on even the green value star wood elf is not there. And how can there be information on the black giant tree? Although Lin Xiaojin was puzzled, she also understood that this was not something she cared about anymore. What she could do now was already to return the wood elf safely back to the main body. Lin Xiaojin walked toward Xiaonua's position. The mutated vines around her did not attack towards Lin Xiaojin. Without the wood system's supernatural ability to manipulate, these mutated plants would not actively attack Lin Xiaojin anymore. Because of the wood system blessing given to her by the wood elves, the green leaf seal that remained on her brow was merely hidden, occasionally glowing a slight green light. This seal, when used, also allowed her and the wood elf to sense each other when they encountered danger. However, Lin Xiaojin was going to leave the green value star in the next level. So how far this seal's connection could go, Lin Xiaojin wasn't sure. In fact, she didn't know what the wood elf was planning to do. And if she did, she was afraid that she would also be shocked. Lin Xiaojin touched Lucky Star's head. It seems that being able to meet the wood elf was also indirectly helped by Lucky Star. If Lucky Star hadn't dropped the rabbit doll and happened to be picked up by the wood elf, the heart of grass and trees would have been so smoothly obtained. This pink star people are also too metaphysical. Lin Xiaojin do not know is, although most of the people on the pink star have the ability to be lucky, but not everyone has such luck. Or to look at the luck of the qi. Lin Xiaojin walked towards Wang Han and Xiaonua. At the moment, the two people were being mixed up by the indigenous humans. They mistakenly entered the main camp of the indigenous humans. Even saw an even more bizarre scene. That is a black giant tree. That giant tree trunk. The leaves are black, but the trunk of its body are dry. The key to this trunk will actually talk. Xiaonua saw a cool human mouth on the tree trunk and didn't know what they said. But soon which indigenous humans found them. Xiaonua and Wang Han wanted to run, but the mutant vines instantly trapped them here. Xiaonua's lightning, Wang Han's wind blade, two people's attacks are very strong. For a while, they were in a stalemate. Lin Xiaojin held Lucky Star and rushed all the way to Xiaonua and Wang Han's position, without the obstruction of the mutated vines. Lin Xiaojin's speed was quite fast, but the more she traveled toward Xiaonua and Wang Han's position, the black tree trunks around her became clearer and clearer. These black and green leaves made Lin Xiaojin feel uncomfortable all over. However, in order to find Xiaonua and Wang Han, one could only endure the discomfort this brought. Lucky Star also felt a bit depressed. Children's sensory abilities were stronger than people's. Lucky Star's little hand tightly grasped Lin Xiaojin's clothes. Lin Xiaojin touched Lucky Star's little hand and soothed her. Obviously, this place was all the same as outside were all black giant trees. There wasn't much difference. And there were also mutant vines clinging behind the big trees. These mutant vines did not attack Lin Xiaojin. However, Lin Xiaojin just felt that there was something wrong there. She opened the device panel and continued to walk toward Xiao Nua's direction. The closer the distance got, the more Lin Xiaojin felt eerie. Or maybe it was the dense foliage above that blocked most of the sunlight. The temperature underneath the large tree became a little more gloomy. Suddenly, Lin Xiaojin felt a vibration coming from under her feet. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly and immediately ran, instantly moving to the thick tree trunk. Lin Xiaojin frowned and looked back. Just to the place bulged out a black thing. She didn't know what it was. Under the land? All of them bulged out one black class. Lin Xiaojin couldn't walk on the ground. She could only follow the tree trunks. Fortunately, these tree trunks were thicker, one next to the other. These black-like vines were the roots of the giant black tree. And it was surging towards the Wood Elf's range. It had wanted those natives to capture the Wood Elf and directly devour it. But now that there was not enough time, it could only use the local to invade the Wood Elf's local. The Wood Elf's local used to be large, but all around it had been corrupted. And the Wood Elf's local could only grow smaller and smaller, favoring a single puppet. The dark giant tree's ambition was too great. It wanted to devour the Wood Elf to make its own native even bigger. Like plants, the bigger the body, the stronger the energy. The surrounding land began to shake in small increments, including the large trees around it. And Lin Xiaojin had to stabilize his body while standing on the trunk of the tree. What is this happening? Is this an earthquake? Suddenly the surrounding trees collapsed downwards one by one, seemingly swallowed by something. So many trees dissipated one by one. Lin Xiaojin an instantaneous transfer. Just now she stood which tree has collapsed down. The ground looked like it would flow. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly as the entire land turned into a quagmire. If this went on, the surrounding giant trees would all be swallowed up. Lin Xiaojin directly took out the flying machine from space. The moment the flying machine opened, Lin Xiaojin hugged Lucky Star and jumped in a hurry. Just as she entered the flying machine, the giant trees around her collapsed. Green Star hurriedly piloted the flying machine and quickly lifted up into the air as more and more giant trees collapsed on the ground. Lin Xiaojin unhooked Lucky Star and placed it behind her, then projected a screen of Xiao Nua's position on the device onto the flying machine. Go here fast, Lin Xiaojin said anxiously. The speed of the flying machine was very fast. Such a close distance Lin Xiaojin might have to walk for tens of minutes. But the flying machine was there in just a few seconds. Lower the altitude. Lin Xiaojin quickly saw Xiao Nua's and Wang Han's position on the display screen and immediately locked onto the two of them. The altitude of the flying machine dropped, and there were no longer any giant trees around to block it. Lin Xiaojin fixed Lucky Star on the seat and fastened her seatbelt. The two Xiao Nua and Wang Han, who were fighting with the indigenous humans, quickly noticed the flying machine. It's sister-in-law, Wang Han said in a hurried voice. The two of them had just been trapped. The mutated vines around them, and the attacks towards the two of them. Xiao Nua realized that these indigenous humans seemed to worship the giant tree with the black trunk. So the two of them combined their efforts to release powerful attacks aimed at the giant tree. Wang Han coalesced a huge wind blade, while Xiao Nua coalesced a super large lightning net. The two almost released a large portion of their respective energies with this strike. The black-green leaves of the darkness giant tree were shaken down, including an incomparably large hole in its trunk. Xiao Nua and Wang Han thought that a large tree would die for sure. But the wounds of the giant tree were actually being repaired. The surrounding land began to vibrate. Those indigenous humans saw the giant tree was injured have come forward. Also do not care to fight with Xiao Nua and Wang Han, but use their own would energy have been sacrificed to the ancient tree. Seeing this scene, Xiao Nua and Wang Han should have blocked the right one. But then the land began to surge. Damn. A deep and depressing voice came out from the ancient tree. This ancient tree was alive. Great. Ancient tree aura. Those indigenous humans offered their energy towards the ancient tree until one by one, they collapsed due to energy depletion. It was as if these indigenous humans had been brainwashed. Perhaps it was more serious than brainwashing. In other words, they were being controlled. Xiao Nua frowned. His eyes fell on the dark ancient tree. Why was this tree spitting out human words? The two of them should not have heard it wrong. That damn sentence just now. The low voice was clearly a human sentence. The craft immediately dropped in altitude. Lin Xiaojin opened the door on the side of the craft, and a stream of air rushed in. But soon Lin Xiaojin adapted to the airflow. The craft descended the vertical ladder. Come on up, Lin Xiaojin shouted. There were no longer any trees around to block the way, and one after another collapsed. Xiao Nuo condensed a long lightning whip in his hand and directly threw it out to tie the vertical ladder. Xiao Nuo stretched out his hand and pulled Wang Han. Wang Han coalesced a stormy wind under his feet and toppled the two people up in the process. Quickly, climb the flying machine, Lin Xiaojin said hurriedly. The ground suddenly surged out and sprouted black tree roots trying to pull Xiao Nuo and the others. If they were pulled on Xiao Nuo, and the others would be in danger. The green star rose quickly and released ray weapons. These ray weapons were extremely hot, and were the nemesis of these mutated vines. Plants were most afraid of high temperatures. Beautiful. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but praise. Green Star had been studying flying discs for a long time, and he was able to quickly find weapons to counter whatever enemies the flying discs were fighting. Not long after, Xiao Nuo and Wang Han both climbed onto the flying disc. The two people came up. Lin Xiaojin saw that the clothes on the two of them were already torn. Luckily both of them were not injured. These mutated vines attacked and more or less cut through their clothes. Sister-in-law, you came just in time, Wang Han said with a pale face. Xiao Nuo's face was no better. This dark giant tree was not an ordinary giant tree. The craft rose to a certain height, but didn't leave immediately. And as seen from above, a large distance of the surrounding trees were swallowed up into it. Lin Xiaojin and the three of them looked at the scene. They didn't know what words to use to describe it. The entire bottom was filled with black roots that were surging outwards non-stop, like a muddy river. Lin Xiaojin vaguely felt something bad. Oops. The wood elf is in danger. Lin Xiaojin thought of something and said in a hurry. She remembered that the wood elf had transmitted an image to her, that the dark giant tree was trying to devour the wood elf. Finish reading. I don't know why. Lin Xiaojin looked at the ground to move the dark giant tree. So much movement is to devour the wood elf's body. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han, two people, do not know the wood elves. Lin Xiaojin simply told them the things that met the wood elves. The heart of grass and trees is also the wood elves gave her. Lin Xiaojin saw through the display screen that not only the trees had collapsed, even those indigenous humans were caught in the mire. They didn't have any calls for help. They were just swallowed up by the mire. The craft immediately turned around and flew towards the range of the wood elf's main body. Compared to the range of the dark giant tree's main body, the wood elf's main body was really small. The wood elf's main body was surrounded by bright green plants that were very easy to distinguish. The underground dark giant tree was constantly surging, the underground roots invading towards the wood elf's range. Lin Xiaojin, their flying machine, soon flew to the range of the wood elf's body. Lin Xiaojin saw from the screen the surrounding dark roots towards the wood elf local attack. The only thing that could be seen on the surface was the emerald green leaves slowly turning black green. But underground the black roots and the wood elf's roots were pulling at each other. Lin Xiaojin saw that the green branches and leaves were dissipating little by little. The time that the wood elf was conceived was too short, and the root system was not deeply rooted. The roots of the surrounding giant trees were madly surging towards the wood elf's body. In fact, the dark giant tree didn't intend to use so much energy to devour the wood elf in the beginning. But its main body had taken a blow and needed a period of time to repair. A period of repair in which the wood elf, in turn, would quickly recover. After all, the wood elf was a wooden soul with a natural affinity for plants, and the wood elf was going to reply much faster than it did. Lin Xiaojin let the flying machine scan, and if necessary, she had to attack the dark giant tree to protect the wood elf. She couldn't watch the wood elf be devoured like this. Perhaps because the wood elf had given her 5 hearts of grass and trees so easily. The craft performed a quick scan, and soon the results were displayed on the screen. But they were suspect results, with a similarity of 55% to the corrosive giant tree. At the back was the information of the corrosive giant tree. The corrosive giant tree was the nightmare of all plants. Why was it so? Because as long as a single seed spread, the greenery of the entire planet would be slowly swallowed up, until the entire planet's green plants are all corroded. This corrosive giant tree's rhizome is very difficult to clean up, and the wood system alien energy cannot be controlled. In order to completely destroy the corrosive giant tree, need high-intensity, high-temperature gun to corrosive giant tree's rhizome died out. But why is the similarity 55%? Not 100%? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, and didn't know what the reason was. But thinking of the high-temperature rays that Green Star had just used to attack the dark giant tree. Those dark giant tree's rhizomes were indeed very touchy. Lin Xiaojin nervously looked at the battle below. Suddenly a green light appeared on Lin Xiaojin's forehead, and a message entered Lin Xiaojin's head. It was a distress message. The wood elf asked her for help. It wanted to grow in Lin Xiaojin's space. Otherwise it would be devoured by the dark giant tree. It asked me to save it. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. She wanted to save it. But it was so big. How was she going to save it? I need to go down there. Lin Xiaojin frowned and made a bold decision. I'll go with you, Xiao Nuo said without hesitation. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded and did not refuse. It was really dangerous down there. It was very likely that they would get caught in the quagmire. And although Lin Xiaojin had great strength and amazing recovery of body energy, but after all, she also had a shortcoming, which was that she did not have a means of attacking from a long distance. With Xiao Nuo around, the two of them were very complementary. Wang Han was helping to look after Lucky Star and the flying saucer. And Green Star could only be brought outside for 2 hours before it needed to go back to space to replenish its energy. The flying saucer opened the door on one side. Wanting to jump down like this. The distance was at least as high as a 10-story building. Lin Xiaojin looked a little panicked, wanting the flying machine to descend some height. But in descending the trees would block it. Lin Xiaojin was trying to take Xiao Nuo down instantly. But this is not a parallel latitude instant. Lin Xiaojin has not tried. After all, the height is too high. If you can't set the position, it will be very easy to be in danger. I'll grab you. Xiao Nuo calmly finished speaking. And a long lightning whip coalesced in his hand. Good. Lin Xiaojin responded. You guys be careful. Wang Han behind him commanded. Xiao Nuo grabbed Lin Xiaojin and jumped straight down. Xiao Nuo had wanted to fling out the thunder whip. But suddenly the tree trunk below grew violently. And the two of them jumped straight onto the tree trunk. It's a wood elf, Lin Xiaojin said with delight. This was the wood elf's main body. Every flower and leaf here was equivalent to the wood elf's body. As long as it was within the range of its main body, it was able to clearly feel it. The moment they jumped down, the wood elf directly caught them. Although most of its energy nowadays was used to fight against that giant tree. The trunk of the tree moved directly to a huge green tree with a quick stretch. And at the moment, the giant tree in front of it had shrunk by a circle. Wood elf, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. She could now sense that the wood elf was in a somewhat bad situation. The wood elf sent a message to Lin Xiaojin. Half of that dark giant tree outside was a corrosive giant tree, which was generally a wood elf. Its kind, which corrosive giant tree seed happened to land on a giant tree that was about to give birth to a wood elf. The corrosive giant tree and the wood elf's body actually fused together for some unknown reason, becoming a dark corrosive giant tree with a mind. Although it had a mind, there was no way for him to coalesce a body like the wood elf. So the dark giant tree separated out an undigested wood elf body and let it grow. And after he coalesced, the dark giant tree was devouring it so that he could coalesce and form, become a completely new species. But unfortunately, the speed of the wood elf growth is very amazing. He has not yet fully fused. The wood elf cohesion molding. The dark giant tree had wanted to slowly corrode and attack the wood elf's body, digesting it little by little so that it didn't have to harm his body. But the dark giant tree's body was suddenly attacked by Xiao Nuo and Wang Han. As long as the giant tree's main body was not injured, everything else could be recovered quickly. But the damage to the main body was so severe that it could not be recovered quickly. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han's attack also hit the darkness giant tree's main body by mistake. Dark giant tree suffered serious damage. If not devour wood elves. Wood elves have entered the body repair to give it time. Energy will grow very quickly. At that time, the dark giant tree and want to absorb wood elves, that will be impossible. Lin Xiaojin learnt everything. The wood elf is not able to fight against the dark giant tree now. Lin Xiaojin looked at the giant tree in front of him. A burst of green light slowly coalesced. Finally a green figure appeared. Wood elf, how can I help you? Lin Xiaojin inquired. The wood elf wanted to transplant its own body into Lin Xiaojin's space. The first time it entered Lin Xiaojin's space, it felt very comfortable. Lin Xiaojin's space would allow it to grow even faster. And the energy in its space gave the wood elf a natural sense of comfort. You're going to take your main body into the space. But your main body is a bit big, isn't it? Lin Xiaojin said with some uncertainty. Lin Xiaojin looked at the large tree in front of her. Not to mention the roots of his underground tree spreading dozens of kilometers around. Her space was only that big in total. And this Wood Elf's main body was going to dip her space all over. Lin Xiaojin of course willing to Wood Elves into her space. Have Wood Elves in her space of those green plants in the future will not worry about growth. But the Wood Spirit's body is also too big. I'm afraid that her space will turn into a primitive forest in the future. Wood Elves see Lin Xiaojin agreed very happy. Tree roots are not with the dark giant tree tearing. Directly cut off their own outside root system. Lin Xiaojin naked, eye visible Wood Elf cohesion figure is getting smaller and smaller. Because those roots are also her energy. Cut off the other root system. Her energy will also lose half. In the end, the Wood Elf's figure turned back into a few dozen centimeters in size of a child. Fluttering wings stopped in front of Lin Xiaojin. The Wood Elf was good to be collected into her space. But the main body of such a large tree required her to dig it into her space. The Wood Elf's main body was not able to move at all. Even the Wood Elf could only move around the main body. The Wood Elf chopped off his root system. And that dark giant tree speeded up even more without blocking the infestation. Now Lin Xiaojin cannot care so much. Can only directly on the hand should pull Wood Elf body. The Wood Elf's body was really very heavy. Mainly because her roots were rooted in the land. Lin Xiaojin was upgraded to a level 4 gene. The strength had doubled again. But at the moment, she was holding the Wood Elf's main body with her entire body. Why are you so heavy? Lin Xiaojin said, as she gritted her teeth and held her red face. Xiao Nua watched from the sidelines. He couldn't help much. Although his strength was greater than that of an average man, it wasn't enough compared to Lin Xiaojin. That dark giant tree infestation had already broken through. Xiao Nua immediately condensed a grid wall to resist the roots of the dark giant tree that had rushed out. Countless black tree roots surged out from the ground, madly surging over in the direction of Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nua's face was pale. He had just consumed quite a lot of energy. And at this moment, releasing the wide-range lightning net, his energy was depleting even faster. Fortunately, a high-temperature ray fell from the sky and blocked those black tree roots. Lin Xiaojin used his entire body's strength and finally pulled out the Wood Elf's body. At this moment Lin Xiaojin's forehead was covered in sweat. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took the Wood Elf's main body along with the Wood Elf into the space. Go, Lin Xiaojin said with some weakness. She had never used her entire body's strength before. And this was the first time. The Wood Elf had still broken most of its roots. Otherwise Lin Xiaojin would be even more unable to pull it up. The flying machine released a bunch of high-temperature rays. And the surrounding dark tree roots instantly drowned down. Taking advantage of the dark giant tree's roots taking a hit, the flying machine immediately descended. Xiao Nua pulled Lin Xiaojin into the flying machine in a hurry. The aircraft did not dare to delay for a moment. Quickly climbed up the height. Underground there are countless climbing tree roots are surging upwards. Seems to want to catch them. After climbing to a certain height, these roots could no longer extend upwards, and could only surge upwards unwillingly. The dark giant tree knew that the sudden disappearance of the Wood Elf's body must have something to do with them. So it tried hard to extend its roots to leave Lin Xiaojin and the others behind. But its roots couldn't be extended for a long distance without leaving the soil. So it could only watch as the flying machine got further and further away. The dark giant tree was furious. It was very furious. But there was nothing it could do. It had a consciousness. But its body couldn't move. It could only keep washing and annoying those indigenous humans, and planting corrosive seeds in their heads to control them. Lin Xiaojin saw from the display screen that a large black rhizome came out from below, as if it was furious, surging everywhere. Obviously it was dirt, but it was like a river. Lin Xiaojin may have received the blessing of the Wood Elves, so the plant emotions can clearly perceive the dark giant tree below the rage of the emotions. At this moment, the space was already in a mess. The Wood Elf's native body was really too big. The land location in the space had originally planted quite a lot of things. Now if the Wood Elf's native was planted, then it would need to move a small portion of the plants out. Lin Xiaojin was fretting when the Wood Elf put its native body next to the wellspring water. But there was no soil here. The Wood Elf then directly rooted itself in Lin Xiaojin's space, its root system directly extending out to reach into the wellspring water. And the Wood Elf's body instantly became bright green. This is not a solution. There is no Earth system crystal bead cannot condense into Earth in space. Lin Xiaojin is ready to go to other places to dig Earth and put it into space, at least to cover the wood elf's body. The wood elf's body was so big, and there was no telling how much soil would be needed for her to take root. But Lin Xiaojin thought wrong. The wood elf's main body directly absorbed the wellspring water of the space. The roots grew rapidly, and the roots directly disappeared into Lin Xiaojin's space. Lin Xiaojin felt her space element become different. Space in her spirit world space had always been white. But at the moment, her space was white with green mixed in. The entire space was filled with the roots of the wood elf's own body. But it wasn't visible on the surface. Lin Xiaojin was confused, and didn't know what was going on. The wood elf only felt soothed. The tentacles on his head became even more emerald green. The wood elf felt that this place fit perfectly with it when it first entered this space. The wood elf was too excited. So excited that the tentacles started to sprout petals out non-stop. Little Bun, Gale, and Little Cloud were surprised to see the giant tree that had suddenly appeared. Because it was growing too high, almost to the top of the space. If the space in a higher estimate can still grow. Wood elves cannot grow horizontally, otherwise the entire space is its branch tree, it can only grow higher. Wood elf body, this tree is a whole forest. Gale is running laps around the tree. The wood elf walks past the tree trunk will elongate to become its path. A tree vine grows up quickly and instantly wraps the little bun in it. Like a swing. The little bun is overjoyed. Lin Xiaojin's space is as big as the wood elf's body. I'm afraid that it can grow as big as it is. The wood elf directly rooted into her space. This is something she would never have thought of. Other plants to survive in her space at least need to have soil. But the wood elf's body is directly rooted into her space, using her space as soil, which is beyond Lin Xiaojin's imagination. The wood elf's body entered Lin Xiaojin's space, which also meant that the wood elf could only move around her body. Even if it was released from Lin Xiaojin's space, it could only be around Lin Xiaojin, which more or less limited its freedom. However, the wood elf didn't seem to care. It felt happy in Lin Xiaojin's space, mainly because it looked at the children's paradise that Lin Xiaojin had made whole for the little bun. Although the wood elf's body is big, but its age is only 2 or 3 years old. Never thought to give the wood elf a few toys actually took the wood elf into the space. Space there is a small panda is quite honest. All day in addition to eating and sleeping. There is no other activities. But that is the frame of the metal has eaten half. Lin Xiaojin had a bit of a headache when he saw this, and had to think of a way to fix the metal again, hoarding food and metal. As the population grew, Lin Xiaojin needed more and more things. Lin Xiaojin was feeling more and more that life wasn't easy. The dark giant tree was surging madly underneath, devouring the surrounding trees. And Lin Xiaojin had already left in his flying machine. We got 5 grasswood hearts. After the 7-day protection period, our position will be exposed, Lin Xiaojin said with some concern. Green City can't go back, Xiao Nuo said with a slight frown. Their original plan was to get the heart of grass and wood and go to Green City to live through the next few days. If they didn't get it then, they would continue to search in the forest. What they couldn't have imagined was that they got the heart of grass and wood within a few days of arriving here. Nowadays there are too many people in Green City. Not only those who participated in the Star Shine competition, but also other people who want to get the heart of grass and wood. Going to Green City now is equal to throwing themselves into the net. We can only go to a remote place, Wang Han said with a frown. The 3 people fell into a deep thought. The green star had stayed outside for long enough and needed to go back to space to replenish its energy. Lin Xiaojin took the green star into space. The flying machine now autopilot in the opposite direction of Green City. Lin Xiaojin had a flash of light and thought of something. She said excitedly, "We can go to a place where there are a lot of mutant plants. There are wood elves. Those mutant plants won't attack us." Moreover, Lin Xiaojin also had the blessing of the wood elves. Those mutant plants would be even less likely to attack her. Going to a place with many mutant plants was also equivalent to having disguised protection for them. Those who wanted to snatch their heart of grass and who didn't have the help of the wood elves. Yes, Xiao Nu expressed his approval. And Wang Han also had no opinion. This was indeed the best way nowadays. However, another dilemma was encountered that where were the most mutated plants? The craft flew out of the range of the dark giant tree, and they got off the craft to go to the forest. Nowadays it was in the forest that they could hide better. At night, the craft flew all night. There are still 6 days to go before the protection period. The craft landed slowly. The trees around them looked very normal. But as soon as Lin Xiaojin got off the craft, he felt a tree that seemed to be glowing green. And at the moment Lin Xiaojin's forehead was flashing with a green mark. Lin Xiaojin thought that there was something wrong with her eyes. Rubbing her eyes twice, she still saw green light coming from a tree. Do you see it? Lin Xiaojin asked Xiao Nua and Wang Han, pointing at a less conspicuous tree. See what? Xiao Nua said with a slight frown. Xiao Nua, Wang Han, and the two of them both looked at Lin Xiaojin with some doubt. Because in their eyes, it was just an ordinary tree. There was nothing special about it. Lin Xiaojin shook his head and rubbed his eyes again. The green light in the tree in front of him was just their all. Lin Xiaojin slowly walked up. Her hand was stuck on top of this glowing tree. A wave of vital energy filled her palm, and a strong attraction surged out from the green mark on her forehead. The green light in the tree was directly attracted out by Lin Xiaojin's seal, and directly drilled into Lin Xiaojin's seal. This scene of the green light being attracted out was only seen by Xiao Nua and Wang Han. The two of them were surprised with their gazes. Xiao Nua hurriedly ran over and held Lin Xiaojin, looking at Lin Xiaojin with a worried face. How are you? Xiao Nua asked anxiously. I'm very good. Lin Xiaojin slowed down and only felt very comfortable on her body. It's probably because the seal that the wood elf sent me gave me the ability to feel the heart of grass and trees. But I don't know how it got absorbed by her, Lin Xiaojin said in one breath. This seal was not only absorbed by her. The wood elf who blessed her likewise got the benefit. It was a win-win situation for their mutual benefit. Lin Xiaojin elf entered the space and asked the wood elf. This little guy also urged her to let her absorb more so that its essence would grow very fast. Lin Xiaojin fretted, looking at a giant tree in space. The height was almost to the top of the space. This still needs to grow? There was no place to put it in her space. The wood elf told Lin Xiaojin that it would control its own body type. And body type, energy is energy. Which is also good for Lin Xiaojin. Body genes reach level 4 want to upgrade in not so easy thing. Body genes every level is a qualitative leap. Want to improve is much more difficult. The wood elf told her that if the absorption was full, or if she didn't want to absorb it, she could transfer it to someone else's body. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up. Her spirit immediately came out of space. She couldn't wait to try it. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua and Wang Han. It's better to choose Xiao Nua as a test subject. After all, it is his own husband. Xiao Nua did not refuse after hearing Lin Xiaojin's words. Anyway, it is not the first time she did this. When the space wellspring water is not also let him the first trial. His own daughter-in-law could only be spoilt. Lin Xiaojin let Xiao Nua stretch out his hand. She closed her eyes and tried to mobilize the green energy. But she had just absorbed most of it with the wood elves. And now there was only a small half left. Lin Xiaojin mobilized the energy. A green energy slowly flowed out from her fingertips into Xiao Nua's body. Although only a small portion, but also let Xiao Nua feel the difference in his body. How is it? Lin Xiaojin asked. It's like injecting a stream of vitality into my body. Now Xiao Nua felt soothed all over. This is the energy of the heart of grass and wood. Of course, it's full of vitality. Lin Xiaojin laughed. Heart of grass and wood. Wang Han, who was on the side, was surprised. Lin Xiaojin nodded and didn't hide the fact that not only had she obtained the heart of grass and wood, but now she was also able to absorb it. Lin Xiaojin felt that the next few days were going to be busy. The heart of grass and would contain the energy to restore vitality. And for Lin Xiaojin, it was even more of a guarantee for her upgrades. She had a growing feeling that her future upgrade path wouldn't be easy and would require a lot of energy. But now that she was able to absorb the heart of grass and wood, it somewhat gave her confidence. The forest was filled with mutant plants. But with the blessing of the wood elves, none of the mutant plants around them actively attacked Lin Xiaojin and the others. Xiao Nua and Wang Han also had to be around Lin Xiaojin. Otherwise they would also be attacked by the mutant plants as soon as they stepped out of the circle. Unless the wood elves came out from space. If they encountered an indigenous human attacking them, then they might need the wood elves to step in. With the wood elves in the wood system, supernatural attacks were almost immune. Lin Xiaojin wanted to let the wood elf out of the space. But the wood elf is not willing. It is in Lin Xiaojin's space with the little buns play can be happy. There are all kinds of toys, puzzles and so on. Not only has the little buns with it to play, there is also Blast Wind. This naive also play very happy. So Lin Xiaojin can only give up. Told Xiao Nua and Wang Han, two people do not distance from her too far. Xiao Nua can be with Lin Xiaojin close, but Wang Han more or less some inappropriate. This primitive forest is surrounded by giant trees. The three of them, a child, they travel through the forest. There is no dark giant tree invasion. The surrounding foliage is relatively normal. Lin Xiaojin was almost able to discover 1 or 2 hearts of grass and trees a day. There were really a lot of hearts of grass and trees in this forest. However, if there is no wood elf's blessing, cannot perceive these hearts of grass and trees? This to get the hearts of grass and trees in addition to the wood elf's ability to perceive. It can only be cut down the tree. So this is a job of luck. Starshine competition every time you draw a green plant star is only about 20% of people can find. Of course there are also a lot of people violently cutting down trees. But this is a labor-intensive job. The trees here have a strong ability to recover. The trees cut today may grow in a few days. These days they only drove the land traveler. At night, they rested in the land traveler. During the day Lin Xiaojin searched for the hearts of grass and trees in the forest. These hearts of grass and trees were directly absorbed by her. So they weren't recorded by the device. If they were recorded, it was estimated that the entire people who participated in the Starshine competition in Green Plant Star would have to go crazy and attack her. Previously, her getting 5 hearts of grass and wood was already very high profile, breaking the record of contestants ever. There was one more day until the protection period disappeared, which meant that after this evening, they were likely to encounter a large number of attacks, with less and less time. So blindly searching for the heart of grass and snatching their more shortcuts. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After 12 o'clock, their 3 positions would be exposed. Xiao Nu and Wang Han both seemed not to be worried at all. Their expressions were bland. But Lin Xiaojin's sight fell on Lucky Star's sleeping little face with some concern. Xiao Nu put his arm around Lin Xiaojin's shoulder. The two of them met their eyes. And Lin Xiaojin's uneasy heart also settled down a little. Xiao Nu and the 3 of them will protect Lucky Star. If they encountered a strong big deal to send out a heart of grass and wood. Anyway, she is now also able to perceive the heart of grass and wood. This is not how much you want to have how much. Just think of them as giving us equipment, Xiao Nu said casually. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she heard this. It just so happened that she was very short of equipment, especially metal. This is a good idea. Lin Xiaojin laughed and immediately felt less dangerous and nervous. At 0 o'clock in the night, the equipment sends out a notification. The location of the 3 people of Qinlanqing is marked out by the equipment. And also not only Qinlanqing. There is another set of planets. Fire and Mist planet. Almost all of them were Fire and Mist system adepts. Strong and possessed 2 hearts of grass and wood. But they had obtained 2 hearts of grass and wood based on their strength and luck. One of the hearts of grass and wood was obtained by robbing others. There were 2 people in their group. 1 fire and 1 mist. And both of them had level 5 psychic abilities. The strength is very strong. Nowadays, the ranking of the Green Plant Star. The first Qin Blue Star. The second Fire Mist Star. The Fire Mist Star's location was 5,608 kilometers away from them. And the other planetary groups were all hidden, which meant that others could see them. But they couldn't see any of the groups. Only the locations of the groups that had obtained the heart of grass and trees would be made public. So they would have to be careful every day for the rest of the year. It was a pity that there was no way to enter the space. Otherwise she would have just entered the space and stayed until the final level was almost over before coming out. For now, they could only take 1 step at a time and always be careful of attacks from others. During the day, they started the land vehicle and set off towards the opposite position of the Fire Mist Star. The Fire Mist Star is also 2 hearts of grass and trees. They don't want to go up against the Fire Mist Star. And it's a good idea to hide from one of them. Lin Xiaojin they spent 2 days safely. The 3rd day early morning Lin Xiaojin heard the sound of the flying machine. The land vehicle's equipment didn't work scanning out the flying machine above them. But their flying machine was able to scan them. Incoming, Lin Xiaojin said sharply. The 3 people quickly got into the land vehicle. Xiao Nu drove the land vehicle at maximum speed. But the flying machine above them kept following closely behind. And from time to time, they released laser rays behind them. Why don't we also enter the flying machine? Lin Xiaojin said. It wasn't a solution to be so passive all the time. I'm afraid we'll be shot into a sieve by the rays if we go out now. Wang Han objected. Lin Xiaojin looked back at the display screen behind them. As long as they stopped, the laser rays would be able to hit. The Land Rover only had speed but no weapons. The people chasing them behind them didn't use tracking weapons because of the anti-tracking systems that were set up in normal land vehicles and flying machines. Energy down 30%. The Land Walker sounded an alarm, as it was too fast and carrying the 3 of them. and had been using the landwalker almost every day recently. The energy reserves were low. Crap. The speed is dropping, Lin Xiaojin said sharply. The craft was flying very fast up there. Fortunately, there were large trees in the way, but it would soon catch up. Let's retreat, Lin Xiaojin said through gritted teeth. She hadn't tried to instantly move with one more person in tow. It was a matter of life and death, so she could only try it. All close your eyes, Lin Xiaojin said in a sharp voice. Xiao Nua and Wang Han both closed their eyes without hesitation. Lin Xiaojin grabbed both of them by the hand, and Lucky Star was carrying in front of Lin Xiaojin's body. The landwalker was moving fast. This time not only did he have to bring one more person, but he also had to instantly move at this speed, which could be said to be very testing for Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin first used her space to cover the surrounding area, choosing a location in front of her, and at the same time, she put the landwalker into her space. And then she took them to move instantly. Buzz. The landwalker violently disappeared, and the three of them were also instantly transported outside. Lin Xiaojin's face was a little pale. Not only do you have to control it accurately, but you also have to locate it accurately. It takes a lot of energy. The slightest mistake, and the three of them might fall into the middle of the spatial crevice. The three of them directly instantly moved outside. Wang Han seemed to experience the feeling of being instantly moved for the first time. His whole head was dizzy. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin's body genes had long ago broken through level 5, and had absorbed the heart of grass, and would to enhance her body energy. Otherwise she wouldn't even dare to think of taking 3 people transit at once, not to mention attempting it. Hurry up! Lin Xiaojin was the first to stabilize her breath and said sharply. The flying machine behind them could spot them at any moment. The ones chasing them were from the giant crab planet, which was very close to the blue scorpion planet, and both had similar weaponry. The Cancer planet itself didn't have any special powers, but rather there was a strange creature, the giant crab, in their planet, which the Cancer planetians could naturally manipulate. This creature could fight amphibiously, and was usually only the size of a palm. But the giant crab alien possessed the ability to manipulate the giant crab into battle, including size. The stronger the Cancerian, the more powerful the manipulation of the giant crabs. With the most powerful Cancerian creatures once being able to be enlarged to giant creatures over 80 meters in size. The giant crab planet was also named for this. The giant crab alien in the craft lost its target all of a sudden. Strange. Their land vehicle actually suddenly disappeared into thin air, one of the giant crab aliens said. Another short-haired giant crab alien checked the equipment panel, and saw that Chen Lanqing's position was still nearby. He frowned and said, "They must have used some kind of supernatural power that our flying machine can't capture so far up in the sky. Then we'll go down," Wula said. This time, they were so close to the location of Chen Lanqing, which was a blessing given to them by the heavens. They had been searching in the forest for almost a month and found nothing. I don't know what kind of luck Chen Bluestar got to actually find 5 grasswood hearts at once. You said grimly. Maybe it wasn't any luck. Maybe they have a way to find the heart of grasswood, Wula guessed. Although this guess was very bold. In the past, when there was this green plant star entry, most people had also thought of various ways, but they all came to no avail. Some even wanted to cut down all the trees here. As long as they were all cut down, they would be able to find the heart of grass. But how easy is it? This was the entire green plant planet. Almost the entire planet was covered in green plants. How easy was it to clear them all away? How can there be a way? If there really was a way, then there would be more than 5 of them. Right? You said with a frown. After getting the heart of grass and wood, the next level would be scanned by the equipment and take it away directly. Right? The heart of grass and wood was only available to the greenery on the greenery planet. But the real planet coordinates of the greenery planet were hidden. So even if someone wants to come to the green plant star in advance to find a good heart of grass and trees, that is also impossible. Those who were eliminated to stay here almost also permanently stay here. Unless there really is a spaceship that happens to find this place and can pick you up. Lin Xiaojin was walking in the forest with Xiao Nua and Wang Han when 2 people jumped out of the craft behind them. And then the craft quickly climbed up and disappeared from their sight. The crab planet's flying machine can be controlled remotely through the watch even if there is no one on it. Of course, Lin Xiaojin's flying machine can also be controlled. But the flying machine remote control watch was broken when she killed the 2 blue scorpion aliens. Lin Xiaojin was just about to let out a sigh of relief when suddenly 2 behemoths appeared in front of him. Lin Xiaojin's sight was better. Even Xiao Nu and Wang Han, who had average sight, both saw the two things in front of them that suddenly resembled crabs. This is a crab? Lin Xiaojin frowned, somewhat doubting whether her eyes were seeing things. Yes. Crabs? Xiao Nu's voice was also a little hesitant. Was there a crab this big? This was estimated to be more than 10 meters in size. And when Lin Xiaojin didn't know about it, these two giant crabs of Ula and you were able to zoom up to more than 30 meters in size. Only nowadays, in the forest, a size of more than 10 meters would be just right. Lin Xiaojin saw two people standing in front of each of the two crabs and were crawling over in their direction. The large size was also very fast, because while others ran 10 steps, this big crab ran 2 steps, and it was enough. A crab this big should be delicious when cooked. Lin Xiaojin swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but say. Lucky Star also clapped his hands happily when he heard Lin Xiaojin say food. The little guy hadn't realized that danger had arrived yet. Lin Xiaojin then saw the crab's large pincers click and instantly cut the fig tree short. And the mood of wanting to eat a large crab instantly dropped to the bottom. Better run, Lin Xiaojin said sharply. There were also mutated animals behind them, but they were all clearly clicked off by the crab. And Lin Xiaojin and the three of them realized that these two crabs were not easy to deal with all. Lin Xiaojin's mind flashed back to an anime he had watched on Qinlanqing, in which there was this super-sized monster, and there would be a hero of light from another planet to save it. In the past, it was an animated film. But coming to see it, Lin Xiaojin only felt that this was nowadays a documentary. This world is too big. Countless planetary races in this same galaxy to survive, although have long been psychologically prepared, will encounter a variety of new and strange things. But suddenly seeing such a large crab, Lin Xiaojin mentally still couldn't help but be amazed. She hadn't seen much of the world in these 20 years. Not as much as she had seen in these 2 years. The big crab chasing after him. And Ula, who was standing on top of the crab, he was also holding a miniature microphone in his hand. Qinlanqing people, I advise you not to run. As long as you hand over 2 grasswood hearts to us, we won't make things difficult for you. You said into the miniature microphone. Don't look at this mini microphone. It was only the size of a finger, but the sound amplification could be clearly heard for miles around. This was also for their convenience, because they were standing on the giant crab. It was too high, and the speaking voice was too small for other people to hear. Only by amplifying the voice into the mini microphone, the people underground could hear it. Think beautiful, Lin Xiaojin despised. Come one to give one. Even if they have 5 hearts of grass, and would that's not enough to give. If you want to take their heart of grass, and would then bring out your real skills. I see this flying machine of yours is not bad. If you consider giving it to me, I'll give you a heart of grasswood, Lin Xiaojin said loudly. The heart of grass and wood was difficult for others, but she was now able to sense the heart of grass and wood. And if she could exchange her equipment, it wasn't impossible to exchange her with the heart of grass and wood. Humph. My giant crab flying machine is worth millions of crystals. Dream of giving it to you, Ula said arrogantly. Then come and get it with your skills. Lin Xiaojin also stopped talking nonsense. Wanting her to give it away for nothing was impossible. We can't outrun them even if we keep running like this, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Let's split up. You guys solve the crabs, I'll solve the people above, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Good, Xiao Nu responded. Xiao Nu and Wang Han both looked at each other. The two of them very tacitly began to run separately to both sides. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, from the space when the wind, although not as big as the crab, but better in the flexibility and speed. Baby. Next is the exciting moment. Lin Xiaojin suddenly stopped, took out the lollipop from space, and stuffed it into Lucky Star's mouth, and lowered the brim of her hat a little. Lin Xiaojin would casually throw a lollipop to appease Lucky Star every time she fought, which led to Lucky Star having to bite a lollipop in her mouth every time she fought even after she grew up. You? Did I see it right? That woman is actually carrying a child in her arms, Ula said incredulously with wide eyes. Who in the contestants' right mind would bring a child to the contest? The small and large pink Barbie hair was very eye-catching in the middle of a green forest, and it was impossible for people not to pay attention to it. Whatever she brought. We only want the heart of grass. You said in cold blood. Without the heart of grasswood they were going to be eliminated here. Who was in the mood to care so much? As long as they could win, and make it to the previous level. Gale, go help. Lin Xiaojin released Gale and instructed. Aohu. Gale came out, and was really startled to see such a large crab. Although this appearance is really very much like a crab. I don't know if it tastes like one too. But it was a giant crab. Shell is very hard. Has two very sharp and very flexible two big pincers. Body size is huge. Weight is also very heavy. Giant crab also has a very strong defensive ability. General laser rays on its shell cannot play a role. Xiao Nua and Wang Han coalesced the lightning grid, while the other coalesced the super tornado. Wang Han was rank 6. And the tornado, he condensed swept up a puff of dust in the surrounding area. So strong. Wind system. Thunder system. The two men frowned and said, there was actually a thunder system. There was some trouble. But they didn't want to give up. Yu and Ula realized that it was bad. Both of them were wearing armor equipment. Although they didn't have flying wings to fly. They also had gliding equipment on them. The two immediately jumped down and hid in the crab shell. The wind and lightning attacks hit the crab shell, leaving a small crater behind. Although the crab was injured, it was only a minor injury to it. Because the crab was huge. This attack was equivalent to a bite on an elephant. Although it also hurt, it was too big to be of much use. Xiao Nua watched as the two people hid in the shell of the giant crab and manipulated it to attack them. The surrounding giant trees had cut down to a large area. Xiao Nua and Wang Han, two people, also kept dodging the two pincers. The speed of the wind is very fast. But the speed of the giant crab itself is not fast. But its pincers are very flexible, 360 degrees without a dead angle. The wind was almost caught by the pincers. If the pincers are caught, I'm afraid that it will be directly clamped into two halves. Lin Xiaojin looked at the two are hiding in the crab shell. The two pincers like a propeller constantly churning. The slightest carelessness will be pinched by the pincers. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Have to find a way to cut this guy's pincers. Xiao Nua directly condensed out a long lightning whip and curled around one of the big crabs. Taking advantage of the moment it was trapped, Lin Xiaojin, those knives instantly moved in front of it. Lin Xiaojin did not hesitate for a second to raise her knife and slash down hard towards the giant crab's pincers. It's so hard. The giant crab's pincer was very hard. Even when Lin Xiaojin used 8 points of force to chop down, it didn't break. Even the giant crab made a strong swing and directly broke free from Xiao Nua's thunder whip. Seeing that it was about to throw Lin Xiaojin out, she immediately instantly moved to the back. Lucky Star's hat was blown off. Lin Xiaojin was more or less backed up. It was so close that Lucky Star's head was about to be caught in the pincers. On the other side, Wang Han condensed wind blades and kept attacking. But the wind blades were very aggressive. And the giant crab shells were covered with large and small marks. Wang Han, attack only one spot, Xiao Nua said as he looked towards Wang Han. The wind blades only attacked one place. And if they kept attacking, they would be penetrating. Lin Xiaojin didn't dare to use her full strength because she also had to take care of the Lucky Star in her arms. She frowned slightly. What if there were other contestants behind her after such a delay? Nowadays it was all about a quick battle. Quickly resolve the battle. Lin Xiaojin released Red Dazzle from space. Lin Xiaojin didn't let Red Dazzle go to help with the battle. Instead, she untied Lucky Star and let Red Dazzle hold her. Red Dazzle, you protect her here, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Okay, Master, Red Dazzle replied in response. Red Dazzle couldn't leave the size of the area covered by her space. So Lin Xiaojin could only take care of these two big crabs first at the nearest place. Without Lucky Star in the way, Lin Xiaojin was able to use her full strength with confidence. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to the upper position of the giant crab. She rode on the body of the giant crab. Xiao Nua was in front of her, and kept using the thunder net to catch the pincers of the giant crab. Lin Xiaojin's knives first poked the giant crab's big eyes, which were 2 heads bigger than her. Plop. To directly insert it into the crab's eye. The other eye Lin Xiaojin also do not let go. The giant crab was suddenly poked and blinded, flowing out gray-green blood. The pain of the giant crab in place in a big turn. Lin Xiaojin, those knives rolled down hard towards the hard underground shell. Hard to the giant crab shell. Ulu, my giant crab is seriously injured, Ulu said hurriedly. If the giant crab died, then they lost the qualification to fight. A giant crab alien could only tame one giant crab in their lifetime. Ula was afraid that her giant crab would actually be killed. So she hurriedly used her ability to weaken the giant crab. Useless thing. You cursed. But could only go to protect Ula. After all, the two of them were now in a group. One for all. One for all. The giant crab shrunk so violently that Lin Xiaojin almost fell off. Luckily Lin Xiaojin reacted quickly and instantly moved to the side. Ula held the injured giant crab. Mobile phone with a laser gun towards Lin Xiaojin shot over. Lin Xiaojin one after another instantaneous. Laser gun did not hurt her. The other giant crab rushed over and protected Ula. He climbed up into the giant crab shell. The giant crab ran all the way out and didn't choose to attack before continuing. Wang Han's wind blade kept attacking a point, directly giving Yu'er's giant crab shell a hole, which was currently bubbling gray-green liquid out. Lin Xiaojin didn't intend to let them go. But at this moment, their flying machine suddenly emerged from above and released laser cannons towards them, blocking them. The laser cannons hit the trees and the leaves started to burn. And a burst of smoke came out. Cough cough. The smoke was right next to Lin Xiaojin, choking her eyes to tears, seeing the giant crab shrink and the two of them run onto the flying machine. Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't continue to chase after them, although it is said to be a poor enemy. But Lin Xiaojin looked at the flying machine that had already gone far away. This is a good thing. Xiao Nu and Wang Han had also consumed a lot of energy, and the fire that rose up around them was getting bigger and bigger. So Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took out his land vehicle and greeted everyone as they left. Red Dazzle and Gale were put away in Lin Xiaojin's space, and a minute later they were already on the land vehicle speeding away. In the Crab Planet vehicle, both Ula and Ulu didn't look too good, mainly because Ula's giant crab was seriously injured. Ula put the shrunken giant crab into the healing box and said with an ugly face, "The shell of the giant crab can rarely be broken by anyone unless they are a gold-type aberration. That woman is obviously not a gold-type aberration. Yet she also injured the giant crab so deeply. That wind alien also penetrated my giant crab." You said fiercely. The giant crab was injured, which was equivalent to them having no attack power. How could they not be ruthless? There's more than just luck in getting the heart of grass, Yura said with a frown. Qinlangsing is ranked so low, and was even once the bottom one. But it's actually so strong, Ulu said incredulously. Qin Blue Star was just a planet outside the galaxy that was not in the least bit out of sense. How could it be so powerful? Qin Blue Star. They have a wind and thunder system. There is also a woman. It should be an instantaneous movement. 3 people are actually 3 different kinds of alien, Ola questioned. There were cases like this in the Starburst competition, but they were very few cases, because most of the genes of the planets were the same. So the alien abilities inspired were all pretty much the same. We'll raise the giant crab first and slowly follow, You said with a frown. If there were other people who wanted to go and grab the heart of grass, they could hide behind as a spectator and maybe even pick up the slack. This time it was their carelessness. They shouldn't have just rushed up like that. Maybe they ran into Qinlanqing's group, which happened to be the strongest group. What they didn't know was that Qinlanqing was the only group of people. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu got on the land vehicle, but the energy was insufficient, so the speed of traveling was very slow. The fire behind them was getting smaller and smaller. The thick smoke was gradually dissipating, and only 5% of the land vehicle's energy was left, so they could only get down from the land walker. Lin Xiaojin didn't put the land walker into space, and was letting the land walker absorb the sunlight to replenish its energy. It seems like we're spending the remaining 3 months or so in a chase. Lin Xiaojin frowned and sighed. It had only been a few days since the protection period, and they had encountered the first wave of chasing and killing. So the next days would definitely not be easy, just as Lin Xiaojin thought. For the next month, they traveled around in the forest to hide, but most of the time, they were searching for the heart of grass. Lin Xiaojin had searched for a full 20 hearts of grass and trees this month, almost finding one on average a day. Lin Xiaojin's body genes had also undergone a huge upgrade, but still hadn't been promoted to level 6. So he knew how difficult this was, although there was no breakthrough. Lin Xiaojin's entire body had also undergone significant changes after absorbing 20 grasswood hearts. Especially her body's ability to recover had become even faster. If she was now comparing her recovery ability with Wolverine, that was hardly a big difference. But she hadn't tried to see how the recovery power of a broken leg or foot was. During the night, Lin Xiaojin had previously tried to give the energy of the heart of grass and wood to Little Bun and Lucky Star to absorb. But the two of them were just too small, and each of them could only absorb a sliver of it. This month not only absorbed the heart of grass and wood, but also encountered 3 waves of pursuit, the last one being more dangerous. Xiao Nua, Wang Han and Lin Xiaojin were all injured. The one who was seriously injured was Xiao Nua. His entire back was a bloody mess. Lin Xiaojin used a lot of space wellspring water. Xiao Nua is also the second level of the body genes, which survived. Wang Han was also injured, but it was also a minor injury. Lin Xiaojin's arm, in order to protect the lucky star, was also shot by the ray big hole. At that time to Lin Xiaojin pain to death. Although the large hole in the arm quickly recovered. But the pain of the injury is still there. Even if the recovery is fast. But the pain has not disappeared. They now ran into the place where all the mutant cannibal flowers were, surrounded by all kinds of mutant poisonous totems, which was only safe for a few days. Lin Xiaojin also released the wood elves from the space, which made these mutant plants not to attack them. Lin Xiaojin set up 2 tents around here. One Wang Han lived by himself, and the other big tent was Xiao Nua, Wang Han, and the little bun lucky star. They lived together. A small table was placed outside, while Blizzard came out to lie down nearby. And in the tent the 3 people, Wood Elf, Little Bun, and Lucky Star, were stacking up wood. These 2 days, although the battle was tragic, but the harvest is not small. Collected 2 land vehicles, and a few laser guns. Lin Xiaojin thought that the next days would be even more difficult. But after a week passed, he found that no one was coming after them. Instead, the heart of grass and trees had been obtained by 2 more groups. Now in the entire green plant planet, there were only 4 groups that had obtained the heart of grasswood. The more people who got it, then their danger and target would be smaller. But they had a whole 5 grasswood hearts on their face. So they were still the preferred target for everyone to grab. The more the time leaned back, the crazier they would be. Now that the time was still 3 months away, it was more or less not worth it to take the risk nowadays. Time passed very quickly. Another 2 months passed peacefully. 1 month was left from the time of this level, with the time getting more and more tight. But get the heart of grass and trees of the participating groups are still only 4 groups. This last month, their 4 groups are afraid that they will be reduced to everyone's scrambling target. Lin Xiaojin had encountered 2 waves of attacks in the past 2 months. But they were all countered by them, mainly because the mutated plants and the cannibal flowers had become their natural barrier. These man-eating flowers didn't attack Lin Xiaojin and the others, but they would attack other people. So if they wanted to come over and grab Lin Xiaojin's heart of grass and trees, they had to deal with these mutated man-eating flowers first. After these 2 months of absorption, Lin Xiaojin's level 5 genetic breakthrough is just around the corner. Xiao Nua's Thunder System supernatural ability is also about to break through. But Xiao Nua did not choose to break through immediately, or else he would have to close the door for an unknown period of time. Now it is immediately to the final stage of the level Xiao Nua once closed. 1 or 2 days is okay. If it is 10 days and half a month, they will be less a powerful helper. The Wood Elf's big tree, because Lin Xiaojin absorbed a lot of the heart of grass and trees. The roots of the big tree have been rooted all over Lin Xiaojin's underground space. The rest of the time, Lin Xiaojin was also constantly looking for the heart of grass and trees. Anyway, there was not much time left. This heart of grass and trees is only found in the green plant star. So naturally, she was able to look for more as much as she could. She had a feeling that she was about to have a genetic breakthrough. And she didn't expect that breaking through the genes of a level 5 body would actually require so much energy. Lin Xiaojin opened the device screen live this random live broadcast randomly to Wang Han. The screen full of pop-up screen requests to get a heart of grass. All kinds of kneeling. And put harsh words. Threaten him. Wang Han are as calm as did not see. In the end, Lin Xiaojin walked to Wang Han. She also deliberately face-to-face put hard words. If you want the heart of grass, and would then come to try. Recently, they hadn't been getting a lot of loot in a month. Many people in the screen were arrogant by Lin Xiaojin. But there was still nothing they could do. Lin Xiaojin and their group were really strong. Why aren't those mutated plants attacking you guys? I'm offering 10,000 starstones to beg to be told the answer. I also want to know. I'll offer 20,000 star stones. There were all sorts of pop-ups on the screen. But Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't even look at them carefully until the live pop-ups automatically closed. Looks like the next month is our challenge, Lin Xiaojin said solemnly. The 3 of them glanced at each other. None of them had fear in their eyes. Wang Han was more calm. Xiao Nua's eyes were cold and stoic. Instead, Lin Xiaojin was a bit eager to try. The more they fought, Only then could they realize that the fighting in this galaxy was not just alien energy. It's a combination of psychic ability and technology. Psychic ability is strong. The equipment is advanced. After all, the alien energy is strong. Some high tech they still cannot cope with. But if the level of alien energy to reach a certain height, or can kill all the weapons. In the next 10 days, they encountered a total of 8 waves of crises. Almost every day was dangerous on average. 3 of the groups were decimated by Lin Xiaojin and the others. Some people even found out that the lucky star came from the pink alien. Until she was the one who came with a lucky skill, which could improve one's oh so lucky. And quite a few people began to think that Lin Xiaojin and the others were able to get the heart of grass, and would because of the enchantment from the pink alien. In fact, their guesses had some truth to them. So they couldn't grab the heart of grass, and so they shifted their spearhead to the lucky star. This was moving Lin Xiaojin's bottom line. They could come and snatch things. But if they tried to snatch their people, Lin Xiaojin snorted coldly, then they would all die. Subsequently, as long as they came out to rob them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu and the others were all dead. From the end of the second level there are still days. Xiao Nu and Wang Han, 2 people more or less with some small injuries. But the lucky star is still well protected. Blizzard had also suffered a lot of injuries, big and small, this month. But Blizzard had also broken through and become a level 4 mutant beast. There were still 7 days until the end of the second level. And there was still a group behind Lin Xiaojin and the others who were chasing them. But it was the group behind them and the flying machine that was flying above their heads. Actually, Lin Xiaojin had thought about flying a flying machine to escape. But not only did she have a flying machine, the other groups also had people with flying machines. The Blue Scorpion planet's flying machine they were using had insufficient weapon reserves in it. And besides, there were still mutated plants in the forest that could stop the group. The 3 of them, who were traveling in a hurry, were heading into the woods, running wherever there were more mutant plants. There are 2 groups chasing us right now. Hiding another group, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Although that group was well hidden, Lin Xiaojin still perceived it. Recently absorbing too many hearts of grass and trees. One was already priceless. She had absorbed at least dozens of them. And now evolved an ability is the ability to perceive green plants. The plants around her were enough for her to perceive. And through the perception of the plants, she discovered the hidden group. This group's ability was to hide. Their bodies could change shape according to the environment. Kind of like desert lizards. Behind them, there were now at least 3 groups chasing after them. If it wasn't for the cannibalistic flowers behind them, and the various mutated plants blocking them, I'm afraid they would have been surrounded by 3 parties by now. Where are we going? Lin Xiaojin said, as she pointed in the northeast direction. Wang Han frowned slightly, but seemed to understand something. The northeast direction was the direction infested by the dark giant tree. Lin Xiaojin was trying to lure them there. Later on there would definitely be more and more people coming to snatch them. When they were besieged, not only would they not be able to protect the lucky star, the heart of grass, and would also be taken away, unless they gave up the competition. Lin Xiaojin even took them to escape. But it would also mean permanently staying in the green plant planet. Would that be willing? These few short months encountered mutant plant attacks. There are other people siege. Also suffered injuries. Fleeing in a mess. They have not given up. If they wanted to survive these last few days, they could only go a little crazy. Lin Xiaojin let the wood elf enter the space. Because once the wood elf entered the range of the dark giant tree, it would be targeted by the dark giant tree. After all, it had always wanted to absorb the wood elf when they left the range of the dark giant tree a few months ago. An entire forest had been swallowed by the dark giant tree. But now a large area of giant trees had sprung up here. And even the range of these dark giant trees had grown again. As soon as they entered the range of the dark giant trees, they felt the coolness of the surroundings. The light obviously weakened. If they waited until night, this place would definitely be pitch black. Lin Xiaojin took out the night vision goggles from the space and handed them to Xiao Nu and Wang Han. She didn't need them. She was able to see everything clearly at night. These 2 night market goggles were still the trophy she got a few days ago. Lin Xiaojin, they had just entered the range of the dark giant tree. A flying machine in front of them crashed straight down, with black smoke coming out of its tail, and fell straight down. The dark giant tree was now very upset when it saw the flying machine. It decided that the flying machine had escaped with the wood elf in the first place. So now whenever the flying machine was above the dark giant tree, it would be yanked down by his tree vines. This flying machine had been following Lin Xiaojin and the others. And just as it flew into the range of the dark giant tree, it was attacked by a large number of black vines. And the flying machine was flying too low, so it was directly dragged down. With a bang of sparks, the craft fell and slid dozens of meters, breaking several large trees in succession before coming to a halt. Lin Xiaojin, 3 people looked at each other and did not go up to check. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han, 2 people, are always ready to release the foreign energy attack. They waited for half a day and found that no one had climbed out of the flying machine. Only then did Xiao Nuo and Wang Han slowly go forward. No one, Wang Han said after checking. It turned out that the people on the craft saw that the craft was about to crash. So they chose the escape vehicle to leave. This craft has been damaged, but the equipment inside and the parts can be used. Lin Xiaojin directly all collected into the space. Let Green Star research. Can be used. Cannot use the metal. Lin Xiaojin directly through to the troop. Tuan's body has grown rapidly in the past few months. And accordingly its food intake is also growing rapidly. Lin Xiaojin is now worried about Tuan's rations every day. Lin Xiaojin and the 3 of them continued to walk within the confines of the dark giant tree, but only dared to walk on the periphery. The giant trees here were all devoured a few months ago. And now there are no traces of anything. Lin Xiaojin said with a sigh. Green Star's plant recovery ability was too surprising. This forest, if it was on other ordinary planets, how would it need to grow for decades, or even hundreds of years? But in Green Star, in just a few months, it was able to grow into such a forest. Let's go. The people behind are catching up, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. As the words fell, Lin Xiaojin heard a commotion behind them. The 3 of them didn't continue to talk nonsense and continued to walk towards the periphery. They originally wanted to drive a land vehicle, but in the giant dark forest they realized that the entire giant dark forest was a powerful mutated plant. Driving a land vehicle would instead cause a commotion. Facts proved that Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo's concerns were correct, because those who entered the giant dark forest in a land vehicle without exception were all attacked by the giant dark forest. And now when the giant dark tree saw the flying machine and these technological products, it was directly judged as an alien population. At night, everyone tacitly did not choose to attack Lin Xiaojin, because at night in the giant dark forest is the same as the darkness. A little light does not penetrate down. There were still 6 days left until the deadline. The less time those who didn't get the heart of grass and would become more and more frantic. In the middle of the night, there were already people attacking Lin Xiaojin and the rest of them. In the recent days, they had been taking turns to rest at night. And when they did, they were all in a shallow state of sleep. Be careful, Lin Xiaojin hurriedly reminded Wang Han. Only then Wang Han dodged a gunshot. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was already holding Lucky Star and instantly moved behind that person. She was also holding a captured laser gun. Such a close distance Lin Xiaojin did not even shoot. She had not practiced guns. And this laser gun is completely different from the guns they have in Qinlanxing. This laser gun is very much like a toy gun. Very light. A shot missed. The man immediately reacted. But Lin Xiaojin again took over the instantaneous movement. Lin Xiaojin also didn't know that this group was the contestant group of that planet. But the number of people in this group was visually estimated to be 8 or 9 people. The largest number of contestants Lin Xiaojin had ever seen. Generally, there are 2 people in a group, or 5 or 6 people in a group. And a group with fewer people is also easier to manage. These people's powers are all speed system powers. And their hands are very good, fully equipped with night vision goggles, or even a high-end version. Lin Xiaojin, holding Lucky Star, instantly moved to Xiao Nuo's side. Xiao Nuo, Wang Han, and Lin Xiaojin are now hiding in the big tree behind them. These people look like special forces with high-intensity training, Wang Han said with a frown. Not only their hands. These people are all very fast. Unless they have speed powers, they can't catch them at all. Or else it's Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous movement that can still be dodged. But Xiao Nuo and Wang Han's 2 powers are also very strong. So they've just been testing it out. After the test, I'm afraid we'll have to go together. Don't separate, Xiao Nuo said very solemnly. If they were allowed to separate, it would be dangerous to attack each of them individually. With their advanced equipment and their speed-based psychics, they would be slowly consumed to death even if their psychic abilities were strong. The 3 people leaned on each other's backs and looked around vigilantly. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly as she thought of something. There were many of them. And Lin Xiaojin also had external assistance. Combat strength is not bad. Red Dazzle. If they have this equipment, then the battle power increases not a little bit. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin summoned out from space Red Dazzle and Gale. The current elves in the space on their attack power can still be taken. The three of them plus Red Dazzle and Gale now barely made 5 people. But she was still holding a child in her hand, which more or less limited her movement. Red Dazzle, you hold Lucky Star and protect her. Lin Xiaojin handed over the still sleeping Lucky Star to Red Dazzle. As long as Red Dazzle was in the area covered by her space, she could sense her location at first glance. Don't worry, Master, Red Dazzle said seriously. Lin Xiaojin responded. She knew that as long as it was something she explained, these space elves would definitely obey 100%. Lin Xiaojin glanced at the sleeping Lucky Star and handed over the laser gun in her hand to Red Dazzle again. Lin Xiaojin told Red Dazzle to find a place to hide first, while she herself went with Xiao Nuo Wang Han to confront them. Laser sparks popped up every now and then in the dark night, flying around, and Xiao Nuo's lightning ball also traced a blue lightning in the air. These people were very fast, hitting one shot and changing places. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han's powers were indeed powerful, but they were too fast to be able to dodge their powers. However, Xiao Nuo quickly predicted the position of one of the opponents. The lightning ball struck with precision, but that person still escaped quickly. That person has a defense suit on him, being injured by his lightning ball without being electrocuted to the ground. Xiao Nuo quickly guessed that they were wearing defensive clothing similar to bulletproof vests or something like that. On the other side, 70% loss of defensive function suit, said a teenager with a pale face. Idiot. What's going on? Curses came from the man's headset. The teenager didn't say anything. That lightning ball was really powerful. If he hadn't been hit without a protective suit, I'm afraid he would have simply fallen to the ground and died. The man prejudged where I was moving at my speed, the teenager said with a pale face. He also didn't expect that with his level 4 fast movement. There were still people who could prejudge his position. After the teenager finished speaking, no voice was coming out from inside. But another person's voice came out. Don't complain. Our current mission is to grab the heart of grass. Let's first focus on killing that thunder alien who was able to prejudge. Roger. Several team members' voices came from the headphones. Suddenly there are 2 extra unknown signals. One imaging shows that it's a humanoid creature, and the other is a pet beast. A voice suddenly came out of the headset. The humanoid creature is unregistered, and that pet beast is level 4. Attention! The pet beast is rushing over. A sharp voice came out of the headset. That woman can instantly move. She killed the AI family. Lin Xiaojin didn't kill the person just now. The speed was really fast. If she didn't have instantaneous transfer, she wouldn't have been able to catch up. Just now actually she missed, although she did not barrel him to death. But she was also injured. Lin Xiaojin picked up the mini headset on the ground. The dialogue inside Lin Xiaojin heard. However, soon the sound of the headset is gone. The man escaped and found that one of his intercom headset is lost, and immediately told the account control to close. Otherwise let the enemy pick it up. And the content of their dialogue was heard by them. But still a little late. Lin Xiaojin more or less heard some of the content. These people were fast, well equipped, and hard to catch. Lin Xiaojin had never realized that speed base powers with high equipment were actually this hard to get. Their planet was called the Shining Star, which meant that most of the awakened powers were speed, and almost everyone was very fast. Lin Xiaojin again instantly moved back to Xiao Nuo Wang Han's body. She said in a sharp voice, "You be careful. They are going to focus on screwing you first." Xiao Nuo's expression was calm, but his eyes turned cold. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han attracted firepower. Lin Xiaojin hid in the shadows waiting for the opportunity to act. By the way, greeted over to Gale. Lin Xiaojin hid in the tree trunk. Gale was lying under the tree trunk. Gale's 2 red pupils are especially obvious in the dark night. Some cooperation down. Lin Xiaojin barreled to another person. This person is not as lucky as the last person. Escaped from her hands. Lin Xiaojin a knife into her backpack, and give him a shoulder drop. The subsequent arrival of Blast Wind Shangqian then bites into his leg. Lin Xiaojin was half kneeling on top of her, ready to guard his neck, when this time, he heard a voice coming from his headset. "I found this humanoid creature, and a pink star child come for backup." An urgent voice came out from inside. Lin Xiaojin's face tensed when he heard the voice from his headset. and he immediately used spatial coverage to directly lock onto Red Dazzle's location, and appeared in front of Red Dazzle with a single instantaneous shift. Red Dazzle's back was shot by a laser gun, but he was still holding Lucky Star tightly, not letting go for a moment. "Master." Red Dazzle seemed relieved to see Lin Xiaojin arrive, and said weakly. He had been desperately protecting Lucky Star. Lin Xiaojin didn't care to talk. He hurriedly took Red Dazzle into space, and told Little Cloudy they soaked Red Dazzle into the wellspring water to heal his wounds. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, rushed to hug Lucky Star. Her little face still had Red Dazzle's blood. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. A ray gun shot towards them, disregarding the fact that Lin Xiaojin had long ago brought Lucky Star to instantly move behind the man who opened the robbery. "Go to hell." Lin Xiaojin drew out her knife and stabbed at the man's body. Even though the man was wearing a defensive suit, it was still pierced by Lin Xiaojin. The man endured the huge pain coming from his stomach and immediately fled. The man's speed was indeed very fast. In the blink of an eye he had already arrived dozens of meters away. But he was injured. There were still traces of his dripping blood on the ground. On the other side, Xiao Nuo almost relied on his precise premonition to injure several people in a row. "Retreat first. Retreat first. There are already 4 team members injured. Retreat first." Lin Xiaojin heard the voice coming from his headset. The other members of Shining Star slowly retreated. As they retreated, the sky also brightened. Bright sunlight shone down through the leaves of the trees. The intense battle that had just taken place could still be seen on the surrounding trees. There were traces of the battle everywhere, and a small pool of blood. "They withdrew," Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin saw Xiao Nuo's arm and shoulder have injuries. Wang Han's shoulder also has injuries. Hastily took out from the space to the wellspring water to the two, with cotton gauze dipped in the wellspring water for wet compresses, and finally in a simple bandage up. If Xu Jingjing is there, this point of small injuries should be directly healed. These days, Wang Han and Xiao Nuo injured more and more often. Lin Xiaojin these days is also not less injured. Her recovery is fast, so it is not obvious, but every time the pain of injury are still able to clearly feel. The 3 of them did not stay or immediately left this place. While walking, Lin Xiaojin took out food from space to Xiao Nuo. Wang Han, 2 people divided. Blizzard Lin Xiaojin did not let it into the space, but followed her outside. The rest of these days will certainly encounter other more crazy pursuit, because the time left is not much. There are still 2 days left until the end of the 2nd level. They have encountered 2 sets of powerful attacks since where they came from. This time even Lucky Star was injured, but luckily it was only a minor injury. Blast Winds was also injured, and was put back into the space by Lin Xiaojin to recuperate. The 3 of them, Xiao Nuo and Wang Han, 2 people, are not good, although there is space water healing effect. But it is not possible to be able to immediately recover. Fortunately, the food they ate these days are restoring energy fruits. Otherwise the energy is depleted. The body is also injured. Fighting alone, their disrespect was strong enough to not be afraid of any squad. But it was as if they were in a wheel battle. Little by little, they were consuming them. Just the day before, Lin Xiaojin's entire shoulder was pierced. That tearing pain. The whole body seems to be not their own. The upper half of the clothes directly stained red. Not only the shoulder, even spread to the heart. At that moment, she was really feel like she was going to die. Once again, the closest moment to death. It was also on that day that all of her energy surged into her heart. A blessing that allowed her body genes to make a complete breakthrough and get a qualitative leap. That was when Lin Xiaojin's body genes reached level 6. A level 6 that was vastly different from level 5. Xiao Nuo also seemed to be suffering from an emotional outburst due to Lin Xiaojin's severe injuries. After all, she almost died, and his second skill time suddenly broke through. It smoothly broke through to level 3. Lin Xiaojin knew how hard it was to upgrade Xiao Nuo's time skill. This time, along with Xiao Nuo's time pause also advanced. The range was expanded. The control was prolonged. And the person who hurt Lin Xiaojin was directly killed by Xiao Nuo in seconds. However, as Lin Xiaojin's body genes broke through level 6, she found that she was able to fly. But her flying speed wasn't fast, and flying severely consumed her physical strength. The body gene breakthrough level 6 was not only the body's recovery ability becoming stronger, but it actually added an additional flying ability. Lin Xiaojin was very satisfied with this. However, the first time she flew, she felt that there was obvious resistance. but the body genes were able to resist this resistance. But the flight was very slow. If she was holding Lucky Star, then the flight would be even slower. If she wanted to let her take off with a person, then it would be unlikely. There's still one more day. One more day, and we'll be able to enter the next level. Lin Xiaojin sighed. These past few days have been really close. So you guys stop hiding? It's been following us for days. As the words turned out, Wang Han shot out a wind blade. The two hiders tumbled and fell from the tree, and one of the mans was scraped on the shoulder by Wang Han's wind blade. Wait, we don't want to fight. We are trying to exchange the heart of grass and wood with you, the injured man immediately explained. These days, of course, there had been plans to follow behind and pick up the pieces, but having seen the terrifying strength of these three people, and the more frustrated they were, the more courageous they became. Immediately at the end of the level, it would not be wise to want to use force to grab it. Redemption? Lin Xiaojin coldly laughed. In the past few days had encountered a few dangers. She also retreated and wanted to exchange for other people. But those people actually do not want to pay a price. Only wanted to rob. This person was the first one they had encountered in the past few days that said they wanted to exchange for them. The two men had a good attitude and said, "We really want to exchange. We can take all the equipment we have on us and exchange it with you. We just need one to get us through." They didn't want to be eliminated to stay in Green Plant Star. Lin Xiaojin looked at these two people. They didn't seem to have any decent equipment on their bodies either. Right? The two men seemed to feel Lin Xiaojin's gaze and hurriedly said, "We have 100,000 star stones in our hands and some equipment. We can take this thing you exchange." After the man finished speaking, the two people revealed a very meaty expression. Lin Xiaojin saw this expression of theirs, and suddenly became interested in what they were going to exchange. The two men hesitated for a moment. In order to successfully enter the next level, they still decided to exchange this thing for the heart of grass and wood. One of the men took out a box from his backpack. "This is the meteorite essence, and something we obtained unintentionally." Meteorite essence? What was this thing? Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua didn't know. Lin Xiaojin still had Green Star in space look up the information. In the vastness of the universe, there was still a part of the small stars. These planets had no signs of life, and they only had billions of years from cohesion to decay. And some of the small stars entered into a decay period where they would condense star cores that contained a very large amount of energy, and with the decay period would explode afterwards. Their star core will be scattered in the vastness of the universe. And these sporadic blocks are called meteorite essence. Meteorite essence can be said to be part of a star's core. But even the energy contained in its tiny part was huge. "We can exchange this for you," the man said with difficulty. This was also a treasure that they had unintentionally obtained. This was definitely worth 10 million starstones if it was auctioned off in the galaxy. And the price of the heart of grass and wood couldn't even compare to it. Although the heart of grass and wood is rich in energy, but it contains, after all, only wood energy. Only people with wood ability can absorb it. Unlike Lin Xiaojin, who has the blessing mark of the wood elves, can absorb the energy of the heart of grass and wood and can even transform it. However, this meteorite essence can be absorbed by all attribute-less psychic abilities. And after half a day of explaining, seeing the three people in front of them actually aren't excited at all. This was a meteorite essence. What the two of them didn't know was that Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua didn't even understand what meteorite essence was. After all, they had only been out of Qinlanqing for a year, and had never even touched the galaxy, only surviving in some extragalactic planets. Lin Xiaojin did not choose to go forward, but let the man not far away to open the box. The man also did not refuse. If you want to gain trust, to open the inspection is still very necessary. The man opened the box. An oncoming energy stirred around. All of a sudden they all felt the energy filled inside. The man immediately closed the box again after opening it. This box is specially for meteorite essence. Otherwise the energy will be lost. The energy after a crystal nuclear explosion will slowly dissipate. This box is specialized to protect the energy of the meteorite essence from being lost. How come you guys don't absorb such powerful energy yourselves? Lin Xiaojin said slightly tentatively. Although Lin Xiaojin was moving interested in this meteorite essence, especially Xiao Nua. His second supernormal ability seemed to be stupidly interested in the energy of the meteorite essence. Xiao Nua even felt his restless heart. Both Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua understood each other. So Lin Xiaojin knew that Xiao Nua wanted to get this piece of meteorite essence. Lin Xiaojin took out the heart of grass and wood from the space. It was a green glowing object. Under the sunlight one could still faintly see the green liquid flowing inside. Heart of grass and wood. The two men instantly became excited when they saw Lin Xiaojin take out the heart of grass wood. I can give you guys an exchange, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Both men were excited. The men nodded their heads. They knew that they would definitely agree to take the meteorite essence in exchange for Lin Xiaojin. So they were ready to exchange. Lin Xiaojin put the heart of grass and wood into a bag in front of them. The bag was still imprinted with green light. Lin Xiaojin gave the lucky star to Xiao Nua to hold, while she went to the front to exchange items with two people. The opposite two people also sent a person forward. Several people are very nervous. After all, the exchange of items worth a lot of money. Compared to the opposite side who came forward cautiously, Lin Xiaojin went very calmly. Two people walked to the middle, almost at the same time to reach out to exchange the box. Just as Lin Xiaojin grabbed the box, suddenly the opposite man stealth instantly snatched the bag in her hand. Just as the man fled, Lin Xiaojin is an instantaneous shift to reach the other man's side, directly snatched the backpack from his hand. Lin Xiaojin opened the backpack, and sure enough, an identical box appeared inside. Lin Xiaojin laughed and instantly moved to Xiao Nua's face again. You lied to me. The stealthy man opened the bag, and there was no heart of grasswood inside at all. It was just an empty bag. Because the real heart of grasswood had long since been put away in space by Lin Xiaojin in that instant. Lin Xiaojin had redeemed the heart of grasswood from space the moment she put it in the bag. And at the very beginning when they opened the box there was indeed a surge of energy. But the energy fluctuation did not come from the box that was shown to them, but from behind the other man. Their proximity is generally not felt. Are the same direction out of the energy fluctuations are not inconspicuous. But Lin Xiaojin is very sensitive to energy. If a few days ago, she may not be able to feel it, and even be deceived. But Lin Xiaojin's body gene upgrade to level 6. The perceptibility of the surroundings and be amplified. So she is the first time to clearly perceive it. The other party wanted to use empty gloves, but she didn't expect to be recognized by her early on. Give us the meteorite essence, the other man said furiously, as he watched his backpack being robbed. Immediately after that, the two men were invisible, and the only thing that could be seen around them was a burst of laser gun fire. But unfortunately, Xiao Nua and Wang Han's two people's supernatural abilities had already been fired out long ago, and a network of thunder and lightning and densely packed wind blades directly swept away. Lin Xiaojin only heard a few miserable screams. The two stealthy people were forced to be current. Their bodies were covered in bloody holes scraped by the wind blades, as well as Xiao Nua's lightning balls electrocuting the two people all over their bodies. Two people's force value is not high. Two people are stealthy. Has been relying on picking up the slack to get to this point. If Lin Xiaojin can't feel that energy, there is still a possibility that the two people are really in. Wang Han and Xiao Nua went up and searched the two people's bodies to make sure there was no value before they left. But the 100,000 star stones they said were also fake. A total of only a few dozen star stones. The equipment was shabby and pitifully small. The rest of the equipment for the competition was also put away by Lin Xiaojin into space. Only a few dozen star stones were used by Lin Xiaojin to expand the range of space. Lin Xiaojin opened that special box. Inside was placed a piece of meteorite essence the size of a nail cap. But the energy contained inside was much higher than the energy of the dozens of star stones. Moreover, the energy of the meteorite essence also carried a hint of a special quality. A quality that only Xiao Nua could feel. Lin Xiaojin gave this small piece of meteorite essence to Xiao Nua. And Xiao Nua didn't refuse. After all, this thing could make him stronger. Nowadays, his thunder lineage was level 5, and time suspension was level 3. It could be said that Xiao Nua was a true dual lineage psychic ability, which Lin Xiaojin plainly didn't count. She used to think that she was a power system ability. But then she realized that she wasn't. Her psychic ability was spatial. But the advancement she had always thought was actually not a power advancement, but an enhancement of her body's genes. That's why. Her strength was so great yet, she didn't have the muscle expansion like a power lineage alien. But the body gene advancement was even tougher, and everyone's body genes went in a different direction. Basically from birth most of the body gene quality had been decided. Why does the galaxy make everyone so eager to enter the galaxy? The corresponding enhancement to change the genes. Increase your life expectancy. Because man may want to enhance the genetic quality that is too difficult. The front has dodged so many bloody storms. If it really planted on these two people, then it is too worthless. There were still 10 hours until the end of the first level. The time was getting closer and closer. Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't relax. Just as Lin Xiaojin and the others had guessed well. These last few hours had many more people frantically attacking them. Give us the heart of Grasswood. Give me the heart of Grasswood me. 1 million starstones for you guys. You guys have 5 Grasswood hearts, give us exchange. 1 is also enough for you guys to pass this level. Whoever snatches it is the one who gets it. There's not enough time. Cut the crap. Lin Xiaojin looked at the few groups that had gathered around. She sneered. There are 6 of you groups. I have 5 hearts of grass and wood. I am keeping 2 for myself. The remaining 3 I can give away to you guys. The others heard Lin Xiaojin's words. There were quite a few who were a bit impressed. For a while no one was continuing to make a move. Give them to us? You would be so kind? That's right. We have a total of 6 groups, and you're just going to give me 3? What about the remaining 3 groups? Lin Xiaojin's 3 looked at the few groups that emerged from the corner of their mouths carried a cold smile. This was a total of 6 groups that all waited until the end to come out. Each group was very confident in their own strength. Lin Xiaojin and the 3 of them have self-awareness. At the same time to deal with 6 groups. Unless they give up the competition into the space to hide. Or else 6 groups at the same time to surround them. Not dead, but also seriously injured. Lin Xiaojin looked at the 6 groups. So she decided to take out 3 grass heart and pull in her general teammates before saying anything. Lin Xiaojin pointed at them and said calmly, there are 6 of you groups. I'm only going to split 3 of you. I'll give you guys time, so you can discuss amongst yourselves. She's stalling for time. Don't trust her. Let's siege her together. Get the 5 grasswood hearts, and we'll split them equally based on our skills. One of the men said soberly. Lin Xiaojin smiled and looked at him. Then looked at the others. In fact, she had surreptitiously collected quite a few hearts of grass, and would all in her space over the past few days. In fact, it wouldn't hurt if she even gave each of them a set. And everyone would be able to enter the next level without any problems. But on what grounds? Want Lin Xiaojin to give them, for nothing is impossible. And she also has a sober perception. None of these people are credible. Everyone is carrying the pressure of the entire planet. To participate in the competition can only win. By any means necessary. Even at the expense of their teammates. They want to win. There is no such thing as trust. Lin Xiaojin looked at the others. Directly at one of the strongest groups here. She directly took out 5 hearts of grass and trees. This successfully attracted the attention of the others. And they all wanted to make a move. But Lin Xiaojin was not following the rules. If you guys want to come over, I'll destroy all of these grasswood hearts. Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. Her tone carrying a threat. Destroy? How can the heart of grass, and would be easily destroyed? The man's words were slapped in the face on the spot. Lin Xiaojin crushed a heart of grass and wood on the spot. The crystalline green energy dissipated in the surroundings. But most of the energy was actually absorbed into Lin Xiaojin's body. You? I'm sorry. I have a lot of strength. If you guys are all together, then I'll crush them all, and no one will get it. Lin Xiaojin spoke casually. But her tone was very cold. The crowd looked at the 3 grasswood hearts left in Lin Xiaojin's hand, and instantly became nonchalant. But none of the crowd went forward to force their way in. Just now there could have been 3 people getting the heart of grasswood. Now there would only be 2. I'm going to keep 2 for myself. Oh. You guys can see that I still have to bring a child. The remaining 2 will go to the highest bidder. Lin Xiaojin said without changing her face. This is our planet's unique treasure. The water dragon pearl. As long as you hold it, you can breathe freely in the water again. The person from the water blue planet said. Although the water dragon bead was their planet's treasure, it was never given to outsiders. And today, it could only be given away voluntarily. Yes. Lin Xiaojin was still very moved when she heard about the water dragon bead's usefulness. This time the exchange was very smooth, and did not appear the last time things. Lin Xiaojin holding the water dragon pearl transparent blue beads in his hand. 2 people almost at the same time to get their hands. The water blue star people see that they get the heart of grass and trees. There is no need to stay in. 2 people quickly withdrew. Away from the battlefield. They will be afraid that no one grabbed the heart of the grass, and would in the return to grab them. The others didn't expect Lin Xiaojin to redeem it so easily. The remaining 5 groups froze for a moment. One of the Yangxings reacted quickly, and immediately took out a treasure, and went up and said, This is Yang iron. Unique to our Yangxing. It can be used to make weapons. and the fire alien ability to increase energy. Lin Xiaojin was a little less interested in hearing this. Let's grab it directly. Whoever snatches the remaining 3 will be the one who gets it. There were still 5 groups left, and 2 of them weren't in a hurry to make a move towards Lin Xiaojin. Want to snatch? Then I'll crush them all. Lin Xiaojin coldly laughed, and the 3 grasswood hearts in her hand were then tightly drilled into Lin Xiaojin's hand. Don't listen to the golden ox star. When the crowd saw that Lin Xiaojin was going to crush the heart of grass and wood, in a gesture of everyone dying together, no one dared to move again for a while. Time was getting tighter and tighter. The countdown was only 2 hours away. Lin Xiaojin counted the time. She was just stalling for time. Xiao Nua and Wang Han had slowly retreated. This time Lin Xiaojin threw out a heart of grass and wood into the sky, saying, "The last heart of grass and wood. Whoever you grab it is whose." As the words fell, Lin Xiaojin had already disappeared in place. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to Xiao Nua Wang Han's side and said, "Quickly go." Those people behind them were grabbing the heart of grass and wood that Lin Xiaojin had thrown up into the sky. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiaojin didn't stop for a moment with Xiao Nua and the others. Lin Xiaojin looked at the equipment time left 30 minutes. As long as there was half an hour left, they would be able to completely leave this place. The fight behind them, they could no longer care about. Although Lin Xiaojin lost 3 hearts of grass and wood. But in order to enter the next level, this was also something that could not be helped. It is hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. The 3 of them cannot resist the siege of so many groups. They are all at level 4.5 in the level of their special ability. And their equipment is even more advanced. 3 hearts of grass and wood. Lin Xiaojin didn't care. She had already absorbed a lot of hearts of grass and wood. Prepared to say is only a waste of a heart of grass and wood. The first crushed heart of grass and would let her absorb half. The remaining one used to exchange water dragon pearl. The last one really couldn't be helped. If they weren't allowed to fight internally, they would gang up on Lin Xiaojin and the 3 of them. Chen Bluestar, congratulations on qualifying for the pass. Rewarded with 100,000 points. About to enter the next level. For the accompanying extraction. Successful extraction. The second level is a survival mission. 3-month survival on the Coldwater Star. 3-month survival on the Black Iron Star. Detected that you have brought a pink alien. Age 1. This is a charge item. Will cost 10,000 points. Is it confirmed? It was actually consuming points? Lin Xiaojin thought it would be consuming the heart of grass and wood. The unexpected does not consume the heart of grass and wood. This level, as long as it is obtained, the heart of grass and wood is left to them. However, Lin Xiaojin remembered that the last time he brought Lucky Star into the next level was to consume 5,000 points, and did not expect that this time it was actually consuming 10,000 points. The second level was actually a survival mission. It seemed that this survival mission was a bit simpler. As long as they stayed alive, they could pass the level. Confirmed, Lin Xiaojin said without the slightest hesitation. Confirmation successful. We'll open the teleportation point, said Lin Xiaojin with Xiao Nua and Wang Han's equipment glasses on the ground to release a circle of light curtains. Starting from 100% to rise to 100% later, they directly disappeared in place. Lin Xiaojin only felt that this was a kind of teleportation. Such a long-distance spatial teleportation seems to be between the 2 planets, each established a benchmark. That is, the teleportation point. This way it was a direct teleportation through the location of the 2 teleportation points. Lin Xiaojin was a spatial ability. This didn't feel like anything to other people. But it was different for Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin had a feeling of jumping into action, but didn't know where to start. But she had a hunch that as her spatial level increased, she might also be able to establish her own spatial coordinate points. When the 3 of them opened their eyes here again, they were in the vast ocean, and all they had under their feet was a large reef. Coldwater Planet. We're here on Coldwater Planet. Lin Xiaojin frowned. There was an endless ocean around them, and they were now standing on a large reef of several dozen square meters, surviving for 3 months in Coldwater Star. Lin Xiaojin had thought that it was as simple as it was. After all, the food in her space was enough for them to eat for a long time. But how could she not have thought that Coldwater Star was actually full of ocean? Lin Xiaojin remembered a water blue star planet is also so 90% are seawater. Only Coldwater Star water is cold. Not only so, Coldwater Star seawater is a large number of mutant sea beasts. These 3 months seem simple. In fact, some people cannot even survive a week. Cold water planet, no human survival. If cold water star is like this, I'm afraid black iron star is no better. Lin Xiaojin and their luck was quite good. The teleportation location was a large reef. Some of the others extracted the cold water star by falling directly into the seawater. The temperature of the seawater is actually not cold, but the seawater is dozens of degrees below zero. Some people fell into the cold seawater directly floating for a few days and died. Some people are even more unlucky. Just teleported over and fell into the seawater directly swallowed by the sea beasts. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin and their flying machine. So the three of them got on the flying machine. The flying machine flew directly into the sky. Lin Xiaojin put the lucky star to the side and took some toys for it to play, and from the space to put the little buns out. The two little only a few days have not seen this moment to meet the two happy for a long time. In a short while the two children played, the little bun also like Lucky Star demonstrated his supernatural powers. But he also remembered his mother's instructions not to overuse his supernatural powers. Lin Xiaojin looked at the 360-degree holographic display. It was all seawater outside. They had been flying for hours, and still hadn't come across a piece of land. If this goes on, we'll have to stay in the flying machine again. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. Staying in the flying machine for 3 whole months was a bit stifling when thinking about it. Besides, the energy of the flying machine also needed to be replenished. It was impossible to fly for 3 months at a time. Lin Xiaojin looked at the sea below. She kind of regretted why she didn't collect some boats or something. Lin Xiaojin's spiritual power entered space. Green Star was transforming the flying machine. Lin Xiaojin told him could he transform a search for a boat. Now the boat is urgent. Oh. Okay. I'll try it right away. Green Star responded. Lin Xiaojin nodded. If it really didn't work, there would only be those few searches for steamships. The flying machine didn't know how long they had been driving. They hadn't found a single person. Other than the vast ocean, Lin Xiaojin hadn't seen anything else. If there was no flying machine, they were afraid that they could not even get out of the reef. Originally thought that 3 months of survival was a bit simple. Lin Xiaojin fully understood that this starshine competition would not have such a simple survival. Lin Xiaojin opened the competition panel above the information about the cold water planet. There was nothing. Only the rankings of the competition. Lin Xiaojin looked at the number of participants of the planet next to him was constantly decreasing. Lin Xiaojin, their Chin Blue Stars ranking, and also slowly rising. Millions of participants. Now there are only a few 100,000 people left. It seems that this survival level has killed a lot of people. The flying machine still had 50% of its energy left, and it could still keep flying in the air for 3 days. This cold water star on the cumulus clouds is very thick. Only a small amount of light penetration, so the aircraft cannot accumulate enough energy. They have to find a piece of land to do. If they can't find land, they can only get on a small boat. It hasn't been long since the cold water began to rain again. Cold water star weather 365 days a year, 300 days are in the rain. Light rain, medium rain, heavy rain. Sometimes will be a month of heavy rain. It was too difficult to survive in this place for 3 months. Those who didn't have flying machines, or those who were traveling by boat machines, were afraid that they wouldn't be able to survive here for a few days. Finally, Lin Xiaojin scanned below and found a searching boat. Also, the other participants were extracted here. This boat of theirs was amphibious. We won't have enough food soon. We won't last 3 months at all. This delivery of this boat alone has consumed us 30,000 points. The points for transporting the equipment were growing. They still had 50,000 points left. And the next time they teleported, they didn't know if they would be able to bring this land and water vessel with them. We can't starve to death then. Catch the fish in the water. Is that a fish here? A random small fish here is several meters long. The short-haired man lamented, drawing a set of cold water star and desert sand star. One with water everywhere. The next with sand everywhere. These 6 months had gone by way too long. The short-haired man painfully looked at the sky, just in time to see a flash of flying machines. His eyes lit up, and he immediately sat up again, saying, "A flying machine just passed above us. It looks like someone else was just as unlucky as us to draw the cold water star. They have flying machines. At least they can still find a piece of land," the man said enviously. They were a group of 4 people from Venus, and had been floating on water for a few days. They didn't have much food on the water and landcraft because didn't expect this level to be a survival level. It's a toss-up whether there's land here or not. So come on and catch some fish. Otherwise we'll all need to starve to death without food. Jinan said, as he pulled up the short-haired man. Suddenly the boat shook violently. It was the mutant fish beasts in the sea that sometimes caused the boat to fluctuate when they swam over. Vomit. The violent rocking of the ship made Jinan surge up with a strong feeling of regurgitation. Their Venus rarely had a sea. And they wouldn't sit on a boat for so long. In the sky, Lin Xiaojin was not in the process of seeing anything other than which searching ship he saw. They could only reduce the consumption of their flying machine nowadays in order to drive as long as possible. This place can't really even have a piece of land. Right? Lin Xiaojin said with some despair. The speed of the flying machine was very fast. They had already driven for 2 days. If they were in Shannon Star, they could have circled around the globe. But after 2 days of flying in Cold Water Star, they hadn't even found a piece of land. Flying in the sky was also very dangerous, because the cumulus clouds were very thick. It rained almost all year round, and occasionally there would be thunder and lightning, and even cloud sucking. The flying machine was almost hit by lightning a few times. This lightning was not the small lightning that thundered and rained on their Qinlanxing. That lightning was thick and strong and split down a building could be approved to fall down. If it was a person, I'm afraid that the person would be electrocuted into slag. Xiao Nua's level 5 thunder system ability can't even condense such a thick lightning. Fortunately, there was a sensitive alarm device of the flying machine, coupled with Xiao Nua's driving skills. The alarm sounded another series of alarms. Lin Xiaojin looked at the display screen. A large thundercloud appeared almost in front of him. It was impossible to go around it. And the thundercloud was still moving. Xiao Nu immediately dropped his flight altitude. He couldn't fly at high altitude. But even if he dropped his flight altitude, those thunder clusters were still able to hit the seawater below. The seawater tumbled for a while, as if it was stirring something. This was clearly a sea of thunder. The 3 people in the aircraft instantly tensed up. Behind them, Lucky Star and Little Bun had already gone to sleep. Lin Xiaojin directly put Little Bun into the space, looking at the sea of thunder in front of her. She mentally shuddered a little. She had never seen such a scene before. A thick thunderbolt tilted down from the sky. It was not too much to say that this scene was a tribulation. Xiao Nu hurriedly lowered his altitude and turned around. The thundercloud behind him was still moving. Xiao Nu could only accelerate the speed of the flying machine. In this way the consumption of the flying machine increased rapidly. Directly 10% of the flight energy was left. Energy lowering. Energy lowering. The entire craft was sprouting yellow reminder lights and an electronic tone. Zip zip zip. After quickly driving a distance and watching the thundercloud behind them get smaller and smaller, they breathed a sigh of relief. A step slower just now. Their lives would have been accounted for there. But Lin Xiaojin could take Xiao Nua to hide in space. But Wang Han and Lucky Star would be miserable, and would most likely be split into dust. Fortunately, Green Star, they have combined their efforts to transform the boat. Although not big, but at least it can be sheltered from the wind and rain of the electric boat. The energy of the flying machine can only fall by 3%. Lin Xiaojin, they could only come out from the flying machine. Otherwise the whole flying machine lost energy and fell directly into the seawater. Lin Xiaojin threw out the boat that Green Star had transformed. Then she hugged Lucky Star and jumped into the boat. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han then also came down. The flying machine was put away in Lin Xiaojin's space. Wait for the flying machine to replenish its energy before coming out to drive it. But the flying machine needed to be light energy. Her space has no light. There is no sun to look at. This cold water star everywhere is cloudy. Want to fill the flying machine is afraid to need a few days of time. The main flying machine, they had driven for a while on the green plant star. But at that time, they did not fill up the energy. Lin Xiaojin now regretted it very much. It seemed like they would have to spend the next few days in the ship. But luckily they were not short of food. The cabin was not big. It was modified by Green Star with a land traveler. As soon as they entered the cabin, they clearly felt a bump. At the moment, there was a light rain in the sky. The whole cabin was shaking. It's simply like a year in Cold Water Planet. Lin Xiaojin said painfully. There are still 2 months and 28 days left. Wang Han said with a frown. Xiao Nua's expression was also a bit miserable. The only advantage was that they did not lack food. At least, they did not have to worry about food. Xiao Nua still had a meteorite essence in his hand that he wanted to absorb to enhance his strength, all without time. But on the sea that would be very enough time. Lin Xiaojin suddenly thought of a book Robinson Crusoe. But they were even more miserable. but the bumps in the sea, but also beware of the occasional thunder and lightning storms. But they made it through the 7 days safely, and everyone was giddy during those 7 days on the boat. Especially Lucky Star, who did nothing but eat, drink and la every day, and then play for a while just to sleep. The days of seasickness were not pleasant. Lin Xiaojin was fine. She was like riding a rocking boat every day. Maybe it's because her body's genetic quality is good, so she quickly adapted to it. But Xiao Nua and Wang Han's two faces are getting paler and paler. These 2 days were better. At least they were able to eat something. The first 3 days on the boat, the two of them were eating and vomiting everything. Xiao Nua even forced himself to absorb meteorite essence to cultivate, and Wang Han also cultivated with his eyes closed. Although it was already hard for him to break through, he was still diligent, not giving up. Xiao Nua's second skill of rapidly absorbing meteorite essence was actually absorbed in just 4 days, and managed to upgrade his second skill to level 4, which was very smooth. Xiao Nua needed to shut down for a period of time to upgrade his thunder system, but the time skill didn't seem to need it. But the energy it absorbed was 3 times as much as the thunder system's ability, which was why the time skill upgrades were so slow. The three of them had been drifting in the sea for nearly half a month. During this time, they had encountered fish attacks that almost demolished their boat. And after nearly half a month of drifting, except for Lin Xiaojin, everyone else's had lost a circle of weight, including the lovely Lucky Star. White tender little face became a little yellow, and a little rough. Probably every day in the sea are wind blown. Sometimes Lin Xiaojin will put the little buns and the wind out to play. The wind just out of 2 hours has been dizzy, not lying. Lin Xiaojin can only give it back. The small bag is better. See, the sea is still some excitement, but also cannot stand the sea too bumpy. Lin Xiaojin can only give it back to the space. What else have entered the body's slumber? Seems to be upgrading. The small panda iron beast is still eating and sleeping and eating. However, its size had increased by a circle. Lin Xiaojin had once checked the information. The iron-eating beast would also inherit a special skill after upgrading. Just like the giant crab of the giant crab star, it could make enlargement and reduction of its size. I wonder if this iron-eater beast she raised had this skill. Xiao Nua, Wang Han, you guys come quickly. Quickly see if it's land in front. Although Lin Xiaojin could see clearly, but there was still some unbelievability. She had been drifting in the sea for half a month. Every day was like riding a rocking car. Wang Han and Xiao Nua heard Lin Xiaojin's words and hurriedly walked over to look. It's land, Wang Han said with glowing eyes. Even Xiao Nua's face had an elated look on it. Finally, they didn't need to drift in the sea anymore. Because of the cold sea water, the ground floor of their cabin was covered with a layer of sponge. Fearing that the moisture would be too heavy for Lucky Star to stand, Xiao Nua and Wang Han both had a hard time. So the job of driving the boat had been driven by Lin Xiaojin. They were really lucky to the core. This piece of continent was the only continent on the cold water planet. Although the diameter was only 100 or so kilometers at most, what was left was only a few dozen square meters of reef at most. And it could even be submerged at any time. Lin Xiaojin fueled up and drove quickly towards this land. And although it looked very close, it still took nearly an hour for the driving boat to arrive. Lin Xiaojin holding the Lucky Star, Xiao Nua and Wang Han, 3 people from the boat down the moment. Feet finally landed on the ground. Finally have a sense of security. If it was aquamarines drawing this planet, that was simply as good as it gets. After all, they lived on the ship all year round. The 3 of them got off the car. Lin Xiaojin is the boat into the space. The boat is now very important transport. Without the boat can be said to be difficult to walk. This piece of land is also no one. This cold water star is completely underwater sea beasts world. Perhaps one day, the sea beasts on the bottom of the sea can evolve on the land may also say. This land looked very desolate. But Lin Xiaojin and the others still keenly saw that there were footprint-like imprints. These footprints aren't human footprints either. 6-clawed, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. This meant that there should be other monsters in this small piece of land. Just as Lin Xiaojin had just thought. There was a part of the sea beasts that had evolved to spawn in the land, returning to the sea during the day and crawling out to spawn at night. Be careful, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Wang Han and Lin Xiaojin both nodded. Even though they knew that this continent was dangerous, they had no intention of leaving, mainly because it was too hard to float in the sea, bumping on the sea all day long. Their heads were dizzy every day. Lin Xiaojin handed the Lucky Star to Xiao Nua. She was going to fly up to check how the surroundings were. Although it was said that Lin Xiaojin had improved her body genes to level 6 and had the ability to fly, her ability to fly was still poor, mainly because she didn't feel safe without her feet on the ground. Lin Xiaojin flew into midair. There was only empty land and small hills, and she didn't see any green plants. In 10 minutes, Lin Xiaojin flew down from the sky and said, "Let's go." Didn't find any monsters. The three of them then followed and walked inside, surrounded by dirt slopes. Only the place next to the sea had huge claw prints. The rest of the place had none. This place was desolate. There wasn't even a heel of grass around. But staying here for 2 months was much more comfortable than spending 2 months at sea. At least there was no need to go bumpy and be attacked by the fish and beasts of the sea from time to time. The sky has gradually dark. They also do not intend to continue to go forward. So Lin Xiaojin from the space to take out the tent. A total of 2 tents. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han, 2 people together, are getting tents. Soon the 2 people first got out of a tent. Lin Xiaojin put a mat inside, pillows, and a small quilt, and took out a variety of toys. Lin Xiaojin put the lucky star embraced in. There are also small packets from the space also released out. Blast Wind Lin Xiaojin was also released by Lin Xiaojin. Looking at the 2 children, Lin Xiaojin put a small table in the middle. The night of the water cold star is quite bright in the sea with the reflection of the sea water. But on land it is much less. Lin Xiaojin took out the electric light from the space and put it in the tent. And also put one outside. Lin Xiaojin intends to have a barbecue in the evening. Take out the grill from space. Take out the meat skewers. These are Lan Zhan again. Space has been skewered. There are quite a lot of fruits in her space. And the variety of vegetables is a bit less. But unfortunately, there is not enough land to have a place to grow them yet. Tomorrow, then catch a fish in the sea. Grilled fish to eat, Lin Xiaojin said as she thought of something. She looked at these fish mentally, has long wanted to bake and taste. How could there be such a big fish? The smallest fish Lin Xiaojin had ever seen was 2 meters long. Originally thought that this night was calm. But sleeping until midnight, Lin Xiaojin still heard movement. Lin Xiaojin got up. Xiao Nuo also opened his eyes. Apparently he also heard the commotion. Xiao Nuo looked at Lucky Star and Little Bozy, who were still asleep. He said, "I'll go out and take a look." Lin Xiaojin nodded and instructed Xiao Nuo to be careful. Lin Xiaojin thought that there wouldn't be much going on. After all, they hadn't encountered anyone else in the long time they had been here. Apart from the endless sea, it was just some fish and beasts. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from outside, as well as a strange sound. And there was a burnt smell coming from it. Lin Xiaojin immediately put the little bun into the space, and then picked up Lucky Star before going out of the tent. Out of the tent, Lin Xiaojin also immediately put the tent directly into the space. Just out of the tent to pounce on the face has been more than 2 meters long lizard. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin reaction fast, directly holding Lucky Star flew into mid-air. From the top to the bottom. This everywhere crawling are these monsters. Lin Xiaojin see there are many from the seashore climb up. Amphibians? The idea popped into Lin Xiaojin's head. She thought that Coldwater Star was all fish and beasts. Not far away, Xiao Nuo and Wang Han were hunting these lizard fish beasts. And there were even a lot of lizard fish beast corpses piled up by their feet. Swarms and swarms of fish and beasts crawled out from the sea water. Lin Xiaojin would never have thought that this daytime is calm and quiet. But at night, there are fish and beasts everywhere. Lin Xiaojin was holding Lucky Star in midair. She wanted to go down and help. But there were too many fish and beasts. And she was afraid of hurting Lucky Star. Gale scurried around in the fish and beasts. These fish and beasts do not have any level. But the number of awe. Densely packed. Looking at Lin Xiaojin, dense phobia came up. Lucky Star in Lin Xiaojin's embrace sleeps very well. This little guy is used to the bumps. Although sleeping very fragrant and heavy. Not at all disturbed by the outside world. Lin Xiaojin also could only take out the laser gun from space. The weapon was a good thing. At least it could still make up for her shortcomings. These fish beasts were some ordinary lizard fish beasts. The laser gun was enough to kill them. Xiao Nuo. There are too many, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown, as he saw the fish beasts still bubbling outwards from the sea water not far away. Xiao Nuo condensed a large swathe of lightning. Instantly the fish beasts around him were electrocuted. And a scent of electrical charring filled the air. Immediately after that, Wang Han condensed wind blades. Like a dense rain. Poof poof poof. Another large swath of fish beasts fell. emptying out a large area. They could only continue towards the inside, as Lin Xiaojin flew overhead to lead the way. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. They had just eliminated a large wave of fish beasts. Another pile of fish beasts climbed ashore. A steady stream of fish beasts could not be killed. Not only that, those fish beasts' corpses were also quickly eaten up by the other fish beasts. A little bit of the fish beasts' corpses were not left behind. In this way, the three of them almost killed a whole night of fish and beasts. The day is getting brighter and brighter. These fish and beasts are not very ashore. Until the day dawned, there were no more fish and beasts coming ashore. This night, Xiao Nu and Wang Han's alien energy was almost completely consumed. But they drank the wellspring water from Lin Xiaojin's space to recover their energy. Lin Xiaojin's laser gun energy has also long been consumed. Blast Wind is even more tired lying on the ground motionless. Until dawn. Except for Lucky Star, who was alive and kicking. Everyone else had a tired look on their faces. It seems that this land has become a habitat for those fish beasts once night comes, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Now they were faced with two choices. Either to continue drifting in the sea by boat, or to stay in this land, sleeping during the day and killing fish at night, drifting and rocking on one side and chopping and killing fish at night on the other. In the end, they decided to stay in the land. Drifting in the sea might encounter other dangers, like thunderclouds, or storms, large fish and beasts, and so on. Lin Xiaojin they continued to walk towards the land. After a few hours they found that the road was full of what looked like white eggs. But when they got closer they realized that they were fish eggs. Each fish egg is as big as a watermelon. Lin Xiaojin squatted down to see. These fish eggs are transparent. From the outside can actually see inside. Inside was a small fish beast that hadn't yet been formed. Lin Xiaojin looked at this group of eggs that covered the entire ground and more or less went numb. These things were so dense that a few of them would step on a few fish eggs from time to time. And after they stepped on them and broke them, all that flowed out from inside was a sticky liquid with a sea smell. It seems like these fish beasts are spawning on this continent. No wonder there are so many of them, Lin Xiaojin said, as if she understood something. These fish beasts, they were in the seawater during the day, and at night, they would run to this continent to lay their eggs. It was only such a fish beast that looked like a lizard that would come here at night to lay eggs. Looking at the eggs all over the ground. Even layer upon layer, one after another, one could tell how many of these eggs there were. The three of them continued to walk forward, still full of fish eggs. They had stepped on quite a few of them along the way, and their shoes were covered in slime. They want to avoid these fish eggs can simply have no place. No way. Lin Xiaojin took out the land traveler. Want to go to check round this continent, to see if there is no fish eggs place. Otherwise they sleep here at night. By the time the swarms of fish beasts had rushed in, then inevitably a battle. Sitting in the land traveler is much faster than walking. The land traveler is very fast. Less than a day's time the land traveler has finished the whole continent. This continent is also a county size. The more close to the middle of the place fish beasts of the fish eggs is more. On the contrary, close to the seashore is less. The middle of the fish eggs are more dense. The land walker, the whole body is densely packed with mucus. Separated from the screen, feel a nauseating fishy air paved the way. The entire continent was almost covered in fish eggs. There was no way they could only find an area with relatively few fish eggs and start cleaning up these fish eggs. Lin Xiaojin directly pulled out petrol from space and poured it on these fish eggs. Xiao Nu's lightning nuisance fire directly ignited a piece. By the time the fire finished burning, this piece of fish eggs was also considered to be cleaned up. But there was still an aroma of roasted fish eggs in the air. Night once again descended. No surprise words again, a large group of swarming fish beasts. They not only attack each other, but also eat those injured similar, and then looking for a place to lay fish eggs. But they do not eat their own laid fish eggs. Lin Xiaojin and the three of them hid in the land vehicle. In the spirit of these fish beasts, do not attack them. They will not take the initiative to find them trouble. We live in peace and quiet. These 3 months is not good. They don't need to worry about food, and they can pass the barrier after a few days of peace and quiet. But how can it be that easy? The group of participants in the competition equipment brushed down tens of thousands of people in one day. So I know that the survival of harsh planets will not be so simple. Those fish beasts gnawed on everything they saw. They attacked the land travelers when they hid in them. And there was no way out of another sleepless night. They had survived for almost a month in this place that was barely called a small island. And there was still 1 month and 15 days left before they could leave this place. As long as they got through the remaining month and a half smoothly, they would have succeeded. These days they were sleeping during the day and killing the fish beasts at night. There was no telling how many fish beasts they had killed in this almost month's time. On this day, Lin Xiaojin watched Lucky Star and Xiao Baozi playing with a ball, and suddenly thought of the water dragon pearl that she had once exchanged with the heart of grass and wood. The water dragon pearl that could breathe underwater. Lin Xiaojin discussed with Xiao Nua. Want to go into the water to see? Xiao Nua at first did not agree, to feel a little risky. Lin Xiaojin only around. And she has instantaneous transfer, can also fly. Even if there is danger, can also immediately escape. She wanted to see what the fish and beasts under the seawater. Besides, their equipment cohort was able to share their location, so they could know where she was even if she was underwater. Moreover, Lin Xiaojin had also discovered a new feature, which was that the same group of people could open a video. This put Xiao Nu at ease quite a bit. Lin Xiaojin dives with the video on so they can also spread her movements in the water in real time. Lin Xiaojin left some food behind, as well as Lucky Star's favorite fruits, while she changed into a more flattering outfit and took her shoes off. Lin Xiaojin started the device to switch on the video and brought along the water dragon pearl. Lin Xiaojin didn't hesitate to jump directly into the seawater. The seawater is a little cool, but still within Lin Xiaojin's acceptance, but cannot be in the seawater for a long time, because it is too cold. If it is an ordinary person, certainly cannot stay for a few minutes. The body will be frozen by the cold water, so stiff. Lin Xiaojin is mainly physical quality than other people is too much better. In fact, without water dragon pearl, she also can hold her breath in seawater at least a few hours no problem. Lin Xiaojin body with water dragon pearl. Into the water, the moment from the water dragon pearl will emit a wave of energy surrounded her whole body. Lin Xiaojin felt relaxed. The pressure from the seawater also instantly became much smaller. Not only that, the seawater is also not become cold. Lin Xiaojin looked towards the water dragon pearl she had brought with her. This thing was really good. She continued to swim deeper. The ordinary fish around her seemed to be treating her as a kindred spirit, and for the time being had no intention of attacking her. The smallest fish around were nearly a meter. Lin Xiaojin didn't provoke them but swam in the seawater. With the protection of the dragon pearl, she didn't feel any pressure. Gray seawater. Some points of white light. Lin Xiaojin some curiosity. So towards the point of white light swam over. Rounded very much like a pearl-like things. She was a little curious to pick up a moment to look at. The surface is even smoother than incomparable, but also feel a trace of energy. Pearls? Lin Xiaojin, if not mistaken, pearls are found from the mussel shell. Right? These white round things just sink in the water. Lin Xiaojin collected a few into the space, wanting to let Green Star detect what this is. She continued to swim into the seawater. This seawater is much richer than on land. There are all kinds of reefs in the seawater. There are also all kinds of strange plants growing on the reefs that Lin Xiaojin hasn't seen before. Some of them are shiny. Some of them are more like coral. These seawater did not pass these reefs. There are some strange fish Lin Xiaojin did not dare to touch, in case some of them are poisonous, may also say. In short, just so a while Lin Xiaojin saw at least a dozen varieties of fish. Lin Xiaojin in the seawater activities are videos synchronized to Xiao Nuo and Wang Han. Lin Xiaojin had intended to go back the space of the Green Star using the system in the aircraft to find out, just Lin Xiaojin got that round very much like the pearl thing. Master, this is the cold water pearl. Cold water pearl is a kind of pearl speciality of cold water star. It is a special kind of mutant fish tears. It possesses a certain amount of energy. There is also a certain effect of water avoidance energy, which is similar to the water dragon pearl. Lin Xiaojin knew the effect of this pearl. Decided to go back and take a few more. Maybe it will be useful in the future. She was turning back when that cold water pearl had disappeared, because the seawater was all flowing. Seawater suddenly appeared vortex, moving very fast. The surrounding things are sucked in. Lin Xiaojin feel the situation is not good. Then upstream. See, this vortex is almost to the front. Lin Xiaojin direct space coverage directly transit place. Only in the seawater direction is a little lost. Lin Xiaojin transit wrong direction. This is Lin Xiaojin in the seawater transit. Shuttle space has a kind of soft feeling. Transit out of the place. Lin Xiaojin, the whole person froze. Lin Xiaojin looked at an ice blue stone in front of him. The whole place was more like a city. But Lin Xiaojin was stunned. Even Wang Han and Xiao Nuo, who were on land, were also unbelievable. Who would not have thought that in the cold water star at the bottom of the sea there is actually a huge city? The entire wall is used as special stone. The surface is also glowing with ice blue light. Lin Xiaojin was such a scene shocked. Although the entire city has been broken, there are a lot of places have been shattered. With the stone is in the water half floating. Under the trend of curiosity, Lin Xiaojin continued to swim forwards. She should now be above the entire city, as this city should be submerged by seawater. Lin Xiaojin guessed that perhaps this cold water planet once was also a large piece of land. Perhaps there were also people surviving. And then the entire seawater rose to submerge the main continent, which also submerged this city. Lin Xiaojin looked at the city's architecture as somewhat like those European architectural complexes in the Western countries on Qinlanqing. It seems that the previous cold water civilization was still very powerful. In front of the two huge bubbles appeared. Transparent huge bubbles slowly rose upwards. How can this place have this? Lin Xiaojin slowly swam over. She saw that there is also a red glowing thing below. Lin Xiaojin thought that this is a good thing. So she thought to reach out and buckle. Want to buckle down that red thing. Lin Xiaojin's strength was great, although there was some resistance to her strength in the seawater. But the resistance was very small and almost negligible. She snapped down a red gemstone thing. This was in the cold seawater. But this thing was hot and lukewarm in Lin Xiaojin's hand. But the area she snapped down suddenly bubbled outwards with black liquid. Suddenly the entire seawater began to churn. The bubbles around her grew more and more. The rocks next to her began to fall apart. Lin Xiaojin realized that it was not good, and her entire body swam outwards. Suddenly a huge air current came out from behind. Lin Xiaojin directly rotated in the water a few times, almost giving Lin Xiaojin a dizzy spell. Lin Xiaojin smoothed out her body and mind. Then a huge monster head emerged from behind. This monster head was somewhat like the Western dark dragon head of Qinlanqing. Just now Lin Xiaojin stood on its head and snapped its head. Lin Xiaojin felt that she was too big for her life. Such a big monster she was actually blind and didn't see it. In fact, it wasn't her fault. Mainly because it was too big. Its entire body if it sprung up. By others, when it was a piece of land might as well. What she had just barraged with force was its forehead. And Lin Xiaojin was still holding the warm gem in her hand at the moment. Who buttoned my eyes? A huge roar that stirred in the seawater. The entire seawater rippled upwards in a circle. On the shore one could see the seawater rippling outwards in a circle. Xiao Nua was on the shore at the moment. He had already cast through the video link to see Lin Xiaojin's situation. He directly handed the lucky star to Wang Han. I'll go down to find Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nua said sharply, and immediately jumped into the seawater. Dad. Lucky Star saw Xiao Nua jump into the seawater. His little face tensed up. His hands wanted to get rid of Wang Han's to go find Xiao Nua. Daddy will be back in a while. Wang Han's tone was rare and gentle. But his sight fell on the stirring seawater, was also filled with a burst of worry. Daddy will be back soon. Lucky Star said in a sticky voice. Her big eyes also staring tightly at the location where Xiao Nua had just jumped. Lin Xiaojin looked at the giant thing in front of her although she couldn't understand what it was saying. But its roar was clearly audible. Its forehead was still bubbling black blood out. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly put away the red gemstone thing into the space. Then, without even turning her head, she wanted to instantly move away. But Lin Xiaojin was discovered. The monster looked at Lin Xiaojin. A tornado air current directly rolled her in the water. She ate in the stomach and not help but want to vomit out. See that the huge monster's head grows open a big mouth. Such a big mouth. Even elephants can easily swallow too. Lin Xiaojin wanted to instantly move. But her head in the water flow just rotated a few times. The whole is dizzy. Space coverage also did not specifically locate the position on the instantaneous. The results of the instantaneous transfer to its back. Lin Xiaojin thought she had left. This giant beast seems to be unable to move. The lower half of the body is pressed by the entire city. Only the upper half of the body that is exposed. And a claw. It has been sleeping here. Knowing that Lin Xiaojin's hand owes to buckle its third eye. Lin Xiaojin could only continue to transit. The evil dragon let out a roar. And even sucked water into its mouth. The powerful attraction sucked the surrounding stones and some fish into her mouth. Lin Xiaojin transiently ran. But still did not run out of the range. The attraction range of this guy was too wide. A huge blue light came from the distance and hit the head of the giant beast. Zzz. It was Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua's lightning system was much more powerful in water. But that huge ball of lightning still didn't do much damage to it. but instead angered her even more. Xiao Nua frowned and directly used his second skill. Time pause. Everything around him was suspended. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to Xiao Nua's side and took Xiao Nua with her as she instantly moved away. The two desperately swam upwards and finally swam out of the water. The two people in the water also did not stay directly climbed onto the shore. They just went ashore. The middle of the sea water overturned. A circle of ripples stirred up, directly shaking many fish and beasts in the seawater out of the surface, as if a roar emanated from the depths of the seabed. A rushing column of water reached dozens of meters high. Hurry up, Xiao Nua said. The three of them didn't talk nonsense and hurriedly got on the land walker and headed within the land. Lin Xiaojin didn't know that she had unintentionally messed with a big brother beast. And it was only when they reached a relatively safe place that Lin Xiaojin and the three of them got off the land vehicle. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua also changed into clean clothes. Lin Xiaojin took out some food from space. And next to the small tent, Lucky Star and Little Bozy were playing. This would be the three of them sitting together while eating and chatting. Lin Xiaojin was still a little scared now when she thought of the scene just now. Xiao Nua, you just came in time. Otherwise, I might have been swallowed by that guy, Lin Xiaojin said with palpitations. She was not the only one who had palpitations. There was also Xiao Nua. She almost couldn't see Lin Xiaojin anymore. And it was also her who had been staring at the video and jumped directly into the sea without hesitation when she saw Lin Xiaojin in trouble. What the hell is that thing just now? Looks like a giant dragon. But it's also too big. It should be trapped at the bottom of the sea, Lin Xiaojin guessed and said. It was only now that they were all safe that they wanted to know what exactly that thing on the bottom of the sea was. We're not sure about the history of this cold water planet. Maybe at one time, this was also a city, Xiao Nua said. There was no information about Cold Water Star in the craft either. Lin Xiaojin tapped on the device and wanted to try to check the information. But he didn't expect the device to be sent a message by them. Just now the three of them had their minds on that monster without caring about the message. Lin Xiaojin tapped on the device message. And it was actually a device upgrade message, which allowed them to view information about any planet, but needed to spend points. They got 100,000 points from the last time they cleared the level. And taking the Lucky Star to the next level was costing 10,000 points. So they now had 90,000 points left. They were just thinking that there was no information on the Cold Water Star. And this device was upgraded to allow them to check information. But every piece of information they checked would cost 10,000 points. They thought about it for a while, and still decided to check the information. Mainly why their cold water planet had such a powerful monster at the bottom of the sea. And Lin Xiaojin also deducted a gem-like object on its head. Lin Xiaojin didn't know what it was for yet. But his intuition told him that it wasn't an extraordinary item. Three people agreed. They used 10,000 points to check the history of Cold Water Planet. This is not to know. A check is a shock. Cold Water Star is a very old planet. Once was also a planet within the galaxy. But for some reason was kicked out of the galaxy and exiled outside the galaxy. Which is also very rare. Cold Water Star is a huge water planet. Once also lived here human beings. But they do not survive on land, but build cities on the bottom of the sea. Survive on the bottom of the sea. Like mermaids. A very advanced city. After all, it is a planet that once lived in the galaxy. Later on. What exactly is the reason to be moved out of the galaxy in the middle of this is not clear why. Moved out of the galaxy after this planet's genes also slowly changed. Slowly decadent. This cold water star at least from the galaxy at least moved out for thousands of years. Right? That underground dragon is actually still alive? Lin Xiaojin said with slight surprise. Those cities she had seen in the seawater were actually cities that had once lived within the galaxy. There must have been a former civilization there. Not only did Lin Xiaojin think of it, Wang Han and Xiao Nua likewise thought of it. Wang Han was an ancestral tomb raider in Qinlan Star. Now that he had arrived at this cold water star, and found such a large area of ancient tomb cities, Wang Han was more or less heartbroken. There is also news about that giant dragon. 50,000 points. Xiao Nua used the device to check the news about this giant dragon in Cold Water Star. And the information about this giant dragon actually required 50,000 points. They were left with 80,000 points today. And they were left with 30,000 points short of a giant dragon. In order to ensure that Lucky Star could enter the next level with them, the remaining 30,000 points could not be used anymore. The three of them briefly discussed, or checked the information of that giant dragon. After all, They had the idea to enter the seawater to explore. Soon, the information of the points that cost a huge 50,000 was revealed. And the information was pitifully small, only a few sentences. A few sentences was 50,000 points. It was really pitiful. However, they also knew the identity of the dragon. It was a very powerful beast in the galaxy. The Star Beast. If a planet found one of these guys, it would be a disaster for the whole planet. They would devour everything. And it was a dangerous existence for the whole galaxy. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin and the others seemed to understand why the cold water star was moved out of the galaxy. It was because of the discovery of this star beast. And then, the entire cold water star was used to seal it. And it was exiled out of the galaxy. There was one thing Lin Xiaojin couldn't figure out. And that was why. Knowing that there was such a behemoth in the cold water star, would he still be extracted by the Star Shine competition participation group to this group? Now that I think about it, perhaps it was because I was very confident in the seal of the Starry Sky Beast? The Star Beast had the energy to devour everything. But this Star Beast hadn't devoured anything for thousands of years. So its strength was relatively weak. And it would slowly be consumed to death as the seal grew longer and longer. If Lin Xiaojin was to run into a Starry Sky behemoth that had just been sealed, with its horrifying attraction, Lin Xiaojin would have been directly swallowed and sucked in. And now, after thousands of years of depletion, its strength had been worn down almost to the point where it was worn out. Or else Lin Xiaojin wouldn't have snapped to its head. The ruby on its head, to be exact, is its third eye, has devouring energy, can draw energy to transform into itself, is a heaven-defying skill. They are single in number. Even in the galaxy is also very difficult to kill the existence. Can only be sealed like this to slowly consume it. It will die after consuming it like this for a few hundred years. And now it can only fall into a deep sleep to reduce its activities. I didn't expect it to be so unlucky that Lin Xiaojin had snapped the gemstone on its head. This is actually the third eye of the Star Beast. It can devour all energy. This is also the source of its energy. I don't know what kind of luck Lin Xiaojin has had. This can make her come across. It had to be said that since Lin Xiaojin had adopted the lucky star, although her days were a little inconvenient, her luck since then had always been good. As if she was blessed with good fortune. Lin Xiaojin took out the gemstone and placed it in her hand. It was still warm. And for the time being, she couldn't feel the energy of the gemstone because it hadn't been opened yet. She could feel that her space was able to absorb this gemstone. But Lin Xiaojin was afraid that if she absorbed it now and her space closed, then how could she still survive on this cold water planet? So there was no rush to let the space do the absorption. Anyway, Lin Xiaojin felt that this thing she had withheld was definitely not ordinary. And she's keeping it in her collection. This time it was also fortunate that Xiao Nua's time pause was upgraded to the 3rd level. Otherwise I don't know if I could have escaped. The Star Beast, even if it had been trapped for many years, it was still a skinny camel that was bigger than a horse. They now know that there are water cities under the water of this cold water city. But they don't know how many water cities there are. Thinking that these water cities can be cities within the galaxy, Lin Xiaojin has some foolish feelings. This starshine competition was to be able to get planets into galaxies. And now that this cold water star was a planet that was once within a galaxy, how could this not make them feel excited? The three people thought about it. Opportunity and adventure exist at the same time. In the face of such a great opportunity, Lin Xiaojin, the three of them are a little moved. Within the galaxy for them has always been a curious existence. Now there is this planet that can understand the galaxy in advance. They also cannot help but want to go to explore it. Want to go to explore the underground water city first of all, need oxygen equipment. This time Lin Xiaojin thought of her underwater picked up that cold water beads. These cold water beads also have the same role of water avoidance. Just for the three of them can go down to the sea with. However, they also need to take Lucky Star to the sea. Otherwise it is unlikely to leave Lucky Star alone on the shore. But it is a bit dangerous to go down with Lucky Star. In the end, the three of them discussed Wang Han and Lucky Star to stay on top. Wang Han, missing an arm, cannot swim in the water again. Wang Han and Lucky Star stayed on the shore. In order to be safe, Lin Xiaojin left the flying machine for them and released the fast wind to help Wang Han. Not only that, Lin Xiaojin also left a lot of food for them. Wang Han has no experience in taking care of children, but Lucky Star is still a good baby. Wang Han can always think of Zhu Jingjing and the children he has not yet seen. So there is always a kind of fatherly love for Lucky Star. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people ate a full meal. After all, into the seawater cannot eat. In fact, this is also Lin Xiaojin some curiosity. These people in the water city is how to survive? Finished packing, Lin Xiaojin gave Xiao Nua the water dragon bead. She had no problem holding her breath for a few hours at the bottom of the sea. Her cell density was different from normal people. She only brought a cold water bead. Xiao Nua also did not excuse himself. His ability to hold his breath for up to an hour in the water. The two finished their preparations, and then directly slipped their slippers down to the seawater. This cold water pearl really has a certain effect of avoiding water. The air pressure of the surrounding water current became very weak. And there is also a certain amount of oxygen. This cold water pearl is similar to the water dragon pearl. Even the effect of cold water bead is better, Lin Xiaojin said. Cold water beads have the effect of avoiding water. She can also speak, but the voice cannot be transmitted. So Xiao Nua cannot hear what she said. Lin Xiaojin directly took out another cold water bead from space and put it in Xiao Nua's clothes. Now Xiao Nua could hear what Lin Xiaojin said. It seems that this cold water pearl is an upgraded version of the water dragon pearl. No thanks to the planet that was once in the galaxy. Although the bottom of the sea can come out with such a treasure. In fact, these water dragon pearls, cold water pearls are treasures for them. But for the people who survive in the cold water planet, these are the most common. Almost everyone has them. Otherwise, how could they survive under the water? They know the location of that star beast this time. This time, they won't risk where they are going. The dungeon is so big. They will head downstream in the opposite direction. At least to avoid that giant dragon. Originally Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua cannot swim so deep. After all, the pressure from the seawater is very big. But the two of them with cold water beads avoid the surrounding water, also avoid the pressure of the surrounding water. If there is no cold water beads, they simply cannot dive so deep. Last time, Lin Xiaojin was also able to dive down there, because she was wearing the water dragon pearl. The further down they went, Lin Xiaojin found a few more bright cold water beads. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly received them into space. This thing was really good. But soon Lin Xiaojin saw a super large cold water bead. This should be the broken city wall. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua swim over. The surrounding water is consciously separated. The two people straight from above fell down. Fortunately Lin Xiaojin can fly. And quickly grabbed Xiao Nua. The two people smoothed out their shape. Two people's body clothes are wet. Lin Xiaojin looked up to see above a huge shining cold water bead. Lin Xiaojin instantly feel that he just picked up a small cold water bead does not smell. This cold water bead and cold water star so worthless. Actually all over the place. Lin Xiaojin at first also quite cherish. See a collection of one. But this everywhere. Floating all kinds of cold water beads. Lin Xiaojin already do not have anything to collect the mind. As they walked towards the underground water city, there were cold water beads bigger than basketballs everywhere. Especially since all the buildings here seem to have been built with cold water beads. The underground water city, although some of them were all cracked, but you could still see this original appearance as the whole city was broken from the middle. Some houses were filled with seawater due to the destruction of the cold water beads inside, and the whole house flipped over and backed up. Although the entire city was violently destroyed, but vaguely able to see the original appearance. In Lin Xiaojin's imagination, more like the dragon palace of the ancient mythology of Chunlanxing. Most of the residents of the cold water planet were transferred. And there were also some people who stayed here completely. As they continued to walk in, they could still see 1 or 2 racks of white bones that had been dead for a long time. And these white bones couldn't be seen as different from the people of the cold water planet. But looking closer it seemed that there was an extra long tail bone. These cities also do not know how many years in the water. The appearance is almost intact. Most of them were remnants of the city's broken arms. Many things were buried underneath. And some were lost to the cold water beads. Losing their shelter from the water, some things floated away with the sea. Robots? Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up. Saw the robot among the ruins. The whole body was metallic silver glistening with a metallic luster. The whole surface was also smooth and incomparable. It hadn't turned into a skeleton for thousands of years. So it should be a robot. Right? The surface of the metal robot didn't seem to have any damage. Lin Xiaojin looked at the gray dot in the middle of his forehead. This should be the robot's switch. Lin Xiaojin guessed and pressed it down. The robot's eyes suddenly moved slightly. Flickered for a moment, and then stopped moving. Such a long time must be out of power. The side of Xiao Nua saw Lin Xiaojin's mind. Pressed to the robot's body. a blue current into the robot's body. After channeling it for a while, Xiao Nua slightly frowned and withdrew his hand that was channeling electricity. He didn't expect that this metal robot would actually consume so much of his energy. However, Xiao Nua's channeled electrical energy also succeeded in opening this robot. The metal robot's eyes glowed for a while. Its entire body began to glow. And finally the robot opened its eyes. Its movements were somewhat mechanical, but it was already very realistic to be able to make it like this. The eyes emitted a blue light that scanned Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua for a while, detecting extragalactic humans entering Cold Water City. Please show your pass. Pass? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. What pass was needed for this shitty land? As a result, the metal robot did not detect a pass. Warning. Warning. Trespassing. Trespassing. The metal robot transformed into attack mode without getting a pass. And then Lin Xiaojin saw its metal hand directly transform into pistol mode. Be careful. Lin Xiaojin pulled Xiao Nua and instantly moved directly to the side. The metal robot wanted to attack outsiders entering Cold Water City. Low energy cannot use weapons. The metal robot issued a warning, looking at the metal robot trying to attack them. Lin Xiaojin didn't spoil it and directly teleported in front of it to give it a punch that flattened its machine head. Immediately after that, Xiao Nua's lightning system transformed into an attack form, no longer giving it a charge but attacking it. These robots were very afraid of lightning. The powerful current instantly destroyed the fine parts inside its body. ZZ. The metal robot smoked and scrapped. Lin Xiaojin didn't realize that she had activated the Cold Water Planet's patrol robot. Patrol robots would attack people from planets that didn't belong to cold water. And in the galaxy you needed a pass to get to a planet. Lin Xiaojin looked at this scrapped metal robot cannot be wasted. She put this into the space to let the Green Star research. Really cannot throw to the group to eat. Tuan's metal has been chewed up. Has not eaten for 2 days. And has been listless lately. However, the little buns often play in her space. So they soon discovered Tuan, and went to play with Tuan from time to time. Occasionally, Lil Bozy would replicate the metal spoon. Some small metal for Tuan as a snack. So Lil Bozy's relationship with Tuan was quite good. But even so, Lin Xiaojin didn't let Tuan loose in space. Otherwise whatever metal was in her space would have to be gnawed up by Tuan. There are metal robots here. There must be other metals. By the way, to find some rations for the group to eat. To raise what is not good to raise a group is really able to eat. If she is not afraid to eat, but to eat the metal. For the group the more expensive and rare metal is more delicious. Walking inside, it's a little dark. But the water bead comes with a luminous. Lin Xiaojin's night vision skills, because it is in the water more or less some impact. Because the water is reflected light. Some cannot see. It is possible that you think it is a distance of 1 meter, but the reality in the water, after refraction is a few meters away. Cold water beads can be seen everywhere here. The pile on the ground is densely piled there, at least dozens of cold water beads. Lin Xiaojin is also collected numb. Simply did not continue to collect. Above similar to a large stone blocked their way. Lin Xiaojin directly forced pick open. Clattering. From above fell down a pile of things. Lin Xiaojin they were almost smashed. Fortunately dodged more timely. Lin Xiaojin saw a golden round item. So he went up and picked it up. It was also a robot. Just don't know what type. Lin Xiaojin also took it to Green Star for research. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both looked like they had come to the underground Taba, picking up quite a few novelties, ready to study them when they went up. That way the rest of the month they had left shouldn't be very boring. They also encountered quite a few skeletons as they continued onwards, and also found something that resembled a land walker. They should be on a street right now, as the entire city was upside down. And they could only guess as there were quite a few Land Rover-like things piled up here. Some of them were already broken. So Lin Xiaojin directly received the space and threw it to Tuan, who had already been hungry for 2 days. Tuan, seeing the metal excitedly pounded his chest, and jumped headfirst into the metal again. Tuan is really a super foodie. The rest of Lin Xiaojin looked at the intact Lin Xiaojin, received the space thrown to the Green Star. Green Star saw these high-tech eyes are bright. Fortunately they do not need to sleep. 24 hours a day are immersed in research. Little Cloudy, Blue Jean, and Red Dazzle would all go and help Green Star because Lin Xiaojin had brought in too many spaceships that they needed to take apart for research. When Lin Xiaojin molded Green Star's body it was molded according to the height of a small child. So it wasn't very convenient to dismantle large machines. Roar. It was the hissing of that starry sky beast in the distance. They swam in the opposite direction. They didn't think that they could still hear its hissing sound at such a distance. Walking to the middle, there was a huge large disc with golden chains tying a huge claw. And a hole in the claw with black blood bubbling out. This is the claw of that starry sky beast? Lin Xiaojin said incredulously. How big did that starry sky beast have to be to think like that? Lin Xiaojin thought of the information in the starry sky beast. The more it devoured, the bigger it got. And even in the later stages it got so big that it could even devour planets. It is a very terrifying, ferocious beast. They are born with the purpose of devouring everything. The appearance of every starry sky beast is an unprecedented catastrophe. The death of a starry sky beast will give rise to the next starry sky beast. And these are things that Lin Xiaojin doesn't know. Using a planet to seal a beast knows how terrifying this beast is. Lin Xiaojin saw this huge incomparable claw. They did not continue to go deeper. Today they stayed down there for a few hours. This will be ready to return. Anyway, there is still more than a month's time. At any time you can come in to check it out. Looking at the huge incomparable claws, Lin Xiaojin also does not have much mood. And Xiao Nuo along the return road quickly swam back. This trip is still very smooth, did not encounter other conditions. By the time they came ashore it was already 6 p.m. By 8 or 9 p.m., there will be fish beasts coming ashore. The energy of the flying machine has been charged some. So they got on the flying machine. At night, they drove the flying machine to stop in mid-air. And waited until daybreak for them to come down again. So that they could avoid a large number of fish and beasts. And wait until daytime to recharge the flying machine. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both picked up quite a few things under the water. So they took out some of the things they had picked up in the underwater city from the space. And a few people were studying them. There were all sorts of strange items. Many of which Lin Xiaojin didn't quite recognize. Most of which were electronic items. These small electronic items had less charging power. Xiao Nuo's power was enough to charge it. What Lin Xiaojin thought was a water cup was actually a family robot. Hello. Master, welcome home. These electronics had actually been placed here for so many years without decaying. Some of the electronic quality was really over the top. This shows that within the galaxy, high technology is far more developed than they thought. I really don't know what kind of world that would be. Lin Xiaojin more or less some curiosity. But can be on the ground cold water city more or less able to understand some. The rest of the useless scrap metal Lin Xiaojin threw to the group. In the next few days, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo will go to the dungeon from time to time to explore. But will avoid the star beast. These days Lin Xiaojin also harvested a lot. Collected many strange items. Most of the materials in Cold Water City hadn't decayed after thousands of years. Especially the metal actually hadn't rusted and decayed. Lin Xiaojin remembered that in Qin launching gold weapons, especially electronics, would not be preserved for so long. The average mobile phone would be stuck for a few years at most. But some of the electronic robots Lin Xiaojin found in Coldwater City were still able to switch on after so many years. And were even still able to use them. It was hard to imagine what it was like in a galaxy. A galaxy of ultra-high-tech survival? Lin Xiaojin's curiosity about the galaxy was getting stronger and stronger. But they had also learned something about the galaxy through some of the things in Coldwater City. This should be the galaxy's communication apparatus. But the equipment is aging. So I don't know if it can connect to the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin said, as he held what looked like a watch in his hand. If the communication apparatus could connect to the galaxy, it might be able to contact Zhu Jingjing. This Lin Xiaojin has not first told Wang Han, for the time being. But she has already led Green Star in the research and maintenance. After all, it is the high technology in the galaxy. Even if the equipment is aging, that is still not know how much more advanced than Qinlan Xing's. Lin Xiaojin didn't choose to tell Wang Han at the first time, because she was afraid that Wang Han would be too excited. And Green Star was also researching repairs. If the repair is not successful, let Wang Han disappointment, that would not be good. Not as good as direct repair can be connected to the Star Network in the choice to tell Wang Han. Competition equipment. These days the competition group non-stop people were eliminated. These days were eliminated is also death. Qin Blue Star from the beginning of the bottom of the first now ranking has entered the top 100,000. Rapid progress. There are only 3 days left in the countdown to the survival of Coldwater Star. Taking advantage of these 3 days, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo are almost always underwater during the day. Coldwater City was very large. But at the same time Lin Xiaojin had discovered the claws that locked the Starry Sky Beast. At least, they had discovered 3 claws. Each of the Starry Sky Beast's claws was tightly locked by a chain, which had a special seal on it. That's why the Starry Sky Beast couldn't move. Most of the time, the Starry Sky Beast was asleep, because it was already very weak. And the last time Lin Xiaojin snapped its third eye, it weakened it even more. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than a few hundred years for it to completely die in Cold Water City. The death of a Starry Sky Beast meant that another Starry Sky Beast was about to descend. And it would be another bloody rain of blood. In these few days Lin Xiaojin was also able to roughly draw out about the appearance of the underground Cold Water City. The entire Cold Water City was a square water city. The area is very large. In the water city there are traffic highways. The entire Starry Sky Behemoth was swallowed by the Cold Water City. Lin Xiaojin also got some Cold Water City electronic products. Learn the whole Cold Water City is nearly the whole Cold Water Star 2/3. That is to say, Cold Water Star Seawater Underground is almost all Cold Water City land. Lin Xiaojin was also never expected. But at the moment most of Cold Water City fell apart. And a large part of the city was swallowed by the Star Beast. And a large part of the residents of Cold Water City were devoured by the Star Beast. So the remaining section of the city was just trapped by the Starry Sky Giant Beast, so it retained some of it. This Starry Sky Beast is really too dangerous. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, it was really unimaginable that a beast could actually eat more than half of the planet's human population. It was terrifying to think about. There are probably many more dangerous ones in the universe than this terrifying one. Xiao Nuo said solemnly. There are too many unknown creatures in the universe. All kinds of mysterious and terrifying creatures. Human beings are really too fragile. Want to survive in the universe strength. Strength is everything, The more you know, the more you understand. Lin Xiaojin more and more to understand the importance of strength. The strongest is honored. Just like their planet, a virus let the whole planet human reduced to zombies, just to feed the crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin now has a child. Like a burden. Constantly urging her to move forward. She must have the strength to protect them. She didn't want to have to move one day. Lucky Star. Little Baozi when they were harmed without being able to do anything about it. When she was first caught by those Atlanteans in Qinlansheng. That feeling of powerlessness was still fresh in her mind. Not only Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo was likewise. Even Xiao Nuo's pressure was deeper than Lin Xiaojin's. Xiao Nuo. Then let's become stronger together. Strong enough that there's no more danger in this world for us to fear. Lin Xiaojin said ambitiously. Her eyes glittering with confidence. Good. Xiao Nuo pursed the corners of his lips. A shallow smile swirling around his lips. And under the rippling seawater, warmth melted amongst his bottomless pupils. The Cold Water Star soon came to an end. And Lin Xiaojin and the 3 of them successfully entered the next survival level. The survival level was just 2 levels in total. The first level of the Cold Water Star survived for 3 months. The second level of the Black Iron Star. Chun Blue Star, congratulations on qualifying for the pass. Reward points 100,000 points. About to enter the next level. Black Iron Star. Detecting that you have brought a pink alien. Age 1. This is a charge item. It will cost 30,000 points. Is it confirmed? Sure enough, the points increased again. And the points went up with every level. They had spent a lot of points on consulting the information before, leaving them with 30,000 points. And now they had 100,000 points after passing a level. Confirm. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. There was some mental panic. Fortunately, there were 30,000 points left. Otherwise, Lucky Star would have been left here. Another successful card scored to enter the next level. Although the success of passing the level to get 100,000 points, but cannot be used for this time. Meaning that the points obtained from passing the level can only be used in the next level. Although this time again got 100,000 points. Lin Xiaojin cannot dare to use it more. Because this time with the Lucky Star will need 30,000 points. The next time the Black Iron Star, I'm afraid that the points will be even more doubled. Confirmation successful. We'll open the teleportation point. An electronic tone came from the 3 of them at the same time. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo as well as Wang Han's entry equipment released a circle of light curtains that started to rise from 100%. And after reaching 100%, it connected into a teleportation point. And they directly disappeared in place. The information of the Black Iron Star could also be accessed from the participating equipment. But accessing the information would require spending 49,999 points for the information, which was clearly robbing points. Points to check information was simply too expensive. Meanwhile, as soon as they entered the Black Iron Star, within a metal city, there was a group of team members wearing silver uniforms. These people had advanced equipment. They were people from the galaxy. How many contestants have come to the Black Iron Star this time? A one-eyed man said. His eyebrows were grim. There are 50 groups in total. Another man quickly got the data on the monitor. Kill one contestant, and we'll get one medal. These 50 groups total nearly 300 people. Another team member said excitedly. The captain has already saved enough for 150 medals. With 50 medals, the captain will be able to return. I also want to go home. Killing a participant rewarded them with metal stones. And they gained the opportunity to leave this open planet. Black Iron Star. They stayed in the Black Iron Star was a mission. As long as they killed the contestants here within 3 months, they would be able to get 1,000,000 star stones rewarded and get medals. Get enough medals, and they would be able to leave this place. These people, they are all people of the galaxy. Once made mistakes in the galaxy and punished with exile. They stayed here wanting to reduce the criminal law. Or wanting to rejoin the planets in the galaxy have to obtain enough medals. The Starburst competition is held for an indeterminate amount of time. Either once every few hundred years. Or a few decades. Or a few years. The one contest held this time had the shortest distance in years from the last one. It would be too simple for those contestants to simply think that they could survive here for 3 months and move on to the next level without any problems. The third level would at least brush off a large portion of the participating planets. As the final level, which was the next level, could only be entered by a group of 10,000 participants. So this second level of survival level cannot just surface survival. Lin Xiaojin first level of cold water star. Under the water is hidden a huge star beast. Many people did not even find a piece of land. And even by the thunder cluster cleaved to death. In the cold water star pass, also only their group. These people hidden in the Black Iron Star. Because they were exiled here. Often bought slaves to mine the black iron here. And built a city centered around them. Which was very small. But it was enough for them to survive. But the environment of the Black Iron Star was so bad that they couldn't leave the Black Iron Star. They couldn't take a spaceship. And the only way to leave the Black Iron Star was to obtain a medal. Obtaining the medals was the only way to unlock the seals on their bodies. And they would be able to leave this planet where survival was extremely poor. They've been trapped here for too long. There were 17 of them. They're down to 4 today. They were all exiled here together. There was no telling how long they had been trapped here. Actually, our life is not bad now, Huang Jie said. They had been mining the Black Iron Star non-stop since they bought slaves to get some income. And they didn't have to work. Good? You still have 100 years to live. Of course there's no rush. Me and the captain. And Barton have just over 30 years to live. If we don't go back to the galaxy, we're going to die of old age here. I say 30 years of life expectancy. But don't forget that the environment of this Black Iron Star is extremely poor. And our body genes are not effectively marketed. So I'm afraid we'll only have 15 years of life expectancy. You'll only have 50 years. Nicole sneered. Sure enough, Huang Jie's face paled when he heard Nicole's words. The living environment of the Black Iron Star was too poor. The body genes they had improved within the galaxy were not transformed and improved little by themselves. If they left the galaxy for a long period of time, then the quality of their body genes would slowly decline. Those slaves they bought back with poor genes will live up to 100 years old and will age and lose their labor force at the age of 50. Not to mention that when they arrive at the Black Iron Star, at most 10 years of these people's bodies will age and lose their labor capacity. Which is why they keep buying slaves to the Black Iron Star. Huang One-Eye coldly glanced at Huang Jia. Scared Huang Jia's face pale. One-Eye's he is clear. Now One-Eye has obtained 250 medals. As long as he kills 50 participants, he will be able to lift the shackles. Huang Jie is only 30 medals. Others? Nicole 60. Barton 60. Almost all 3 of them have an equal share. Only One-Eye is strong, and gets a lot more medals than them. Mainly they were not as strong as One-Eye, and would not try to steal their medals. This Starburst competition will start in just a few years. It's a chance for us. And it's the only chance we have left, Nicole said heavily. These 2 Starburst competition matches were so close to each other. It was very rare in history. Most of the closest ones were 20 years old. And this time, it was being held a year after it was conducted once again. Not bad. Barton also nodded with great approval. Huang Da's face also turned gloomy. He was the youngest here. But likewise his strength was also the worst. Wanting to go and obtain the medal in front of them would be difficult. So he had wanted to wait until the star shine competition was over. And when I obtained the medal and left here, so that the next star to be competition wouldn't have to steal it from her. Barton and Nicole have to live not as long as him. Can completely delay them. But Huang Jia heard Nicole's words suddenly serious. 2 times in a row so close to carry out the star shine competition. Then wait until the next time will be how long? Huang Jia also checked the history of the starburst competition start time. History was once the closest is in 20 years to carry out the second time. And then the next interval is in 200 years later. The basic average is in 100 years. This time the interval of 1 year. Then the next time again, to carry out a high probability is 200 years. Think of here Huang Jia also dare not block again. Lin Xiaojin didn't choose to buy the information from the Black Iron Star. Lin Xiaojin then got some electronic equipment from the dungeon of the Coldwater Star, which had even more abundant information. Even though there wasn't enough information given by the entry equipment, but some simple basics were still there. Soon Lin Xiaojin found information about the Black Iron Star. The Black Iron Star was once the open planet, and later discovered that the black fine iron here, almost the entire planet 99% covered in black iron. So it was later named the Black Iron Star. Black Iron Star is not suitable for human survival, because the whole planet here is covered with black iron. Plants are very rare, so it is also known as the open planet. This Black Iron Star is also very large. Then the Earth Star are not twice as large. And here there is also a kind of ferocious beast named Black Iron Beast. The whole body is hard and strong as an ox. There are many numbers. Although this information is not as detailed as the information on the participating equipment, it is enough for Lin Xiaojin and the others. Mainly this time to check the points once, will need to spend nearly 50,000 points. She really can't afford to give up. If the points spin over, the lucky star can't take away. If this level is completed, then the next level is the ultimate level. Lin Xiaojin felt that wanting to take away things definitely won't be so simple. Facts prove that Lin Xiaojin guessed well this time. The next time you wanted to take away equipment, or the same thing, then you needed exactly 10 points from the previous level's reward. If one were to consult the information, then the points would definitely not be enough. Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't worry about food. So even though food was scarce in Black Iron Star, they were still able to eat and drink enough here until 3 months. The sky of the Black Iron Star was all black. And the ground wasn't the color of normal yellow soil, but it was all black. And they could feel the ground was hard as they walked on it. Black blocks could be seen everywhere. Lin Xiaojin walked over to them. These black blocks were not rocks, but black iron. Black iron is a very special metal. There are a large number of metals within the galaxy that also require black iron. And it is also possible to find valuable black gold in this Black Iron Star. Everywhere here is actually iron. Lin Xiaojin was a little surprised. The surrounding area was barren. It was the most barren planet Lin Xiaojin had ever encountered a planet. At least the cold water planet still had water on it. A piece of land. This cold iron star was not even a single source of water. It was a planet with an extreme lack of water. Lin Xiaojin looked at the black iron and tried to pick up one and threw it to Tuan Tuan, and found that Tuan Tuan gnawed on the hard and unbelievable black iron as easily as if he was gnawing on bread. Tuan Tuan seemed to like black iron, this kind of metal. Lin Xiaojin instantly felt that coming here was not bad. At least Tuan Tuan would not be short of food for the next few years. In just a few short months Tuan Tuan had already grown very large and could understand Lin Xiaojin's words. Lin Xiaojin specially released Tuan Tuan from the space. And Lucky Star was overjoyed to see Tuan Tuan. Girls would all like this kind of fluffy animal, right? But don't be deceived by Tuan Tuan's adorable appearance. Don't look at it as small. It can be very scary when it attacks. As soon as Tuan Tuan came out, it hugged Lin Xiaojin's thigh. Obviously it was lazy and didn't want to walk, because the first said Tuan Tuan smelled after it was born was Lin Xiaojin. It naturally took Lin Xiaojin as its mother, with a natural sense of closeness. But soon Duan Duan sniffed the black iron, let go of Lin Xiaojin's thighs, and peeled the black ground in place. Soon bare the black iron, and Duan Duan's whole face crawled on the ground and began to gnaw. Not long after the ground was gnawed out a big hole. They had just arrived at the Black Iron Star for 2 hours, and the ground was gnawed out by Tuan Tuan, or Lin Xiaojin called it. Before it slowly climbed out of the hole, Lin Xiaojin knew that it could eat. But she didn't expect Tuan Tuan to be so edible. The little bit of metal she usually feeds it is a small snack for it, right? Not to mention that after being on cold water planet for so long, Tuan Tuan hadn't eaten in a long time. They would still be here for 3 more months. And she would also find a way to mine black iron for Tuan Tuan to eat. Buzz. Not far away. A ferocious beast that looked similar to a black bull suddenly rushed out. Huge in size and black all over. This should be the black iron beast. The black iron beast let out a hiss towards Tuan Tuan, who was eating black iron, snatching their territory and food. The black iron beast would never allow it. Lin Xiaojin hadn't seen Tuan Tuan's fighting strength until now. But it was still too small. Born just a few months ago. So Lin Xiaojin was afraid that Tuan Tuan would be hurt. But the next second she dropped her jaw in shock. Tuan Tuan has always seemed naive when eating. In addition to the little buns can be close to it, other people it will be angry. Especially since the black iron beast in front of it seemed to be provoking it. Some rare beasts have genetic memories. And as they get older, their genes are slowly unlocked. Tuan Tuan's figure suddenly skyrocketed by 5.6 meters. And its figure was even taller than that black iron beast. Generally beasts have a very strict concept of hierarchy. And if they encountered one that was more powerful than themselves, they would run away. But the black iron beast in front of him is an exception. They will only rush. Because the IQ is extremely low and very stupid. Like some smart beasts see their own enemy cannot run away long ago. The black iron beast rushed over. The group of big fists swung directly to the black iron beast, smashed flying. Behind there are a few to the iron beast also have rushed up. Do not need to Lin Xiaojin their hands. The black iron beast's corpse was left on the ground. Tuan Tuan is so powerful. Lucky Star turned starry-eyed inside. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua Wang Han also didn't expect this Duan Duan to be so powerful. Tuan Tuan's huge body then shrunk back down to about the same size as Blizzard. Then it ran to Lin Xiaojin and begged to be stroked. In its memory, after a fight, its mother would touch its fur. Lin Xiaojin also touched its fur. This feel really good. If the weather is cold, cuddle sleep must be very warm. It looks like there are quite a few black iron beasts on this black iron star. It was also getting late, so they decided to stay here first tonight. Anyway, it was surrounded by black barrenness. It was the same to stay there. Lin Xiaojin directly put out the landwalker, modified by Green Star. The appearance of creatures in a certain range around them would send out an alarm. Lin Xiaojin also took out food from space and distributed it to Wang Han and Xiao Nua to eat. Lucky Star. Little Cloud specially made a baby meal for her in space. Lin Xiaojin also put out the wind and put a tracker in the hair of the wind and Tuan Tuan. The black iron star is so big, in case it is lost what to do. However, Lin Xiaojin is also overthinking. The sense of smell of the wind and the group is very sensitive and can track the breath. As long as you are on this planet, they can track. Tuan Tuan and Blast Wind are also good companions in space. After all, there are only 2 beasts in space. Tuan Tuan is also afraid that he is too big, so he made himself about the same size as Gale. Tuan Tuan would also shrink himself down to the size of a small bun when he played with a small bun. Lin Xiaojin and the others were eating next to the landwalker, and Tuan Tuan was gnawing on black iron near them again. Whenever Gale saw the scene, he didn't dare to stretch out his claws for fear that Tuan Tuan would use his claws as metal to gnaw on. Lin Xiaojin and the others had stayed in the black iron star for 7 whole days, and Tuan Tuan had already gnawed a lot of black iron. This guy gnawed on iron almost every day, and after gnawing to a certain extent, Tuan Tuan needed to go dormant. This guy eats and sleeps. Sleeps and eats. Recently arrived at the black iron star. Here almost the entire place is Tuan Tuan's food. Also eat every day. Eat enough. Need to carry out digestion. And the iron eater sleeps when it carries out digestion. Lin Xiaojin encountered a lot of iron-eating beasts in the past few days, and found a special kind of tree. This kind of tree is called black iron wood. The trunk is very hard, and the leaves of the black iron would contain energy, and is the only food that Lin Xiaojin knows that the black iron star can eat nowadays. The leaves of this black iron wood were very thick, and each leaf was a bit like a succulent leaf. This kind of leaf was rich in energy, and although the flavor was average, it was the only food that grew here. Lin Xiaojin looked at this tree, wanting to transplant this tree into his space. But the roots of this tree didn't grow on the earth, but on black iron, which made Lin Xiaojin a bit worried. Want to feed this tree will dig a large area of black iron. The most critical thing is that nowadays her space is now occupied by the wood elf, a whole tree all over. The entire space under the roots of the tree are Waddell's. This little guy also recently fell asleep. In the end, Lin Xiaojing didn't transplant the tree into her space, but finished picking the leaves of the whole tree. The moon of the black iron star at night was really big. She had never seen such a big moon before. The next day, Lin Xiaojing flew their craft directly and decided to observe the entire black iron star first. Spotting other craft. Is it another participating group? Wang Han said as he looked at the display screen. The display screen showed that there were other craft within 1 kilometer from them. It's possible. Lin Xiaojing also guessed and said they hadn't seen a single participant group when they were in the cold water star. But they didn't expect to run into other participant groups in the black iron star? Be careful, Xiao Nu reminded. All of their participating groups were in a hostile competitive relationship. And although the second level was a survival level, who knew if they would come to snatch the supplies? After all, there was no water on the black iron planet. And if they wanted to drink water, they either had to be a water-type ability themselves, or they could only look for a water source. And it was obvious that there was no water source on the black iron planet. And they hadn't found a single source of water when they arrived here anyway. A lack of water, lack of food planet. Then can only rob others. In fact, this black iron star is not bad. That is, there is a black iron beast here. Should also be able to eat. But the taste want to bake is also very difficult. Because the black iron beast to black iron for food. So its all aspects of the body are very hard. They're coming towards our direction, Wang Han said as he looked at the approaching craft on the display screen. Behind them, a laser suddenly shot at their craft at an extremely fast speed. They're coming to attack us, Lin Xiaojing said with a frown. The tail of the craft was damaged, and a buzzing sound emanated from the entire cabin. The second laser behind them also shot over quickly. Xiao Nu immediately maneuvered the craft to counterattack. Most of the weapons on the craft were finished, and there was no energy to replenish them. So it could be said that they were using some for less. The other party's weapons are more advanced than ours, Wang Han said nervously. Prepare for ejection, Xiao Nu said calmly. The three people seemed to realize that danger was imminent. While Lin Xiaojing was holding Lucky Star tightly, the people chasing them behind them had more advanced weaponry and equipment, making Lin Xiaojing's flying machine unable to hold them back at all. Lin Xiaojing also suddenly understood the truth that strength is very important. But the same technology is also very important. At least in today's survival environment. External equipment is also part of the strength though. Having strength also requires equipment. The flying machine issued a serious warning. The people catching up behind them were none other than the people on the black iron star. One Eye and the four of them. Be careful, they're about to eject. Prepare to land. Not one of them can be spared, One Eye said in a cold voice. As long as this group was resolved, One Eye would be able to obtain enough metals to lift the prison seal to be able to leave this planet and return to the galaxy. Understood. They're an F-class craft that can escape our C-class craft? It's simply a joke. But it's also a pity that this C-class craft is about to be scrapped by our bombardment. Barton mocked. If this group can teleport here with a flying machine, their strength must not be bad. So let's be careful. Nicole, on the other hand, said calmly, even if an F-class flying machine could teleport into the barrier, they must have enough points. Anyway, in the Black Iron Star, the flying machine teleported over was only their group. That's why they could find it so easily. If they were all on foot, they would still have to spend half a day searching. And those people might not survive for a few days before they died. After all, the black iron beasts here were all infested in groups. Only their location was still safe. The rest of the Black Iron Star black iron beasts were all infested in groups of as few as dozens or as many as hundreds. Want to eject? Electric particle cannon interference occurs, One Eye said in a cold voice. Wang Jia immediately fired the electric particle cannon. This electric particle cannon didn't have any attack power, but it would make the entire flight lose power. Wanting to eject couldn't even eject. A blue light was instantly sent out. The flying machine in front was hit, but unexpectedly actually did not lose power. Inside the craft, Xiao Nuo directly absorbed a wave of just electric particle jamming cannons, and only then did the craft not lose power. Eject, Xiao Nuo said without hesitation. They had to ditch the craft. It was unwise to engage in a weapons fight with them in the air. After all, then technology they were now in a backward state. The ejection seat instantly activated. They were directly ejected from the craft. Lin Xiaojin holding Lucky Star was ejected from the moment directly put the craft away. This is now their only craft. She did not want to be destroyed by the other side. Xiao Nu and Wang Han were ejected and slid downwards rapidly, while Lin Xiaojin took off the ejection device. She is a person who can fly. Although she was a bit slow with her Lucky Star, she could fly. Crap. They fell into the black magnetic field force, Wanda said. There were large and small black magnetic field circles in the black iron star. In the range of the black magnetic field, any electronic apparatus would malfunction. Then the energy sufficiency would also lose power. Mark the location, One Eye commanded. Entering into the black magnetic field, then, they could only be killed on foot. Count them lucky, One Eye. Our slaves have found outsiders. They should be contestants, Nicole said after receiving the message. After all, no one would want to come here in the planet except for the slaves as well. They couldn't leave here even if they had a ship, because the planetary prison seal imprisoned them in this planet. Send me over there, and I'll leave this group to you, One Eye said indifferently, as if it was given to them for nothing. But Nicole, Barton and Huang Jia, 3 people psychological clear very. This entry group of people but fell to the black magnetic force even if marked the location. Want to late to find over is also very difficult. And by the slaves found, a group has been discovered by their slaves. Has been into the line siege. As long as the past is afraid of a few minutes to solve the battle. However, the 3 of them are not stupid. One Eye is the strongest. They can only pick up the rest of the One Eye. Nicole has marked the location and sent their own slaves over. The remaining 3 of you will be on your own. As long as I complete my final task, I will help you as well, One Eye said. Thank you, brother One Eye, Nicole said with a smile. The small movements of the 2 didn't avoid the others at all. Nicole was the only girl here and had always maintained a good relationship with One Eye. You little goblin. I'll definitely take you with me. One Eye smiled evilly and pinched Nicole's small face. Compared to Xiao Nu and Wang Han's 2 people's rapid descent, Lin Xiaojin held Lucky and flew somewhat carelessly. The location where they fell down did not have any trees. It was all black and dark mountains of earth. Lin Xiaojin looked at the flying machine chasing them, actually did not stop to chase them, but instead sailed away towards the distance. Actually did not come down to chase them. Their flying machine had been severely damaged, and it would take some time for Green Star to repair it. Lin Xiaojin slowly descended, and the first person he found was Wang Han. Where's Xiao Nu? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. He clearly saw the 2 of them descending in the same direction. How could they only see Wang Han, but not Xiao Nu? We descended and encountered an air current. Xiao was sucked in, Wang Han said with a not-so-good look on his face. Lin Xiaojin saw that Wang Han's clothes were torn, and there were traces of injuries. He should have been injured as a result of trying to save Xiao Nu. Lin Xiaojin hastily opened the equipment positioning system. Found that the system equipment here is actually unstable. And the entry equipment also appeared to prompt. You can spend 100,000 points to upgrade the equipment. You can continue to use the positioning system. Lin Xiaojin hesitated for a moment. Did not use the points immediately. Xiao Nu and Wang Han came down at the same time. It must be in this vicinity. And their entry group members have always been shown as 3 people. That means Xiao Nu's life is not in danger. Let's go and look for it first, Lin Xiaojin said. Wang Han responded. There were black mining caves all around this area, and the ground was full of large holes, some of which generated strong air currents above them, so that if one happened to stand on them, they would be sucked in. This should be the place, Wang Han said as he pointed at the big black hole below. When they ejected from the craft, they happened to land around here. An air current appeared right above Xiao Nu, directly sucking Xiao Nu in. Xiao Nu, Lin Xiaojin shouted in an attempt at the big black hole. I'm here. An echo actually did come out of the big hole, and Lin Xiaojin and Wang Han were delighted in their hearts. Wang Han actually jumped directly towards the hole when he heard Xiao Nu's voice. Lin Xiaojin had wanted her to jump down and give him the Lucky Star. Looking at Wang Han have jumped down, Lin Xiaojin also followed the jump down. All around the big black hole. The cave is not deep, just surrounded by black iron, so it feels deep. These big and small holes are all connected to each other. After Lin Xiaojin jumped down, a smell of metal and iron hit him head-on. Xiao Nu and Wang Han were not far away. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly ran over. Xiao Nu was squatting on the ground, holding a dagger in his hand and digging for something. Xiaojin, come quickly. Xiao Nua saw Lin Xiaojin come down, and said in a hurry. Xiao Nua was holding a small piece of black and gold-colored metal in his hand. Could this be black gold, grade A metal? Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but say. Black gold was also very expensive. Not bad. I was also sucked here and discovered that this black mining hole is a black gold mining hole. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. This luck is also too good. Black gold is hard to find even in the Black Iron Star. I didn't expect that we actually found a black gold mining hole not long after we arrived here. Compared to Xiao Nua's calmness, Lin Xiaojin was excited. Perishable iron was already rare if it was a grade B metal. What Xiao Nua had found was black gold. It was a grade A metal. It was just more troublesome to mine. Xiao Nua had just tried. With his strength, he was afraid that he would only be able to dig up this much in 10 days and half a month. Lin Xiaojin also went up to try. Although better than Xiao Nua. But the mining speed is very slow. Lin Xiaojin thought of Tuan Tuan. This guy no matter what metal can eat. The more advanced metal it more like. Although Tuan Tuan has already eaten enough to sleep. But this is black gold. It's worth waking up Tuan Tuan. Lin Xiaojin released Tuan Tuan from the space. At first Tuan Tuan was reluctant. Two paws blocked his eyes to death. And his whole body was lazily lying on the ground. Lin Xiaojin took out a piece of black gold and put it on the nose of the troop. And as expected, the troop immediately opened its eyes. When Tuan Tuan smelled the metallic odor of the black gold around it, its entire plush body stood up and kept sniffing the surrounding smell. Nay, it had already eaten too much, and its stomach could no longer hold it. Tuan Tuan, you dig out all of these. As much as you can. I'll help you store them in space. Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. When Tuan Tuan heard Lin Xiaojin's words, it was full of energy. These were all black gold. If it wasn't for the fact that it was already too full and needed to digest in advance, it would definitely still be eating. Tuan Tuan enlarged its body. Its claws and teeth were very sharp. Any hard metal seemed like fragile paper in front of Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan's stomach was the hardest part of its body. Especially because Tuan Tuan's stomach acid had super strong corrosive ability. Not long after the troop has been around the black gold have been dug out. If they are digging, I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take to dig. The troop out of the horse a few minutes to get it done. They continue to go inside the cave. Not only that, just out there is black gold. These several interconnected holes also have black gold. They stayed here for 2 days, and almost finished digging the black gold in this hole. They had been surviving in this hole for the past few days. And not long after that, blast wind ran over and called out 2 times towards Lin Xiaojin. Ao. Someone is coming. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly got up to remind Xiao Nua and Wang Han. Lin Xiaojin pressed close to the wall and followed it to hear the movement outside. They should be around here. Entering the black magnetic field, electronic devices are all out of order. Nicole said with a frown. When I managed to kill those contestants, not only did he get a reward, he also got a medal. His medal was enough to unlock the prison seal to be able to leave this place. One Eye. Unlocking the seal and escaping from here in the first place. And saying that he would help us. It's simply farting. Thanks to the fact that we really treated him as a big brother for many years. Barton gasped. Wang Jie didn't say anything with his mouth. But mentally he understood very well that One Eye could help them. Being able to get the medallion to lift the seal in the first place. Anyone would be eager to want to escape from here. One Eye's strength is strong. Metallic alien attack is strong. But also the highest level of their ability, level 8 alien. In the past, most of the medals let One Eye snatched away. Otherwise, they are a few talents, 20 or so. Now One Eye left the pros and cons. At least there will be no one with them to steal the head. Although One Eye is strong enough to help them deal with these aliens. But can he truly help them? Nicole was only being slept with for nothing. Right? Huang Jia looked at Nicole, and her face was blue. She was being hoarded out for nothing during this period of time. Now only the 3 of them were competing for the medallion. All 3 of them knew that this was the last chance. If they didn't succeed, then I'm afraid they would have to stay in the Black Iron Star forever. The 3 of us. 1 each. Everyone is fine with that. Right? Barton said, as he looked towards Huang Jie and Nicole. I have no opinion. Nicole frowned slightly. Although she was a bit reluctant mentally. But it could only be done now. These contestants also have strong strengths. As well as those who outnumber us. We still need to be careful. Nicole said after some thought. Most of them are some ordinary level 5.6 Ultrans. although our strength has dropped in the Black Iron Star and our physical quality has been damaged. But how can we say that we are all level 67 Alterans? So we can't deal with them? Barton frowned. Don't forget. The last time we participated in the Starshine competition, there was also a level 8 genius alien, Nicole reminded in a cold voice. It was also that time when they were imprisoned together in the Black Iron Star, those few personnel folded in that person's hands. Even one eye was seriously injured, allowing them to pick up a bargain for nothing. Or else they were afraid that their metals would still be in single digits today. Although the planets outside the galaxy had a lack of resources, individual special existences would occasionally pop up. Lin Xiaojin is now at level 6 in body genetics, level 5 in spatial ability. Xiao Nua's thunder system has now risen to level 6, level 4 in the second skill, and level 6 in Wang Han's rank. This was also thanks to the effect of Lin Xiaojin instilling the heart of grass and wood in him. Although Wang Han didn't advance any further in rank due to special reasons, and it was very hard to advance. But Wang Han had also absorbed quite a lot of heart of grass and wood, and even ate quite a lot of energy food, including Lin Xiaojin's space spring water. He already felt like he was about to break through level 7. Just in these few days, he had thought that he would never be able to break through level 6. The energy contained in the heart of grass and wood was too powerful and could change one's physique, which was what changed Wang Han's physique. They have no food, no supplies here, and the flying machine was destroyed by us. It has cooled them down for several days. Now should be the time when they are weak, Barton guessed. With the craft destroyed, no water here, and little food, their bodies were weak from starvation for a few days, and they were taking advantage of the weakness. But they had guessed wrong. Lin Xiaojin and the others had no shortage of food and water. Lin Xiaojin's ear was pressed against the cave wall. She already had good hearing, and at this moment she could hear it even more clearly. There are 3 people, their alien ability levels are all level 7. And they don't seem to be from the participating group, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Kill us and you get a medal, Lin Xiaojin added. Killing them to get a medal, not being from the other participating groups. Lin Xiaojin suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lin Xiaojin also didn't think that there was a hidden danger in this second survival level. It was these people. Alien ability level 7. 1 level higher than them. And there were still 3 of them. And from what they said about the other participants, they had killed quite a few of them. Not only were there 3 more of them, but there were also 10 or so ordinary Xenos who were all their slaves. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua decided to retreat first. The other party was outnumbered, and their alien ability level was higher than theirs. Fortunately, the electronic equipment here is out of order. If you want to find them, you can only search manually. Not only that, the terrain here is also different from the outside. From the outside to see this underground is a bunch of large and small deep holes. It was a bit like a maze, which instead gave them a natural barrier. They followed the caves away from the range they had to. But these holes were really many, and some of them were not connected. They couldn't climb up either, or they would soon be discovered. So they could only walk through these holes, which were deeper, and they couldn't show their heads. They kept weaving in and out of the holes, and the people behind them couldn't catch up. These holes are too dense, too hard to find, Barton said with a frown. Why don't we go find the other contestants first, and we'll have the slaves continue to search this place. Let us know as soon as there is any news, Huang Jie said. All this searching all the time here, and not seeing anyone yet was a waste of time. One must know that the second level of survival time for their contestants was also 3 months. And now almost half a month had already passed. This also meant that their time was also very tight. The 3 people also had no opinion. Searching like this was just a waste of time. Maybe these people died in these black magnetic holes. After all, there were black magnetic whirlpools here as well. If they accidentally fell and then it was certain death. There were also many black magnetic vortexes in this black magnetic field. They had encountered a few of them when they came to search. But only a few slaves had died. What they didn't know was that Lin Xiaojin and the others hadn't encountered a black magnetic vortex until now, and had almost always brushed past it. The 3 of them gave up on Lin Xiaojin's group for now, and turned their heads to deal with the other groups that could search first. But there were still slaves searching here. These 3 people in a group. These slaves wouldn't be so desperate. They were lucky to be alive. And they were going to waste their energy searching for people? The next day, Lin Xiaojin, close to the cave wall, has not heard outside there is searching for their movement. Could it be that they withdrew? Lin Xiaojin also did not continue to show his head, but continued to shuttle in this black hole. The walls of the hole cannot be shuttled directly by the group violence dug open. Blizzard had been at the forefront, not knowing what he had found, walking over with a piece of something in his mouth. Lin Xiaojin was surprised to see it. There should be traces of someone living here. Xiao Nu and Wang Han also saw that what Blast Wind was carrying in his mouth was a piece of rag. And then Blast Wind threw the rag away. It was a rarity to have cloth in this place, as there were no plants, much less any supplies, except for black iron, like an endless desert. If the desert was soft, then this place was hard, and metal could be dug up at any time. There are other people here? Were they slaves? Or what? This piece of cloth had aroused Lin Xiaojin's curiosity. But as they continued walking, they didn't find anything more. Instead, they found a pile of white skeletons in a hole around the corner. There were just a few pieces of shredded fabric left on these skeletons that had even decayed, looking like they had been dead for a long time. I didn't think that there could be other people in this black iron star. Lin Xiaojin didn't feel too surprised when he thought of the ones chasing them, and the slaves. They continued to walk into the deep holes again, and didn't find any more human bones. But they did find quite a few more holes that had black gold in them. All of this black gold was dug up by the group. They actually found a super large cliff as they went down. And above the entire cliff was a huge black magnetic field as well. The really big black magnetic field they were able to sense. And there was also a layer of fog on the cliff underneath, which obscured Lin Xiaojin's vision of them. Although Lin Xiaojin's eyesight was good, she didn't have little boy's penetrating powers. I didn't realize there was such a big deep hole in this area. But it's a pity that I can't see anything down there, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Tuan Tuan's sense of smell was very sensitive to metal. At the moment it seemed to have sniffed something, and was excitedly moving forward. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. This place was rather dangerous as the places where one could walk were very narrow. She had been quite worried about Tuan Tuan. It would be dangerous for it to fall down once its body was finished with such a large body. Lin Xiaojin was completely overthinking. Tuan Tuan's body was shrinking as far as the eye could see, and its size directly became about the same size as a few months old cat. This is also the smallest size of the group shrunk. The small size Tuan Tuan was even more adorable. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but want to go and jerk it off twice. I'll follow and take a look. Lin Xiaojin had one more flying skill than the two of them, and with such a high cliff, she wasn't afraid of falling down and could fly up. Lin Xiaojin gave Lucky Star to Xiao Nu, while she followed little Tuan Duan down. Pay attention to safety. Xiao Nu's eyes fell on Lin Xiaojin and softly instructed. Good. Lin Xiaojin smiled and answered. The words between her and Xiao Nu did not belong to the category of many, and their feelings were even more of a fine line if they were to say so. Lin Xiaojin has always been slow to heat. Xiao Nu is also a little bit into her heart. Her heart threshold is very high, but into that will certainly be sincere. Xiao Nu has always belonged to the words less, but has always had practical action people. Xiao Nu looked at Lin Xiaojin's back until she slowly disappeared in the white mist. Then he immediately opened the device location function. Lin Xiaojin also opened the group live function at the same time. This way what Lin Xiaojin saw they were also able to see. Tuan Tuan walked in front, while Lin Xiaojin slowly followed behind. The road became narrower and narrower, and finally they passed through the clouds and saw a bare black iron tree. And there was no road further down. There was no more road ahead. Tuan Tuan twisted his little body anxiously. You want to go down? Lin Xiaojin looked at Tuan Tuan's wriggling little bum, which was very cute. So she asked with a smile. Little Tuan Tuan heard Lin Xiaojin's voice, and turned her head towards Lin Xiaojin and ran over, grabbing her legs and wanting Lin Xiaojin to hold her. Lin Xiaojin half squatted down and picked up the small group. Although the small group's size has become smaller, but its weight has not changed. If someone wants to pick up this small group, I'm afraid that it cannot be picked up. Tuan Tuan was born less than half a year, but the weight is more than 200 pounds. If other people really can't hold her. But fortunately Lin Xiaojin, holding this small group, is also easy. The small group in Lin Xiaojin's arms twisted. Furry rubbed Lin Xiaojin's neck, making her itchy. Lin Xiaojin looked at how cute Tuan Tuan was, and also looked at how anxious it was to go down. So she was ready to hold her, and slowly fly down. Who knows, this guy is too heavy. Lin Xiaojin, holding her hard, did not fly up. This Lin Xiaojin just remembered that he can fly. But at most, he can bring more than 20 pounds of Lucky Star almost. So Lin Xiaojin's whole body began to shake, and finally couldn't control the whole body to slide down. But the speed of the slide is very slow. Good in the group in the arms of Lin Xiaojin is quite stable, even if the slide can also stabilize the body. But very soon the group showed extreme excitement. Seemed to smell something good. The whole body leaned forward, landing quickly. Tuan Tuan jumped directly from Lin Xiaojin's arms and ran towards the distance. Lin Xiaojin looked at the restless Tuan Tuan had already disappeared from view, and without bothering to look at the surroundings, she rushed to chase after Tuan Tuan. The place where they fell down was actually a cave, which was so large that it could even accommodate the entire flying machine. The environment in the cave was rather dark, but fortunately Lin Xiaojin was able to see at night. And this entire cave was also black iron, so he could see the black iron inside by peeling off the black soil. Tuan Tuan, Lin Xiaojin called out. Not hearing Tuan Tuan move, Lin Xiaojin continued to walk in again. This hole was very deep. There were also 2 forks in the middle. Lin Xiaojin looked at the 2 forks. One of the forks had Tuan Tuan's imprint on the ground. Lin Xiaojin directly towards the direction of Tuan Tuan's mark. Tuan Tuan is a little small, although the IQ is high, but still small-minded. Tuan Tuan will still need to slowly get along with her in the future. But what Lin Xiaojin doesn't know is that after the iron-eating beasts are upgraded, they will be able to establish a connection. Of course, this connection had to be established by trusting each other. Suddenly a sound of fighting came out from the front, and the voice of one of them was a bit familiar. This is a giant panda. Don't hurt it. But it ate the purple gold we were looking for. It's purple gold, Zhang Wish said with a desire to cry. Purple gold, which could be even more really expensive than black gold. Purple gold was said to be an S-ranked metal, and they also found that there was only so much of it. This purple gold is so hard. This little panda won't die, right? Zhou Yingying frowned. The panda was so cute. It wouldn't let her die, right? Brother Xiaoran, don't pandas eat living bamboo? Mu Xiaoxiao questioned. Yes. Lin Xiaoran nodded. This was their perception. After all, this was the national treasure of China. Anyone would know. Don't you guys think it's even more strange to have pandas in this place? Xi frowned at the others. Not far away, Lin Xiaojin listened to the familiar voices of each of them. She couldn't believe it. She didn't even know how long it would be before she could see her brother, or even if she would never see him. But such a single familiar voice she had long since memorized in her head. Lin Xiaojin's brain was a little buzzing, and there were words in her mouth that she wanted to shout. Zhang Wish did not want the purple gold that he had worked so hard for so many days to dig to be swallowed by the panda in front of him. And in their perception, pandas eating metal is simply sending death. A flame irradiated the cave brightly, and even attacked towards the troop. Zhang Wish's intention was also to scare the panda, and had no intention of actually harming it. Zhang Wan, don't set fire to it. Seeing the fireball, Lin Xiaojin knew that it was Zhang Wan who had set the fire. In Lin Xiaojin's perspective, she thought the flames were coming towards Tuan Tuan, and instantly moved to Tuan Tuan's side at the first opportunity. Lin Xiaojin suddenly appeared in front of her, and hugged Tuan Tuan. Her appearance blinded the crowd. Lin Xiaojin. Zhou Yingying was actually the first to react and stuttered. Everyone else couldn't believe it either, thinking that they were hallucinating. Not only had a giant panda suddenly appeared, but also Lin Xiaojin? The Lin Xiaojin in front of them had the same appearance, but the entire hair color was Barbie pink. But the eyes were all the pupil color they were familiar with. Lavender. Brother. Lin Xiaojin's eyes were red, and his sight was the first to land on Lin Xiaoran's body. Lin Xiaoran's clothes were torn all over. Especially the top, almost half of his body was exposed. And he looked much thinner than before. The others weren't much better. Most of their men's clothes were given to the 3 girls, Zhou Yingying and Xi, as well as Xiao Xiao. Their men's upper body exposed point on exposed pointed. Girls cannot. It can be said that they are from the beggar's nest. Fortunately, Xi is a water system alien. They do not lack of water. Also not to be dirty all over. These slaves who stayed in the Black Iron Star. Not to mention bathing. Even the water they drank was a very strained resource. They weren't so bad. Clean with water to drink. Except that there was no food other than leaves. Like other supplies, clothes and shoes, and so on are even less. If you want to go to other people's body to rob, the slaves here die. From head to toe will be stripped naked. Xiaojin. Lin Xiaoran was also a bit shocked. but quickly calmed down, seeing Lin Xiaojin unharmed. The big stone in the bottom of his heart which was relieved. Lin Xiaojin put down Tuan Tuan and directly jumped into Lin Xiaoran's arms. Lin Xiaoran slightly frowned, and then hurriedly hugged Lin Xiaojin. Next, Xianli wanted to say something and held back, but looked at Lin Xiaoran's back with more than a hint of worry. Without the healing ability Zhu Jingjing, it would be difficult for Lin Xia then back to recover from the injury. Brother, it's so good to see you. I almost thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. The universe is so big. So many planets. I don't even know you will get there. Once upon a time, without touching the planets, he didn't know the vastness of the universe. After participating in the Starshine competition, he looked at the planets ranked in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of planets. How hard it was to find someone in such a world. Do you know how much I miss you? Lin Xiaojin said with reddened eyes. She had always been a strong person. No matter if it was when she faced the zombies alone in Qinlan Star, or the various things that happened later. She had encountered several life and death crises, and she had never been nervous or scared or shed any tears. But she couldn't help shedding tears when she saw Lin Xiaoran, because this was her relative. Her brother. Brother is here, Lin Xiaoran said gently. The moment he saw Lin Xiaojin, his heart was even more incomparably excited. Lin Xiaojin listened to her brother's familiar voice, and her body temperature. No matter how old she is now, in front of her child, she is a strong mother. In front of everyone else, she is strong. In front of Xiao Nua, she will put down the outer wall, but only in front of her brother. She will be just a little girl. Lin Xiaoran looked at Lin Xiaojin. She was still the same as when she was a child. Before this, he had already made a mental vow that he would find Lin Xiaojin. The others were silent, and didn't disturb Lin Xiaojin and Lin Xiaoran's siblings. After a long time, the two people's emotions stabilized, and only then did they say something to the others. This separation time is quite long, in the middle of the people, and experienced a lot of things. So for a moment to say clearly, such as this little panda, Xiao Nua Wang Han, and the two of them had already seen Lin Xiaoran and the others through the live broadcast. And this time, they were trying to find a way to come down. You're saying that this cute little panda is actually an iron-eating beast, specializing in eating metal? Zhou Yingying stared with wide eyes in a disbelieving manner. Right. Although it looks like a little panda, it is an iron-eating beast, a relatively rare divine beast amongst the galaxies, Lin Xiaojin explained with a smile. Everyone else looked at the little panda and wanted to jerk it off. After all, who wouldn't like seeing such a cute little panda? But Tuan Tuan is in addition to Lin Xiaojin other people are not allowed to touch. Tuan Tuan is resistant to strangers, because most of their kind of divine beasts are alone, or a family alone in the vastness of the universe to survive. Lin Xiaojin looked at their clothes, all tattered and torn. Like a little girl can still have a shoe to wear, like a few of their men. And Xian Li's shoes have long been gone. They are barefoot. Lin Xiaojin touched Mu Shizhuang's head, looked at Shizhuang's size is not at all long. Small face is also wax yellow. Lin Xiaojin a burst of heartache. Xiaojin. Sister. Little boy saw Lin Xiaojin's face with aggrieved, and miss, tightly pounced on Lin Xiaojin's arms. Xian Li also walked over. The two did not speak, but their feelings from the eyes can be seen. Once together in the zombie rampage Qin launching, can be said that Xian Li is the beginning of the accompanying her to grow up. From the initial mistrust, mutual suspicion to the back they gradually open their hearts. Become friends. We'll be able to continue fighting side by side in the future. Xian Li laughed, looking at Lin Xiaojin's eyes filled with genuine affection. And me. Zhou Yingying also followed over and laughed. Me too. Xiao 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 also followed with a strong voice. Yes. It's our Avengers Alliance. Lin Xiaojin's words instantly brought everyone back to the old days. They used to joke around like this, and even gave everyone a nickname. Now all that's missing is Zhu Jingjing. But Lin Xiaojin has news for her. Sooner or later they will meet. She believes that day won't be too far away. Wang Han would also meet their child. Their experiences couldn't be explained clearly for a while, so they planned to take Xiao Nua and Wang Han next, and then find a place to talk slowly. They had already met anyway. The cliff was a bit high, and it was really not good for Xiao Nua and the others to come down with Lucky Star. And the flying machine was damaged. I'll go up and pick them up, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. How can I pick them up? It's so high, Zhou Yingying said with a frown. The cliffs here were very high. When they first came down, they also climbed vines to get down. But then, they were afraid that other people would find out about this place. So they spent a few days cutting down all the vines here. Otherwise Lin Xiaojin would have definitely been able to discover the vines here when he came down. Look at me! Lin Xiaojin's body directly levitated and said, I'll explain this skill of mine to you guys later. I'll go up to them first. After Lin Xiaojin finished speaking, her body quickly rose and disappeared into the white mist. Sister Xiaojin is flying. Xiao 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 was loudly surprised. It's really flying. A skill I dreamt of having. Zhou Yingying said enviously. They must have encountered a lot of things. Xianli was a bit calmer compared to them, although she was also surprised inside. Lin Xiaoran looked at his sister's disappearing figure. His eyes slightly froze for a moment. This time when he saw his sister again, although she had to look the same as before, except for her hair color was different. She still jumped into his arms when she saw him, and was still the same little girl who would be pampered. But Lin Xiaoran clearly felt that his sister had grown up, and had become different from what she once was. It wasn't a superficial difference, but an inner growth. The way the three of them went down the cliff was one cooler than the other. Lin Xiaojin slowly flew down holding a pink Barbie head lucky star, and Wang Han directly condensed a wind mass to send him down. Xiao Nua even coalesced an extra long thunder whip, and slid down directly from above. Brother Xiao. Wang Han. Zhang Wish excitedly went forward and hugged his two brothers. The three of them hugged tightly for a while. Then Zhang Wish quickly realized that something was wrong. Not only Zhang Wish but even Lin Xiaoran. Zhou Yingying. Several of them noticed it. Brother Han. You? Where is this arm of yours? Don't tell me it's gone. Zhang willingly said unwillingly. Wang Han had long been used to the fact that he had lost his arm, so he was now very calm as he said, It's fine. It's just an arm. Wang Han's words were an understatement. But Zhang Wan's eyes were red. He was such a big man. His eyes had never been red before. An arm. This is a whole arm. Zhang Wan said with sadness and anger. How long has it been since I've seen you? You've lost your entire arm. Wang Han. You big man. Zhang Wish said and cursed. He looked at such a Wang Han, he's psychological hard to bear. The good brother's big arm was lost like this. Wang Han looked at him like this, although Zhang Wish's mouth kept cursing him. But he was mentally touched. They'd brothers for so long who would not understand. I'm just missing my arm. You've lost your clothes and shoes here. Wang Han looked at Zhang Wan and said calmly. But it is true that compared to the three of them, a few of them are simply more beggars than beggars. Clothes are tattered. Although Xianli is a water ability, but the water to feed so many of them, they cannot be wasted at will. Xiao Nua and Lin Xia ran two people. There is no embrace like them. The two people's character is somewhat similar, both somewhat cool, but the two people still shook hands fiercely. Then Xiao Nua nodded his head towards the others, and gave a greeting. Only Xiao ran over and sweetly shouted, Brother Xiao Nua. For Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin, the two of them were the people who saved him in the beginning. So she had to mentally know clearly. And Xiao Nua's brother's supernormal ability is the same as his father's thunder system supernormal ability. Zhang Wish looked at the clean clothes and shoes on Wang Han. He directly gasped and laughed and said, Quickly take off your clothes for me to wear. The crowd was like they were back in time for a moment. Xiaojin. I remember, didn't you give birth to a boy? Is this a little bun? Xianli looked at Lucky Star, who also had pink Barbie hair, the same hair color as Lin Xiaojin, and couldn't help but ask. It's a boy. This is Lucky Star is also my daughter. Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. She sent the little bun out from space as well. The little bun came out with the same hair color as Xiao Nua's, and they looked very similar. Little bun. Lucky Star. This is your uncle. Lin Xiaojin held the two of them, and walked towards Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran was inwardly incredibly excited, looking at this little look-alike. Especially the eyes that looked like Lin Xiaojin's eyes when he was a child. Uncle. The little buns hadn't called out yet, but Lucky Star was the first to do so instead. Lin Xiaoran looked at this boy and girl. These two children were so similar that almost everyone here guessed that Lucky Star was probably not Lin Xiaojin's real daughter. But Lin Xiaojin didn't say anything, so they naturally wouldn't break it down. Both of these children called Lin Xiaojin mother, so he didn't care if they were related by blood. Lin Xiaoran first hugged Lucky Star. The little guy was not shy at all, actually gave a small kiss towards Lin Xiaoran's face. This was a Lucky Star's kiss. This kiss was not something that anyone could have. Lucky Star also sensed Lin Xiaojin's blood relationship with Lin Xiaoran before he kissed Lin Xiaoran. Lucky Star is the highest purity of the Pink Star's royal family. Of course these days they are not known. Xiao Baozi was also not shy to kiss towards Lin Xiaoran's face. Xiao Baozi still had a natural closeness to Lin Xiaoran. After all, he was related by blood, which was a natural bond of closeness. They had so much to say. And Lin Xiaojin also wanted them all to join the Starshine competition's participant group, so that they would all be able to leave here together. Lin Xiaoyan had lived in this place for a long time, so they must have had a lot to talk about when they first met. So she brought Xiao Nua and the others into the cave. Lin Xiaojin looked at the tattered clothes they were wearing, especially his own brother, and inevitably felt some heartache in his heart. There is also Xiao Xiao. Because there is no leather band, the whole hair is directly scattered down. Zhou Yingying and Xian Li, two people, fortunately hair is already long. Directly take a tree branch, pull the hair. Their boy's hair was better. It looked like it had been trimmed. Thanks to Lin Xiaoran's ability to visualize what he had remembered in his head. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took out quite a few clothes from space as well as shoes and said, "Look at you guys in these beggar clothes. Change your clothes first and we'll have a good chat in. Finally have clothes to wear. Xiaojin really still needs to have you around. You don't know how miserable we are," Xian Li said bitterly. Especially the two of them girls were even more inconvenient than the others. Especially during their physiological period. The two of them could almost only carry them in their holes. They had experienced a life called primitive savage. Finally, "I can wear something that looks like a human," Zhang Wish couldn't help but say, picking up the clothes and wanting to change immediately. He just took off his top before he remembered that there were other people, and hurriedly picked up a set of clothes and pulled Lin Xiaoran out. Xiao Nu and Wang Han both followed out as well. And they were the only girls left in the cave. "I can finally wear a set of underwear," Zhou Yingying said excitedly. God knows her underwear was already torn beyond repair. "I think it's more important to have shoes to wear. Xiaojin still remembers the size of the shoes I wear," Xian Li said with a smile. Lin Xiaojin also took a children's clothes for Xiao Zi. "This black iron star temperature is okay. Hot at noon. Cooler at night. Still short sleeves are enough." Lin Xiaojin to Xian Li, they took are also short-sleeved. "Xiaojin. My skin. Look at our skin. It's tanned and dry here." Xian Li took up Lin Xiaojin's hand and touched her dry and cracked face. Lin Xiaojin smiled heartily and said, "Don't worry. Space water for your faces. Guaranteed to be whiter than before." "Sister Xiaojin. I want it too." Xiao also followed next to her. A few of them girls were chatting inside while changing their clothes. And Lin Xiaojin gave them a rough idea of what was going on. Lin Xiaojin, they chatted inside for 2 or 3 hours. Xiao is still a child after all. After chatting for a while, they ran out to find Lucky Star and the little buns to play. This place Black Cliff has no one except them. "Xiaojin, you are also too powerful. We haven't risen much yet, with our desperate training levels now," Zhou Yingying said with exclamation. "Yeah. We desperately leveled up for that airship just because we wanted to leave the Black Iron Star," Xian Li said. "But now that you're telling us that that spaceship's running energy is actually not our energy, we've actually lost all these days for nothing. They didn't know about the ship's energy and wouldn't be able to switch it on. So they didn't know what was going on. Luckily we met it. But can we participate in the Starshine competition you mentioned? It won't hold you guys back, right?" Zhou Yingying said with some concern. "Yeah." Xian Li also had some worries. After being separated for so long, their strength was a little too different. "Forget it. We're on the same team. It used to be and still is. Strength also grows a little bit," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. They didn't know how many dangers they had suffered from the growth of their strength up to now, including Wang Han. Xian Li seemed to think of Wang Han's arms. "I'm afraid that they had also suffered a lot. I won't drag my feet. Just because I'm not strong enough now doesn't mean I will be in the future," Xian Li said calmly. Zhou Yingying also nodded with a nod. Outside, a few of their men had also changed their clothes. Little Good with Lucky Star and Little Bun. Little Good was also a young lady, taking the two of them aside to dig for stones. Lucky Star and Little Baozi were still having fun. Tuan, on the other hand, was crawling aside, biting the purple gold in its mouth and not letting go. And its eyes were still glaring at Zhangwan. It remembered that this guy was going to set it on fire. Tuan Tuan had a good memory. Brother Xiao, you said that the starburst competition can allow our planet to enter the galaxy? Entering the galaxy can change human genes, can increase lifespan. This is too amazing. Zhang Wish couldn't help but ask. Yes. The entire universe has countless planets, of which the galaxy is the center of this universe. Xiao Nu explained. What is the ranking of Chen Blue Star nowadays? Lin Xiaoran asked. This was what they were concerned about. It's already entered 100,000. And it will probably be more as this level brushes on. Wang Han said. 100,000? Zheng Wan was a bit disbelieving. 100,000 planets? This was too much. When Zhang Wish didn't know about it, they used to be ranked at the bottom of the bottom hundreds of millions of planets at the end of the list. Only the top 100 planets can enter the galaxy. And the top 3 planets receive even greater rewards. Awarded the top 3 to get the galaxy reward. The first place life expectancy of 500. Genetic enhancement. My god. It can actually really add longevity. Gene enhancement. Lifespan can naturally be added. This world was too big. The few of them hadn't been to any other planets, since they were captured here from Qinlanxing. So they naturally didn't know about these things. In fact, if Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu hadn't unintentionally obtained this entry device, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to go to so many planets. Changing their clothes. The inside was almost done chatting. The little buns and Lucky Star had long been hungry. Lin Xiaojin took out a large table from space, on which meals had already been placed. There were fish and meat, as well as staples and fruits. My goodness! Xiaojin, your space is now upgraded. Not only do you have food, the food can also be made by yourself? Zhou Yingying said excitedly. Xiaojin, this is also too powerful. Xianli also couldn't help but say. Lin Xiaojin also didn't hide it from them, just told them directly that she had elves in her space that would help her do things. Even Lin Xiaojin had called out Lan Zhan. And when this was released, Xianli and Zhou Yingying were both too surprised to speak. Although Lin Xiaojin had already told them so that they were somewhat mentally prepared. But when they looked at this face that was as top stream star as Qinlanxing, they were too excited to speak. What are you looking at? If you don't eat the good ones, I'll eat them all. Zhang Wang looked at Zhou Yingying's flamboyant face and said with some anger, Master, please enjoy your dinner. Lan Zhan was very gentle and polite. Lan Zhan bowed politely towards Lin Xiaojin before being collected into Lin Xiaojin's space. This scene looked at Xianli and Zhou Yingying very envious. They also want to have a big handsome man to serve them, although they know that they are not human beings, but elves. But so looking at the eye is also very comfortable. The few of them finally ate the long separated meal. It's also too delicious. I haven't eaten meat in a long time, Zhou Yingying said. I've almost forgotten the taste of rice. Xianli said. Brother, eat more. Look at how thin you've become. Lin Xiaojin kept on chucking food into Lin Xiaoran's bowl of chopsticks. Lin Xiaojin looked at his brother. Lin Xiaoran's face was always a little pale. I don't know if it was because he had lost too much blood not long ago, so that was why he was malnourished. Brother Xiaoran is not skinny. Brother Xiaoran suffered a very serious injury some time ago. It was only because Sister Xianli helped to find the medicine to cure him that Brother Xiaoran survived. Little Goody said in a hurry. Little Good? Lin Xiaoran spoke out to stop. It was already too late. Little Goody spoke extremely fast. Little Goody heard Lin Xiaoran's voice and just silently went down and said in an aggrieved voice, Do I just want to tell Sister Xiaojin? Lin Xiaojin knew that Lin Xiaoran didn't want her to know, that she didn't want her to worry. And she also knew that Little Goody's good intentions. Brother, how are you now? Hurt there? Lin Xiaojin stood up nervously when she heard Xiao Zhao's words. I'm fine already. Don't worry, Lin Xiaoran said as he smiled and calmed Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin knew that her brother definitely wouldn't give her much to say, so she prepared to ask Xianli and the others after dinner to find out. Everyone was very full from this meal and chatted for a long time in between. I have enough entry equipment here for you guys to participate, Lin Xiaojin said. They hadn't killed many other participating group members on other planets before, especially on the Green Plant planet. And there were too many people who ended up chasing them. What about little boy? Does it mean there's an age limit? Xianli said with a frown. Mu Shizhuang's entire little body tensed up when she heard that there was a possibility that she would be pulled down. Thinking about this, everyone was a little silent. Little Good's age today is only 8 years old. The age to participate in the Starshine competition is at least 18 years old. It's okay. It can also be taken away. Only it needs points to be redeemed. And Lucky Star isn't always carried by us, Lin Xiaojin said. Little boy heard Lin Xiaojin's words, then relaxed. Their points today were 100,000. 100,000 points should be able to take both of them away. Luckily, they hadn't shed a single point since they came to this planet. I'll give you the entry equipment in a moment. This level is asking us to survive here for 3 months. But I found a hidden level. This hidden level was that someone would come and kill them to get the medals. Lin Xiaojin had told them all the rules of the Starshine competition, and that the next level was the ultimate level. Lin Xiaojin gave them the entry device, still had exactly 1 left. You guys can just bind it directly, and the device will display your level status. Just choose to join our group directly. Our planet Chenlong Star is only our group nowadays. Their Chenlong planet was the only group they had nowadays. And they could also set up a group in another. But they didn't need to. Good. Good. Several people answered and picked up the device Lin Xiaojin gave them. The appearance was the same as the glasses. Once bound, unless death or active elimination could unlock it. Little boy was too young, so he couldn't wear the glasses, and could only watch curiously from the side, going to whether or not it needs to be rebound. Several of them wore their entry devices almost simultaneously. Confirmed. Only to see a blue scanner's light screen heavy to the end to give several people a burst of scanning. From Chen Blue Star. Alien ability level 3. Body gene level 1. Body age 18. Whether to participate in the Starshine competition? Confirmed. Zhang Wan said in an attempt. After Zhang Wish finished speaking, the screen in front of him lit up and a displayed board appeared. The very same displayed board of their Chenlong Star. 2 options popped up on it. The first being was to re-establish the group, and the second was to join the group. Several of them directly chose to join Lin Xiaojin's group. Nowadays, Zhang Wang's alien ability level 4 was the highest amongst them. Zhou Yingying's level 2. And Xian Li's little girl's level 3. Lin Xiaoran had also recently been promoted to level 4. Zhou Yingying was an auxiliary lineage ability. And Lin Xiaojin had also noticed that auxiliary lineage abilities had to be promoted a bit slower than the others. Confirmed. This seems to be the real game match interface. This is too amazing. Zhang Wish was surprised. What are all these functions for? Video synchronization? And the group positions. Lin Xiaojin explained to them one by one, and specially instructed them to never use points. Don't use anything that checks points. Or else what if they end up being unable to take Little Boy and Lucky Star with them if the points are used up? Everyone nodded. The points they wouldn't even touch. What is this hidden function of Xiaojin? Zhou Yingying subconsciously tapped on the hidden function as soon as she finished speaking. This points bonus? Zhou Yingying read out in disbelief. Points plus? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. She hadn't noticed this function either. Lin Xiaojin then hurriedly opened her device to find this points plus function that Zhou Yingying was talking about. After Lin Xiaojin clicked on it, she found that it was actually a function that could add points. And that points could be gained by obtaining hidden quests. Lin Xiaojin didn't even know for so long that at least in the Earth Star, the Green Plant Star, and the Cold Water Star there were hidden point additions. The bonus in the Green Plant Star was the Heart of Grass and Trees. 1 Heart of Grass and Trees could gain an additional 100,000 points, including the Cold Water Star, in which one could gain an additional 100,000 points by obtaining a cold water bead. Lin Xiaojin was flabbergasted when she saw this. The Heart of Grass and Trees she would never give, but the Cold Water Pearl could. She at first, but the cold water bead is a treasure. The result later found that the cold water city of the dungeons more follow the ground like a boulder. So her space cold water beads but saved a lot. This pile is a bunch of white flower points all. Lin Xiaojin continued to look down. The hidden points of this black iron star was black gold. As long as you get black gold at the end, you will get points. This I really didn't find this feature, Lin Xiaojin said in shock. Lin Xiaojin. None of them had studied this entry much. This would discover this function. Lin Xiaojin looked at the other functions of the device. The screen also had a points exchange mall, which required a squad level of 3 to open. And they had to be level 1 today. So the mall's color was gray. The location of this points mall was very hidden, and could not really be seen without looking closely. But this team level up is how to raise? Lin Xiaojin tapped in, and it showed the points bar. This team level is relying on points to hit hard all. However, after knowing the hidden points, Lin Xiaojin was able to exchange a lot of points. So she was going to take the time to exchange her points to see what was in the points mall. With this in mind, Lin Xiaojin took out a number of blue transparent beads. This bead is the cold water bead. Lin Xiaojin took out the cold water beads. Xian Li felt a particularly attractive energy. Xiaojin, can I have one of these? Xian Li couldn't help but say. Mainly the energy coming from this bead couldn't help but attract her. Yes. Lin Xiaojin wasn't stingy. After all, she had a whole bunch of these in her space. Even a super large cold water stone. Xian Li carefully took the cold water bead in Lin Xiaojin's hand. She then couldn't help but try to absorb the energy in the cold water bead. A wave of energy directly drilled into Xian Li's body. This cold water bead contained a rich water energy. But this water energy was cold. A powerful energy mixed with a cold aura entered Xian Li's body. And she only felt chilled all over. Xian Li. Lin Xiaojin exclaimed. The crowd watched as Xian Li's entire body was covered in small ice crystals. And her face was covered in snowflake crystals. Xian Li had actually absorbed the cold water pearl. This guy was too bold. However, Lin Xiaojin also did not think that this cold water bead water system ability can actually be absorbed. In that case, the space should be able to absorb the cold water bead. Lin Xiaojin couldn't get excited in time, because Xian Li was so cold that Lin Xiaojin touched her body. Crap! Lin Xiaojin frowned. Sister Xian Li? Xiao Zhao shouted nervously. Should I take the fire system and roast her? Zhang Wang couldn't help but say, as he looked at Xian Li's face, which was already cold and green. Crazy. No roasting. Doesn't this bit of common sense matter? Zhou Yingying said breathlessly. You guys get out of the way. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly motioned for the others to get out of the way. Lin Xiaojin herself absorbed a heart of grass and wood. Fortunately, there were still quite a few stalks of heart of grass and wood in her space. Lin Xiaojin's body genes nowadays had almost reached a saturated state by absorbing the heart of grass and wood. And if he wanted to break through the genetic level, then he would need a higher level of energy. Lin Xiaojin's parents emerged green mark. That is the wood elf said to her mark. A wood system energy through the wood mark. And by Lin Xiaojin transmitted to Xian Li. The green energy entered Xian Li's body. A warm energy seemed to be changing her body's genes. The energy in the cold water bead was too strong. Xian Li had no intention of absorbing the energy in the cold water bead. And her body simply couldn't take it. However, Xian Li also absorbed the energy of half a heart of grass and trees. Her body was already saturated. In the beginning, Lin Xiaojin had conveyed about 10 heart of grass and wood to Xiao Nuoku. And Wang Han also had 5 heart of grass and wood. It might be that Xian Li's physical qualities from staying in the Black Iron Star were too weak. And one of the heart of grass and wood had actually reached saturation. After absorbing the heart of grass and wood, Xian Li's entire body slowly converted over. And her body gradually warmed up. How is Xian Li? Lin Xiaoran asked with a slight frown. It's fine. Just slept over. Lin Xiaojin slowly stood up and said. At this moment, Xian Li's face had also returned to normal. The others this dish put down their hearts. Mu Xiaozhuang said curiously. Sister Xiaojin, what is that green light that you just put on your body? Sister also has Sister Jing Jing's healing ability? Not only was Mu Xiaoyao curious, the others were curious as well. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, I don't have Zhu Jing Jing's healing supernatural ability. Only that I once received the blessing of a wood elf when I was in the Green Plant Planet. So I can channel some wood energy to convert, and thus enhance Xian Li's physique. The others then nodded in understanding. A wood elf? Isn't Sister Xiaojin as cute as in the cartoon? Xiao said excitedly. She seemed to have watched the cartoon when she was little. And there were elves in it. Pretty much. Lin Xiaojin smiled, and touched little boy's head. However, she didn't tell them that the wood elf's original body was now planted in her space, and sleeping amongst its original body. Nowadays, their highest ranked Xiao Nuo, Wang Han, and Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han's alien ability level was level 6. And although Lin Xiaojin's body genes had reached level 6, her space was only level 3 to some extent. Lin Xiaojin also knew that she wasn't a strength-based psychic. Her psychic ability was only one kind, and that was space. The level of space was only level 3. So in other words, she might only have a level 3 psychic ability. However, Lin Xiaojin's space could be upgraded at any time. But Lin Xiaojin was afraid that upgrading would cause the space to shut down. So she had been suppressing the space without upgrading it. Although the current level of the space was level 3, the energy it stored was also level 6. That's why the level of her psychic ability displayed on the entry device was also level 6. Brother Xiao, Wang Han, and Lin Xiaojin. The three of you are actually level 6. Zhang Wang couldn't help but say in surprise. They were able to clearly see the ranks of their teammates through the entry panel. After experiencing more, your strength will rise. You guys will too, Lin Xiaojin comforted. But it was still a big blow to them. Mainly in the Black Iron Star. The resources of this planet were just too little. There was nothing that could raise their strength. So there was only the stupid way to raise their supernatural abilities. But this kind of cultivation was too boring. Even if they sat still and cultivated every day, that was still boring. Not to mention that they didn't even have the time to cultivate before. Every day, they were constantly blocking the black iron beasts. And every day, they were just trying to stay alive. So they had the time and energy to cultivate and raise their level. Later on, it was the little girl who discovered this place. So they had a place to breathe. There is no lack of food here. The leaves of the black ironwood are enough to replenish their body energy. But the leaves of the black ironwood are only enough to replenish their body energy. Later on, they arrived at something like a spaceship, which allowed them to find a ray of light in their dark life. But now that they had met again, their future days would definitely get better and better. One day, they would be able to return to their own planet. Shenlan Star's sudden addition of several more people didn't attract the attention of the people of the other planets. But the people on the Black Iron Star immediately received a synchronized message. There are a few more people from our Black Iron Star. So the three of us definitely have enough medals, Huang Jie said with a smile. Don't be too happy. We still don't know how these people came out of nowhere. Nicole was a little worried instead. The participating group must be from their own planet. Could it be a delayed teleportation? Barton guessed. Still, there hadn't been anything like this before. Regardless of how they came out. As long as the three of us work together to kill them, we'll be able to get the medals to get out of here. These guys are level 6 at most, Barton said. The three of them, Wanda and Barton, were all level 7 Alterans. Only Nicole was level 6. Which was why Nicole wanted to list One Eye in the first place. Just to get his help. It's a pity that One Eye went back on his word. Nicole's face turned blue just thinking about it. If she was able to return to the galaxy again, she would definitely take revenge if she ever saw One Eye again. Alright. Let's settle these contestants first. Barton frowned. The bot slave star shuttle won't arrive for another 7 days, Wanda said as he glanced at the message. Then have all the remaining slaves go out and search. Tell them that as long as they search for outsiders, they'll give them food and even let them leave the Black Iron Star, Barton said. Good. As long as these slaves were given a little benefit and given a hope, they would sell their lives to them without reservation. Saying let them leave. When the time comes they gather enough medals they can just leave. Not wanting to stay here for a second longer. Who would wait here to let them leave? As soon as they leave, the people here will leave them to fend for themselves. They would be here for nearly 2 months. But during this time, Xionli and the others seemed to have received a boost. After all, they were separated from their partners by a huge gap of 3 levels. Zhou Yingying, who had always been lazy and didn't train much, even started training diligently. Lin Xiaoran, on the other hand, brought Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, Wang Han, and the 3 of them to the cave where they had found the airship before. An airship was stuck here. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when he saw this and said, "A flying machine." Flying machine? Lin Xiaoran said in disbelief. Well, all sorts of things are flying machines. Equivalent to combat aircraft. But faster, and with more advanced weaponry. Lin Xiaojin explained. Lin Xiaojin checked the flying machine, and there was still 10% of energy left inside. You guys filled up the energy cannons this much. Lin Xiaojin was surprised. Weapons like energy cannons were very powerful. And I didn't expect this flying machine to be equipped with energy cannons, and still have more than 50% of energy. Lin Xiaojin was a little embarrassed. It turned out that the energy they had desperately rushed had filled up wrongly. This kind of flying machine needs to be replenished with solar energy to fly and drive, Lin Xiaojin explained. Lin Xiaojin put this flying machine into the space. They had lost a flying machine, actually came out with another one. Moreover, Green Star told Lin Xiaojin that this flying machine was even better than her previous flying machine. It was AC flying machine class. In these few days, Tuan Tuan and the 2 little ones, Blastwind, had been outside, and Lin Xiaojin hadn't taken them into space. Little Tuanzi hadn't missed out on finding black gold underneath this cliff in the past 2 days. Not only black gold, but even purple gold it had found some. Xiao Duanzi was crazy happy in the past 2 days. Lin Xiaojin picked a lot of leaves in the past 2 days. After Xianli absorbed the cold water pearl, her entire level was not only raised to level 4, but her water system ability favored cold, meaning that she could now instantly condense water into ice. Xianli asked Lin Xiaojin for a few more cold water beads. But this time, she wouldn't absorb them in a silly and violent way. Instead, she absorbed a little bit every day, allowing herself to slowly absorb them. Lin Xiaojin used the cold water beads to exchange 1 million points, and used the points to directly upgrade so that she would directly open the points mall. Whether to confirm the upgrade, Electronic thought up. Confirm, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Open the points mall. Is it opening the points mall? Yes. Because Lin Xiaojin's contribution point rate was 100%. Only Lin Xiaojin could points mall and use the points. Xiao Nu and Wang Han. Several of them were also there. Looking at the points mall curiously, points mall appeared several categories. The first category of weapons. The second category is supplies. The third category of goods. Lin Xiaojin first opened the weapons category. The points under each weapon were sky high. Lin Xiaojin saw that a cheap firearms weapon needed at least 500,000 points. The weapons category is really sky high. Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. Not only was it sky high, there were more weapons that were not unlocked. There were also many categories underneath the weapons, like flying machines, which could not be opened at all, unable to be unlocked. It seemed that the weapons in this points mall were simply unaffordable to exchange. Lin Xiaojin followed by opening the supplies category. Supplies are also food. That is, various nutrients. This is very cheap compared to weapons. But they are also all above 10,000 points. Stamina nutrient liquid. When you're tired, you can quickly recover your stamina after drinking it. Satiety strawberry flavor nutrient liquid. Drinking a bottle when you're hungry can give you 3 days of satiety. These were the only 2 that were unlocked in the nutrient liquid. All with small lock symbols on the back and all in black. The back needed a mall level upgrade to unlock and open. Lin Xiaojin ended up opening the commodity category again, which had a few more things in it. Although the commodities at the back were all locked as well. The commodities were all basic supplies for life. Sunproof clothing, fireproof clothing, waterproof clothing. The ones labeled below were all grade F. Lin Xiaojin knew that the lowest grade was grade F. These things were all relatively cheap at only 1,000 points. Lin Xiaojin also saw that there were defensive suits at the back, but a set of them would cost 10 points. This set of defensive clothing made Lin Xiaojin think of when she was surrounded by a group of high-tech squads on Green Plant Star. Those people were wearing this. Had she known that this was a defensive suit, she should have pulled out all their clothes in the first place. This was 100,000 points. And even though it was the lowest F rank in the hierarchy, that wasn't bad. There were more advanced ones in the back. But they also needed to upgrade the points mall before they could do so. Lin Xiaojin thought of Little Boy and Lucky Star. These 2 children were to follow them. The next level was the ultimate battle. The safety of the 2 children still needed to be taken care of. They are not like the little bun who has half of her bloodline can enter her space. Lin Xiaojin exchanged a lot of cold water beads. Her space has a lot of cold water beads. When the cold water city was full of this thing. If she had known that this thing could be exchanged for points, she would have definitely picked up some more at first. Now there are some regrets. After the upgrade of the points mall, Lin Xiaojin reread it again. The weapons category is almost unchanged. And the supplies and goods category has been unlocked quite a lot. Lin Xiaojin saw that the defensive clothing was directly unlocked to level D. But the price of a set of defensive clothing was also doubled. A set of 300,000 points were needed. She needed to redeem 2 sets of them. Because she contributed all the points. So the points she contributed could only be redeemed by her. And others could only watch. 2 sets of defensive clothing would require 600,000 points. Lin Xiaojin was a little heartbroken, but still redeemed them. These 2 sets of defensive clothing are for Lucky Star and Little Good. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. What are you going to give me? Sister Xiaojin? Mu Xiaoxiao on the side heard Lin Xiaojin's words, and immediately ran over to look at Lin Xiaojin curiously. Lin Xiaojin touched her little head. Her hair had been cleaned and shampooed. Lin Xiaojin also deliberately gave her a braid. A set of defense clothing. to protect you in the future when you encounter danger, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. Lin Xiaojin directly chose to exchange it, and 600,000 points were instantly deducted. The participant equipment glasses emitted a blue glow, and a teleportation point was suddenly established. Countdown to the upcoming teleportation item is 20 seconds. As the 20-second countdown ended, Lin Xiaojin felt a wave of déjà vu energy. It was an energy fluctuation from space, and this energy was very similar to her space, which was why she was able to feel it. As the countdown ended, the teleportation point on the ground that was illuminated by the curtain of light was teleported up an iron box. This works too? Zhang Wish was surprised. The others were also very surprised to see this scene. Actually redeeming something that could only be sent over directly out of thin air. How was this done? Everyone else was baffled and just marveled that the galaxy still had such an ability. However, this ability to transport people, transport things will not matter. The light curtain then disappeared, leaving the sticker box on the ground. Lin Xiaojin picked it up. Inside were 2 sets of defensive clothing. This kind of B-level defensive clothing material can be according to the size of the person to expand and contraction. Also do not know what kind of material this is. The surface is like silk, as smooth as incomparable. 2 sets of clothes. One set Lin Xiaojin gave to Mu Xiujiao. The other set Lin Xiaojin gave to Lucky Star to put on his body. At first Lucky Star was reluctant. Her little face wrinkled, but she still let Lin Xiaojin put the clothes on her. This dress is so comfortable and smooth, and it doesn't feel hot at all when I wear it, Little Goody said happily. That's good. Lin Xiaojin smiled and responded. I'll see if I have enough points. It's best to exchange one for all of us, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. It would naturally be good if each person could redeem one. But although there were enough points now, it wasn't enough for no one to redeem one. Moreover, Lin Xiaojin wanted to continue upgrading the mall so that more things were unlocked. Lucky Star didn't continue to be upset when he completely wore the defensive suit. The defensive suit directly telescoped into Lucky Star's body shape so that it fit perfectly. Lin Xiaojin continued to look at the mall. How many levels this mall had? But at most, you could only turn over 2 more pages at a time. You can only see the gray patterns, but you can't exchange them. Thank you, Sister Xiaojin, Little Boy said thankfully. Lin Xiaojin smiled and didn't say anything. Little Good's character has really changed a lot. She still remembers how introverted Little Good's character was once. They spent another week safely in this cliff. Counting the days, there are still 35 days to successfully enter the last ultimate level. This week there were more holes, big and small, under the cliff, all of them gnawed by the little clumps. Almost all of the black gold here. Suddenly the whole cave shook. A few of them scurried out in a hurry. They came out after the whole hole collapsed. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of this, and finally rested on the body of the donut that was gnawing outside the hole. Milk Donut has collapsed the hole by chewing on it. This is already the last hole, Zhang Wish said through gritted teeth. Tuan Tuan and Zhang Wan seemed to have never been on good terms with each other because they had set fire to each other on the first day they met. Tuan Tuan was a particularly vindictive little fellow. It didn't hold grudges against those it liked, and it held grudges against those it didn't like to death. Lucky Star and Little Bun often rode on its body. Especially Little Bun would still occasionally scratch its fur, and it heavily did not get angry. Let's just change the place. The black gold here has almost been dug up. We can go somewhere else, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Didn't you say that there are people out there to catch us? Xiaojin? This place is a natural black magnetic field, and it's a cliff. The likelihood of them finding us is low, Xian Li said. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly when she heard Xian Li's words, and thought about the people outside who sent slaves to catch them. I want to go out and take a look. Let Xiao Nu accompany me, and you guys watch Lucky Star for me, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. We all have team members synchronized to spread the word, or real-time location sharing, so there's no fear that you won't be able to find us. Tuan Tuan needs black gold, and even more rare purple gold is also occasionally found here. This guy is a scrap metal. Since he came here, that definitely need to hoard more than enough for Tuan Tuan's rations in the future. This Tuan Tuan is really a gold-swallowing beast, Zhou Yingying exclaimed. This Tuan Tuan is only at the young stage of strength, is so strong. Not only is it strong, but it can also eat. What it eats is still gold. I also want to go with you, Xian Li said. There was no point for her to stay here. The most crucial thing was that she could only improve her strength with non-stop experiences. and just the boring improvement of her strength in the underground of the cliff had already made her reach a bottleneck. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Then brother. Lucky Star is counting on you. Lin Xiaojin said. What's the point of being polite with brother? Come back safely. Lin Xiaoran said softly. Well, Lin Xiaoran's wound was deeper in the beginning. In the past 2 days, there was Lin Xiaojin's space spring water treatment, which made it better, but still left some scars. Moreover, Lin Xiaojin found that adding the space spring water with cold water beads would increase the energy of the space spring water. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin once again regretted when in the cold water star should be the entire cold water city underground cold water beads all fishing out. However, Lin Xiaojin looked at the piles of cold water beads and felt a little more comfortable. Finally, Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nua and Xianli. The three of them go out together. Wang Han's level is now higher. They still have children, so Wang Han stayed. After all, the rest of their level of supernormal capabilities are not high. The little bun was Lin Xiaojin into the space. The flying machine that Xianli and the others had found was working and had been filled with energy for the past 2 days. We'll go up directly in the flying machine, Lin Xiaojin said. Good, Xianli said excitedly. It was her first time to ride something so high-tech. Xiao Nuo sat in the driver's seat. Lin Xiaojin sat in the co-pilot. And the flying machine was basically automated. The self-service function of the flying machine was also cracked by Green Star. So they were still able to use it. This flying machine was much more advanced than the one Lin Xiaojin had before. And the entire flying machine was almost intact. So I just didn't know how this flight was left here. This is actually the last participant in the Starshine competition. Driving here and died here. So this flying machine will be retained so well. It was also because it was in the black magnetic field area, so those people didn't find this intact flying machine. Let's fly up and come down, Lin Xiaojin said. They flew out of the cliff. It was very likely that they would be discovered by those people. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to be discovered by them for the time being. Their purpose was to come out and look for black gold or the more rare purple gold. Soon the flying machine was out of the cliff in less than a second. Coming down so quickly, there's no sense of experience at all. Xianli cried and laughed. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Lin Xiaojin laughed and comforted Xianli. When they came out of the flying machine, Lin Xiaojin immediately put the flying machine away into space. Why are there so many deep holes around here? Xianli said in disbelief. She remembered that she didn't find these deep holes when she first came up. These are all dug by Tuan Tuan, Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. There was black gold in all these deep holes. They had been here for a few days. They just didn't think that they would actually be so close to each other in the first place. Lin Xiaojin directly took out the motorbike. Motorbike. Xianli's eyes lit up when she saw this move. There were only 2 motorbikes left in Lin Xiaojin's space, this time letting Xiao Nu ride one by himself. While Lin Xiaojin took Xianli because Xianli couldn't ride a motorbike. Xiao Duanzi's body shrinks to sit in front of Lin Xiaojin. Because riding a motorbike is wind. So the whole panda cat is blown by the wind. The main reason for bringing Tuan Tuan with them is because Tuan Tuan can recognize rare metals there. They rode for a while, but they didn't find any metals. But they did find a lot of black iron beasts. Oops. It's a group of black iron beasts. Their skins are hard as iron. Xianli frowned and said nervously. Even Xianli had already condensed ice arrows ready to attack at any time. But it seemed that they couldn't be used to step in. Compared to Xianli's anxiety, Lin Xiaojin was a bit more careless. Tuan Tuan. Lin Xiaojin calmly stroked Tuan Tuan's head. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua's motorbike stopped side by side. And Tuan Tuan jumped down from the motorbike. Originally only the size of a kitten, Tuan Tuan's body gradually expanded. Recently Tuan Tuan had eaten a lot of black gold and purple gold. And now his body had become a lot bigger. Xianli looked at the body suddenly skyrocketed Duan. From a cat into the size of an elephant. So surprised that his mouth turned into an O shape. The next thing Tuan Tuan did was to charge straight into the middle of the black iron beast group. Tuan Tuan. Xianli nervously looked at Tuan Tuan, fearing that it might be in some kind of danger. But she was overthinking it. Tuan Tuan was able to slap away a black iron beast. And the hard skin of the black iron beast was like cotton on Tuan Tuan's body. Is Tuan Tuan so strong? Xianli said in surprise. Well, it's an iron-eating beast, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. With so much metal, cultivating a Tuan Tuan. Its strength was naturally high, and it was even feared that it would be upgraded into a silver-eating beast. A gold-eating beast. Ever since he found some electronic products in Cold Water City, and was able to access some information in the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin knew about the iron-eating beast. Iron-eating beasts devour metal and undergo genetic upgrades. The top level is the gold-eating beast, which is the highest level known today. Lin Xiaojin's ultimate goal was to cultivate Tuan Tuan into a gold-eating beast. Although this gold-eating beast was very difficult, the degree of treasuring of gold-eating beasts is no less than that of star beasts, which devour everything. But gold-eating beasts are not. With the information that iron-eating beasts can get a huge change every time they rise a level, and awaken a special ability. Although Lin Xiaojin is still looking forward to it. All of this black iron beast group estimated to have more than 30 heads. But also a few minutes are being regimentally dry climbed down. There are also a few black iron beasts lying on the ground moaning. The vast majority of the black iron beasts dying. Awesome. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but praise Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan was a bit depleted of physical energy after the fight, and cheerfully ran towards Lin Xiaojin, looking for them to take credit. Humph. Tuan Tuan's figure had shrunk. Lin Xiaojin carried it to the motorbike. Lin Xiaojin took out a small piece of black gold from space. Tuan Tuan opened its big mouth and chewed the black gold into its stomach in 2 bites. The little Tuan Tuan, who got a snack, was very happy. Excitedly. Hold me tight. Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Lin Xiaojin rode the motorbike and continued traveling. Behind them, Xiao Nua followed them unhurriedly. Now that Tuan Tuan was no longer interested in black iron. It was mainly black gold and also purple gold. Black gold could still be found. Purple gold was just too rare. It was only Zhang Wish who had found that piece of purple gold under the cliff. The rest of them had not found it. Lin Xiaojin's eyesight was extremely good, and she saw that there seemed to be someone fighting in front of her. Wait, there's someone in front, Lin Xiaojin reminded with a slight frown. The 3 people got off the motorbike, and Lin Xiaojin also put the motorbike away in space. Lin Xiaojin hugged Tuan Tuan as the 3 of them slowly approached, which was surrounded by large and small mountains that were still able to block a certain amount of vision. It's the other members of the competition group, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Because if it was the Black Iron Star people couldn't possibly still have such full clothes. The slaves here were almost all beggar clothes, which was still a little better. And there were even many of them that were naked. Someone is chasing them, Lin Xiaojin whispered. The distance was too far for Xi to see clearly. She could only pick her head forward to see. Lin Xiaojin took out a small toy car from space with a mini camera instrument on top. This was Green Star's earliest previous practice work. Something somewhat similar to a drone. Lin Xiaojin controlled the robot car to drive forward and found a still safe position to hide. They were able to see the high-definition images transmitted back through the tablet in Lin Xiaojin's hand, as well as the voice. You guys want to get out of here? We can find a way to take you away. As long as you don't kill us. Hee hee. Kill you guys, and we'll be able to leave, Wang Jie said. Do you guys still think this Black Iron Star is so simple to let you guys through? Barton taunted. You guys are from the Galaxy Entry Group? One of the team members asked. Cut the crap. Nicole. Wanga. There's a total of 3 people here. 1 for each of the 3 of us, Barton exclaimed. The 3 people didn't have any problem with it, as long as they could get a medal. Level 7. You guys are level 7 alien, one of them said in shock. Only 2 of the 3 of them were level 6 Alterans, and 1 was a level 5 Alteran. They were no match for the 3 of them. Moreover, they didn't bring any weapons when they teleported here. Even more so, they didn't have water or food. And later on, when they hunted the Black Iron Beasts, they drank the blood of the Black Iron Beasts when they were thirsty. And when they were hungry, they ate the Black Iron Beast's meat. The Black Iron Beast is hard and feeds on black iron, which is inedible to humans because the metal contains toxins. The Black Iron Beast because eat black iron, so its skin will be as hard as iron. But accordingly it also has toxins on its body. These toxins would not kill humans if they ate them, but they would make them physically sick, which was equivalent to chronic poisoning. And if they consumed them for too long, the more toxins their bodies accumulated, then their bodies would die. If they had been relying on the Black Iron Beast as food, then I'm afraid they wouldn't have survived for more than 3 months before they died of poisoning. But if they didn't eat the Black Iron Beast, then they would die immediately. So they still chose to consume the Black Iron Beast. so they might be able to survive 3 months. But they could also imagine that after 3 months, if they dragged a sick body to the ultimate level, then I'm afraid that what was waiting for them was also the elimination of death. At the beginning, Zhang Wang and Xian Li also ate the meat of the black iron beast. But Suisei didn't eat much, and there was less toxicity in their bodies. In addition to the fact that they had encountered Lin Xiaojin, the space water also had a certain detoxification effect. Lin Xiaojin felt that the situation was not good and did not want to be discovered by the three of them. So she slowly controlled the car and prepared to head back. Those 3 people were already 1 level weaker, and after eating the black iron beast for almost a month, their bodies had long been attacked by chronic toxins, and their strength was damaged. These 3 people were simply no match for those 3 people. It was simply no effort to destroy them. Those 3 people were instantly killed. After killing them, the 3 of them each received medals. The 3 people were overjoyed. And then suddenly a laser quickly shot out towards them. Lin Xiaojin reacted quickly by firstly putting Tuan Tuan into space, and then holding Xiao Nuo and Xian Li to instantly move away. Xiao Nuo has been taken away by Lin Xiaojin more than once, but Xian Li is still the first time. Has not reacted. Found that Lin Xiaojin actually able to instantaneous transfer. Not only can she instantly move, she can also take them with her. By the time Xian Li reacted was when the hillside they had just been staying on was shot out by a large hole in the laser. Crap. We've been discovered, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Nicole and the 3 of them had discovered Lin Xiaojin and the others a long time ago because they were suddenly granted a function they had always had for the Starburst competition. That was the ability to locate the people in the group participating in the Starburst competition this time. That meant they could know their location at any time. After this function appeared, it also told them that this time was their only chance. If they didn't gather enough medals, then they would stay in the Black Iron Star forever. And since they were discovered for trading slaves in the Black Iron Star, the Black Iron Star would be subjected to a spatial lock, and no spaceship would be able to enter the area. Go, Xiao Nuo said decisively. These 3 people were strong, and they had just seen each of them casually kill a level 6 alien. Not only were they strong, their weapons were also something they hadn't seen before. What clearly looked like an ordinary laser pistol actually punched a large hole through a black iron hillside. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly brought Xiao Nuo and Xian Li to instantly move a distance. The 3 people behind them actually did not follow. They ran away, Wang Jia said. Can't run far. Now as long as the participating groups are on the Black Iron Star, they can't run away, Nicole said with confidence. They were able to see the locations of these contestants now, and it was only a matter of time before they killed them. As Barton watched them leave, she said to the other 2, there are only so many people left in total. Why don't we just split up and do our own thing? Nicole frowned slightly when she heard Barton's words and Wanda said, you're trying to separate? Yes. You and I both know that this is now less than 2 months left, although we have the positions of those participating group members. But if they die on the Black Iron Star, it can't be counted as our medals. There is also a point that this medals, of course. The more the better. And you guys have seen the rewards as well. The main thing on the Black Iron, there are so many contestants in total. At first one I hunted and killed a part of them and has left. But this remaining contestants are certainly not enough for the 3 of them to earn enough medals to leave at the same time. It's good to separate, each according to their own abilities. But let's split the slaves in the base in half, Wang Jia said. The 3 of them, apart from Nicole, who was a level 6. Both of them were level 7 Ultrans. Most of these participating groups were level 5.6, which was nothing to their level 7s. And some of the participating groups are 4.5 people. Wouldn't it be better for the 3 of us to team up? Nicole said with some reluctance. Hee. We want weapons of weapons. Want food of food. These contestant groups starve here for a month. With the longer time they stay here, the energy will be depleted. Even if it is 3 level 6 alien power strong attack, I'm not afraid, Barton said confidently. Nicole, if you don't want to separate, you can follow me. Wang Jia's eyes swept over Nicole's entire body. His eyes carried a wave of aggression. Nicole snorted coldly. The one she couldn't see the most was Wang Jia, saying, no need. Then let's rely on our skills. Nicole had been mixing for so many years, and was a woman. She could survive until now, naturally had her overpowering skills. So what if she had level 6 psychic ability? Nicole coldly grunted in her heart. She had once assassinated a level 7 psychic as well. although she was seriously injured. But those who were able to kill over the level. That ability was not simple. After Lin Xiaojin left with Xiao Nua and Xianli, she found that they didn't come to catch up with him. They didn't chase us. Lin Xiaojin was a bit surprised. It's not good that they didn't chase us, Xianli said with some incomprehension. They are the ones who are going to hunt us. The participating group. Seeing us and actually not chasing us is strange. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. Of course Lin Xiaojin didn't know that that group of people had actually been turned on to a new feature. And that this second level of the barrier wasn't so easy to get through. Just as they were wondering why these people hadn't caught up with them, Lin Xiaojin noticed that the entry system had sent out a new instruction. A new hidden point. This Lin Xiaojin had been paying attention to. Because the cold water bead from before could be exchanged for points, including the heart of grass and trees from the green plant planet. So there would definitely be one for this level as well. It was just that it wasn't shown what it was at first. It was only now that this hidden point was shown. And this level had 2 hidden points. The first hidden point was purple gold. And 100 grams of purple gold could be exchanged for 200,000 points. 100 grams of purple gold. Lin Xiaojin frowned. This purple gold was more precious than black gold. Which small piece of purple gold they had found below the cliff. John Wish. Was only 100 grams. But that 100 grams had already been down by Tuan Tuan. And Tuan Tuan now had a stomach full of metal that she had yet to digest. She was supposed to need to sleep to digest. And now she couldn't sleep either. In the black iron star is all metal. Tuan Tuan's mind is also on metal. After all, in the future are her rations all. Lin Xiaojin found that most of this black iron star is black iron. There is a part of black gold. And a smaller part of purple gold. Purple gold can be exchanged for 200,000 points. Like the cold water pearl, and the heart of grass and trees can only be exchanged for 100,000 points. This comparison showed how precious purple gold was. There are 2 hidden points in this level. The first one is purple gold. What will the second one be? Xianli curiously said. Will it be killing them back? Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. Xiao Nua, who hadn't said anything all along, actually nodded his head when he heard Lin Xiaojin's words. It's possible. If we kill them back, then the points should be quite a lot. Right? Their weapons are advanced, and their alien ability levels are high. Xianli said with slight excitement, completely not realizing that she was only level 4. But they seem to be very strong. Soon Xianli reacted with some hesitation and said, of course they are strong. Did you guys see the supernatural abilities of those people just now? Lin Xiaojin said. Xianli shook her head. Actually too far away she couldn't see. And through the machine equipment almost all of those contestants were killed instantly. Nothing could be seen. I didn't see it either. Lin Xiaojin sighed. They were using super advanced weapons, and instantly killed those people without even using their powers. Even though those people were exhausted. They were all exalts. It's amazing that they were directly shot. Xianli heard Lin Xiaojin's analysis. Her face became more and more gloomy. She just was thinking a little simple actually wanted to kill back. Lin Xiaojin said down one by one pouring a layer of cold water on Xianli. But it's not impossible to kill back. After all, our strength is not bad. The key is that we are not like those contestants. We eat and drink enough energy. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Lin Xiaojin was also telling the truth. Although their strength level was not higher than hers. When the time came, they had enough energy, more manpower, and high-tech weapons. Besides, it wasn't like they hadn't killed people over the level. It was just that Lin Xiaojin was very scornful of the high-tech in their hands. After coming out from Qinlanqing, Lin Xiaojin more and more feel that the strength is not only to have the ability to have a body of equipment. Like in the film Iron Man, Batman is also an ordinary person, but has a body of high-tech can also kill the ability to kill the alien. Moreover, some of the alien even if the level of high also do not see the strength of strong. Like some auxiliary system of alien even if the level of high, but the strength is not strong. After leaving Chenlan Star, we will know that this universe is a world of metaphysics and technology. It seems like we really need to hurry up and raise our strength. Xianli said silently. She also needed to hurry up and raise her strength. Otherwise it would drag her partner back. She didn't want to be the one dragging them back. Don't worry. I have plenty of cold water pearls. Enough for you to cultivate. And I definitely need to make a trip there again sometime in the future. Lin Xiaojin said. It was also unknown if such an opportunity would be possessed. In fact, Lin Xiaojin had an inspiration right now. And that was that teleportation point, which would pop up anytime she redeemed her points, or exchanged her points for a teleportation point. This kind of teleportation point establishment was very close to her spatial energy. It would be great if she could establish teleportation points. Lin Xiaojin's space coverage around a certain range. How big her own space, she will be able to instantly move within the unit of space coverage, is also equivalent to a teleportation point. But how to establish Lin Xiaojin now does not have any clue. Lin Xiaojin especially hoped that in the future, she would be able to have the opportunity to travel the universe. Although at the moment this goal was very ambitious. The three of them saw that the people weren't catching up. But they were also very careful and vigilant. After all, they had just been too close. Lin Xiaojin was just about to take out the motorbike from space, ready to continue to search for the purple gold. Someone is coming. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. At that, Xiao Nuo looked around vigilantly. Ah. Xian Li was a little puzzled as there was no one found around them. But Lin Xiaojin's tone was very serious. So Xian Li also looked around nervously. Suddenly a laser shot out towards their position. Xiao Nuo. Get out of the way, Lin Xiaojin said in a sharp voice. Lin Xiaojin rode the motorbike with Xian Li. Xiao Nuo drove the motorbike alone and couldn't instantly move with him. Fortunately, Xiao Nuo reacted extremely quickly and directly dodged the shooting. Where? Xian Li put ice arrows. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the left front and said. Xian Li had already condensed ice arrows, and she shot straight over in the direction Lin Xiaojin pointed. PFFF. The ice arrows collided with the lasers, and several of them shattered instantly. There's only one person. I'll instantly move over. You head towards that hill and hide first. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said sharply. The two of them quickly got off the motorbike. Xian Li ran towards the hill next to him. Not far away, Xiao Nuo also seemed to have attracted a certain amount of firepower. The motorbike that Xiao Nuo was riding was shot. The motorbike was instantly detonated, emitting a violent explosion. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nuo had dodged away. And then, he was relieved. The one who had come after the three of them was none other than Huang Jia. His alien ability level 7 was more than enough to come after them. The three of them were now separated. So of course they were each on their own. So Huang Jia came over to chase them first. Nicole and Barton, on the other hand, split up and chased the others. Lin Xiaojin had originally thought that 3 people would come over to chase them, so they would only have to run for their lives. But he didn't expect that there would only be one person chasing them over. Huang Jie wore a defense suit and offered himself directly. He seemed to have been prepared for these people for a long time. After all, in these days, as long as the competition groups that he found were killed by them one by one, Huang Jie was a level 7 sand control alien. From the desert sand star within the galaxy. There was no sand on the black iron star. So his psychic ability was also very limited. If it was to the desert, then his psychic ability would be augmented. However, Huang Jie was not unprepared. Although there was no sand on the black iron star, and he could not enchant his ability. But with his level 7 sand system psychic ability, normal ordinary psychics could not escape his sand at all. The laser gun in Huang Ga's hand was like an inexhaustible supply of bullets, constantly firing towards them. This was not a solution at all. The hillside where Xian Li was hiding was shot through. Xian Li was also cut by the debris on his arm. Blood flowed out at once. Xian Li endured the pain and condensed ice arrows to shoot towards Huang Jia. Xiao Nuo was almost also condensing a power grid directly. The speed of the ice arrows was not as fast as the power grid. The power grid had wrapped around Huang Ga's entire body, and he had thought that it would at least give him some damage from the lightning strike. But a stream of yellow sand surged out of his body, and the sand insulated the damage from the power grid. Sand insulation. Xiao Nuo frowned. So what if it was insulated? Lin Xiaojin had already instantly moved in front of Huang Jia. She had long ago drawn out her knife from space to barrel towards behind Huang Jia. A force blocked Lin Xiaojin's attack. But how strong was Lin Xiaojin? Directly to the man stabbed flying. Although Huang Jie was stabbed and fell to the ground, he didn't suffer any injuries. Not to mention the defensive suit he was wearing. There was also a layer of yellow sand wrapped around his body to protect him. Huang Jia did not think that there could actually still be a contestant to knock himself down. For a moment did not dare to be careless. It is not that there has not been the experience of them people have been killed by the contestant back. Lin Xiaojin released Tuan Tuan, as well as Blast Wind. A level 7 alien then, they surrounded. Quick battle. To avoid trouble after all. But they have 2 other people. Iron Eater. Huang Jie was also surprised to see the Iron Eater beast. There would actually be an Iron Eater beast. Huang Jie turned from surprise to surprise after seeing the Iron Eater beast. Iron Eater beasts were not expensive in the galaxy. If he can get an Iron Beast, then he also earned a lot. Fortunately, just has been a cub. Strength at most in the appearance of level 4. But he thought wrong? Although the Iron Eater was only a cub. The metal she had eaten recently wasn't cheap. Blast speed was fast. And troop strength was strong. But Wanda had laser firearms on him. Can't break the yellow sand on him, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The layer of yellow sand surrounded Huang Ga's body. And it couldn't be broken through at all. This is arrows? Xian Li couldn't help but spit out. Her ice arrow entered his range, and was swallowed up by the yellow sand surrounding him. Lin Xiaojin could see that the man wasn't laying a deadly hand on the Iron Eater. Instead, he was just trying to injure him. After consuming the other party's wave, Lin Xiaojin hurriedly put Tuan Tuan as well as Blast Wind into space. Space? You're a space system ability? Huang Jia frowned somewhat incredulously as he looked at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin didn't bother to answer his question. Soon Lin Xiaojin noticed his gap. She made a wink toward Xiao Nuo. How could there be a space system alien outside the galaxy? How could there be? Huang Jia was still mumbling. Lin Xiaojin frowned, not understanding what he meant by that at all. Xiao Nuo turned on his second skill time pause, and everything around him stopped in time, including the sand surrounding Huang Jie. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved over to snatch the laser gun in Huang Ga's hand. This weapon is much more advanced than theirs. Snatching the weapon, Lin Xiaojin took the laser gun and shot directly towards Huang Ga's head. When Lin Xiaojin shot, he saw that his eyes were tinged with panic, although he was suspended in time. But his consciousness was not. This was because Xiao Nuo's second skill level was only at level 4. Too much of a difference with Huang Ga's level. Xiao Nuo's time suspension could only suspend Huang Jie for a few seconds. But this was enough. With a bang, the time pause's utility disappeared. And Lin Xiaojin had already shot his laser gun. Huang Ga's head was shot through a hole bigger than his fist. Blood and flesh were sprayed out. Luckily Lin Xiaojin dodged quickly, or else it would have splattered all over her. Xian Li still didn't know what was going on. And when she came back to her senses, she found that Lin Xiaojin had already killed Huang Jie in return. Dead. Xian Li was surprised but relieved. This Huang Jia was indeed not easy to deal with. Xian Li's covered his injured arm also slowly went up and walked in front of Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin was sure that this guy was dead through and through. It would be strange not to die from such a big hole in his head. Space instantaneous transfer. Time pause. Huang Jia died in the body of the 2 of them is not a loss. Huang Jia dying also did not expect to have a time pause. And spatial powers. These are the galaxy of those who have the talent to be able to stimulate the supernormal ability. At this time a message appeared on the entry device. Chen Launching completed the hidden mission and gained 1 million bonus points. When Lin Xiaojin saw this message, he understood what was going on. Sure enough, the guess was similar to his guess. But it was also a real surprise. He didn't think that the points gained from the counter-killing would actually be this much. The entire 1 million point reward. This was the highest redemption reward ever. 1 million points. Xian Li also said excitedly. Lin Xiaojin saw that Xian Li's arm was still bleeding and hurriedly took out some space water from space for Xian Li to rub on the wound. The blood on Xian Li's wound immediately stopped when the space water was rubbed on it. This guy's psychic ability is also something we haven't seen before. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, "It's yellow sand." Xiao Nuo saw the sand scattered on the ground, which were the same sand that had just surrounded Huang Jia's body. Being able to control sand. A sand alien. Right? Xian Li said. It's also the first time we've seen that there are still alien abilities that can control sand. It seems that there are still many alien abilities in this universe that we don't know about. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Not only is it an extraordinary ability, this weapon in his hand I haven't even seen before. It looks like a ray of light shot out. But it's so powerful. Xian Li couldn't help but say, as she looked at the laser gun in Lin Xiaojin's hand. Lin Xiaojin looked at the clothes on Huang Jia's body, and thought that there must be something else on this guy. At least strip this suit off him. It was also a defensive suit. Lin Xiaojin didn't even say anything. Xiao Nua tacitly plus consciously went to take off the defensive clothing on the man's body as well as other things. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li were avoiding suspicion. Hiding to the side. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xian Li's wound, although not bleeding, but not yet healed. Lin Xiaojin took out gauze from space and helped Xian Li bandage it up. Let's go back. Lin Xiaojin was vaguely uneasy. That group of people were trying to hunt them. The two remaining people were all at level 6 or 7. His brother, and the rest of them, only had Wang Han's level high. The rest of them were all at level 3 or 4. And there were also 2 children. If the remaining 2 people were taken care of, then they could rest assured that they would be able to search for black gold, as well as purple gold on the black iron star. Good. Xian Li responded. If this remaining person was not removed, they would not feel it ease coming out. Soon. Xiao Nua pulled that man's whole body right out. Defense suit. And 2 laser guns. And there were also a few black balls the size of black fingernails hidden in his waist. Xiao Nua guessed that they were bombs. So towards the distance through A. Followed by pang a loud noise. Lin Xiaojin they went over to check. The ground appeared a big pit. Lin Xiaojin looked at this, just the size of a melodus, and the black ball would actually have so much power. This is also too powerful, Xian Li said. There were a total of 5 of these black balls. They had just used 1 and there were 4 left. Lin Xiaojin took 1 out and gave it to Xian Li. You take these too, Lin Xiaojin said. Xian Li wasn't polite. She knew that her ability level was relatively low right now. The rest of the 2 Lin Xiaojin is ready to give to his brother. The rest is these 2 laser guns. Lin Xiaojin looked at this laser gun is also a little familiar. In the points Maul has seen. These 2 guns. One of the points in the 999,000 points. The points exchange price of the weapon category were all very expensive. The energy on these 2 laser guns. One left 80% of the energy. One left 50% of the energy. The energy is automatically replenished. The replenishment is a time limit. These 2 laser guns. Lin Xiaojin first kept them until he went back and then distributed them. I remember that they have a base. There are also airships that can transport things. Xiaojin, do you think there will be weapons inside? Xian Li thought of something and said. Although they didn't enter that base back then. They had seen it outside before. There were flying machines inside. And there were quite a few slaves. Lin Xiaojin heard Xin Li's words and immediately became interested. They needed weapons. But using points to exchange for weapons, that was too heartbreaking. If they were robbed from those people, that would be different. Let's go back and discuss, Lin Xiaojin said. Although Lin Xiaojin moved his mind. But also did not immediately want to go to rob the mine. Their current strength is not enough. If Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua sneak over, that thing are collected into the space that is possible. On the other hand, Huang Ga's sudden death, which led Barton and Nicole, 2 people are not lightly. The 2 people did not like Huang Jie to go after that day escape people, but first returned to the base. That idiot Wanga is dead, Nicole said unsurprisingly. From the moment Barton said he was going to split up, he knew Wanga couldn't wait to go after someone. Nicole had made a point of telling Barton with a wink that although her psychic ability was level 6, it was her psychic ability that was sensing. At that time, after they finished the wave of people, Nicole sensed the others, 3 people in total. But 2 of them had very powerful psychic abilities. And there was also a woman whose genetic level actually reached level 6. She knew that, and even in the galaxy, she had barely seen anyone whose genes reached level 6. Unless they were from the center of the galaxy. It's just the 2 of us now. And with the 2 of us teaming up, the rest of the medals will definitely be enough. Nicole smiled and said to Barton. Now it wasn't just the medals, but the base as well. It's Wanga who's too stupid. The desert sand planet people. Although their strength is good, but their brains are not good. Barton sneered. Desert Sand Star, almost most of them have the ability to control sand by nature. Desert Sand Star, the whole planet is also 99% are on the desert. Almost Desert Sand Star people food. Supplies are transported from the outer planets. Desert Sand Star's overall strength in the galaxy is not bad. The remaining contestant groups. I've already sent out all of my slaves to consume them. So when it's almost time, we'll go and harvest them, Nicole said with a smile. They also had thousands of slaves on the Black Iron planet. Those contestant groups' people were no more than 100 nowadays. Coupled with the scarcity of supplies, they were sending out slaves to consume them. Then those who were strong would also be consumed by them. They have another part of slaves that dig black iron. There is also a part of them that are high-level slaves with ordinary weapons. High-level slaves are not more than 100 people, but it is enough to consume them. There were less than 2 months to go before the countdown. They had plenty of time to collect the medals. Even Nicole was confident. I'm afraid it wouldn't take 2 months for their medals to be collected successfully. By then, they would be able to leave this open planet, surviving here for a long period of time. The metal toxins invaded their physique, affecting their lifespan. They also had to spend a lot of star coins to improve their physique when they returned to the galaxy, and buy medical pods to clean their physique. When Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nu and Xian Li returned to the cliff, the three of them also encountered slaves from the Black Iron planet on the way, and some of the slaves still had weapons in their hands. It seemed that they had come to specifically look for them. It's them. There's a red dot showing, one of the slaves said as he looked at the display on his watch. Several slaves had surrounded the three Lin Xiaojin, just in time to try out our new weapon. Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. These few slaves were only level 3 or 4 psychics, even if they had weapons in their hands. That was simply no match for Lin Xiaojin and the others. A few minutes later, there were a few corpses lying on the ground. Lin Xiaojin they snatched all the pistols on the slaves along with them. These weapons though were not comparable to their laser guns at all. This kind of pistol wasn't even on the points mall, and it was just an ordinary pistol similar to the ones on the Qinlan Xing. Looks like they sent all their slaves to look for us, Xian Li said with a slight frown. These slaves, especially the ones with pistols, Xian Li had seen them all before. These were the people in the base. On the Black Iron planet, slaves in this kind of clothing were the managers, the people who manage them. Go back first and meet up with them, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin directly took out the flying machine from space. The three people got on the flying machine so that it was very fast. In a few minutes they arrived at the bottom of the cliff. The flying machine also detected that there were quite a few people on top of the cliff. They must have wanted to come down. Now that those people are able to locate our position, it seems that for the next 2 months we're afraid that we'll have to be constantly harassed by these people, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. In the last level of the Coldwater Star, if they hadn't discovered the underground Coldwater City, even if they had found the only continent, they would have been attacked by all sorts of fish and beasts at night. How could the second level of the Black Iron Star be a simple survival? However, survival on the Black Iron Star was also really tough. But if they were able to hunt the Black Iron beasts or find the Black Iron tree leaves, there was a huge part of them that could top the next level. Only the body toxin for a long time will affect the physical quality of people. Lin Xiaoran, Xian Li, their body more or less contains metal toxin. If not, Xiao later found this cliff, found the Black Iron tree leaves. Otherwise they are now, and the toxin is even deeper. Not to mention leaving the Black Iron Star. I'm afraid that they cannot survive for a few years. There are a lot of those slaves. Xian Li frowned and said. After all, they had survived here for some time, so they naturally understood some of the situation here. Kill as many as come. It's not like we haven't been besieged before, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. When they were in the Green Plant Star, in the last few days, they had been hunted down and killed by an unknown number of participating groups. Those people's strength, weapons and equipment were much stronger than these slaves. These slaves were just some level 3 or 4 psychic abilities, which was really nothing to Lin Xiaojin Xiao Nuo. Xian Li's psychic ability has also just been raised to level 4. Once their psychic ability was also at level 2 or 3. The lack of food? Every day they still have to block the Black Iron beasts. It is impossible to resist these slaves with weapons. Not only do they have weapons, the strength of their psychic ability is also as strong as theirs. The key is that they have plenty of food. I didn't expect that just now Lin Xiaojin had taken care of these people with a few strokes. The flying machine descended to the cliff. Lin Xiaojin put the flying machine into the space. With so many of them, the maximum number of people the flying machine could carry was only 5 people. They, Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nu, 7 of them. Counting the 2 children, there are a total of 9 people. The flying machine cannot carry so many people. Once overloaded, the flying machine will stop starting. Because this flying machine is a small flying machine. Lin Xiaoran, they saw what just happened to Lin Xiaojin and the others through the live video feed. Sweetie saw it. There are quite a few people up there trying to get down, Zhou Yingying said. Little good skill was the perspective function, so she saw what was happening up there. Those slaves, they're not afraid. It's the remaining 2 who are very strong. Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. And the alien ability of those two remaining people. They didn't know what it was. One of them had a sand-controlling alien ability. They just saw it for the first time. Strong. And the weaponry isn't weak either. Exilely said. The laser gun that the man was holding was awesome. Lin Xiaojin and the others got 2 laser guns. One of them was given to Exilely. And the other Lin Xiaojin gave to Zhou Yingying. This one is for me. Zhou Yingying said excitedly as she received the laser gun. Yes. Lin Xiaojin laughed. Right now, several of them did not have a high level of alien ability. The level of alien ability could not be raised overnight. But the external equipment was able to be equipped. Lin Xiaojin had also seen that on the Green Plant planet, there had once been a planet where the alien ability level was not high. But the equipment was advanced. And it also posed a certain threat to them. In today's world, alien ability plus equipment only equaled strength. The remaining 2 black bombs, Lin Xiaojin left to his brother. Those slaves up there will soon find a way to come down. Let's finish them off in a moment, Lin Xiaojin said. Okay, Zhang Wish said. The remaining few ordinary pistols, Lin Xiaojin gave them to Zhang Wan and Xiao Xiao, as well as Xiao Nuo. Although they were just ordinary pistols, they were still very useful against those slaves. Xiao Yao hadn't used a pistol before and didn't know how to use it yet. Fortunately, these pistols, even if they were ordinary, were much more advanced than the pistols on Qinlan Xing. The pistols were all lighter, and it was very convenient for little boy to hold them. After roughly handing out the weapons, Lin Xiaojin picked up Lucky Star. They're coming down. Little Good, who had the ability to see through, pointed ahead and said. Although Lin Xiaojin couldn't see, she vaguely heard the sound. Their position is right below here. You guys see these are all black ironwood trees. Right. It really is. So many leaves. We're not short of food. Great. There are black ironwood leaves now. Lin Xiaojin heard that quite a few slaves were excited to see a patch of black ironwoods underneath the cliff. These black ironwoods will definitely be reclaimed if the leader knows about them. Should we privately hide them like this? This slave among them boldly said. Those people must be hiding right here. Should we still attack them? The leader said that whoever is able to catch and kill those people will be able to ride away from the Black Iron Star. More than these black ironwood leaves. There was a part of them that wanted to leave this place. Their location is down there. Let's go and kill them first. Then we'll share these leaves. One of them said. Not far away. Lin Xiaojin could faintly hear them. Killing them would allow them to leave the Black Iron Star? Was that possible? Besides, why would they be able to kill them? It was only those people who were using it to consume their strength. They're coming over. Xiao Zhao's pupils were golden. And every time she used her supernatural ability, her pupils would turn golden. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han and Zhang Wan, Lin Xiaoran and the 4 of them silently went forward. Probably because of their instincts as men. All of them would take the initiative to go forward at this time. The strength of these slaves was average even with weapons. They were no match for Lin Xiaojin and the others. Xiao Nuo, Wang Han. The 2 of them are level 6 alien. Their alien energy can directly kill them in seconds. Soon a few of the slaves who rushed up died. The slaves who still followed behind them hesitated. One of them turned his head and ran. The strength of these people is too strong. They are charging over is simply sending death. It was better to die than to live. Besides, they had discovered the black ironwood leaves here. And with food, they could still survive for a while. Xiao Nu and Wang Han saw a few people fleeing and didn't choose to go after them. These were shrimp soldiers and crab generals, not enough to worry about. They sent these slaves just to consume us, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. All of these slaves were also captured by them from other planets. There were quite a few who were captured here with us from Qinlan Star in the first place, Exilely said. Besides them Asians, there were also some Europeans. I don't know how those people are doing. The longer this black iron star stays, the more damage it does to the human body, Lin Xiaoran said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She knew when she saw her brother and Exilely showing their skin, dry fried and black, not shiny at all. There are less than 2 months left for the competition. We just need to top these 2 months to get out of here, Lin Xiaojin said. The next level is the ultimate level. Who knows what it will be? But these previous levels are so dangerous. I'm afraid that this ultimate level is even more dangerous. Nowadays what can be done is to quickly improve strength. On the Black Iron planet, it was a very difficult thing to quickly increase one's strength. Lin Xiaojin and a few of them left the cliff. Stay here will also be found. Cannot always stay here. Lin Xiaojin and a few of them had been wandering on the Black Iron Star for more than a week. During this 1 week, they had encountered 3 waves of slaves assassinations. Not only slaves, but also the Black Iron Beast swarms. But these didn't have much of an impact on them. During this week or so, the few of them drank Lin Xiaojin's spatial spring water every day, and ate energy fruits. Although their strength hadn't increased yet, their physical quality had basically recovered to what it used to be. Xian Li and Zhou Yingying and Xiao Xiao. Their skin is also not in a dry and fried state. The energy in the body is also gradually filling up. Xian Li was still slowly absorbing the cold water beads, which led to Xian Li's water system's supernatural ability being more on the cool side. Xian Li put out the water are cold. She did not dare to absorb a one time. Are every day to absorb a little, every day to absorb a little. The last time she absorbed a cold water bead at once, she was almost frozen. Luckily Lin Xiaojin helped her. Otherwise she was afraid she would have died. There are 8 days left until the end of the 2nd level. Zhou Yingying said, as she looked at the time of the entry device. We've been hiding for so many days. Those people should be here soon. Lin Xiaojin guessed. In fact, just as Lin Xiaojin guessed pretty much, the two of them, Nicole and Barton, combined their efforts and solved quite a few of the contestants. However, the two were still a few medals short, because of some of the participant group members. Before they could pass, a portion of the participants met the Black Iron Beast's attack and died. This target location has already killed most of our slaves, Nicole said with a frown. They had killed quite a number of contestant groups before, and most of them had already been consumed by slaves. But of course, there were some strong contestant groups, and they all lured the Black Iron Beasts to go over and consume them. These 2 remaining entry groups are both strong. One of them even killed Huang Jia, Nicole said. These 2 contestant groups, one was the Chen Blue Star, and the other was the Fire Mist Star. In the Fire Mist Star, the men were basically all Fire-type adepts, and the women were almost all Mist-type adepts. In the Black Iron Star, the fire system happened to restrain the Black Iron Beasts, so this group was also very strong. Both of these groups number more than 5 people. We're not good at dealing with just 2 people today, Nicole frowned and said. Then let's deal with the other contestants first. We just need to gather enough medals to leave, Barton said. If they could gather enough medals, they wouldn't want to mess with these strong contestants. Now they were left with 2 people. These 2 groups. Let's lure them to the Black Iron Beasts, Nicole said with a faint smile. In the Black Iron Star, there were also huge groups of Black Iron Beasts. And although they didn't have a way to drive them away, they did have a way to attract them. Let's put these 2 groups aside and go hunt the other participating groups first. The ones left over will be dead before we even get there, Barton said with a frown. There were 2 times when they rushed over. Those contestants were already dead. Unfortunately, they had suffered a dumb loss this time and looked away. Nicole and Barton were preparing to go and kill another group of contestants that were ink blue astronauts, whose blood was a rare blue color. Their special abilities were very peculiar. Even Nicole and Barton, who were in the middle of the galaxy, didn't know about the hidden special abilities of the Desert Blue Star people, because the planet of Desolation Blue Star is very small. The number of people is also small, and in the outer edge of the galaxy, at this moment to participate in the Starshine competition is also only a group of people like them. Nicole and Barton thought that this group would be just like the other groups, and that they would be able to finish them off without any effort. However, Nicole and Barton almost fell into the hands of the desolate blue planet people, especially Barton, who was seriously injured. Although Nicole's level wasn't high, her special ability was sensing, so it allowed her to dodge a bullet. But she also suffered some minor injuries. Nicole, help me. Help me. Barton tried to pull Nicole's hand. Nicole ran away without looking back, and Barton was left there forever, while the people of Desert Blue Planet were rewarded with points at the same time. How could Nicole not expect that the Desert Blue Star people would be so strong? It wasn't their strength, but the thing they were holding in their hands. What exactly was that thing? As long as it was caged into range, it was as if gravity deepened throughout the body, and it was impossible to move at all. Nicole frowned. Her metals could not be put together enough. Now she was left on her own. The 3 groups of Black Iron Star she didn't dare to touch right now. She could only go to the other participating groups, as long as she could pick up the pieces. She might still be able to get out of here. There were still 8 days until the end of the second level. Lin Xiaojin and the others hadn't waited for those people to attack them. It was only a few days ago that there was a large wave of Black Iron Beast groups attacking them. The troop was the nemesis of the Black Iron Beasts. So although there were fights every day, but they were still safe. And they had also found quite a lot of black gold, and a small amount of purple gold. Just as Lin Xiaojin and the others were discussing what they wanted to eat at night, the sky suddenly blew up with a gust of wind. The wind was carrying a wave of iron dust. And in the blink of an eye, several people's faces had blackened. "Go take shelter in the cave," Lin Xiaojin said loudly. A few of them rushed to find a deep hole. Lin Xiaojin took out the landwalker from space to block the whole entrance. But there was still wind drilling out from the cracks. A wind carried iron filings. Xiao Nui and the others took something to block the gap. But they could still feel the wind outside. Several people's faces were black. Lin Xiaojin took a cloth and wiped the black dust from Lucky Star's face. "This doesn't look like dirt. It's kind of like black iron filings," Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. "In the Black Iron Star, this kind of black iron dust could be seen everywhere. But a wind as strong was something that hadn't been seen before. Why is there suddenly such a strong wind?" Xian Li said with a frown. Even if they were in the cave now, they could hear the whistling wind coming from outside. "Yeah. We've stayed in the Black Iron Star for so long. It's the first time we've seen such a strong wind blowing." Zhou Yingying followed suit. "The wind outside is so strong that it's rolling up into a tornado," Mu Xiaoyu said. She was a perspective eye. Even in the cave, she could see what was going on outside. "There are still 8 days left until the end. These 8 days won't let us pass so easily," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. But they had food and water. As long as they didn't go out, they would be fine. This hole was more or less small. Lin Xiaojin released Tuan Tuan from space. As soon as Tuan Tuan came out, he sniffed all sorts of things, and then started digging towards the behind him. "Let's follow. Tuan Tuan might have found black gold again," Lin Xiaojin said. Being able to make Tuan Tuan so serious, that must have smelled some metal. Lin Xiaojin was using the landwalker to block the intersection. This landwalker can't just be thrown here. So when Tuan Tuan dug some distance, Lin Xiaojin put the landwalker into the space. Blocking the hole in the land traveler was taken away. A strong wind blew in. Blowing the crowd could not open their eyes. And a black soil on the face instantly spread the hole in a layer. Lin Xiaoran figuratively created a stone wall, temporarily blocking the wind. "Quickly go. The figurative time is limited, blocking it for not long," Lin Xiaoran said in a sharp voice. Hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, the crowd hurriedly followed behind the troop. In a flash, the stone wall of Lin Xiaoran's figment had collapsed, and the gale blowing outside swept into the cave. And in no time at all, a thick layer of iron shavings had been laid at the entrance of the cave. Tuan Tuan's figure had skyrocketed a bit, digging the hole very fast. They walked behind Tuan Tuan, and could still hear the wind blowing into the hole behind them from time to time. After about 2 hours of walking, they also dug out a passageway too. Tuan Tuan also found quite a lot of black gold. While Lin Xiaojin first let Tuan Tuan enter the space to rest, they sat in the cave. Lin Xiaojin took out the rechargeable electric light from space and placed it in the center. Actually, Zhang Wang's fire was also able to illuminate. But now that they were in the cave, the fire would instead consume oxygen. Lin Xiaojin was fine. She was fine with suffocating in the water for a whole day. But the others were not. "The wind is getting stronger up there," Xiao Shiju said nervously. Little boy was able to see that Lin Xiaojin could hear the wind whistling outside even from inside the cave. "I'm afraid we can't get out. As soon as we do, we'll be blown away," Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. In fact, to stay in the cave for 8 days, there was no shortage of food and also water. To the point that it was nothing. It was just that the environment in the cave was rather dark. And there was also a smell of rust. Xian Li and the others were already used to smelling it. After all, they had lived on the Black Iron Star for so long. Lucky Star is a little difficult. Lin Xiaojin quickly put on a mask for Lucky Star. The mask also deliberately put a piece of that pink fruit leaves. Comes with a fragrance. This gale was thought to be getting weaker and weaker. But it is getting stronger and stronger. At first, only Lin Xiaojin can hear the wind. The next day, the wind outside Xiaonuo they all heard. This is where how strong the wind was blowing. Heard clearly across the ground. On the third day, the wind outside suddenly stopped. They had been holding it in the cave for 3 days. And when the gale outside stopped, they couldn't help but want to go out. Now there were 5 days left until the end of the second level. When they climbed out of the hole, the sight in front of them surprised them. Luckily this wasn't in the city. Otherwise this tornado was all over level 10. I'm afraid that the entire building would have been blown down and sunk. However, the scene on the Black Iron Star also continued to surprise them. The feet were thick with black ash. It could reach their ankles if they stepped on it. Lin Xiaojin still had masks in her space and gave everyone one. Putting on the mask still felt better. But just a little while later, there was a layer of gray soil on the masks. These are black iron shavings. If the lungs are full of this, I'm afraid they will be poisoned to death, Xiao Nuo said in a cold voice. After Xiao Nuo finished speaking, Lin Xiaojin's subconsciously line had held her breath. Imagine lungs full of iron filings. In the end, it would be difficult to breathe and suffocate. The others were also covering their noses, trying not to let themselves breathe. One more breath was killing them. But if they don't breathe, then they will soon suffocate themselves. But it's just a matter of whether it's sooner or later. Lin Xiaojin knew that the last few days of the Black Iron Star were not so good. Lin Xiaojin saw the list of Star Shine competition group members. Millions of people had died every day for the past 3 days. Just for a competition. A competition to get their planet into the galaxy. Although the success rate was very low, there were still countless people who went to participate. As long as they succeeded, the entire planet would increase its lifespan. Although 1 million people seemed like a lot. Perhaps for a planet, it was the demise of an ordinary city. But for the universe, for the galaxy, it was nothing at all. Cosmic life is countless. Humans were smaller than ants in it. Lin Xiaojin had seen from the points mall that there were gas masks. One needed 100,000 points. And at the moment, he couldn't care less, and hurriedly exchanged 9 gas masks. 900,000 points were gone in an instant. But before the counter kill had been won to get 1 million points reward. Instantly left 10. But Lin Xiaojin also exchanged a lot of hidden points before. So Lin Xiaojin still had enough points. The crowd hurriedly put on their gas release masks, which made them feel better. There was also a display on the gas release mask, showing that the pollutant level outside was 90%. This meant that without the gas mask, they could only breathe freely in the air for a day at most. You might be breathing fine in the morning, and by the time night came, your lungs would be full of black iron filings. At nighttime, death by complete respiratory distress. In the cave, it might be better, Lin Xiaojin said uncertainly. But that was also before, when they wanted to try it out before returning to the cave and finding out that the pollutants in the cave were at 99%. The contaminants in the cave were instantly higher than above. They hurriedly climbed out of the hole. The level of contamination suddenly seeping out of the hole was even higher than on the ground. Lin Xiaojin and the others guessed that perhaps it was because of the blowing gale. They put on their gas masks and walked up for a while with a layer of black and gray covering their masks. They needed to take off their gas masks if they wanted to eat, in which case they would inevitably inhale a few mouthfuls of metallic air. This kind of air Lin Xiaojin actually is not afraid. Lin Xiaojin's body genetic quality will soon be able to decompose. But the metal unpleasant smell. Lin Xiaojin's sense of smell is already sensitive. Take off the gas mask. The smell is even more. Let her head. We can go to those people's base. Lin Xiaojin thought of something, faintly said. Base? Yeah. The base where there are houses and buildings that can definitely withstand the poison in this air, Zhou Yingying said with some excitement. However, there must be other slaves somewhere, as well as those 2 people who have been trying to hunt us down. Xi Li frowned slightly, somewhat worried. In fact, staying out for a few days like this, with the gas masks on, they would be able to get through it. Then it's all settled, Lin Xiaojin said boldly. Although those 2 recognitions were strong, they weren't weak either. And there were a lot of them. One of the 2 remaining people was a level 7 adept, and the other was a level 6 adept. What Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't know was that one of the level 7 Xenos had long since been taken out by the other participating groups. They were in the middle of their hesitation when their entry device sent out a message. Black Iron Star hidden reward. The weapons and equipment obtained by reaching the location of the red dot could be taken to the next level. The location of this red dot was the location of the base. We're still hesitating. And the base actually sent out a hidden reward like this, Xi Li said breathlessly. Everyone knows it's not really a hidden reward anymore, Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. They were definitely not the only group that survived on the Black Iron Star. There were definitely other groups. Such rewards were indeed rich. Not only could they get points, but they could also obtain weapons and equipment. The most crucial thing was that these equipment could be taken with them to the next level. What the next level was unclear to anyone. But Lin Xiaojin knew that it certainly wouldn't be simple. And the only thing that could quickly increase their strength in a short period of time would be more advanced weaponry. This rule was not only for them, but also in other planets. The second level was like this. There would be an opportunity to bring their own weapons. Lin Xiaojin was able to imagine that in the third level, weaponry was just as important as strength. In their team nowadays, there was a big difference in the level of alien ability. And if they wanted to quickly shorten the difference in strength, then it was the equipment. Looks like we have to go too, Lin Xiaojin said. We can't raise our alien ability level for a while. If we have advanced equipment, then it's different, Xian Li said thoughtfully. Zhou Yingying also nodded. Her alien ability level had only just risen to level 3. This level 3 to level 4 was a big hurdle. It was hard to raise it. Besides, there were 2 other children in their team. Although Xiao Xiao was only 7 or 8 years old, Xiao Xiao was also able to use weapons, or at least be able to have a weapon for self-protection. Then let's set off, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nu and the rest of them also all nodded, very much agreeing with Lin Xiaojin's decision to make enough preparations for this level in order to face the next level. Because no one knew what the next level would be there. What kind of planet it would be. They were not too far from the location of the red dot. Plus they had electric motorbikes. The Landsex machine could not carry so many people. Electric motorbike space there are a few. 2 people ride a whole good. The speed of the electric motorbike was not as fast as the land vehicle, but it was still much faster than them walking. About 2 hours or so later, they were close to the location of the red dot. Be careful. The front is full of black iron beasts, Lin Xiaoran reminded. Yeah. We lived here before. All in the cave below, Xian Li said. Lin Xiaojin looked at the surroundings, not realizing that his brother and the others had actually been living here before. Corpses and bones could be seen almost everywhere. Some of these were starved to death. Some were torn to death by the black iron beasts. The black iron ore here was richer, so there were more black iron beast herds here as well. That blue-yellow curtain of light in front is the base of those people. Xian Li pointed not far away and said, not far away. A black complex was enveloped by a huge yellow light curtain. That yellow light curtain was the boundary of the entire base. That boundary can only be entered by the top-level personnel. Just those high-level slaves that can't even enter, Xian Li said. The top-tier personnel. That is, the few people who wanted to hunt them to get the medals. Nicole in the base looked at the display screen her brows knitted tightly. Damn! Why are all these entry groups surrounding them? Nicole frowned. She hadn't even bothered to look for them yet. Especially since these 3 powerful contestant groups had all surrounded her boundary. Seeing this, Nicole had almost guessed that this must be the task that the contestant system had given them. Damn it! What if these contestants' mission was to come to the base and kill her? This didn't give them a chance to survive at all. Nah. It was also given. Only that this chance of survival needed to be fought hard for. Nicole came to the weapons warehouse, where the weapons had basically been divided up by one eye. Barton and Wanga left these weapons, but also just ordinary weapons. But she also left a backhand. She left a set of C-level points combat suit. Combat suit defense suit is very different. Combat suit has a set of combat system, although only C-level. Even if an ordinary person wearing a C-level combat suit, you can also have level 5 alien strength. Nicole also had AB grade laser gun. The energy though was only 10% left and only had the ability to fire 1 shot. But it's AB ranked laser gun, capable of killing level 6 or higher Ultrans. Unless your ability is that of a defense exalt, you will be injured as soon as you are locked on. Weapons and equipment above B rank required energy stones to replenish, which was why Nicole had never used it. Nicole had been using this B rank laser gun as her trump card. Nicole calculated that she was 5 medals short. As long as she was hunting 5 people, she would be able to get enough medals to leave this place. Nicole, she was exiled here. She was the weakest, but she also survived until now. The people who were exiled here in the first place left a few people. The rest all died. Nicole issued instructions to those slaves. Pick up all the weapons in the armory. Develop the enemy to enter the range all eliminated. Nicole also pressed the countdown button. A 20-minute countdown. When that time came, there was a device in the base that would emit an underground sound wave. This sound wave would attract a large number of black iron beasts. She couldn't keep her base, so it would be a big showdown. The more chaotic this place was, the more she could pick up from it. Nicole put on her combat uniform, drank a bottle of nutrient liquid that was enough to replenish her strength for 7 days, and then put on a high-level slaver's clothes on the outside. Outside the base, Lin Xiaojin was hiding in the middle of a deep cave. Xiao Xiao is a perspective ability and can see far. She developed the other contestant groups and also hid in the deep cave to go. It seems that there are other contestant groups as well, but none of them made the first move. Lin Xiaoran said in a deep voice. None of them want to be the ones to stand out. Lin Xiaojin said. What do we do now? John Wish was a bit anxious. Hiding here wasn't an option. Lin Xiaojin had an instantaneous transfer. She could instead go in unnoticed. So Lin Xiaojin planned to walk in some and sneak in with an instantaneous transfer to take a look. Lin Xiaojin and her team could see the other teams, but there was no guarantee that any of the other teams had found them. So Lin Xiaojin would sneak in on her own, unbeknownst to the gods and devils. You went in by yourself? It's a bit dangerous, isn't it? Xian Li frowned slightly. Lin Xiaoran also disagreed and wanted to follow Lin Xiaojin inside the base. Xiao Nuo looked at Lin Xiaojin. The two had already had a very tacit understanding. He knew what Lin Xiaojin was thinking. I'll go with Xiao Nuo, Lin Xiaojin said sturdily. She was also able to bring someone with her by instantaneous movement. That's okay. Xian Li was relieved to hear that Xiao Nuo was going together. There are quite a few slaves guarding the periphery of the base. You guys have to be careful, Xian Li instructed. She had also been to the periphery of the base once before, and she still knew a bit about where things were. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Lin Xiaojin could only leave Lucky Star to Lin Xiaoran to help take care of it as she said. Xiao Nuo and I will be back soon. Don't worry. I'll take care of Lucky Star, Lin Xiaoran said solemnly. Lin Xiaojin didn't say anything. For her brother Lin Xiaoran, this was her own brother. She didn't have anything to be uneasy about. After the decision was made, the few of them stayed in this cave for the time being. And the two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, went to the base. Being able to enter unnoticed and sneak out the weapons would be the best. Lin Xiaojin first checked the location of the red dot. Is in the center of the base of the boundary. As long as you get there, you can get the weapon to bring into the ultimate level. Lin Xiaojin took Xiao Nuo and instantly disappeared in the same place. I don't know how many people Sister Xiaojin is able to take with her by instantaneous transfer? Mu Xiao said curiously. Xian Li thought about it. Lin Xiaojin seems to only be able to instantly take 2 people at the most. But ultimately how many people can be taken Xiao doesn't know either. I also want to know what it's like to be taken away by teleportation, Zhou Yingying said curiously. Well, it feels like you arrive in a flash of darkness before your eyes. Xian Li had been taken by Lin Xiaojin a few times, and said reminiscently, when Sister Xiaojin comes back, bring us to try. Xiao said with a smile. Wow. Sister Xiaojin went in. Little Good said. Now only Little Good has perspective eyes, able to see thousands of meters. Not only that, Little Good is a proper level 4 alien, able to head out of the human body, and thus able to see most of the human body's psychic abilities. Of course, there are some mysterious supernormal capabilities. Xiao Xiao's supernormal capabilities level is not high, cannot see. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nuo directly to the periphery of the base by instantaneous transfer. Just arrived at the periphery triggered the alarm. I have to say that the defense measures of this base are really great. Unfortunately, the alarm didn't ring for 2 seconds. Lin Xiaojin had already brought Xiao Nuo to instantly break through into the boundary. Instantaneously breaking through the boundary didn't trigger any attention because there was no one in the base inside the boundary. Because Nicole had already dressed up as a slave and mixed in the periphery. The environment of the base boundary was completely different from the outside. It was a modern urban area, only like a big hotel. The whole thing was black, because the walls were all built with black iron. This base was filled with black iron everywhere. Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin were walking in the base. But the moment they entered, Nicole, who was hiding outside, had already received the message. The base was fitted with a full range of sensing systems, including hidden cameras, all of which they had paid a high price for in the first place. After all, it was their base camp, or they had spent some effort. Nicole's face was gloomy. She didn't expect that someone would really enter their boundary so quickly and silently. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua didn't know that the owner of this place had already discovered them. After all, nowadays, as long as they punched the card to enter the base, they would get the privilege of bringing weapons into the next level. In fact, even without this privilege, Lin Xiaojin wasn't afraid. After all, she was the one who had space. Even without the privilege, she could still bring weapons into the next level. After the two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, entered the boundary, their entry device released the news that they had succeeded in punching the barrier and gained the privilege. Not only that, if they counter-killed the people here, they would be rewarded with 5 million points. 5 million points. This was way more than before. But Lin Xiaojin also knew what these people were. They were prisoners in the galaxies who were imprisoned here. Seeing this information, Lin Xiaojin also felt that the inner galaxy was really good at using and saving resources. But this time, actually giving 5 million points reward is also unexpected. One person. There's still one person left. No wonder it's 5 million points. Lin Xiaojin said in shock. Previously, they had initially seen 4 people. Then they heard them say that one person had already obtained enough medals to leave, leaving them with 3 people. And last time, one person had been killed by them. So Lin Xiaojin thought that there were still 2 of them left. But he didn't expect that there was just one person left now. It seemed that there were other participating groups that had gained hidden points as well. And it looked like the group was also very strong. After all, the 2 remaining people were one level 6 and one level 7. And the odds were that the level 6 would be killed. Then the one left behind is the strongest one left? Lin Xiaojin was just guessing now. This 5 million points. It's not good to take, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded. This 5 million points could be hiding a level 7 alien. Let's just look for supplies. I heard Xionly said that this black iron they dug out and black gold are stored here, Lin Xiaojin said. These slaves were here to dig up the rare metals from the black iron and to fight against the black iron beasts. And the dug up metals would be transported here. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua searched half a circle, and indeed found a warehouse. But the door of the warehouse was made of black iron, and it looked thick. And next to it, it also needed fingerprints to open it. Let me try, Lin Xiaojin said, and draped a fist over it. Touch. The black iron dented a piece in the middle. But the area around this also shook at the same time. It's a whole piece. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. A whole piece of black iron. Lin Xiaojin directly summoned out Tuan Tuan. Instead of her exerting so much effort to drape it so hard, she should just summon out Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan was very excited to see the black iron door. This guy was excited whenever he saw metal. Soon a whole piece of the continuous black iron door was not a big piece. Lin Xiaojin looked at the thickness. No wonder it could survive her punch. It was really thick. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly put the donut into the space. Only then did Lin Xiaojin enter the warehouse with the 2 Xiao Nua. And the lights overhead lit up the moment they entered. These are ordinary defense suits, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the glass cabinet. Ordinary defensive clothing that was not bad. Before it also had the effect of waterproofing, fire setting, and also anti-dirty. Lin Xiaojin also put it all away into space. But there was nothing left for weapons. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua continued to go inside and actually developed a search for a spaceship. This wasn't a flying machine. This was an airship. Airships were able to travel through wormholes. And owning an airship might be able to return to Qinlanxing. Lin Xiaojin had seen the points mall. And the points exchange for every search airship, even the lowest class F airship, needed to be above 10 million points. Lin Xiaojin was very excited at the sight of this airship. And on the spot, she took the airship into space. Next to the airship was an energy conversion system that could quickly replenish the energy of the craft and the airship, which was equivalent to a fast charger. This set of equipment Lin Xiaojin naturally will not let go directly into the space. After collecting the airship, Lin Xiaojin found a warehouse for storing black iron, which had already been boxed and hadn't been transported out yet. Not only is there black iron, there is also a part of black gold, and even purple gold. The purple gold was not much but only 1 box. But compared to what they had found it was a lot. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly put all these things into the space. This purple gold can also be exchanged for points. But exchange points she does not need for the time being. The purple gold is able to help Tuan Tuan upgrade, which is more important than the exchange of points commodities. Lin Xiaojing wanted to cultivate Tuan Tuan into a gold-eating beast. Collecting so many supplies at once. Lin Xiaojing was happy. The harvest they got here was more than what they got in the past few months. Especially this box of great purple gold. Lin Xiaojing had harvested a lot. And outside, Nicole had already seen the scene through the monitor. The ability to collect space. Nicole couldn't speak in surprise. There were many types of spatial abilities. And Nicole didn't expect to see a spatial ability that possessed storage here. There were many types of spatial psychic abilities. And those who possessed spatial psychic abilities only had one of them. Nicole didn't expect the woman in front of her to possess a storage type of space. But storage type spatial psychics weren't too precious compared to the other categories. After all, they could only store space only. But it was true that space adepts were relatively rare in the galaxy. Nicole frowned. What they had worked so hard to collect for so many years was actually cheap for someone else. They were locked in the open planet, unable to leave. But it was also because of the abundance of black iron here that they had some resources. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to build a base here. Nicole silently observed all of this and didn't stop them. Now Nicole only had herself left. And now everything else in this base was outside of her body. She only needed to kill them to gain enough points. Nicole wasn't in a hurry to release the defense system in the base, but was waiting for the others to enter the base. Nicole wanted to kill them all in one go. And she even weakened the boundary, just waiting for the other participating groups to come in. She wanted to open a trap in a jar right now. And their base defense system was designed to resist the black iron beast swarm. Not only that, Nicole had also released substances that could attract the black iron beast swarms. And it wouldn't be long before the surrounding black iron beast swarms would be attracted over. It was feared that there were tens of thousands of black iron beast swarms around here. Or more. Nicole just wanted to make this place as chaotic as possible, so she could take the opportunity to kill people and gain points. Lin Xiaojing didn't know Nicole's thoughts. She was currently with Xiao Nu at the base where the warehouse had collected a lot of goodies. And the other contestants in the base were also coming towards the boundary in droves. As long as they entered the base and punched the card, they would be able to get a weapon to enter the next level, which was still a big temptation for them. In no time, the storage in the base had been pretty much collected by them. So they were already planning to leave. Someone's coming in. Lin Xiaojing's hearing had always been very good. And she heard movement. So the two of them, Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojing, quickly hid. Lin Xiaojing thought that the one who came in was the fugitive who wanted to kill them for points. But it wasn't. They likewise came in with two people. Two men. A participating group from another planet. They also had a defensive suit on them. But the level was a level higher than what Lin Xiaojing had on them. The punch card was successful. We don't have to consume any more points for the weapons we took this time. A man said excitedly. Let's go find out if there are any weapons here. Another man said. Weapons. Lin Xiaojing shook her head. There were almost no weapons left in this base. And the ones that were left had been emptied for her. Lin Xiaojing and Xiao Nua were ready to go from the other side, when they didn't realize that the two people behind them had already spotted them. The two people behind them were about to attack Lin Xiaojing and Xiao Nua with a robber in their hands. And at that moment, Xiao Nua condensed the ball of thunder and lightning, and Lin Xiaojing held the laser gun in her hand. The four people raised their guns at each other in the base. But none of them attacked each other at first. You guys are also members of the participating group? The man on the opposite side said. Lin Xiaojing couldn't tell these two people apart either. The two people were wearing the same defensive suit and had the same helmet. The two people's figures were also similar. They could only hear the voices as two men. That's right, Lin Xiaojing said with a frown. The defensive suits they were all wearing. And they had all seen that person. And now there was only one person left. They wouldn't forget. Even if they forgot, the entry system had prompted them. Why do you want to fight? Lin Xiaojing said indifferently. Fighting is not to be afraid. But they are now in someone else's base. Who knows where the remaining one will hide? Nowadays those who can survive until now are not fools. And the two people across the street naturally don't want to fight. This base has an advanced surveillance system. I'm afraid we came and that person has already found out. I'm afraid that if we make a move, we'll give the other side a chance. The man said calmly. Advanced surveillance system? Lin Xiaojing frowned slightly. She didn't see that there was a camera there here. Hindsight. She couldn't use Chinalan Star's level of technology as a standard now. It seemed that she had just charged the warehouse, and a meal might have been discovered. It didn't matter if she was discovered Lin Xiaojing. Anyway, the things had been received in her space. She had enough ability to protect herself even if she was exposed nowadays. Then we'll go our separate ways, Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Obviously neither of them wanted to everyone each other and let others take advantage of them. Although none of them opened their mouths to say they wanted to fight. None of them had any intention of collecting their weapons. The four people slowly backed away until both sides couldn't see each other. And only then did they collect their weapons. Let's grab and get out of here. The supplies have been collected anyway, Lin Xiaojin said. One after another there would be other participating groups arriving here. And friction could not be avoided. When Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nuo to instantaneously leave the boundary, he saw 3 more people enter the base. They should also be other participating groups. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo didn't stay too long, and quickly left, almost completely out of the base in a few instantaneous movements. After returning to the deep cave, Mu Xiaoxiao told Lin Xiaojin that a few more people had entered the base after they came out. Looks like it's the other participating groups, Lin Xiaojin guessed. Those people can't get out. It seems like it's getting big there. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't really see much. She could only see the outer perimeter nowadays. She couldn't see inside the boundary because of the limited distance. Maybe when she upgrades later, she will be able to see farther.